What's up, Solutionaries? Welcome, everybody. I am Maj Toure. I'm your host. For those of you that are not aware, this is a 12-hour stream. Now, this stream is fresh off of me doing a 7-day no food fast. I have had food yesterday. I have not eaten today, and I will not eat today. Probably going to drink a little bit of water in between the stream. But to be perfectly honest with y'all, I want to use the stream and this time as a way to communicate with everybody about our work. Us being so close. We've been kicked off of social media 2 or 3 times. And I think today would be an amazing day to just give everybody an understanding of what is our work, what we have done, and just engage with all of y'all. To talk to y'all about what the fuck is going on. Because y'all know that we fundraised, and well, some of you do, some of you don't. But that's what today is going to be. Throughout, I'm going to play videos. I'm going to show you guys some interviews, a lot of content and media that I've done that a lot of y'all were not aware that I've even been on these platforms. Some of y'all are new to the channel. Again, I just started getting on YouTube maybe not long ago. I just started taking this very serious. And we're at this goal where so much has changed and so much has grown. And I just think it's important and responsible to let you guys know what you have supported. Not only what you have supported, but what your remaining support will go towards, as well as what this work and how it evolved. Okay, a lot of y'all tap in for the Pierre says, let's go, Maj. Appreciate you. Now, again, guys, Big Rob, what's up? Again, guys, this is about to be 12 hours. It may not be as rapid fire as the show is. If you don't know, everybody should subscribe to the channel, youtube.com/@MajToure. We do this 1 hour a day, Monday through Friday, and we bring pop culture and all of those different things. But today, because this is 12 hours, 12 hours. Now, I don't know if YouTube allows you to stream for that long, but just in case something happens, I'm going to have a backup stream, and then, we'll jump back into that stream just in case we get disconnected or anything like that. But today's stream is, I'm going to take my time. I'm going to try to answer. Now, this is who gets carte blanche. Obviously, we're fundraising to keep the work going. But I need for you all to understand fully, because I've said this before over the years, but a lot of people may have missed it. A lot of people, whatever. Over the last years, I want people to have an understanding of what is going on with our work, what has happened, how it's transpired, our failures, our misses, our lessons, our experiences, and all of that. So I want to engage as many of you. The people that will get carte blanche are 2 people. And I'll repeat this throughout the stream today. The people that are donors, I have my email up and open. We need, I think, 183 $100 donors. And we're done. As you guys, you can see. I'm going to read this in a second, too, so you guys can have an understanding as well. The people that are donors, you can be a $100 donor. That's great. We need 140 of those, and we're going to 184 of those over the next 12 hours. That's the goal, to end this fundraising campaign in 12 hours. You do not have to give $100. You can give whatever you want. So the people that are giving donations, if you want your name or your social media handle to be done when you donate, I'll get an email right here and I'll give you a shout out. Please name your social media handle, a business, your own business, somebody's business, something that's doing something positive. Put it in the comment section of your donor comment, and I'm going to read all of those live as we do this. Those people and the super chats are going to get carte blanche. I'm going to try to answer as many poignant questions as possible. But I'm telling y'all, this is a 12-hour marathon fundraiser. If y'all want to, I know it's Sunday, maybe y'all in the house. I just ask everybody to share the space all over the place. Like if you're watching this on Twitter, just hit the repost, right? There's a few of y'all watching on Twitter now. Just hit the repost button. Don't cost you nothing. Do a quote post saying, yo, guys, check out this. If you want to know about Second Amendment stuff, if you want to know about training, if you want to get your questions answered, do that. If you're watching this on YouTube, copy the link, put it on a different platform, put it on Facebook, put it on Instagram in your stories. Just say something, make a quick video. Something saying, hey, come tap into this, right? It's very important. Jameer Miller says freedom. Appreciate you, bro. Bookworm, what's up? So, guys, you do not have to be a $100 donor. You can be a $100 donor, all right? If you are a $100 donor, you get access to all of the classes, all of them. They are videos. The curriculums and the videos are yours forever, and we want you to bootleg them and share them with other people, or let them watch it on their tablet of your link, so they can learn Stop the Bleed, Understanding Imminent Threat, Firearms Basics, and all of those different things. That's what the general theme of this 12-hour stream is going to be. I want to be very clear. I have never in my life sat down in front of a computer for 12 hours, or anything for that matter, for 12 hours and just spoke to people. So I figured after the fast, and again, guys, any questions that y'all have, throw them in the chat. If you're watching on X, quote post, ask a question under the bottom, okay? If you're watching on Rumble, everywhere, just ask questions and I'll engage you guys, all right? But again, the goal is to get rid of all of the fundraising today. Fundraising is very difficult. It is not my money. That money goes towards all of the things that keeps our mission going. Actually, I think that's a perfect segue for me to read this to y'all right now. Let's read this. Solutionary Center. Educator and Second Amendment activist Maj Toure has spent the past 8 years touring the country teaching urban Americans about the human right to self-defense. These classes highlighted the Constitution and the Second Amendment as powerful starting points for solutions urban communities need to strengthen themselves. The grassroots work has successfully combated crime and increased safe and responsible gun ownership on a national scale. But now, the movement has grown into something even bigger. The Solutionary Center, located in Philadelphia, has built on the foundation Black Guns Matter has established, offering even more education and free classes in multiple areas. Conflict resolution, civics, stop the bleed, yoga, various trades, and other quality of life skills that improve our communities. The goal and use of funds has been simple. Provide training, education, and skills at no cost to participants. Purchase our brick and mortar building to keep all classes free to all forever. So our work evolves and continues. We are at the tail end of the goal and asking everyone to pitch in to get us across the finish line, help to promote the positive culture, hardworking values, sustainable skills, and views aligned with liberty, freedom, respect, and growth for all. Our communities benefit from the work of the people for the people. Pitch in and repost the video to spread the word. Okay, guys? That has been our work, and I believe that I have done a good job of explaining this over the years. I believe. But time happens. You get kicked off of social media platforms. And people that you think you've said something 1,000 times, and somebody's sending me a message about the updated Give, Send, Go. Let me refresh this. Did I not read this properly? Oh, my bad, y'all. My bad. Let me check something out real quick, y'all. That was the old one, guys. Dang it. That's perfect, actually. That's perfect. Man, life be life. Let me read y'all this real quick. That was the old Give, Send, Go. We've had an update since then. Okay? I'm going to come back to this in a little bit, because I want you guys to read the updated version of this. But I'll go through some Q&A real quick, and I'll tell y'all a quick story, and I'll come back to this, because this is very important that I give y'all the update, okay? And again, guys, anyone that has questions, type them in the chat, support the work, be a donor, do all that other good stuff, all right? How did we start BGN? Why did I start BGN? Years ago, when Trump was in office, or was running for his first term, I and my partner at the time, we made jokes about how many people are falling for the media propaganda. And that media propaganda was Trump's going to put us in jail, and Trump's going to do this, and Trump's going to do that. And we So they were like, so get a voters registration drive. And I just was like, and I think he was going up against Hillary Clinton, obviously Clinton at the time. And I remember thinking to myself, and we joked about it. We said, if this guy's the devil and they about to put us in change, we don't need a voters registration drive. If we think that this is about to go this way, we don't need a voters registration drive. We need a license to carry drive. And we joked about it. And we was like, ha, 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 ha. But then we were like, man, actually, that we might have something there. Okay? And we joked about it and we said, maybe we do a class on this. Maybe we do something addressing this. Like, I've been involved in firearms and, just I've had a passion for firearms since I was very, very young. But y'all know in our communities, we very rarely talk about that shit. A lot of times, not all times. Because the definition of firearms in a lot of communities is like, bad, you're the bad guy, you're a crime, you're a criminal, this, that, and the third. If you ain't a cop, if you got a gun, you're the bad guy. So I had knew about these things and I was like, yo, we joked about it. So we was like, yo, let's just do an event. And at the time, Black Lives Matter. Some of you may not know why our organization is named BGM, Black Guns Matter. Because when we started saying, if you think that Black Lives Matter, then you shouldn't be in opposition to Black people having the means to defend their life. If Black Lives Matter, then Black guns shouldn't be an issue. And a lot of this was initially tongue-in-cheek. It was tongue-in-cheek because it was very much like, let's look at the contradiction. We got people, extreme leftists, that are anti-gun, that want to attempt to remove the ability of someone to have the means to defend themselves, somehow saying that Black life matters, but want to support some of the most oldest unconstitutional racist legislation in America, which is gun control. This is how we get into our all gun control is racist merch and all that other good stuff, right? And so when we saw that, we said, let's do an event. But the contradiction was crazy. Let me actually pull this up on the website real quick. So when we started getting to a bunch of people saying, yeah, we support these communities. We want these communities to have X, Y, and Z, to do X, Y. That's a great pop-up. You guys can join our VIP list if you're over at blackgunsmatter.shop. I'm going to take my time today, y'all. There is no hour rush. There is no hour. We got to get all of this information within an hour. I'm going to communicate with you all. I'm going to answer your questions. And hopefully you guys will support the work and we'll be done with the fundraising today. So anyway, when you see that shirt that says all gun control is racist, and you see the shirt that says Black Guns Matter, these were things before we started fundraising. We started saying, hey, let's come up with these cool designs. But they had to have a message. And so we just found it funny in the beginning, before we even had the merch. We found it very hilarious that the people that were advocating for us to not have the means to defend ourselves were saying Black Lives Matter. And a firearm on a low end, 300,000 times a year, someone in America presents a firearm to defend life, to stop a bad guy doing a bad thing. And so that means 300,000 times a year, life, some of it black, some of it white, some of it everything in between, is used to defend life. So if you think that Black Lives Matter, why would you be an advocate of not having Black people, because that's where most of the gun control is, in primarily Black communities, urban centers, leftist cities? Why would you be in opposition to that? So almost tongue-in-cheek and hand-in-hand, we came up with Black Guns Matter. And that's how it was created. And as soon as we started doing that, we immediately started to see where people would fold. Immediately. Hence the title of tonight's or today's and tonight's stream. We only 15 minutes in, y'all. I got 12 hours of this. I'm going to answer every question. I'm going to, you know what I mean? Again, guys, support the work. Grab some merch. Go donate. The whole purpose is the fundraising to end the fundraising. Do a super chat, whatever you want to do. Okay? Now, shouts to Wild Celt. Solutionary tapping in from South Carolina. Shouts to Jamir tapping in. Shouts to Bookworm. Shouts to Big Rob. Okay? Again, y'all, today, everybody, put me on in the background. You're cleaning, if you're cooking. I'm going to answer questions. If you got any questions, tap in. Just help boost the algorithm. So anyway, we said we're going to do an event. We do this event. And we get the cover of a magazine in Philly called, a newspaper called the Philadelphia Metro. And in the process of getting that, we're thinking, okay, we're going to just get, a little bit of a story. We're going to get, just something. Like a few people to show up. And it won't be no big deal. When we did that event, we had about 300 people show up to this event. Very first event. Yeah, newspaper, right? When we did this event, about 300 people showed up. We did it at a place that doesn't exist where it is now. This place was a gun school that taught people about firearms. It was called the Philadelphia Firearms Academy. And the owner and instructor's name was Jose Morales. Delectable, what's up? Everybody make sure y'all share this. If you're watching on X, hit the repost button. If you're watching on YouTube, copy the link, put it on other platforms, tell people to tap in. Just put it on your Instagram, Twitter, X, whatever, Facebook, whatever, okay? So we did it there, and we didn't expect as many people to show up. A bunch of people showed up, like 300 people, okay? And we were like, man, this is awesome. So we informed all of those people, but the crazy thing was a bunch of people came from New York, New Jersey, Brooklyn, like just the tri-state area, say it that way. And when these people from the tri-state area all pulled up, a lot of them had questions that we could give them an answer for, but a lot of them was like, I live in insert whatever municipality. And we like, the rules for your city are different than the rules for our city. One, Philadelphia is anti-gun, where I live, but the rest of Pennsylvania is pretty pro-gun. So if you live in Brooklyn, your Brooklyn is in a borough in New York City. Your entire city is anti-gun. And at the time, the Bruin decision didn't exist yet. So New York was very, very anti-gun. So we noticed that we had a thread, and this is a common thread throughout today's live. There was so much information that we recognized that the general public was missing on this issue that it just kept giving us more shit to do. And I mean that in the sense of, for the first year or two, we didn't do fundraising. A lot of that was money out of my pocket. I was just my own money. For like the first year or two, it was just my own money. But in the beginning, in this very first one, there was no fundraising component. There was no merch. There was none of this. There was no media. The only media that we had was the Philadelphia Metro. And that initial joke of, you guys are saying that, ha, 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 Donald Trump going to put y'all back in slavery. And when I grew up, Donald Trump was like, yo, he rich. He the billionaire playboy that owns these buildings and shit. So I didn't have beef. And in years, ironically, I've come to know Donald Trump Jr. I've only had the cool time of meeting Donald Trump once, but at CPAC. But nonetheless, my point is, I saw this contradiction, and it said, let's do a thing. And then we do the thing, and then answers come from it. And then so many people don't even know that. Like, a lot of people was like, yo, I want to get a license that is just like my driver's license, that I could have a license everywhere. And it does not exist. But they didn't know that. And I'm like, man, there's so many answers to questions that I have answers to that I just took for granted. I didn't really fully think about this. All right? And in the process of not fully thinking about this, These things kept happening. Then we laugh and go, ha ha ha, these people came from Jersey and New York and Maryland. Maybe we should do a tour. Laughing like we initially laughed about y'all made fun. We don't need no voters registration drive. We did a gun license drive. Then we did a class and it turned into something great. Then we said, yo, what if we did 13 cities? What if we did 13 cities like the original 13 colonies? Since all of these folks from different states were showing up and they generally did not know what to do. And I'm not saying like I'm talking about young professionals, hood dudes, red, black, and green folks, rural and suburban folks. They all was at this one event in Philly. And they came from different places because somehow that Metro story just, even though it was a Philadelphia Metro, the Metro is kind of like a known paper. It's like a free paper that when you take public transportation, it's there, okay? And we joked again and we said, yo, let's do a tour. And then ha 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 turns into, huh. And we said, yo, we're going to do a tour, but we're going to do 13 cities. And so we said, okay, cool. Our very first city outside of Philadelphia, because I still was doing classes at that place a few times. And then I would just meet people and train them, and I was spending my own money and all of this other stuff. And, you know, a lot of people, we were doing a lot more man on the street type of stuff, where it would be like just me. I would just go outside and do outreach and get photos and tell people, yo, come to this class, or, you know, just whatever. We would give out pamphlets that had all of the basic rules of firearm safety. I'm talking about for like a year. And the reason why I'm so glad to be able to get, you know, give some backstory, because I swear a lot of people don't know how hard this has been and the personal sacrifices that come along with anybody doing something from the grassroots level, starting a business, starting a, you know, whatever it is, a passion, a mission. Okay. I think sometimes when you start getting on the cover of things, people think, like I've been on the cover of multiple magazines and, you know, whatever. I think what happens is people forget that this shit is very, very difficult work and it costs money. Not one time did an airline go, oh, your flight's comp because we saw you on the Philadelphia Metro and we saw the great work that you're doing, so we're going to comp your fucking cert pistols in you or whatever. That's never fucking happened. Ever, 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 ever. It's not how it works. Not one location was like, we called them and was like, hey, we want to use your distillery. We have used the distillery for a class in Boston one time. We want to use your distillery for a nice, cool backdrop to do another event. Not one of them was like, oh, we'll do it for free. Now, some people, if they want to work together, they'll get the venue and whatever. But my point is, it's good for y'all to understand all of this. How did this come to be? Because I think some people are confused in the solutionary lifestyle with Black Guns Matter. They don't understand, you know, the backdrop, the story, the origin story, the evolution, and what your support went to. So some of these things I'm going to repeat today because I want to make sure that everybody understands. Everybody understands. Okay? So we say we're going to do 13 cities. And we were so naive because we said, initially we were driving to these cities. We did not have an RV. We did not have this. We did not have that. We did not have this. We did not have that. We was just renting cars. And in the process of renting cars, after we was renting the cars, we would just drive to these places. Now, mind you, I very recently just started becoming more comfortable with driving more than 4 hours. Okay? Just recently. Thanks, Rob, for that repost with the donor link. Appreciate you, bro. Everybody, if you're watching on X right now, please give me a quote post, give me a repost, all that other good stuff. We appreciate you tremendously for doing so. Rob just reposted or commented with the Give, Send, Go link. If you're watching on X and everywhere else, it's my pinned post in the comments on YouTube. It's my pinned post on X. Anywhere that you're watching, guys. I don't care if everybody in this joint, there's like 80 some odd y'all in here. We may all day today have, you know, a few hundred people, right? 1,000 people over 12 hours. That's fine. We only need 184 people to give $100 and we're done. You don't have to give 100, but you can give whatever you want, okay? So thank you guys for boosting the signal. Now, I did not like driving for long periods of time. Hated it. But I was like, we on a shoestring budget. Initially, we said, we gonna just drive everywhere. And I remember one time we drove from Philly to Chicago. Dumbest move I ever made in my life. Listen, it was 3 of us. I drove most of the trip. We didn't understand and comprehend what went into this. We didn't comprehend and understand, and that actual event is the first time that I met, she runs Chicago Guns Matter now. Rhonda Ezel, who won 2 federal cases against the federal government. The reason why there can be gun ranges in the Chicago limits, city Chicago limits, is because of her work. Met her the first time there. But let's go back a bit. My point in saying all of this was, we didn't know what the fuck we were doing. What does this have to do with y'all? And why am I going to tie all of this into you guys understanding all of this shit today? You guys are going to start your journey on certain things. Solutionary 9, so taking the classes that we have at Solutionary University, a new workout regimen. Again, I'm on a 7-day fast. I ate yesterday, have not eaten today, probably won't eat today. I had steak and sweet potato. That was my, whatever for today, yesterday. You're going to start things, and you're going to be absolute fucking trash at it. You're going to be absolute trash at it. When we started this, we were absolute trash at it in every single way. And I don't mean my ability to teach a class. That's never been my weakness. I've always been a good communicator, and I've always been a good translator because I can simplify things and articulate them very well. Our fight was never that. Our fight was, we tremendously underestimated what was going to be necessary for this thing. We tremendously underestimated how many people were going to say, keep going. Okay? I remember there's something that Grant Cardone says in one of his books, The 10X Factor. Grant Cardone said, you got to put whatever you think you need to 10X that. And in my experience with BGM, that has been 1,000% true over the last almost 10 years. Okay? Wild Selt said, made the drive from South Carolina to Illinois several times, mostly one day except the time I hit a snowstorm. It was ridiculous for me. Now that, the RV exists and you guys have gotten behind it, like, if we're staying somewhere for a very long time, all right, cool, we'll break the RV out. But other than that, absolutely fucking not. We get on a plane. But then you go back to the conversation about not knowing in the beginning, just being gung-ho and passionate about something, not knowing how many people would hate and be rude and be disrespectful. How many people from the gun space would tell me not to do this? Don't go to anti-gun cities. Okay? Bookworm said 13 hours ain't that bad. Yes, that shit is. Now, don't get me wrong. I've become a trooper over the years, right? However, in the beginning, I was not a trooper. I didn't even understand this. So when you guys are starting something new, just accept that it's going to take more resources than you thought. These 13 cities, we thought we could get done with $25,000. That was our original goal. And I want to be clear on this. We didn't raise the goal because we wanted to raise the goal. Every time we hit a milestone, everybody said, after these first 13 cities, and I'll jump ahead a bit and come back, right? After we did the first 13 cities, and I'm pretty sure y'all have heard me say this before, there were people that got mad at me in the emails that was like, that's fucked up. Everybody only cares about big cities. You guys don't care about, I live in a small town right outside of Chicago in Illinois. We're impacted negatively too, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then we just started asking Twitter. And, again, I was kicked off of that page, that X page. But anyway, We would just ask like, yo, we did the whole, damn near all of the 13, we did all the 13 cities. Y'all said we should do the 13 cities. We did it. Do you think we should do more? And every single time, overwhelmingly, everybody was like, hell yeah, keep going. And I would say, yo, y'all, we got to ask y'all for more money to do this. Like, I want y'all to understand that everything has been paid for out of you guys' support. Because I think people get this misconception that, like, I got like $1 billion sitting over. It's like I'm a drug kingpin from the past. You guys have made this movement happen in every significant way, even into the building, our process of buying the building. Every single thing, the flyers, the electric bills, every single thing. And I want to reiterate that because people like, I remember I used to take photos of my food and I would joke around and be like, you wasn't there, because I enjoy eating. I'm going to be more serious about my diet now after the 7-day fast and coaching a lot of y'all. Huge shouts to everybody that's members of the Solutionary 9. I'm going to be even more dialed in because I want Bruce Lee abs. However, I stopped posting pictures of my food because people started saying that, oh, that's where all of the money's going. Mind you, it will be like a steak from Longhorn. Longhorn Steakhouse is not that expensive. You can get a steak for $20, $30 over there. A good meal. It's American business that has, come on, that's why I did it. But I stopped doing it. And this is going into some of the negatives and the hate that you'll get doing actual work that can be watched. You can watch what we did for damn near a decade. So we said, when we started getting those conversations, hold on, y'all. So when we started hearing those conversations, we dialed in more. We were naive enough to think we could go to 13 cities with 25 grand. One, we thought that was a lot of money because we just were so idealistic. And I knew that 25,000 wasn't a lot of money, but we didn't want to ask people for too much. And then the beautiful part outside of the hate, which has kept me going, that's why we have a shirt that says hate survival on one of the joints, right? Over at the site. The reason why we continue is because you guys told us how important this shit was. You guys told us this. Y'all kept telling us, do it again. BlackGunsMatter.shop, y'all can grab the merch. That's the hate survivor. So when every single thing that's a piece of merch, every single thing that's a add-on to Solutionary University itself, all of these things grew out of the fucking lessons and which we're very appreciative for, and the arguments and the fights. We always turn it into something else that can serve again. So this shirt right here, Hate Survivor, came after people lied on me in the Second Amendment community. People lied on me. Some of you don't know that I was falsely accused of rape. You don't know that people use those false accusations from the gun community when I stopped engaging them and didn't do what they wanted me to do. You guys don't know that people tried to insinuate the same thing, knowing that it looked like, oh, maybe this is it. So when I say small levels of hate, medium levels of hate, big levels of hate, we are hate survivors. And I just want to tack that in real quick before we get back to the actual storyline. Anyway, these StreamYard, okay. These little things are all connections. These little things are all subtle things that when people was throwing bricks at us or lessons that we learned, we just made sure that we started building our pyramid with it. Started building our Solutionary Center with it. And even that's been a fight. You know what I mean? So we do Chicago, our first class, we do Baltimore. We got this $25,000 goal. We think it's going to be amazing. We think it's going to be super sweet. We think once we got through it, even though we learned all of these lessons, we ran out of money in Miami and we ran out of money in Boston. Bruce, thank you for that. Bruce says, the classes are great. I took Imminent Threat in the Civics course. I recommend both. No, Maj ain't paying me to say this. Thank you, Bruce. I appreciate you. Guys, everybody that wants access to all of the classes, okay? Everybody that wants access to all of the classes that Bruce is mentioning, Stop the Bleed, Understanding Imminent Threat, Civics, okay? Know Your Rights by Jason Basler, the Free Thought Project, and obviously our firearms basics, right? Every donor at the $100 level gets lifetime access, and I'm going to do it in real time with you all. And again, everybody, you don't have to give at the $100 level. Give at whatever you can at givesendgo.com/solutionary. That thing that's on the screen right now, okay? Give 20, give 30. We're trying to raise, let's say 19,000. I'm going to say that number. It's like 18 something, but we're trying to, over the next 12 hours, we're trying to raise $19,000. If everybody gives, there's 118 of y'all in here right now. If all 118 of y'all give $100 and get lifetime access to all of the classes, we damn near be done. So you don't have to give it the $100 level, but I'm just letting you know, if you are a $100 donor, this is what happens. Let me actually show y'all in real time. I'm going to see if the last donor, it's been so long since somebody donated, but here's one. Okay, cool. This is Crystal Hart, right? I'd get an email. This is the email that I would get from Crystal or any of you that donate right now. And then on the screen where it says these donations right here. Oh, wait. All right, boom, over here. Where it says Modern Tactical right here, gave $100. Your name will be there. And there's also a donor comment, like Party to Second Amendment yesterday said, enough talk, like you said, time to work, right? You guys can put a donor comment in there. In that donor comment, I want you to say, yo, Maj, love the work, or yo, Maj, I got a company named da-da-da-da-da-da, or yo, Maj, I know somebody doing some great community work. Here's their website. I want you guys to put a donor comment there too. Because if you put a donor comment there, everybody that sees this later, it almost creates like a newsletter of all of the people doing really, really good stuff. Okay? So, donate at givesendgo.com/solutionary. Every $100 donor, you're going to get access to all of the classes, lifetime access that Bruce is saying in this comment that's on the screen right now. Chuck is our first super chat. Chuck jumped in and said, thank you as always, Maj, for the discussion and important context. I appreciate you, Chuck. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube, be a super chat. Be a super chat. Let's see, shit, man. If there's 120 people in here, if everybody gives a $20 super chat, whichever way is easiest for you guys to support, please support the work, okay? East Coast Toasty Boy says, I got my gun handling first aid knowledge and including stopping the bleed from the Marines. But I'd like to get the civics classes just to know what public school kept from me. 1,000%. So everybody that donates over $30, just like I have this email from you guys, just like I have this email, when you donate, I'm going to get an email. And it'll be right on my phone. I'm going to send you an email. And that email is going to give you, hey, what's up? Thanks for the donation. If you're a $100 donor, it's going to be an onboarding email coming after that, where you get access to sign up for all of the classes. Meaning, you get access to all of the classes. Every donor over $30, your email will say, yo, what's up? It's Maj. And it'll really be me. Literally in real time. I'm going to do this. Matter of fact, somebody go donate. Somebody go donate so I can do it in real time. Okay? Donate $25, $30. Okay? Givesendgo.com/solutionary. Okay? I'm going to then send an email to you And I'm going to ask you, yo, which class do you want for free? You want civics? Like East Coast Toasty Boy just said? Yeah, I want the civics class. Everybody donate over $30. I'm going to send you access to that class for free. I want you all to understand what your support goes towards in person and now online. You guys are paying for people to take in-person classes. So when I'm out somewhere for 6 hours randomly getting young men off the street and giving them a quick 20-minute firearms class, and I'm doing that for 6 hours and then giving them a t-shirt or something, you guys paid for that. This is the individual, you, choosing to participate in something that benefits our collective while defending an individual human right. Okay? So I think a lot of times people did not know that this is exactly what we were doing. They didn't understand when I said, hey, you donate here, you're keeping our classes going. You're keeping the lights on. You're keeping the flyers. You keep going to Staples in whatever city and paying for 300 flyers. That's because of y'all. Buying a microphone to be able to enter, like, yo, we got to get mics so we can get these little lights to say, yo, we doing this. We've been able to do more, like getting in the Bruin decision because of y'all. I want y'all to understand that for a second. The Bruin decision is hands down, quite arguably, some of the most significant Second Amendment gun legislation in American history. They cited our work and Black Guns Matter in the Bruin decision. Somebody just gave. Rob Trickle. Rob Trickle just gave $100. So in real time, I'm going to show you all this. Now we need 183 more. If we get 100 people, 183 people to match Rob, we are done. That's the goal today. Okay? Rob just gave. Now check this out, Rob. Rob is in the, I'm not going to say his name outright, right? But I think he commented earlier in the chat. Rob is the guy that reposted it with the Give, Send, Go link. This is Rob. It says Rob Trickle, so I'm going to say it's the same person, right? Rob just gave $100. Rob, I want you to do me a favor. In the chat or on whatever, I want you to give me a thumbs up and say, I just got an email from you. When you get it. I'm going to find it now, and I'm going to send it to you in a second. Guys, in the meantime, ask me whatever questions that you have. So, Rob, in the chat, wherever you are, on whatever platform, I want you to give me a thumbs up when you get an email from me. I just sent it. In the chat or somewhere, Rob, I want you to say, yo, I got the email, Maj wasn't bullshit. Because some people think this is bots, and it's not. This is human energy dealing with this. Human energy. I'm gonna make sure you get this, Rob, and then I'm gonna get back to the story. I'm gonna send this email over to the team so they can get you your onboard email. But you got an email from me just now. And when you do, Rob, put it in the chat or quote post it or whatever. Zooted Suit with the $10 super chat. Thank you. Says you're an important voice for our rights, gun rights, or civil rights. Keep pushing. Thank you. Rob Trickle. Thumbs up. Just got the email. We now only need 183 more of you to just do what Rob just did. Rob now has access to all of our classes for the rest of his life. I am openly telling y'all, you know how TikTok, you know how Netflix be like, you ain't the person, or they only let you log in a certain place and then they log you out somewhere else. I'm telling y'all, once you get access to Solutionary University, all of the video classes, I'm telling y'all to share the password like the damn Netflix password. I want you to tell other people about the classes. I want y'all, here's a beautiful idea that I think all of y'all should do. Everybody that gets access to all of the classes or whatever class, right? I want you guys to take a Sunday, like people have fight parties and Super Bowl parties. Every Sunday for a month straight, 2 months straight, you could show the class on the big screen and invite your family or friends down to your living room area, basement, movie theater, whatever your budget is, right? And you should go over the class and you should film it. And as many people as you want, you should let them see the class. You should print out their certificates. And you guys should tag me in the content saying, hey, I was a donor at the $100 level. I got all of these classes for free. And then I taught more people. And we had a Stop the Bleed class party. We had a Know Your Rights party. We had a Civics party. Bring the food. This is how we educate and make that shit cool. So I'm not telling y'all, you only get one ticket for one person. Fuck that. You guys are force multipliers. We are up against a very unconstitutional, biased, overreaching government. And I mean that from the Republicans and the Democrats. This is a uni party. And they doing what they doing. This ain't an attack on them. This is me saying we got to do the work. So I'm creating things that, now mind, here's the beautiful part. To the people in person and online that need a firearms basics class. The reason why these classes have been and are free in person or online for the people that want them is because of people like Rob that just gave $100. I'm going to now earmark 4 more classes for people in person or online for the firearms basics class because of what Rob just did. So Rob got something that I'm telling Rob, yo, share that with your folks. Then his folks learn. Rob just paid it forward for other people. And then when I see a young boy that's like doing stupid shit, and I'm like, come here, man. And then I say, on this day, you come to the Solutionary Center or whatever city I'm in, and every bit of resources that's needed for that, the handouts, getting them cert pistols on a plane, flying there, every single bit of this has been because of you guys' support. I don't think that I've taken the time to rehash on how grateful I am for that support, 1, and 2, just to give everybody a recap on what the fuck you're supporting. How impactful this shit is. I told y'all, we are cited in the Bruin decision. After every single person, thank you, Rob. I just got your DM. Rob just sent me a DM. Hey, my brother, that's more than enough. Okay? Everybody can give it the Give, Send, Go website. That's what we're trying to funnel everybody to today. So thank you, Rob, for that. Rob is our first one today. We only need 103 more people to match Rob. That's all we need. And we're done. And we're done. I think I'm going to switch this off of Rumble probably onto Facebook, the stream. Because the stream, for you guys that are not aware, the stream is going from YouTube, X, and Rumble. Maybe at a different point, I'll switch it over to Facebook, maybe. But I think Rumble weak over there. If anybody's watching from Rumble, comment and let me know. Rumble is interesting and weird. But nonetheless, I need to explain why it's important for Bookworm. If y'all don't know, Bookworm is the administrator. Bookworm said, "Don't touch anything. I ain't fucking with nothing." Here's the thing. You guys will learn more about today and the overall concept of BGM and then the solutionary lifestyle and what you guys have supported, continue to support, and what we're trying to get over today. So anyway, going back to the story. we start to raise the $25,000 because I want to be clear. We didn't raise the money and then start. That's another thing. That's another misnomer that I hear. People think that I got the however much money was just sitting in the account. That's not what we did. We raised the money that we thought we needed for a city and then we went. Hence where we fucked up in Boston and in Miami, year one of doing this, because the money wasn't coming in and we did not have any merch yet. But before I tell those two stories, I'll tell y'all those two stories about how we didn't have no fucking money in Boston and Miami. I've told it before, but I want to tell it to y'all again. Before I go to that, come back. Our very first class was Baltimore, outside of Philadelphia. We doing these classes, we helping people. We used to, remember, we did these classes at Philadelphia Academy, which was across the street at the time from the licensing unit in Philadelphia. Quick story on this. The licensing unit was where you go to fill out your paperwork and get your license to carry in Philly. It was right off of, let's say, between 9th and 10th and Spring Garden. Spring Garden's an avenue in Philadelphia, okay? Oh, lastly, y'all, Rob right now is the highest donor at $100. Somebody should beat Rob at $101. The highest donor after these 12 hours, whoever the highest donor is going to get a BGM care package full of all types of merch and access to the Solutionary 9. The Solutionary 9 is $1,000. That's a whole nother skill set, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But Rob is the high man. So as it stands, not only did Rob get access to all of the classes, but Rob currently is going to get work with me directly over the next 99 days in our Solutionary 9 program. And a big-ass care package of BGM merch. So as it stands, at the $100 level, Rob is the man to beat. Maybe y'all match. Maybe somebody donates $101. Or we do the Price is Right thing. 101, 102, 103, whatever. Okay? So we're doing these classes. We helping people fill their paperwork out. We helping them take their picture. Because you got to have a photo ID picture to take it down to the license to carry unit, okay? And sometimes people was doing their paperwork wrong, and if you get something wrong, the licensing unit, they wouldn't deny you, they just would say it's not right, and the licensing unit wants to discourage you from being a safe and responsible firearms owner. Philadelphia is anti-gun, so as much as they go, you got to get a license, they won't give you the license. I remember when we started doing that, we asked at our own cost to leave handouts of places where people could go get training after they get their license to carry. Because in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania is an open carry state, but in Philly, they say you got to carry concealed. Anyway, we tried to leave like a few hundred spots where we said us and other people across the city, where people that once they get their license to carry, they could go take training, because you don't need to train to get your license to carry. And I'm not mad at that, but I think as an individual, you should train. So we went down there and said, we're going to leave these flyers here. It was us, and it was 3 other companies that did firearms instruction. Ours was free, and the other people there was inexpensive. They told us no. They said, no, you can't leave it here. I was like, no, we're not going to ask y'all to pay for it or nothing. And this is free. These are free. And they was like, you can't leave it here. They're not interested in informing people. They're not interested in you being a safe and responsible driver, safe and responsible shooter. Right? Just what it is. Ken Get Right is in the Solutionary 9. I'm thinking he's talking about this. Ken says, it's life-changing decision, Rob. No bullshit. It was true. It was for me. Truly a lifestyle. I think that's what he's talking about. Or I'll scroll up and see what Rob was talking about. Yeah. I think he's talking about the Solutionary 9. Ken is in the Solutionary 9. Ken, you got your meal plans, macros, workout routine, all of that shit, right? If I'm not mistaken. I'm not paying nobody in the chat to say this, y'all. I promise. We're trying to fundraise. We can't get, you know what I'm saying? I didn't pay the brothers to say this. This is the work that they just getting. This is them saying it. Life-changing decision. No bullshit. It was for me. Truly a lifestyle. But we'll get into that. Oh, Rob just sent me. Rob got the merch already. Rob just sent me a picture in the DM of him with the dangerous freedom over peaceful slavery hoodie. Rob, if I'm lying, call me out. I just got the DM. This is in real time, y'all. This is why this is important. Ken says, I only support people really about what they speak. I don't take Maj for a bullshit artist. I'm not. I may not be the best at a lot of shit. I may not be the best at my short-term memory's trash. You know, I'm not the greatest on the back end. Pause. Right? But what I am is when I get focused on some shit, I'm focused on. I was focused on a 7-day fast and no food, and I'm focused on this today. 12 hours, no food. All right? So you guys that want to join the Solutionary 9, the highest donor for today, it may be a $200 donor. I don't know. Maybe whatever that number is. Rob is the man to beat at $100, right? You're going to get access to that, okay? Along with the other things that I named. Now, going back to, we said, yo, we want to leave these flyers here. They didn't let me leave the flyers there that I paid for. So we doing these classes, we getting everybody's photos, we taking their photos. You come in, you want to get your shit taken, we pay for it because it was, again, we were working in conjunction with a guy. You want to get your photo taken, we help you put together all of your paperwork, we put it in a flyer so them across the street knew that they came from us, don't bullshit them. And we signed up in that first year or so, we signed up like close to 10,000 people to get their license to carry. That's all we did. Firearms basics and help people get their license to carry. A lot of that was out of pocket. And then, because again, we did the tour, but we was like, yo, we could use some of this money for this, right? But all of that was because of y'all. The flyers, after a while, the flyers, the fucking everything. And the reason why we wanted to do it that way, because we wanted to, it's always been, can we ease the financial barrier to entry? If somebody just bought a gun and then they bought ammo, we want them to get trained. You want them to get trained. But if they just spent damn near $1,000, right? Let's say a gun is $600-700, and let's say they got a decent amount of ammo. All right, let's say they all in they spent $700-800. I want them to now not just put that firearm in a safe and let it be a safe queen. I want them to now get some training ammo. I want them to now to go get informed and go to the range. So now if I can get them to take a basics class on the safety, on the handling, on the proper storage, on your attitude, conflict resolution, we can do those things. And now when they go get a higher level of training or go to the range to practice these things, they got a sound fundamentals. And that encourages that person to go get training. As opposed to what usually happens a lot of times, at least before we showed up in our demographic, there would be people that will buy the gun and they think it's just a talisman. Having the gun, like when people be like, don't make me pop the trunk. You left your gun in the trunk? First, that's irresponsible. Most firearms are stolen from trunks, vehicles. And two, this fight is in the location. You think motherfuckers gonna let you get to the trunk? What the fuck is you talking about? And so we knew, like I said earlier in the thread, we knew that there were things that were threads that were so-called problems that we looked at as opportunities to solve this issue. Outside of just cutting down on violent crime, outside of firearms being stolen, outside of young people getting access to firearms and shooting themselves in the face, we knew that we could do these things in a holistic manner and just help. And then when people paid for it, it removed the financial barrier to entry for others. So we said there, and we did them classes, and I'm telling you, it was about, it had, let's say on a safe number, let's say it was 7,500 to 10,000 people. Took their picture, helped them with their paperwork. The folders that we paid for, like that we put the information in, it was bright orange folders. Y'all support paid for it. And then we walked them across the street and boom. After a while, do you know what the licensing unit did? No bullshit. If you're from Philly, you know this is true. That place was on between 9th and 10th and Spring Garden Avenue, Spring Garden Street, whatever. They closed that licensing unit down. They moved it all the way to the east side of Philly in an abandoned, used to be a police department. It was not a police department no more. Over there towards the trucking area. So there's a Coca-Cola distributor over there. It was on the east side. And they changed the hours from like 9 o'clock in the morning to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. What are most responsible adults doing at that time? Going to work, or they're already at work or at school. I'm not saying that like entrepreneurs don't work at different, I'm not dissing nobody. I'm just saying most people that have 9 to 5s, you got to be at work at 9, which means you can't be there at 8. And they closed at 1. This is a city building. They picked up their entire thing, moved somewhere else, and changed the hours. If I'm lying, I'm flying. And we laughed. And we said, this shit is going to work. Because maybe it was something that I'm not aware of. I'm going to be objective and open. Maybe. I'm open to being wrong as we grow from learning. But what it eerily looked like to me was, you motherfuckers is in here giving us work to do and making us do this shit. And how the fuck? Because mind you, it was $25 for the license to carry. We was paying for it. Y'all was paying for it. You don't need all of this truncated bullshit to get shit done. You just say what you're doing. You ask people for help. Appreciate you, Bobby. Bobby been around since our very first fucking classes. Okay? You don't need as much fucking red tape. You just say, yo, y'all, this is what we doing. And then you can just do it. And you say, hey, guys, we need some help. And then people help. So all of this was happening. They lifted the whole building up, figuratively, right? And they moved that joint somewhere else. And they changed the times. And I said, oh, okay, that's what's up. It's not what's up, but, at that point, I knew we had something. So then, not long after that whole time period, is when we was like, yo, it's kind of like similar timeline, right? We were like, yo, wouldn't it be funny if we did a 13-city tour like the first 13 colonies? You mean? Yes, you can. You think I can get my out-of-state PA permit in less than a month? Yes. Especially if you don't, yes. On the out-of-state tip, yeah. It's in the counties, you can get those faster than you can in Philly. Philly's anti-gun, but the rest of Pennsylvania is very pro-gun. So ironic. But yes, you can. So along that same time as we doing the work, we joking, what if we did 13 cities like the first 13 colonies? And we said, all right, and we did it. And we said we're going to do 25 grand again. So beautifully cute of us. We're just going to get in the cars. We're going to rent a truck. We're going to just do it. We don't need much. Right? And in doing that, we did it. Our very first class was in Baltimore. It was at Squeaky's spot. It was in Baltimore. He has a community center down there. And it was spring. And some magazine came, NRA magazine came. And I'm on the cover of that magazine for that work. And I was much skinnier. I wasn't back in the gym yet. And this will all tie in over this. We got time, y'all. We got 11 hours left. Okay. They came and I took the pictures and whatever. And it was so nice out that we said, yo, let's do the class outside. We did the class outside. We bought the chairs, people from the community. And it was the rough part of Baltimore. We always do it in the rough parts of Baltimore. We've done classes in Baltimore multiple times. One of my favorite times we did, matter of fact, Bobby was at this other one that I'm going to mention here. We did one at the Black Wax Museum. Stop the Bleed, all of that. It's amazing. So we've done Baltimore a few times. But anyway, that was our first one. Exactly. Right. Exactly. Just mentioned it. We did that one there. We had a gang of people show up. Bobby, if I'm lying, Bobby don't have no problem calling a motherfucker out. Bobby, was that class impactful to people? Did anybody pay 1 red cent? And did everybody leave with an emergency first aid kit? I'm gonna let Bobby answer that in the chat as I move on. So we had a first Baltimore class, and Squeak had a community center, and we was like, it's so nice outside. Let's bring all of the chairs outside. And people from the community just started walking past, seeing us doing cert pistols. Fred Watkins was there. Bobby said the homie tried to kill me with the tourniquet. Like, guys, if you don't know, you should take a Stop the Bleed class. You got to tie the tourniquet tight as hell. That's what Bobby's referencing. So we had all of the people just from all of the community just wound up, and we was like, yo, you can sit down and learn the class. That was our very first one on the tour. And then so many people was like, yo, y'all just doing this? And we was like, yeah. And we just kept asking people like, yo, what city do y'all think should be next? Right? Appreciate you, East Coast Toasty. Everybody said, what city should be next? And we asked, and people would say, do this. And at the time, Chicago's like crime rate was dumb. It was definitely higher than Philly's was. Here's the crazy part. Before I move on to that, here's the crazy part. In 2016, that whole year, we focused in on Philly. That was the year where we get 7,500 to 10,000 people just getting their license to carry. Right? The violent crime in Philly in that year was the lowest it had been since 1978. Bullshit you not. Go grok it, chat GPT it, whatever. We was not on tour that year yet. All we did was do them classes, teach people about firearms, help them get their license to carry. They moved the whole fucking licensing unit. They changed the hours of the licensing unit, and that's all we did. This is what Bobby just said. I didn't pay Bobby to say this. Bobby said, so many learned so much. At least 5 to 10 trained people on site. I had a sniper, a Green Beret. My man I killed. That's who ran the class in Baltimore. I had beginners, and a lot of them didn't know that he was a sniper. Akil's off doing some fucking secret agent shit right now, in my opinion. But nonetheless, 5 to 10 trained people on site, just spreading knowledge for free 99. A lot of diversity in the room. It was in the middle of black as hell Baltimore. White dudes, Asian dudes, Spanish dudes, just everybody learning for free. And everybody was able to leave with an emergency first aid kit and a tourniquet. Y'all paid for that. Y'all paid for that. And sometimes I gotta go back, because sometimes I don't be trying to stand on old accomplishments. But what happens is new people to the page, they see me fundraising because we trying to get this shit done. And they're like, what the fuck? So sometimes it's good to go back to explain people what we've done and give people an opportunity to say, tell me if you paid $50, 50 cents to get into any of these classes. Call me out. At the Black Wax Museum, we had trained in different stations. You can learn the firearms here. You can learn this here. You can learn to Stop the Bleed here. We did a rotation joint. The Black Wax Museum ain't give us that shit for free. And I'm not saying that they had to. I love generating the resources, supporting a local business, giving the people the information for free, and then putting them on that path. I love this shit. I love it. When we did the first Baltimore class, Squeak tried to tell us we couldn't give him nothing. We snuck and gave him money. We snuck and gave him money because of what we found. We fundraised. And when we did that, he was able to benefit. You know what I mean? Appreciate you, Bobby. Listen to what Bobby said. North Ave, if anyone is familiar. I may even still have my chest pack. I will check into the live later to let you know. Should be in my IFAC. Individual first aid kit for people that don't know what Bobby's saying. Right. Exactly. Next thing. Ask what an IFAC is if you don't know, y'all. Individual first aid kit. Now, this is what we do in the classes. This is what we do in the Solutionary 9 Telegram group. The gun guys, everybody will talk about things. And then the beginners will be like, and I'll be like, hey guys, what's IFAK? It's pronounced IFAC, but I'll say, what's IFAK as if I don't know what it means. And then people then in the group will be like, it's an individual first aid kit. Here's what you want to know about it. Da, 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 da. For those of you that didn't take the Stop the Bleed class, it's almost like having a chat GPT full of humans in a Telegram group chat that you could just ask it shit about anything as it relates to guns, the Second Amendment, civics, freedom, liberty, shooting, and they'll just give you a multiple of answers. And then the humans that will like start adding on to each person's answers. That's what's in our group. Every single fucking first aid kit that those folks got, not only in Baltimore, but every Stop the Bleed class, every class that we've done, everything has been free to all. Every snack, every flyer, every pen, because we tell everybody to keep the pens, the writing pens. Okay? Every single time. Every single time. All because of you. So, Toasty Boy with the next. Toasty Boy is the high man up. Toasty Boy just came through with 125. We now need 182 more $100 donors. Toasty is the man to beat. Toasty is the man to beat. You about to get an email. I'm not going to send you that, what's the name, email, Toasty. The team is just about to send you your onboard access email. So I won't send you the one saying, yo, thank you for your donation. I'm telling you right now. But you're right after this, I just emailed it. You're about to get another email saying, yo, thank you for being a supporter. Here's your access to all of the classes. Let me know when you get that. Put it in the chat, East Coast team, if you come back later or whatever, whichever way you do it. Okay? 125 is the one to beat. Toasty is about to get access to all of the classes and a BGM care bundle package with a gang of merch and the Solutionary 9. That's intense. Okay? All right, boom. Bobby said, yo, maybe me and my daughter will tap in later and do a little live review in the civics class. Gotta go spend family time, join the 9, y'all. Bobby had his daughter take the civics class. They took it together. And if they come back later, that'll be awesome. I appreciate you, Bobby. I'm just telling y'all, sometimes, we get caught up in the politics and we get caught up in all of this other shit. This will be so, emotional and a reminder for me, right? Well, that depends. East Coast says, I'm going to need to put my address to get the merch. Maybe. If not, I got your email. If you're the high man, somebody might beat you. Somebody might prices right you and go 126. They might beat you. I'm sorry, my brother. But yes, if so, we'll have the high man or woman of the evening at midnight. We'll find out who that is and we'll get your address and all that, your shipping address and all of that. Guys, when you have a father and a son sitting down to take a civics class based off of something that started as a firearms class, you have no idea how great that makes an instructor feel. I can speak for me. It's so refreshing because it's like, damn, this actually happened. And that's what I meant by talking about the threads that come out of the threads. Okay, I'm going to refresh this real quick. Let's scroll down. Boom. Here we got East Coast Toasty Boy at 125. Rob at 100. East Coast is the man to beat at 125. $126. You get all of the stuff and access to the Solutionary 9. And I'm not joking. The Solutionary 9 is $1,000. I'm working with you individually, directly, for 3 months, for 99 days, on a multitude of things. We'll talk about that in a second. But anyway, let's go back to the Baltimore class. We do the Baltimore class. We start saying, what city should we go to next? In this string of cities, we did Compton, we did Chicago, we did Atlanta, we did a bunch of joints in Jersey. East Coast just said he got the link. If I'm lying, I'm flying, y'all. That means East Coast has access to all of the classes. Even if somebody beats East Coast at $126, he's still going to keep those classes. Okay? I want to be clear about that. We're fighting for the Solutionary 9, and we're trying to obviously get the biggest donors that we can get, the biggest donations so we can be done, right? Because we now need $182 $100, right, donors. But every donor over $100, whether you get the full Solutionary 9, win that in the care package or not, you still get access to all of those classes lifetime. I want to be very clear about that. All right? Now, we said we got all of these cities. We want to do Miami. We want to do Chicago. We want to do Detroit. We want to do Compton. And I think we might have did a closer city. We might have did something like a New York or I can't remember exactly, before we wound up going to Compton and then Chicago. But then I had somebody in mind when we did the first Baltimore class. This guy was going to be my gun guy for every city because I didn't want to be the gun guy. Y'all have heard me say this a bunch of times. I'm not a gun guy. I'm not a gun guy. Hickok 45 and the guys in the Solutionary 9 are gun guys. I ain't never built an AR. I don't build, I buy. I'm sorry. If that blows your romantic view of mine as the gun guy, absolutely not. Daniel Defense does a better job of making an AR than I will as a build. Now, it's a part of the experience, and I get all of that. I'm not doing that shit. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to go down to HTX Tactical. I'm going to send that gun down to HTX Tactical. They're going to put that joint together. They're going to put some paint on it and Gucci me out and send it back to me. I'm a freedom guy. But I know so many legit gun guys, and I say that because there's a level of intelligence and study. That's like saying you a basketball historian and you don't even know that basketballs originally had fucking laces on them. You don't even know that the game started in Canada. Stop saying you're a basketball historian disrespecting real historians. All right? My point in saying that is, my whole argument there was, we're going to make sure that we're doing this freedom thing. So I would ask the gun guys. I would ask these people. I would ask everybody. And then I would put this gun guy, I would say, I want you to be my gun guy, my instructor for every city that we go to. We're going to take care of everything for you. Can you do it? And it'll be good promo. You be the person in front of the screen when we doing the interviews. I'll just be like kind of the face on social media, but bum, bum, bum. He told me, I won't say who he is. He said no. So for some of y'all that want to know, how does a guy that says he's not the gun guy become the face of the Second Amendment in urban America? How the fuck did that happen, Maj? It happened because the person that I wanted to put in that position didn't do it. Do you know why he didn't do it? It's going to fuck y'all up. It's going to fuck y'all up. Guys, make sure y'all subscribing to the channel too. I need everybody to be subscribed to youtube.com/Maj2Red. Do y'all know why he didn't do it? He didn't do it because he said he didn't want to carry a gun or go to anti-gun cities. He thought it was a bad move for me to go to anti-gun cities, and he didn't want to carry so-called unlawful. Now, do I understand his logic? Yes, I do. In hindsight, do I respect that move? A certain amount. Overall, do I? No. In hindsight, I have the benefit of hindsight. I had the benefit of foresight, and I was proven right over what our work has done and what he's currently doing now, which is nothing. So in hindsight, I was correct. He told me he didn't want to do it. Sidebar real quick, y'all. Everybody watching chat, you don't have to be a $100 donor. Come on, y'all. I've been on for an hour and 20 minutes now. We've had two amazing donors in Rob and East Coast. But listen, y'all, it's 170 something of y'all. I'm going to be talking for the next 11 hours. This is a fucking filibuster. I'm going to be drained out of energy and all that other type of shit. The best thing that I can ask y'all to do is two things. One, if you're watching on X, do a quote post of this. One person has done a quote post on X. It's been Rob, and Rob has given $100. Do a quote post. Yo, tap in, y'all. Go ask Maj any questions. Do that, one. Then two, everybody donate $10. Everybody donate $10. It ain't got to be $100. 10, 20 bucks. Do a super chat, whatever. We need all hands on deck. I'm going to be talking for the next 11 hours. Help out. Every donor of $100, you're going to get access to all of the classes online. You take them at your leisure forever. And I'm going to tell y'all to bootleg them bitches to share with your family, right? And on top of that, every donor that's the highest donor of the day is going to get about $1,300 worth of value by the BGM merch bundle, which is a bunch of gear, and all of the classes, and the Solutionary 9 private community. That's working with me directly, not a fucking bot. Me directly for the next 99 days to make you smarter, stronger, and a better shooter. So guys, don't feel like you got to give $100. We need 182 left. Absolutely, give it the $100 level. But let's not shit on a $10, $20, $30 super chat, a $10, $20 donation to Give, Send, Go. All right? Anyway, he said he didn't want to do it. He said he didn't want to do it because his thought process was, in hindsight, it was kind of bitch made. If I'm keeping it a buck with y'all, it was bitch made. It was, I don't want to go to Chicago. It's violent. I don't want to go to Compton. Even flying into California with a firearm. I've flown into California with firearms, Glocks, a bunch of times. Okay? Allegedly. My point is, he had bitch-ass reasons. I respect his decision. I don't respect the logic. And it kind of put me in a weird position because I'm like, I know this shit, but I don't want to be the person that got to do everything. It's like now, I don't want to be, up until that point, a lot of this was coming out of my own pocket. Okay? Again, this is before we had the link. A lot of this was before we had the link. A lot of this was before we had merch. And so it threw a bit of a monkey wrench in my plan. And then I started going, okay, what are we going to do? You guys are solutionaries now. You in our game. And it's for the life. In doing that, the first thing that we did was go, how can we make lemonade out of this shit? We started going, yo, we're going to find an instructor, an attorney, insert whatever other thing, a gun range. In every city that we go to, we still going to do the classes for free. And we're going to leave all of the people with the new instructors and the ranges so they could build once we leave. We're going to generate the energy. We're going to generate the attention. We're going to get some media. We're going to get those lawyers, those attorneys, those instructors, and we're going to put them all in one spot. Earlier in this, Bobby said there were 5 trained individuals at that fucking class training people for free in Baltimore. So that's what we said we're going to do. Not only does it help us, because everyone doesn't have to wait for me to come to their town or wait for me to come back, it creates an ecosystem. Now those people that come learn for free and get the basics, they get a relationship with whatever that trainer is. Now they feel more comfortable. The trainer feels more comfortable taking them to the firing range if it isn't done at a firing range, because some of them wasn't done in ranges, right? Then those ranges get the business. If some of those ranges was like, we'll give you a deal. We can't close our whole situation for the day, but we'll give you something off if you need this amount of days, and you can use our classroom space. And we paid them because y'all donated to us. And then they was like, all right, cool. So they got the business. And then when those students, a lot of them was like, I didn't even know this fucking range was here. So they met a new instructor, they met a new range, they got a new lawyer, they got access to new information, all because of cooperative economics and voluntary donations that y'all did. So we said, all right, cool. And the first city that we did this in was Chicago, where we met Rhonda Ezell. And we refined this over the time period. But before I go to our sister Rhonda Ezell, I want to say this, and I want to show y'all something. When this happened, we took what we learned in Chicago. We made our first across the country class. And that across the country class was in Compton. This is a video of that class. And I want to share this video with y'all real quick. It's about 12 minutes. We ain't in no rush. So I'm going to share this video with y'all real quick. And I want y'all to understand every single cent, every single piece of this video that y'all going to see was paid for by your voluntary donations. Now, because we were doing this work in Baltimore and then Chicago and then obviously in Philly, and we were getting media traction, okay? This is why this company, they were called Barcroft Media. They were from the UK. They said, we want to come out to your Compton class, your LA class, and we want to film you doing this work. This is where you start doing things. You don't need permission. You need support, you need resources, you need some drive, and you need fucking consistency. So this video that was shot very professionally, that we could showcase what our work happened by. This was about 9 years ago. This video that damn near becomes a demo for what our work is fundamentally about. This video happened only because we were doing the work. And because we were doing the work is why this company showed up and we have this. And I want to play this for y'all today. And I'm going to take a quick break while I play this for y'all. I'll be back in maybe 2 minutes. But I want y'all to play this. Any questions that y'all got, put it in chat. And now is the perfect time while this is playing in the background, because I'm going to go back to the story after this. We're going to do Chicago after this Compton thing. I want to play this movie for y'all, this little documentary. But I want y'all to do your donations, $10, $20, $30, whatever. If you ain't the person that's trying to be the top dog for today, that's fine. It all adds up. Your super chats, do that while this is playing. All right? I'm going to take a step out for a quick second, breathe, grab some water and things like that. But check this out, y'all. Questions and all of that, put it in the chat and all of that. And make sure y'all reposting. All right? Check this out, y'all. This is called Black Guns Matter, Rise of the Radicals. People in our hood is getting murdered regularly by corrupt portions of law enforcement.
The history of gun control is a history of racism.
I'm not in the business of trying to convince somebody that my life matters. My black gun will make you very well aware that my life matters. This right here is why you're getting your head blown off.
Rapper and civil rights campaigner Maj Toure has made it his mission to bring firearm knowledge to America's inner cities. He believes that years of prejudice have convinced urban black communities to associate gun ownership with crime rather than a legal and rightful way to defend yourself.
The problem is the lack of information and education about firearms and safety. In urban communities, there's a deliberate attempt to keep that information away from those highly populated areas because it's not about gun control, it's about people control. And that's the problem.
Maj is touring the US teaching people in urban communities about their Second Amendment rights. He argues that more legal gun ownership and knowledge about firearms will make communities safer and has called his campaign Black Guns Matter.
Black Guns Matter, we're a firearms safety training and education organization. Officially, we started about a year ago. Unofficially, we started way before that. We go to areas where there's high urban areas, high crime areas. We inform people in those areas about their Second Amendment right, firearm safety, and just train them in the proper use, storage, and handling of firearms.
For the next 2 days, Marge is in Compton, an area known for its high crime rate. In 2016 alone, the homicide rate tripled. In addition to spreading the word about his campaign, he'll be meeting with local groups and running a firearms safety and training event for local residents.
I think I see Black Guns Matter progressing because more and more people from an urban demographic are getting more educated and informed, and they're being more safe. I believe that that will cut down on homicides, fatalities, accidental deaths.
How does it relate to your own background?
I've been the same person from that urban environment. I've been the same person that was told, you know, oh, guns are bad, firearms are bad. They have to be the bad guy or you're, you know, law enforcement. And that's just a lie. It's just not true.
So what about people who say, essentially, that more guns means more death?
Our argument isn't there should be more or less firearms. Our argument is education and training about the firearms that are here because the people are missing the information. Here you go, sister. Let me give you one of these. Firearms training tomorrow. That's the address right there. Totally free event.
But I don't have a gun.
You don't have to have a gun, just get the information. And if you choose to get a gun later, you cool, Mr. It's important to do this kind of outreach because if you don't inform the people and reach out to them, they gotta touch you. They gotta see you real. If you're not and they can't touch you, it's not real to them.
So are you saying that having more legal guns in neighborhoods will make them safer?
My viewpoint is people should be more educated about firearms. That doesn't necessarily mean that they have to purchase one. That doesn't mean that they have to agree with me. That doesn't mean that they have to have one. Over 18 to 21?
What was your first experience with guns?
I was about 15, and it was just a gun in the house. But I mean, I remember putting that gun on my hip, walking around thinking I was, you know, Clint Eastwood. I'm the Terminator. Fortunately, nobody got hurt, but I remember that feeling. There was a good feeling, a certain level of confidence, knowing that you had a certain tool, but what I didn't have that I have now was respect for that tool. So I remember that foolishness very vividly.
Black empowerment and freedom to carry. Black people can carry guns too, just like all races too. As long as you got your permit, you're a card-carrying member, got you, man.
That's
I'll
right.
keep the flyer.
No
I'll
doubt.
be there.
If you're free tomorrow,
Respect
I'll
y'all.
see you then. Absolutely.
All right, then.
All right.
Huey.
No doubt.
All right.
Marge has been invited by the University of Southern California to talk to students and the public about his beliefs.
I'll give him my opinion about guns.
It has nothing to do with
If a bullet is flying, it doesn't pick and choose if you're in the way.
the person picked and choose.
So
I see what you're saying.
why do you need so many bullets?
Because I want
you
to.
know?
If somebody come in here right now and nobody in here is strapped, and they just want to decide to start picking us off, Dylan Roof style, what you gonna do? Pray?
No, my angels are gonna protect me because I'm on a whole nother vibration.
You gonna get shot.
So-
Me neither. I'm not gonna get shot
And so,
neither. See?
Where do you draw the line at gun ownership in terms of what weapons you should be able to own?
I think that the Second Amendment says, shall not be infringed. I think that when you're a responsible adult, able to go to war for the same country that says you can't defend yourself with those same type of firearms, I think that's a huge contradiction. And I think that's an infringement.
What's the whole point of going through being licensed to carry a gun?
I'm saying that
you go and purchase bullets.
No, there is no point. They're using your thought process of safety to create mandates to make sure that you and us can't defend ourselves. Because
What are you defending yourself from?
tyranny, violence,
What
criminals. What do you mean? What
I'm saying I haven't had a gun and I haven't had to
And that's great.
defend myself. You
That's
know what I'm
good.
saying? So it's like
That's great.
So what I'm saying is, you feel like you have to go and get a gun. Anybody being able to go in there.
What is your
and
purpose for
bullets.
coming to this meeting?
You want me to leave?
No.
Oh, okay.
I respect.
I
So
can give my
what? So
opinion.
I'm asking.
Is there a problem?
Yeah.
Why?
You're wrong.
No, I'm not.
You are. A strong component of our organization is conflict resolution and de-escalation tactics. I think a lot of times what's left out in that of the firearm conversation is that it doesn't have to go straight to a firearm. There's a way to de-escalate situations.
Let's go.
You have to leave
Yes,
because
he
she
does.
told you to.
I'll see you soon, good brother.
Learn how to talk to
There is
people.
no benefit to arguing. There is no
So who are we meeting here today?
Oh, today we're meeting Mr. Evans. He runs the Evans Security and Training organization. He's been here since, I think, 1986. He was one of the only firearm ranges and gun stores in Compton. There's so few gun shops in Compton for the same reason that there's so little gun education in Compton. People have a misconception that because we're from an urban environment that somehow that means if firearms are around, we're gonna just be killing each other. That happens when ignorance is around in any community, you know, that isn't taught respect for a tool.
How do you think people in this area view guns?
Because the crime rate is so high and because we do have a lot of shootings, it depends on the kind of people you're talking about. Black people traditionally view guns as a bad thing. A lot of them don't have guns in their homes. A lot of them don't go to the range to shoot guns.
So what do you think about Marge's movement?
I think it's a good effort. Hopefully it'll calm some of these people's fears if they realize that they do have a right to protect themselves and that there are some things that they can legally do to protect themselves. I retired from law enforcement in 2004. I've had 2 occasions where I had to use deadly force as a regular citizen. I believe in the Second Amendment. I believe in everybody having a gun. If you don't have one to carry on your person, you should at least have one in your house.
Are you endorsed by the NRA?
Everyone asks me that. Everyone asks, am I endorsed by the NRA? No, adamantly no. They respect what we are doing as an organization because they're not traditionally in an urban demographic. So I have not received one single penny from the NRA. First and foremost, again, I want to thank everybody for coming out. In the case, because there's laws being created over time, designed specifically to de-arm you, how long we've been ignoring that, especially in the hood. Because for a very long time it's been, oh, that ain't for us. Them NRA people is white crazy people.
The stereotype that the NRA and the gun rights movement is just a bunch of old white guys, old racist rednecks who don't want you, around, don't want you part of the culture. You have been lied to. Nothing could be further from the truth. Not only do we, as NRA members, want you all, we're begging you to come in because without communities like this, because the reality is most of the anti-gun politicians come from communities like this, come from urban areas, right? The history of gun control is a history of racism. I'm happy to answer questions, but don't say anything that might incriminate yourself like that. I got a machine gun,
Let's just deal with the gorilla in the room. People in our hood is getting murdered regularly by corrupt portions of law enforcement. That's just what it is. Part of the reason why that's happening is because they don't, I'm not doing this. This right here is why you getting your head blown off. You understand? I don't submit to that philosophy. Tyranny's tyranny. Just like the Second Amendment don't have a color, tyranny don't have a color or a job description. You understand? When that happens, then you'll start to seeing some of the changes that we be marching about. If you didn't prepare, you are unorganized truth fighting an organized lie. Write that shit down. So you'll lose.
I think people coming out here actually telling you like your actual rights and being able to actually possess a gun legally instead of illegally, I think those are the right steps that this community needs.
When they elected Donald Trump to the White House, I figure we gonna have 4 years of hell. I'm a 69-year-old woman. I lived through sitting on the back of the bus. I'm not doing that no more. I done lived through that. I'm not getting the back of no goddamn bus.
We're under attack in a political sense. We're under attack by both of the political parties, but in particular, Trump's rhetoric has been encouraging violence. And so I think it's just that much more important for us to be informed about guns. Maybe some of us buy them, but at least we know how to use them so that we can defend ourselves against people who are literally murdering us.
So how do you personally feel about firearms?
I, have operated a firearm. I wouldn't say I'm an expert at it, but anybody can learn how to use a 9mm. Anybody can learn how to clean a gun. Anybody can learn about the Second Amendment rights.
So how did the event go?
The event went well in Compton. It was a packed house. A lot of people got informed. It was real passionate. Some people were really upset. Most people were really happy. But everybody got some information, so I'm cheesing. I love when the people from the hood come out and learn. That's the indicator of success for the event for me. I've given myself to this, I've committed to an ideal. So until it's solved, I don't really believe in no, So it's gonna go as far until either the people don't want it or the need for it to exist isn't there anymore.
All right, y'all. So that was a pretty good joint. I can't lie. That was a pretty good joint. Now, that's my man. My man. Oh, that's funny. Hold on, y'all. my guy, Oskino up on this joint. Let me pause this. All right, so I want to hear questions about this, guys. What's your questions on this? What's your perspective? Now, I'm gonna go through some of the questions right now, because I knew. First, I'm gonna scroll up a bit. Straight out of Compton. Did my accent change over time? No, I was just trying to be very professional in that, because that was one of my earlier. These guys were from the UK, right? I know what y'all was going to say. Yeah, she was mad. So let's talk about that lady real quick. She came there with her husband, and there's a lot of the content that y'all didn't see about that lady in that event, in that joint, right? She was obviously anti-gun. Her husband was already hip to our work, and the husband was like, "Just come out to this." And those students just was like, "We don't need much of your time. We just want you to come talk to just a small group of people." And regardless of what people may know, I love when there's a small group. When there's a small group, people get more comfortable. People ask better questions. Not better like they're stupid questions, but they don't self-censor as much when there's, I've done classes that have had 500 people, right? And so that school, which is left-leaning, asked me to come, and I was like, all right, cool. And so the wife came because the husband was hip to the work and was like, maybe he can explain it to her better. She actually got very, very upset. And I started to pick at her a little bit because I knew that she came there at a point to kind of nitpick. And at that time, I will be honest, I was not as good as redirecting and giving people grace, right? I'm much better at it now because I've gotten a lot better at, I've done a lot more hostile media. And I've got a better understanding of the propaganda that makes most people think that guns are bad. And she was one of those people. This woman, when she said, if somebody come in here shooting people, what you going to do? And she was like, I'm going to get behind you. You notice she didn't say she's going to get behind her husband. She didn't get behind her husband. It's just what it is. Oh, we're going to get into that. Let me address this real quick. This statement here. I'm late, but I'm here. We don't have a right to bear arms. The Second Amendment are just words on a paper that have no power in this country. It's all permission to have guns in very limited areas. I understand what you're saying, but I somewhat disagree with you. And in a little bit, I'm going to open up the call lines that anyone can come and give me their perspective in a little bit. But you have to go on video. If you just want to stay in the chat, that's fine. But if you want to be on video to defend these perspectives like this, I'm going to open up the chat in a little bit, maybe about 5 or 10 minutes. All right. So just I agree with you and understand where you're going, but I somewhat disagree. So back to this lady, right? This lady was like very mean in time. And this is what I want you, something that is a quick tool for you guys to take. One of the tools that you guys will get from today's stream. You have to respect. My nana used to say, respect the devil. Because the devil's ancient. You might be smart and wise, but the devil is ancient. So most of the things that you think that you've mastered, the devil's already done and seen before. So there's a certain level of respect that needs to go along with. Anonymous with a $25 joint. Appreciate you, Anonymous. I know your name starts with a C, Anonymous. However, you said Anonymous, so I'm not going to call your name out. Anonymous, thank you. $25 donor. Let's put it up on the screen real quick, and then we can get back to the story. Let me find you up here real quick, Anonymous. Anonymous, you about to get an email? Oh, we had one before that, too. Sir Johnny B at a hundo. Johnny B's been supported for however long. Johnny B's already in our joint, so I even know who that is. Anonymous gave at $25. So we now need, let's do the math, y'all. We've had 1, 2, 3 $100 donors. And so I'm going to say we was at 194. So we now 184, 181, 181 to go. I'm not going to count. I'm not saying I'm not going to count them, but that $25 and the other $25, I'm gonna count that and say we still need 191. I'll do the math a little bit later. But 191 more $100 donations. The high man to beat is East Coast Toasty Boy at 125. And we just had Anonymous pitching at $25. Anonymous, you're about to get an email asking what class do you want for free. So, let me send that now. Boom. If you're still in the chat, Anonymous, at the $25 level, put a chat up unless you just want to stay anonymous. That's fine too. When you get that email from the team saying, hey, which class do you want? Give us a thumbs up or something like that if you want to identify yourself, your social media. If not, I understand. So, guys, 181 more to go. All right? Let me know when that happens. Boom. So that's that. Now, let's go back to this lady. Okay? There is a level of skill that you learn over time in doing this. I apply this to the people that I train on their fitness, the people that I help with their addictions, the people, and I don't mean like just drug addictions. I mean, we've had a solutionary he's been, I won't say his name here. If he taps in, he can identify himself if he wants to, but he has been public about this. We've helped people beat porn addictions, alcohol addictions. And so I give more grace to the solutionaries that I'm firm for sure, but I understand what that demon is. I understand the devil that the media is, the most effective devil in America. So over time, in hindsight, I would have handled that lady much differently because she said something that I could have built on. She said, when something happens, if somebody comes in here and they start shooting, I'm going to hide behind you. I should have built on that. Instead of being right, and this is a lesson that you guys have to have as you are Second Amendment activists and advocates. She's currently identifying when she makes that statement, she's saying a firearm can protect me. That's what she's actually saying. She's also identifying that she just doesn't know much about firearms and she's scared of them because she's focusing on the death component more so than the life-saving component. These are more of those threads that I talk about. When you have conversations as a Second Amendment activist and advocate, you start to see these threads. You start to see somebody that says, well, maybe only cops should have them. And then you know how to work that angle. When they say, well, maybe only the cops should have them. Maybe only the cops should have it. And I go, yo, you trust the government more than me. Maybe I could get there, but I'm not there now. And then everybody, when you say that to them, they go, I don't trust the government. I don't trust the police. And I go, well, you kind of do if you think that they the only ones that should have the guns, especially when I know that a lot of those law enforcement officers, me and my guys or people that I've trained, now train more than those law enforcement officers and know more about firearms handling and manipulation and da-da-da-da. And then they go, damn, I ain't never think about it like that. We do not have to be adversarial. When you respect the devil that the media is and the propaganda campaign that they have put on people's minds, you understand that the shit works. So of course that person currently, without no new information, feels like guns are bad. It's the same as I didn't lose one friend during the 2020 through 2022 mask shit. My friends that were wearing masks and took the jab, I didn't lose no friends. Currently, some of my friends are super in support of the war in Iran because they're Jewish. And their family or their friends or their homies is over there. And there are certain sects of the Islamic regime or militants that are like, fuck these Jews, or that type of vibe, right? And I'm saying that as a repeat of what they say, not because somebody will clip this up and say Maj is anti-Semitic. My point in saying that is, I'm not going to lose a friendship with somebody that I understand their perspective from that angle. I just don't agree with it. And I'm going to find the other 9 or 10 areas that we do agree with. And that was a missed opportunity in that interview right there. But I wasn't as skilled and seasoned as I am now in relating to people. I wasn't. Bookworm says she doesn't trust her husband to protect her. Somewhat. But if she doesn't listen to her husband in the first place and he's been trying to protect her, how would she? How would she? I failed there. That's one of my earlier, longer videos that I honestly feel like I failed. That was a beautiful opportunity. Now, as y'all saw, the fucking class was packed. Let me go on that for a quick second. How many people in the chat? Give me some energy in the chat. Everybody, make sure y'all smashing the like button too. Every so often, everybody just hit the like button. Let's boost the signal to everybody. Okay? There's 245 of y'all watching right now. We need 181 $100 donors, and that's the goal for today. All right? 181 more donors at the $100 level. GiveSendGo.com/solutionary, and we're getting a lot of work done. And this 12-hour stream, now 11 going on 10 more hours left, we're trying to get this done within that time, right? So please, guys, hit the like button, smash that like button, share this all over the place. If you're watching on X, hit the repost button. A lot of you are watching on X. A lot of you should 1,000% just quote post this. I should right now in the comment section see a bunch of people just hitting the repost button. Repost the stream, y'all. That don't cost you nothing. We need 181 more donors. Now, going back to this lady. This was one of the times where I feel like in hindsight I failed. Right? And in the chat, I want y'all to tell me how many people were in that class. The class in Compton at Evans Security and Training. I want y'all to tell me how many people y'all think were in that class. Just type a number. Y'all saw the video. How many people were in that class, y'all think? I want to hear from y'all, and I want everybody smacking that like button. Smack, smack, smack that like button. I want everybody to be reposted. 100%. 100%. I want to hear from all of y'all. Everybody. This is very important, guys. Also, guys, make sure you are subscribed to the X page at Maj Toure, and follow me on Instagram as well, Big Daddy Toure. I'm going to keep bringing these things up as the show progresses, but I also want to make sure that you guys are supporting the work. We need 181 more $100 donors. We already 3 down. Only 181 of y'all to push in. This gets us over the top. I'm so tired of fundraising. I want to make sure that we get more and more and more and more of the work done. Okay? Bookworm said 100. 100 people. Bookworm says, I wish we could find her now to do an update. Damn, that would be dope. That would be so dope. That would be dope. I guarantee you. I would also like to see some of the people, the old lady that was like, we about to have 4 years of Trump. He about to give us hell. If you was in the stream earlier, I told y'all the origins of BGM. The origins of BGM was Trump was running for his first term. And all of the media switched. And they went from loving Trump. Y'all know Trump was a Democrat his whole life. Then when he ran as a Republican. He ran as a Republican, and he seemed to, at that time, get in the way of the agenda. Now, I have different feelings about Trump. But anyway, those people were like, yeah, and the whole media thing, the whole media apparatus was, he gonna put y'all in chains. Biden said it when Biden ran. They're gonna put y'all back in chains. And I was like, man, if you don't get the fuck out of here. But we turned into a joke. Because people was really taking that shit serious. We turned into a joke for us. We pulled at that thread and turned it into something beautiful. And a lot of those people's sentiment in that video, I would love to hear from them now. Do they feel the same? Were they happy under the Biden administration? Biden, Harris. I would love to have that conversation. But that was the general sentiment and theme of what was going on at that time. And I didn't argue against those people. I didn't kick them out of the event because they didn't like Trump or they didn't whatever. We did none of that shit. I honestly think one of the bigger mistakes that I made was addressing politics at all. I mean, it's a part of our life. I should have focused mostly on civics. That's why the civics and liberty class came out of it. That's why. Hey, Bookworm, huge. Somebody let me know, probably Bookworm. Let me know what's the stream limit on YouTube. We going for 12 hours. We close to 2 hours in. We got 10 more hours left. But I want to have a backup just in case we get zucked or some shit like that. So Bookworm, hook it up if you can. Saying that to say, y'all, this was the general theme of what was happening. And just like a lot of those people showed up to that class, Bookworm said it was 100. It wasn't 100. It was like 300 people. It's like 300 people. It was like the first class that we did in Philly, but it was just in Compton. You know what I mean? And I was absolutely baffled. But so many of them people came and learned. And that was when I first learned that there were so many people. Mr. Evans had been at that gun range for like 20 something years or whatever. I think he said it in the video. The vast majority of those people, at that time, that range was on El Segundo Boulevard in Compton. Over 70% of the people that was at that class said they had never even known that that gun range was there. They said, we didn't even know this was here. 70% of them people. That lawyer, and there's some argument about the NRA. Again, I was new to the game at that time. And if that lawyer that came to be a consultant to all of those 300 students was giving of his time, I wasn't going to correct him in real life. I also want the students to get in the game and then find their own way. If they ask, this is how I approach it now. If somebody comes in and they go buy the cheapest gun that they could find because they like whatever, and they show up at class with a high point, I'm not making fun of that damn high point. If somebody got involved in the Second Amendment because they thought Republicans were the racist ones, or they think that the gun community is racist, like the guy was saying, I'm not going to try to convince them anything. I'm going to bring them in the room. It's going to be all of my classes, no matter what, unless it's a super black or super white city. My classes in Seattle and my classes in Portland and my classes in like just overwhelmingly fucking white, right? And I mean that like the town is white. You ain't gonna see diversity there. But when it's in like Baltimore or Philly, New York, them shits be diverse. Saying that to say, you got a room full of diverse people and beginners. I'm gonna let them come in and learn. And then when they see, we did a class in some part of Virginia. And a lot of times the gun dudes that are familiar with my work, they just want to come to meet me, right? And they gun dudes, they don't need the class. They know they shit. They definitely don't need beginner class. They'll show, and then I'll have them work with the beginners. And then what happens is, in the Virginia class, we went out to a mall. We worked together. We did the basics of the class. We worked together. We went out to a mall, and we did outreach and gave out flyers for people to come learn firearms basics from the instructor that chose to help out with this class for free. This was black, white, everything in between. So when that beginner comes in and the media that I know has a mind fuck on the general public, when I know that, and I don't make them disagree, and then they see that white dude that looks like the so-called redneck helping them, they go, oh shit. When those white people that are beginners see the black Green Beret sniper, decorated, Medal of Honor, war decorated dude, black dude that looks like a football player, looks like a mean, scary black dude, come and be the nicest person and teach them how to stop the bleed, it kills the false narrative. But that has to be done with action. And again, none of these realignments of perception on either so-called side, and I say black and white just because they opposite ends of the so-called color spectrum. When we break that barrier down, we get way more accomplished. And that's what you all have supported. I'm going to keep saying this for the next 10 fucking hours. None of this psychological reimagining, none of this realigning of perception, none of this, that video that y'all just watched, that video does not happen without us doing the work, without y'all supporting the work. It doesn't happen because we don't get small media hits here, and there for a United Kingdom company to say, yo, we in town. We want to do something for your Cali class. And then we get this amazing video. None of that happens if you don't build on. We take them bricks and we build the fucking pyramid. And we can't even use the straw. Y'all are the straw and the mud and the clay that turns into bricks with your resources. Every single part of it. Every single part of it. So going back to that lady, that's one of my epic fails. Because I didn't know how to handle that properly. Because my thought was the same as a lot of y'all thought was, which was, why the fuck is she even coming here? Why the fuck are you even here, bro? Did you show up to just be mean? But we got to stop looking at things like that as negatives. These are opportunities, y'all. These are 1,000% opportunities. And you got to treat them as such. You got to treat them as such. Don't think that, this person, because they're there and they have a current viewpoint, do not be rude to them. Because if you are rude to them, you lose an opportunity, but you don't really believe a very, very basic concept. That if you understand how powerful the fucking media is, and you know it. The media told people, let's fast forward a bit. And I'm not judging anybody for your personal decisions with your body. Okay? If you felt it was best for you to take the jab, and you talked with your doctor, and if you thought that, I'm not judging you. Hindsight, you're wrong, based on the new data that's coming out. Hindsight, you're wrong. However, media convinced people that the government was operating in conjunction with the pharmaceutical industry, and they were really, really, really trying to hook you up. They really packaged it that way. Media that's the same media. And that's why we have that shirt there. This is the same media that convinced that woman that guns are bad. She came there mad at me, and I was nice to her initially. And I should have continued being respectful and nice to her. And I kind of stepped out of the square. Don't fall for that, y'all. The solutionary lifestyle and Black Guns Matter. And when you guys start, everybody should be in the Solutionary 9. Again, the top donor today will have lifetime access to all of the classes, and you will get access to the Solutionary 9. Okay? That costs $1,000. And I'm working with you directly for 3 months straight to get you in shape, to get you smarter, and be a better shooter. I am going to transform you. There's people in the chat right now that just started the Solutionary 9 not long ago, and their whole outlook has changed. If I'm lying, anybody that's in the chat for taking the Solutionary 9, if I'm lying, call me out in the chat. Call me out. My point is, the highest donor will get that. My point is, when you guys start to evolve, this is what the Solutionary 9 is and the Solutionary Lifestyle is. This is 10 years of my life and the things that I've learned into a practical formula. Yeah, it starts with the classes, firearms basics, civics, then understanding imminent threat, and stop the bleed and knowing your rights, 100%. Every donor at $100 gets access to that, for sure. But it started with just talking about guns, and it will evolve. And then I got better at public speaking, and I was already a good communicator. And then I got better at dealing with what is hostile media. What does that actually mean? Then I got better at what is a phantom attribute. How do I deal with people? And even if they continue their path, even if they want to still be mad at me, how can I convince the people watching us that I'm not a jerk? I came off like a bit of a jerk in that scenario with that young lady in that previous video. I kind of went at the husband's neck a little bit when I said, you got to leave because she's telling you to. I would have handled that so much differently now. I'm telling you all this because the solutionary lifestyle, this shit ain't just about the guns. These are the things that are the lessons. My job is to condense them to give you better, sharper viewpoints and vantage points and how you can engage when you're talking to somebody, when you're talking about freedom, when you're talking about liberty, when you're talking about limited government, when you're talking about the Second Amendment, insert whatever. It's 10 years of what I've learned in classes, modules, trainings, and direct engagement. Okay? Let's talk to some of these. What's up, D? Delectable Dysentery just says, about 15 minutes behind, just got that class access. Thank you for all your work, Maj. Appreciate you, Dysentery. Ken's in the Solutionary 9. Ken says, raised the youngest of 4 by a single mother. Super circles were the only thing acceptable. Built a rifle a few years back. Just explained to my family there are people raised to exercise this right. D, what's up? Ken says, proudest moment was having my older brothers reach out to me to have me help them purchase the first family firearm ever in my mom's household. Do y'all understand how deep that is? Do y'all understand how deep that is? Ken is in the Solutionary 9. Ken is now going to be leading it's happening. They already come, you become in a place of leadership because your information and your worldview is so solid now, while being respectable. I have not lost one friend over the jab. I have not lost one friend over they still Democrats, they still Republicans. I'm a libertarian. I have not lost one friend. My man, Coach Ty, one of our biggest supporters, is in support of the war against Iran. I'm questionable in opposition to it. I have not lost that friendship. He actually gave us $1,500 like a couple of weeks ago. You guys have to make sure that you are using my time, 10 years, a decade, and making sure that we're condensing it into something that you can jump time. A year of consistency with you and your family, a year of these approaches, a year of this will advance every fucking part of your life. It did for me. I'm not saying this just to be funny. I'm not saying this because I want y'all to be a part of the thing. Hell, if you just want to know what the 9 daily activities of the Solutionary 9 is and go it alone, cool. I'll send you that too. I'm not tripping. I'm not tripping about that. It ain't about selling y'all something. It's about telling y'all what we learned and telling you guys we're staring down a serious situation where we are at war with another country. Do you know anything about prepping? Do you know how many preppers are in our Solutionary 9 Telegram group? Do you know I know how to make water out of condensation? I can do that. I know how to make water out of the air. A Philadelphia dude. I learned that from a Green Beret. I know how to make water from the air. I know how to understand when there's a media propaganda targeting a group of people. I learned all of this stuff from high-level people all over the last 10 years. And being able to teach, forget the prep shit for a second, which all of you should be a part of. There's hunters in the Solutionary 9 Telegram group. There's all types of, oh, Maj, you got to come out to a hunt. I'm going to take them up on that offer. I need a couple of deer, throw that in the freezer. This Iran shit might not be a walk in the park. The motherfuckers might hit back. They are, fuck if they can't even reach us, right? They're already impacting your gas price. So we should be prepping and thinking about how can we get most efficient and most, transforming into the most productive version of ourselves in the shortest period of time. Saying this to say, these are things that we learn. These are things that we have learned. And that class, man, I learned so much from it. I learned so much from it. GiveSendGo.com/solutionaries where everybody can support the work. It's on the screen. We now need one. This is a fundraiser. We're going for 10 more hours. It's official. This is the longest that I have ever streamed in my life. Ever. This is the longest I ever streamed in my life. Right now, at 2 hours. The longest I've ever done is the show. It's like an hour and some change. Maybe an hour and 40 minutes was the longest I ever went. Telling y'all right now, we have broken a record already. We need 181 more $100 donors. It's 255 of y'all watching right now. It's 255 of y'all watching right now. Super chats, absolutely. Give $20, whatever you want to give in the super chat. When you are a donor at GiveSendGo.com/solutionary, if you're one of those $100 donors, you get lifetime access to all of the classes that I named. In the chat, tell me be honest, y'all. How many people in the chat, and then I'm going to move on because I got to tell y'all the Chicago story. In the chat, how many people in the chat have taken a Stop the Bleed class? Tell me if you have or have not taken a Stop the Bleed class. I want to hear from you. I want to hear from y'all in the chat right now. How many people in the chat have taken a Stop the Bleed class? Tell me. I'm checking to see if anybody on X has reposted. Y'all laming out on the posting. Everybody on X right now. First, everybody watching on YouTube, hit the damn like button. Like and subscribe. A lot of y'all that's watching aren't subscribed. Subscribe. That's one. Two, if you guys are watching on X, hit the repost button. Duh, guys. Come on. Come on, guys. Jeez Louise. That's two. Cost you nothing. Everybody else. Yeah, East Coast did on the timeline. I see Terry in here. Appreciate you, Terry. The question is, I'm gonna go back some real quick. Pearson says, I can see black and white gun communities coming together with training, fitness, and teaching how to litigate pro se. That's literally the Solutionary 9 with a bunch of other stuff. Wild Selt says, I've heard several times from anti-gunners, when black people start buying guns, the redneck gun lovers will finally start believing in gun control. They really don't get it. They don't. Now, there are some, I want to be clear though. There are some people, I was addressing this on the Freedom, the Second Amendment is Dead show a few nights ago. There are some people that feel like that. But compared to the vast amount of happen to be white redneck Second Amendment supporters, comparatively, no, it's a drop in the bucket. It's a drop of water in the ocean, but they exist. So when those anti-gunners say that, they like, you know how many white supporters I got with BGM? That's like, hell yeah, Maj. So glad your fucking hood is getting it because we ain't know how to tell them motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? That happened. That happened. Ken says, to Wild Selt, the media influence is heavy. East Coast says, he hasn't gotten Stop the Bleed training from me, but got TCC training. TCCC training. Ken says, yes, he has. Ken's a solutionary. Bookworm got the Stop the Bleed training. Yo, this journey has trained me so much in so many different areas. Because quite naturally, when you have a conversation about a shooting, a car accident, you know, obviously bleeding, right? When you have that conversation from a shooting, quite naturally, some of the students going to say, well, what happened if I get shot in a joint? Do you got quick clot? Where was you shot at? You got 3 to 5 triple C. That's what he meant. You have 3 to 5 minutes, depending on the wound, to plug that hole up, or the triangle of death is gonna come get you, and you're gonna bleed out and you're gonna die. You start losing blood, which means your heart starts pumping more blood. Your body then gets colder because you're not pumping blood. So because your body gets colder, your heart says pump more blood, and then more blood leaks out, and then your temperature drops. So your heart says pump more blood, and then you lose more blood, and then your temperature drops. So your heart says do more blood. Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. And in 3 to 5 minutes of that triangle of death, you die. You die. I'm not making this up. So when you have that conversation with a student and they go, like they did, which is why we have a class for it, they go, damn, I need to learn how to do that. You teach that? And I was like, oh shit, there's that thread. Let's pull that thread and turn it into something great for our community. These are important things, guys. Very important things. And we got to be serious about it. But I want y'all to watch something real quick. I want y'all to watch this video. I won't play it all the way through because it's an hour. We'll chop this one up. We'll chop this one up. But this, I'll pause it in a second. But I want to show y'all this. This is a debate that I did on Vice years ago. And the lady that I'm debating is the executive vice president for Gun Violence Prevention Association of America. This is a textbook case in how you handle these motherfuckers. I'm going to play this. I'm going to pause it. We're going to ask questions. We're going to fundraise during. But I want you guys to watch this because I want you guys to have the skill set. And the skill set ain't just shooting. I want you guys to have the skill set because earlier I said one of the worst mistakes that I made was how I handled that lady. So let's play this. I'm going to tap in and out, and I want you guys to watch it. Ask questions in the chat. I'll be chopping it up with y'all in the chat as well.
Debaters, Chelsea and Maj, I wanted to take a second to try to explain where I'm coming from, what we're trying to do today. Gun violence in America is a seemingly intractable issue with a complex history and tragic real-life stakes. It's something that's often cast in black and white in the media. And I believe that the answers, or people's opinions really, lie somewhere in between, in the gray. So I'm hoping to take this opportunity to understand the strong opinions that we have, to understand what we can do and what we should do to decrease gun violence and gun deaths in America. So in a sense, this debate, this event, is a kind of experiment. I want to know if we can make media that emerges from a self-inquisitive point of view, where you and I recognize that even though we walk into this room with a set of preformed opinions and lived experiences, that perhaps, possibly, maybe there's more to the story, and we might gain more insight if we're willing to inhabit the reasoning of others. So why then a debate? Why pit arguments against each other? Doesn't that sort of just feed into the us versus them mentality of politics today? I don't think debate has to be that. I think this debate is about activating our brains to consider viewpoints that might not conform to our own. So in service of that, we're going to track how people's minds are changing through this debate. We've devised a format, or sort of borrowed a format, frankly, where before each topic, we're going to take a tally of how the audience feels about the topic. We're going to debate 2 tonight. And at the end of that topic, we'll re-tally what people think. So you'll vote twice, at the beginning and at the end of each topic. And in the meantime, we'll also field questions from Facebook comments. And we'll take those questions and put it to our debaters. So please ask questions, interrogate the sources, fact check if you can, and question everything that's put out in front of you. We're hoping this to be interactive, live, informative, civil, and useful to sort of understanding where we are today and where we want to go. And a second kind of motive is to understand that our voices matter, that our opinions matter, and that we can exercise those voices and opinions by voting. So next Tuesday is National Voter Registration Day, and we at Vites are going to do everything we can to inform our audience, inform as many people as we can about how to register to vote, what are the issues that are at stake, including gun violence in America, and getting people out to the polls come November. And so we have 2 really great debaters who've been kind enough to join us. To my right is Chelsea Parsons. She's the Vice President, let me get the card, of Gun Violence Prevention Policy at the Center for American Progress. Tell me a bit about yourself, Chelsea.
Yes, thank you for having me, for being here. I lived in this neighborhood 18 years ago. I'm very excited to be back. As you said, I run the Gun Violence Prevention Policy Program at the Center for American Progress, which is a DC-based progressive think tank that focuses on a wide variety of issues that are really have a real-world impact on people's lives every day. So I have been in this role doing this work for about 5.5 years, starting right after the shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School.
And to my left is Maj Touré. He is a gun rights education and rights activist from Philadelphia who founded an organization called Black Guns Matter. Maj, tell me a bit about yourself.
All right, well, first, thanks for having me. Appreciate y'all for coming out. Basically, you know, we started seeing some of the same problems with trauma, some of the same problems going around the country before this, you know, making music. I would see, you know, guys have simple possession charges. They're going to jail not because they did something unlawful with the firearm, but they just had the firearm. They were missing the information, guys that have never been convicted of a crime before, ever, right? And now they have a felony on their jacket. You know, they got that, you know, scarlet letter on them and things like that. So we created an organization where we give free firearm safety, conflict resolution, de-escalation, and just some more healing for some of the issues that are going on in urban America, especially around firearms. So we started the organization. We've gotten everybody involved in, you know, mental health, you know, stability is a better way to say it, voting, you know, and a lot of the, you know, the earlier issues that you were saying, even with marijuana, things like, because all of these things are related, you know what I mean? So, you know, we started it, we're crowdsourced, and we've been to about 50 cities giving these free classes around the country.
Great. Well, thanks again for both of you for joining us. So we'll dive right in. The way this is going to work is I'm going to assert a statement, make an assertion. And that statement you will either agree or disagree with, and then our debaters will debate on the agree or disagree side. So the first statement reads as such. Excuse me. Because criminals don't follow laws, stricter gun laws won't lessen gun violence. So we will open up the polls for voting. If you agree with this statement, leave a comment on the Facebook Live page, #agree. If you disagree with this assertion, #disagree. So again, the assertion is, because criminals don't follow laws, stricter gun laws won't lessen gun violence. So, Chelsea, if you'll please kick us off.
I disagree.
Oh, I'm so. Okay, and sorry, one more thing. So we'll leave the polls open for a couple minutes, and then we'll come back to the poll at the end to see what the results are. So Chelsea, please, I think you can stand up if you like. Also.
Can I sit?
You can sit.
Okay.
Do your thing.
Okay, thank you. All right, and you're timing me? Great.
Yes, you have 5 minutes.
So I disagree. We know that gun laws are effective at helping reduce gun deaths, and we know this for a couple of different reasons. The first is if you take an international comparison, compare the United States with other high-income nations around.
I want to pause it right there, y'all. I'm going to pause it throughout this. My burger just got here, so I'm eating a burger at the same time, guys. I'm getting hungry as a rant mule. Nonetheless, during this thing, I'm gonna speed up. I'm gonna stop. I want you guys to pull from what they're doing. I want y'all to see the trick. She started out by saying, we know that gun laws are effective. Usually a lot of them do that, and they identify it with the so-called assault weapons ban. And they'll say, when the assault weapons ban was on, it was much safer, this, that, and the third. The overwhelming majority of this, they get to lie. They get to lie because some of it's there's so much context that goes along with these things that if you're banning so-called assault rifles because you want to cut down on crime, and there's no change because most crimes are not committed with AR-15s, right? And it's so vague, and that context is like, oh, the violence around with ARs was low. And yeah, you attributing it to this, but that's not what the context and the nuance says in the first place. So the framing is off. But with all of the data, overwhelmingly, y'all can Google this. Google it yourself. Don't agree with me. Overwhelmingly, there's been very little, like the so-called assault weapons ban has proven to be like, we didn't see much of a change. But then they'll get on to beginners. This is media. Most effective devil in America. These people are not interested in saving lives or defending communities or limiting government. They are PR people. So if a PR person is talking to a beginner and they say something definitively, they say, we know that da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The beginner that has no information just takes them at their word. Not only do we know we not know that, it's actually not true. So that's a little slick thing that they do in your media. Normally, now by this time, I had already did, I don't know how many interviews. They assumed that I was going to get on the stage, and be an absolute moron. Because the media up until that point was very short. It's like local news. I was in Indiana. I was here. I was in Rhode Island. And they'll do a story on, there's a group called Black Guns Matter. And the clips is like 3-minute hits. So they got me out there assuming that I wouldn't be able to whatever. But I had already started focusing on phantom attributes and just the ways that media and hostile media works. I had already read Propaganda by Edward Bernays. I had already did these things to see, hence me saying in the video that I played earlier, me going, I don't like how I handled that situation with that wife that was upset. So throughout this, and we won't do this whole hour of this, guys. I don't want y'all to think I'm going to just let y'all watch videos the whole time and y'all get bored. And I get if y'all want to see some of these, because some of these y'all haven't seen them. They're new to y'all, but this is very old to me. So I won't rush y'all through it, but I won't subject y'all to it. My point is, I want y'all to get some of the terminology. Now, this was supposed to be a one-on-one debate. The moderator is 1,000% anti-gun. So it turned into like a 2-on-1 debate. Spoiler alert, I bust they ass regardless. So y'all saw how the scoring system went. They'll ask a question. They'll initially have Facebook vote, and then me and the person will talk about the thing. Then after, they'll tabulate what they said before we talk. 100% went this way, 0% went this way, whatever. Then we talk, and then they vote again. And you'll be able to see the results. You guys need to have this in your repertoire. Your ability to articulate the point, be firm, look inviting, and not look like the crazy, mean, angry, grumpy gun nut. It's a skill. Not because you're trying to convince the anti-gunner. No. That person I'm not even talking to. I'm using their talking points to inform the audience. Your job is not to convince somebody that's committed to fucking misunderstanding you and skewering the data and all that other shit. That's not your job as a Second Amendment activist and advocate. In this stream, for the next 10 and a half or 9.5 hours, it's going to be learning, it's going to be fundraising, it's going to be storytelling, it's going to give you guys origins of what happened. Okay? And we're going to use the media that I've already done, and I'll tell you stories behind it so we can move forward, and you need to pull from it. This is one of the best ways for you, and I've done 10 years worth of this work. I got 10 more hours worth of this stream. We're going to condense all of this. Y'all can take notes. Y'all can screen grab. I don't give a fuck. Make sure you pulling from all of this. So she came in and she led in with a media trick. Okay? So let's play it.
Because criminals don't follow laws, stricter gun laws won't lessen gun violence. So we will open up the polls for voting. If you agree with this statement, leave a comment on the Facebook Live page, #agree. If you disagree with this assertion, #disagree. So again, the assertion is, because criminals don't follow laws, stricter gun laws won't lessen gun violence.
Oh, they hit me with a jaw.
So, Chelsea, if you'll please kick us
off.
Oh,
hold up, y'all.
I disagree.
Oh, I'm so... Okay, and sorry, one more thing. So
they hit me? All right, let me turn that joint off. They hit me? Y'all can see me again? Am I back on the stream? Let me know what's up, y'all. Oh, it hit me with the policy violation. I streamed for too long. Y'all can see me again? Tell me let me know what's up in the chat. All right, I'm back. All right. I'll say what she said. Damn, YouTube. That's fucked up. I can't even, you know what I mean? So, I'm gonna stop chewing. I thought I was gonna get a chance to chew some food. Dang. All right. When she says, we know that this is X, Y, and Z, it's a lie. It's a lie. 100% lie. It's a lie because they know that the person listening doesn't know the data. It's like this new thing that they're doing where they say the new leading cause of death is in children is gunshot wounds. They changed the numbers, and if you don't notice, you think that it's true. The actual leading cause of death is car accidents and drowning. But they added 18 and 19-year-olds into that conversation. 18 and 19-year-olds, and it's also people shooting each other. So if this is a young dude in whatever city, and they shooting at each other, and let's say he's 19 and he gets shot, they add that to the situation. See, that's how they play. But if you don't know that, and then the story gets put out and it says, the new leading cause of death in children is shootings, gun violence. They also count suicides in that. So if you don't know that, and then this person gets on the screen, I'm not going to play it, but this lady gets on the screen, all right, and says that. It might still say blacked out. I don't know what it says, if y'all can see it or not. But this lady gets on the screen and says what she says. She looks unassuming. She looks like, what reason would she have to lie? She looks like a safe person. She looks like she's an average, like, soccer mom, kind of. She's got glasses on. A lot of them people wear glasses and they don't wear glasses. This is a media trick. They wear glasses to make themselves look less threatening. You notice every time somebody does an apology or they do a serious show that you never see the motherfuckers with glasses on, but then you see them with glasses on this show. Every time Kevin Gates is about to do a serious sit down, he put glasses on. Kevin Gates don't need no fucking glasses. That's what she's doing. Then she says, we know that gun yada, yada, yada. Hype. Hype. I'm going to find another video that we can go through. Because I don't want, guys, givesendgo.com/solutionary. I don't want to get no strikes on the page. We got 9.5 more hours left. So this is the perfect time for me to tell y'all the story about Chicago. I'm in Chicago. We drive. It is the worst fucking drive I've ever had in my life. There's two things that I don't like when I'm driving. One, long ass drives in small ass cars. This Chicago run happened on our first run because we just knew it'll be nothing. It won't be that deep. And everybody's like, yo, you need to go to Chicago. Now, mind you, Chicago's before the LA class, Compton. The Chicago class initially was at this huge YMCA, and it went great. I want to be clear that it did go great. But in that drive is when I really understood, like, man, you've committed to something. Because every single bit of me during that drive to Chicago from Philadelphia said, turn the fuck around and go home and fuck this shit. 1,000%. 1,000%. Every single fiber of my being was telling me, bro, you got to get out of here. You ain't getting no money. You ain't getting no money off of this. You driving all the way to Chicago. And again, them first few hours, when you don't see it the same, the first few hours. First few hours is fun. Everything's great. Terry with the super chat. Appreciate you. $10 super chat. Guys, we need all of the support we can get. This is a fundraiser, guys. Don't just tap in and just watch the show, guys. This is a fundraiser. Share it all over the place. We need 181 more $100 donors, and we want everybody to snap super chat. Give it whatever level you can at givesendgo.com/solutionary. Every donor over $100 gets access to all of our online classes, curriculums, modules, and all of that we want you to share with others. So, guys, repost. How many people have reposted live? It's a gang of y'all watching on X. How many of y'all have reposted it? Repost it. Thanks, Terry, for the $10 super chat. Let's get 10 people to match Terry at that super chat. All right? So, every fiber of my being driving to Chicago was like, I do not want to do this shit. Like, I hate this. But that was our mistake because our initial goal was 13 cities at $2,500. Let's do the math on that. I'm not the best with math. Ken just reposted it to X. Appreciate you, Ken. 25,000 divided by 13. That means we had $1,923 per city. 3 people, because at the time, remember, I had a team that we was, you know what I mean? It was like, oh, we're going to do it this way. 3 people going to a place. We had, based on that average, we got to get this whole class done for $1,900. That means we got to get the event. That meant the space. That means we got to get the flyers. That means we got to get there. That means hotel, lodging, everything. It was a shoestring budget. And I just was on some like, fuck it. Ken with the $20 super chat. Appreciate you, bro. But at the time, I was like, I'm not doing no fucking. Like, I had never driven over 4 hours. And 4 hours, the way that I drive, meaning I get out, when I'm driving somewhere, I get out 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. If it's 4 hours, I'm there by 8, 9, 10 at the latest. I'm already around all of that fucking morning traffic. Maybe when I get into the city, if I leave at a spot, let's say if it's 3 hours, I leave at 3 in the morning and get there by 6, I'm eating breakfast somewhere, having coffee, and dodging fucking morning traffic in that city. So even my 4-hour trips don't really be like that taxing. But this fucking trip to Chicago was 1,000% taxing. 1,000% taxing. And in those moments, I 1,000% was like, all right, you really got to commit to this because you ain't making no money off of this shit. I was running out of my own money. I got to drive most of these trips. And at that time, we wasn't linking up with all of the instructors like the best way just yet. We hadn't refined the process yet. So we get to Chicago. We in this, and all of if anybody ever came to any of the shows or events, I usually get there early and set up all of the chairs and everything myself. I look at the venue again. I watch everything. I see what's going on. I get there hours ahead of time. I set everything up. It's very peaceful, especially if I go to the class and teach it myself. If I'm by myself, I get there way before the instructors. I get there way before the attorneys. I set everything up and make it nice and smooth. Okay? Pause. Nice and smooth. Pause. I get there. And I'm telling other people in the YMCA, yo, there's a basic firearms class in here because it's not a YMCA, excuse me. It was a Salvation Army. It was a big Salvation Army, but it had like a gym in it and a pool and like, it was just crazy. But it was on the outskirts of Chicago. And because I was there so early and already set up, I went to another part of Chicago on the south end. Started telling people about the joint, told them in a couple of hours, and then some of them people I went to Harold's, I went to some other places, and then gave those people flyers, and they wound up coming to the class. At the Chicago class, which was so beautiful, that's when I met Rhonda Ezel. And Rhonda Ezel told me about shit, came across our work, and she was responsible for 2 federal cases. She took the government to court in 2 federal cases, basically saying, hey, we have a constitutionally protected right to have gun ranges in the city of Chicago limits. And she won both of those court cases. And at that time, her granddaughter was shooting. Her granddaughter's name was Marley. She brought her granddaughter. Fast forward another time I was in Chicago. I snuck Rhonda Ezel because of the relationship that we had at this first one. Rhonda Ezel, I was doing a World Economic Forum event. Bullshit you not. All of the stuff that I'm saying exists on the internet. I did a World Economic Forum thing on anti-gun, like the anti-gun pro-gun shit. The Giffords people in Everytown financed it. I was there as the pro-gun voice. The anti-gun, this is years later. They started getting hip to what we was doing, and they started getting young black people to speak the anti-gun perspective. Because I was whipping their ass like that lady on Vice, this other video that they won't let me show. I just was whipping their ass back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. They didn't have a talking point. Then, when we put out the all gun controllers racist line, they definitely didn't know how to fucking approach us. They couldn't be white liberals And I'm the black dude doing community work that's focused on safety and saving lives, and he can articulate it well. And he's got on a shirt that says all gun control is racist, and you as the white liberal show up arguing for gun control. They didn't know what the fuck to do. They had absolutely no idea. So what did they do? First, it started in Philly. There's an anti-gun organization here called Ceasefire PA. It's a state organization. It's a national organization, but they got chapters for every city or state. They hired a black dude to come figure out a way to, an urban black dude. That's when I was like, oh, they're getting hit. I did Vice. I did these other things. They was like, no. They wound up getting young black dudes. One of them dudes was slimmer, but he wound up doing a show that I did in California years later. The guy that said, if a bad guy's chasing you, he was on an anti-gun part of a half pro-gun, half anti-gun panel on that TV show on Jubilee, that network. He was there. I bust his ass. And that was in Chicago. It was a World Economic Forum event. And I knew it was going to be bullshit because it was Giffords. And I said, all right, cool. I got Rhonda Ezell to come with Marley, knowing when they opened the room up for questions, knowing that there would be some anti-gunners, that they was going to look for the people that looked like they was anti-gunners. Because sidebar, all of the anti-gun black young people, they all came in a Sprinter van. They all came together with Giffords, the anti-gun politician that's neck and neck with Moms Demand Action, guns for, every town for gun safety. They all came together because I was outside watching. I had already been in there. I was doing some shit. I said, oh, okay. This is supposed to be a Giffords thing. It's supposed to be neutral. This from people from this community is talking about a thing, but they're just supposed to be the sponsor. All of them people came in the same fucking Sprinter van. I seen it. So, and I knew it was going to be bullshit. That's why I had Rhonda Ezell show up with her granddaughter, because Rhonda Ezell does not look like she's pro-gun, especially at that time. Rhonda Ezell done had heart issues, got healthy. Marley was like 8, 9 years old. I knew, and I told Rhonda, I said, yo, get up to where the mic is. So when they ask about what people think, you can get in there. And she said, all right, cool. She an OG. We get there. We have the debate. I'm chicken Szechuan these motherfuckers. That's not true. That's not true. That's fake. That's not true. That's not true. Actually, the oldest form of racism in America is gun control. It started in Plymouth, in Virginia. It was designed to make sure that black people, matter of fact, somebody pull it up. Somebody in the crowd, pull it up. Google it. This is before Chat GPT and shit. Google it. People in the audience, yup. I'm like, you guys are in support of the most racist shit. How dare you, as young black people, y'all don't see how this is impacting your right to defend yourself? Chopping these motherfuckers up. Chop, right? Then they said, we're going to take a few questions from the audience. Rhonda Ezell got up. They was like, man, because she looked like a granny. Or a granny with a granddaughter. They have no idea that her granddaughter fucking shoots at 9, 10 years old. She go, this is my granddaughter, Marley. I'm from the south side of Chicago. My name is Rhonda Ezell. She a south sider. She start fucking them up. Gun control is racist. Y'all talking about y'all don't want me to have the ability to defend my grandbaby. My grandbaby shoots. Man, we mollywop these motherfuckers. Why am I telling y'all this? Because it was a World Economic Forum interview in Chicago. Years later, after I had initially met Rhonda Ezell at that very first BGM course in Chicago. Very first one. Very first one. I made a decision in that space to say, okay, I got to commit to this fully because I hate driving this long. The whole time I was there, And to this day, if I'm in certain cities where Rhonda Ezel is, we link. She got shit going on, I lend energy to it. The networks, relationships, the help, the pushing forward of these conversations happened because of you guys' support. Fast forward to that Chicago clash. I'm there. There's somebody else in that Chicago class that I was not aware of who he was at the time. He shows up with his wife. They sit in the back of the class. And then after a while, I do recognize who it is. It's this guy that I've been hearing about. It's this guy that I've, in the Second Amendment circles, has been doing good community work, good Second Amendment work. And I see him in the back. And I recognize him as Rick Ector. For those of y'all that are not aware, Rick Ector has a Second Amendment, does Second Amendment work in Detroit. He has one of the largest annual gun trainings for women in New York. It's called LAID, LAID, Legally Armed in Detroit. He came there just to see if I was about that life for real. And he gave me his salutes after that very first Chicago class. Rick Ector is now on the board of directors at the NRA. I don't have the best relationship with the NRA, but the history of the NRA in and of itself is very truncated and long, and it's America's oldest civil rights organization. It is. Regardless of what the fuck they doing and not doing now, and we don't like certain shit that they did, which I agree with. The NRA is the country's oldest civil rights organization. Can't change that. Do I rock with Firearms Policy Coalition? Absolutely. 1000%. Did GOA years ago in Maryland help us with a $25,000 check? See, this is where people get stupid. Oh, that's what you meant? That's what you meant, Rob? We got one? All right, so Rob said we got one. We got some bigot bucks, guys. We got some bigot bucks, guys. I didn't know we was going to make it. I didn't think we was going to get some bigots in the chat. We got them, guys. For those of you that don't know, we got bigot bucks. Bigot bucks is when someone gives me a racial slur when talking about things as it relates to the Second Amendment. We got one. Guys, sound the alarm. We got a bigot in the room, guys. We love it. Where is it at? Where's his first statement? There we go. He called me a monkey, guys. Guys, this is what we do when bigot bucks happen. When bigot bucks happen, we all donate a minimum of $5 to givesendgo.com/solutionary. We are always going to monetize our hate. $5 is the minimum amount that you can give at givesendgo.com/solutionary. We fundraising. We got work to do. And we finally got a bigot in the room. Guys, everybody, stop what you're doing. He's called me a monkey. As if, like, I need newer disrespect. So every time, and we try to bait him. We try to get him to say more bigoted shit. Because every time we get a bigot bucks alarm. It's like the lunk alarm at Planet Fitness. All right? Guys, everybody, go over to givesendgo.com/solutionary. Donate $5. Everybody in the chat. Everybody. There's 333 of you watching. If 300 people give $5, y'all know the math. We got one. And then in the comment, we say, this is for the bigot bucks. This is for the bigot that called you a monkey. Say whatever you feel comfortable with, but identify it as bigot bucks. All right? Let people know what bigot bucks is. We got one. Let's see if we can bait him some more. This is what he says also. He says, Rick sees me as his token. This is what I love about the bigots and the morons. This is what I love about it. He says, Rick sees me as his token. Because apparently, I'm the monkey, I'm the black dude, and Rick is on the board of directors at the NRA. This troglodyte, this bigot, doesn't know that Rick is black. Oh! We got one, guys. We got one. Everybody, GiveSendGo.com/solutionary. We got the bigot bucks. Everybody donate $5. That's the number. That's the minimum that you can give. We ask everybody to do the minimum. Sound the alarm. Sound the alarm. We got one. He don't even know who Rick Ector is. Oh, let's get him to say something else. $5 donation time, guys. I was nervous. I was nervous we wasn't going. I got a whole new batch of energy off that. Okay? Whole new batch of energy. This bigot didn't know that was the Rick Ector from Detroit. Rick Ector and his wife drove to Chicago to check my temperature, see what it was about with the class. He sat quietly, gave me the salute, and anything that Rick does now, if I can help, I'm always in it. Rick Ector happens to be black. But now, this guy that calls me a monkey, this guy that calls me a monkey says Rick sees me as his token. Token and monkey, yeah, like we need better. Like when I call people a troglodyte, everything we do is high class. I listen to the clips. The drug rap is even high class. Okay? You might get a line about cocaine, Peruvian, and then right with the highest level of fashion. I listen to the clips. All right? They're not sending their best and brightest because he got low IQ insults. Let's get the $5 for the bigot bucks, y'all, or do a super chat. If you on YouTube, do a super chat too. $5. We will always monetize the hate. The entire show we have talked about taking a moment when those threads happen, when those people hate on you, when you a hate survivor, when the media try to lie to you, when you recognize that you messed up somewhere. When I said what I said to that lady in that first Compton class, we got to turn that into something. We got to turn that into something. We got to turn it into a civics class. We got to turn it on a race relations class. We got to turn he called me a monkey, guys. He hurt my feelings. So he didn't. Like, I'm from Philly. I survived, man, listen. You can't even hurt my feelings. That's like, I get to tell everybody, I get to say kiss my black ass, kiss my white ass. I say everything. Because everything is for my use. Did the bigot get quiet? Did the bigot get quiet? Where you at, tough guy? Say some more stuff. Legendary Rick Ector shows up in my very, very first Chicago class. Legendary Rick Ector, who has been training people for a very long time, gives us the nod of approval. And I was able to develop that relationship with Rick Ector and Rhonda Ezel at that very first Chicago class that I didn't want to go to because the drive was 12, 13 hours. Okay? That's what happened. That's what happened. It does. Him assuming that all the people on the board of the NRA are white says so much about him too. It does. It salute to the bigot bucks. Salute to the super chats. Salute to everybody that was at that Chicago class. Salutes to everybody that's tapping in on the stream. Guys, it's 347 of us. We are at the point now where only 3 hours in. It's the longest I've ever did a stream. I got 9 hours left. We're at the point where 350 people. Of those 350 people, 181 $100 donors. So a little close to half of the people. If half of you decide to support the work we've done with the fundraising and we hit our goal, we want to say huge thanks to everybody that is supporting, as well as we want to challenge and, recommend everybody share the space all over the place. If you're watching on Rumble, copy and paste the link. YouTube, copy and paste the link. Put it somewhere else. Put it on Facebook. Put it on your Instagram stories, all that other good shit. If you're watching on X, please hit the repost button. We need everybody's support on this. So, we go to Chicago. Then we do Compton. You guys saw the Compton class. Then things start to get a little bit more interesting. It seems like I'm going everywhere. It seems like, damn, Maj is on. There's people asking me to be a part of everything. Everything. I'm the hottest thing smoking. I'm in the front of, man. I start recognizing this and going, oh, okay. Then I start getting, now I might be a little bit, jumping ahead in the timeline here, but I want you guys to understand what happens and what comes with this. I get on the cover of Time magazine. That was in DC. I get on the cover of Recoil magazine. My guy Dev is in here. Dev did Recoil not long ago as well. I start getting on the cover of things. I'm starting to be on all of this other shit, this, that, and the third. And then what starts to happen is I see the first level of bullshit that crept from that Compton class. Because you guys got to remember, the Chicago class was before the Compton class. We're talking about our very first ones. Chicago class is before the Compton class. I'm learning. When I get to LA and Compton, somebody reaches out to me and says, I won't say his name. If you know who he is, you'll know who he is. I won't say his name. Somebody reaches out and says, hey, this famous actor wants to know you. Wants to meet you. He wants to come out. Big Rob with 30. Big Rob just gave 30. For the bigots, I'm assuming. Let me see. Let me see if my man Rob, what he gave for the bigot bucks. We got one. Ah, yes, it is. Let's look right here. Big Rob says, Maj, your classes are dope. This is for the bigot bucks. They have to come up with better in 2026. Obviously, his husband's boyfriend let him out. Woo! Big Rob just took care of somebody learning for the bigot bucks. We love it. We love to see it. We love to see it. You got to monetize your haters, guys. Monetize them. Every single thing that turns the negative corner. What Hov said a couple days ago in that interview, it's not happening to me, it's happening for me. All the time. All the time. We love it. We absolutely love it. So anyway, I get reached out to, and this young lady reaches out and says, hey, this famous actor wants to meet you. And I go, okay, yeah. He actually came to that LA class, to that Compton class. He snuck in at the end. He snuck in at the end. And we established a relationship. We established a connection. We would chop it up often. He said he wanted to get behind the work. This is the first time where I started to recognize this game ain't just going to be you giving love and you getting love. At that moment in this story was when I first understood, oh shit, I've been on the cover of Time magazine. I've been on the cover of Recoil magazine. I'm speaking at CPAC. There's an attention going along with this. And when you're in the street, if you smart, the attention is kind of low key. You should fall back on attention. You need attention to sell product and get a message out for sure. But I made the goofy decision to think that somehow the hate wasn't going to come. And this was the beginning, or one of the earlier, bigger lessons that turned me into a hate survivor. I'm going to tell y'all this story. I'm not going to mention. If you've been around for long enough, I've told this story before, and you may know who it is. I look at it as water under the bridge, but this stream is me having a discussion with y'all about the ups, the downs, all of the things that have happened, all of the sacrifices that have happened over the years. This is one of the very first and early lessons of me going, oh, he going in. And he said, Candace deleted my video. And Brandon said, I like to lie. Oh, you are watching all of my work. Oh, super fan here. Posting while getting clapped is crazy work. We need him to say something more racist, guys. We need to hit him for, we had a bigot bucks. We need another one. See if he does it. Anyway, givesendgo.com/solutionary, guys. Support the Second Amendment work. I know we telling stories and I'm shooting the shit and it seem all cool, but we are fundraising. So I agreed to meet, this dude. He comes to the Compton class. He shows up in the back, very low key, and we chop it up after that. And I go back to Philly, was elated with the experience, having so many people come out to this Compton class. If you watched earlier, it's in the video. After this, everybody that joins, that donates, and everything, I have your email. I'm going to email you guys a list of all of the videos that we're going to show on today and tonight's stream. Okay? So, in that Compton class, I felt so ecstatic because I felt like, damn, we just had a great class. I was doing outreach. I had developed relationships with people. Some people that are still homies of mine to this day are firearms instructors now because they came to that first class. Shouts to my man Oski. You know what I mean? Shouts to when I went back to Cali since then, they held me down for, certain things. Right? I remember, quick story, I remember the last time I was in Cali with Oski, I ain't have a burner. Every time I'm in Cali, I go to Nipsey Spot. If you don't know, Nipsey Spot is where the Rolling 60 Crips do their thing. And I'm not floating around fucking South Central without a fucking gun. My man Oski came and held us down. These are all relationships, friends, people, based on me meeting, doing this work. This is what community is about. You can't separate that shit, man. I don't get to Cali to link up with Oski, to link up with other brothers. I don't get there if this work isn't being done. This work doesn't get done if you guys don't tap in. It does not happen. I don't care what nobody says about it. Listen, today we're talking about the whole shebang. This does not happen without that. my relationships, my friendships, my people that if I'm in town, yo, what's up? I got you, bro. But back to this first Cali class in the story. This actor says he really wants to support. He chopping it up. He giving me guidance. And I'm like, you know what? This guy's been in Hollywood. This guy's this. This guy's that. He says he wants to help. And I said, yo, now mind you guys, whatever I may or may not have been doing outside leading up to BGM, whether that was DVDs or this or that, or any other thing that you in Philly that may know what I have done, that money was running dry. Because you got to remember, guys, a lot of this in the beginning was me paying for it out of pocket. I didn't think about the cooperative economics. At that time in my life, I hadn't mastered the ability to learn a lesson from one place and recognize how it's applicable a lot of times in a lot of other places. I didn't understand this idea of community the same way. I just had this idea that I wanted to do. And I didn't know how to necessarily articulate the importance of us all working together on this because I was thinking in a very limited way then. I was thinking in a limited way like, man, ain't nobody going to trust me with da-da-da-da, no money and da-da-da-da. And sometimes you got to get out of your own way with that bullshit. And so I wound up doing it. And I said, yo, this is before I had in the early stages, didn't have the fundraising component all the way dialed in yet. I may have hit Chicago and Chicago money was there. Baltimore and Chicago money was there. But again, we raised the money and then do a class. So it ain't like we already had the whole 25 grand sitting in the side. And the money that I had from outside extracurricular activities, that shit was dwindling. So you in the middle. You going from here and this is building, but you in the middle. This guy shows up. We chopping it up. We giving, good information and all this other shit. He says, what do you need? I said, listen, I want to start selling merch. Because if I set up a separate company that I could do this over here, I'll have enough to start out this with. This is the amount that I'll need to get that and then put back in and then woo, woo, woo. He agreed. The amount was $6,000. I want y'all to remember that number. The amount was $6,000. My first thought was, get back outside. But you guys got to remember, your face is on magazines now. One false move. Jay-Z got a line, says, he got a face too easy to trace. And dude's mouth's got slow leaks. Had to hire a team of workers, couldn't play these streets. And I felt like that. You can't mess this up. You got to stick to the script. So, this dude is legit. He's a very respected and famous Hollywood actor. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? In the process of it, he says, I say, if I get this amount of money, I could do this. Then when I do that, I'll flip. You give me until March, I'll give you yours back with some on top. He agreed. I may or may have not got into a shootout coming back to Philly. And I was fully transparent with this person. Fully transparent. He told me, you need to move. You need to get out of North Philly. I was like, no, I don't. He was like, yes, you do. He said, you pick a place close, you do something, but you can't be there. I listened to him. He became the guarantor for the spot. He made a few calls. I don't know how the fuck he did. I don't know how the fuck he did it, but he did it. Sent me to 6. I was straight. Thought it was going to be cool. Boom. Fast forward. We talking, chopping it up, everything cool. This man wants me to sign over 30% after I showed him. I got the merch. The merch is doing all right. I'd have his investment back fully. This man says, just sign over. This just going on the company. Show me, give me 30% of Black Guns Matter. Mind you, I told y'all earlier, I had other people that was doing this work with me, that was in them cars, that was making them drives, that was doing their own level of sacrifice. And they're not around now, but they were there then. And I was like, yo, I don't know if I could do that. You know what I'm saying? Now remember the number, that's a crazy valuation when you think about it. When you think about it. You want 30% of my company for $6,000. And the people that were with me is not being compensated just like I'm not being compensated. Now, I know to the general public, they see money on a screen and they think, yeah, it's hand over fist. No. I told y'all this first 13 cities, we had an average of $2,000 per city to do everything. But a lot of this stuff initially was not no fundraising, was not no merch. It was money that I had that I was just paying for. So when I'm in that middle and this seems like a lifeline and I'm like, all right, cool, the merch start moving a little bit, completely separate company that'll keep some of the edge off, right? And we wasn't doing like, I want to be very clear. I don't want y'all to get that fucked up either. We appreciate everybody buying the shirt. But we are not fucking Milano. We are not Nike. We don't do $80, $100 million in sales. I just want everybody to be very fucking clear about that. We have a very niche market. The freedom market is a niche market. The entertainment and fashion market is not niche. That shit is everybody. Everybody want to be fashionable, the majority of people. Okay? And everybody want to be fucking like luxury. They want to aspire, right? We're going to work on some of the new designs to give it a luxury feel. But I want to be clear, we don't do millions of fucking dollars in sales. So when companies like that company that stole our freedom over everything design and just try to tweak it a little bit, when they do that, it affects us. So this person says 30% for $6,000. I said, bro, I don't think I could do that, but let me handle what we already did. And he had a bad attitude. Then I got the tweets. I'm so glad I screenshotted this shit because this was on my old Twitter page. Okay? So he says, if I can't give him that, he wants all of the money back, but he wants like $8,000. Now at this point, this actor, that's, y'all know who he is. Y'all have seen a movie he's in, a TV show. Now I recognize he's trying to squeeze me. You got the right fucking one. You got the right one. He goes, after I tell him like, nah, bro, that ain't it. I got the screenshots of the DMs on X. I said, bro, that ain't it. I said, we got a thing. We agreed. I'm still going to hit you back with the number, but I can't just, by this date now, I got to give you $8,000. Then he goes. I want to get this person a shout out, but I don't want to associate the shout out with this person. I'm going to give him a shout out. I'm going to give a lot of shout outs throughout the night. He goes to the biggest conservative platform, website at the time. Me and him are homies now. He goes to that platform and tells them he had a deal on the table, but I took the $6,000 and the deal on the table was supposed to be worth like $3 million. And I was too much of a hood dude to blah, blah, blah. He says all of this. So I say, all right, fuck you then, bro. I got your bread because we made the money back off the shirts. But fuck you. Come take it. Come see me. I'm in LA often. At this time, I was. This time has passed. He tried to leverage me. He had a relationship with the dude that had the biggest conservative platform. That dude now is shadow banned, meaning the biggest conservative platform. But he still has a very large platform and website. This happens. He starts reaching out to people on the back end. They start hitting me up. Yo, you know this dude is hitting me up asking about you, da-da-da. Every single person that had some dealings with him, including the young lady that originally introduced through the phone, every single person that he did business with, it was bad business. And they say he tried to jerk him. But in the beginning, that's not known. Now I'm the new upstart that looked like I burnt him for $6,000. Once you do me dirty with a business deal or you disrespect me, I don't give a fuck about you after that. Even if you did give me the $6,000, because I tried to give you the money back what our original terms was. But then you went and slandered me on social media and on his websites and shit. Then you started reaching out to everybody thinking all of this silly shit. So I said, fuck you. But when the story gets told, half of the story gets told. When the story gets told, people don't tell how much you helped, how much resources, energy, time, plotting you put to help people. There's another person, I won't say nothing, but the vast majority of they motherfuckers that they had on their goddamn show was my relationships. And we supposed to make another move. You don't want to do that move. Now when I'm like, all right, well, I'm not paying none of that shit back. Now I'm the villain. See, this is where this comes from. And I don't say nothing about it. If you wasn't around early on in BGM, you don't even know this story. Most people in the chat have no idea about this story. They think I just be coming up with cool shit to say. I actually saw that hoodie. It's not my original idea. It's not my original idea. I saw it as like a gag thing on a Drake video. And it resonated with me. This was a while back. I was thinking about all of the bullshit that I've went through in the name of BGM, in the name of Solutionary Lifestyle, and how my life is still fucking awesome. How all of the enemies just fucking fall. And I'm still here, still educating. May not have 10, 15, $20 million just yet, but I've consistently served my motherfucking community. I got my pride and integrity intact, because when the whole story, we don't have to tell the whole story. I'm telling y'all some of the story now because I want y'all to understand this. Because I want y'all to look at this shit, the journeys that you are on. Some of y'all going to join the Solutionary now. You are. You're going to join. You're going to be like, yo, I won't fuck with that. You're going to start your health and fitness journey. Some of y'all just going to say, Maj, just give me the Solutionary 9 and let me do it on my own. Just tell me what the 9 things are, and I'll give it to you for free. No problem. You won't get coaching from me directly, but you can do it on your own. Some people feel better that way. Cool. And when you start this process of starting eating different, reading, drinking a half a gallon of water, here's my half gallon, just in case the Solutionaries got some BCAAs in it. It's in case, you know what I mean, people ain't know. When you start this process, I want y'all to take from my 10 years over this next 10 hours, going on 8 hours, 9 hours, whatever it is. I want y'all to take these lessons. You're going to start a path, getting on your fitness journey, getting on your study journey, getting on your shooting journey, saying I gotta do a certain amount of minutes of dry fire. I can't miss that. When you start going to the gym, you got to schedule. Ken is in here. I gave him a schedule. I gave him a routine, a workout routine, a meal plan. You got to pick certain foods and other foods got to fucking go. This is what it is. People going to act like you tripping. People going to act like you tripping. People going to start acting like you bugging. Don't take it personal. Don't make the mistake that I did with that lady in that first Compton class. Don't take that shit personal. Because when you take it personal, you feed it energy. When you feed it energy, you get defensive. You still feeding it. So I made a YouTube video about this shit. I told the story. I highlighted who the person was. That's why I'm not doing it now. I wish all of the people involved in this scenario, it's been years, they didn't die, they have good health, whatever. I wish success and goodness for everybody. My job is to tell y'all so y'all can learn from the mistakes that I made. Don't take that shit personal. Because it goes further in this. He got on these platforms, was DMing people, cost me a couple of things, and I'm like, that's your money back right there. If you cost me an event and you cost me a relationship because they got a relationship with you more than me and they fall back off for me, that cost me money. There go your money right there. We square. But that wasn't the end of this. For years, this person through backdoor channels continued to consistently try to bite back, and people would hit me back like, yo, that dude's crazy. Another actor. I believe that every so often, this is where that Illuminati shit starts to, I'll be kind of believing, right? Every so often, some famous boule-ass motherfucker shows up acting like they want to help our fucking work. And they be famous. There's a few of them in my orbit right now. They show up acting like they want to help. At best, they pick my mind for ideas or, you know what I mean? And at worst, they act like they're going to help, but then don't never help. But they all have a similar thing. They all try to get me to turn this shit. This has not only happened one time with Hollywood popular motherfuckers. It has not. Actors. Sports players. This ain't been the first time. So this is where that boule shit start making me be like, maybe the Illuminati was trying to buy me off. Maybe I'm fucking around. I should have took the money. Who knows? Either way, for years, this person still continued to do that. And then people will be like, yo, Bull's a fucking weirdo. Another actor that reached out the same way, I told him about the story. I was like, listen, I got to be real with you because this dude's probably going to try to hit you up. He was like, that dude, Hollywood knows he's crazy. Kind of find out this motherfucker wound up being anti-gun. Listen, dear Illuminati, I got a sellout number. I ain't doing no gay shit, but I got a be quiet number. It's $800 million. I'll settle for 400. It's a recession. It's a bad economy. So it was 400. I'll settle for 250 in Bitcoin, 250 million. My fucking impact on the culture is already stamped. Y'all want me to stop talking and stop trying to get even more rich and wealthy and helping more people? Because that's what I'm going to fucking do. I'm going to use all of my time. All I want to do is this fucking freedom shit. I don't got no boss. I don't got no boss. I love this shit. I hate that it's difficult at times. I hate that we gotta talk so much about fundraising. That's why I'm trying to do this stream to get it all done in one swoop. But I don't got no fucking boss. Anybody that knows me knows, nah, that motherfucker, since the day that I met him, has been helping people, throwing alley-oops, trying to stay to himself, serve people, and stay out the fucking way. If I'm lying, call me out. Anybody that's known me in this work for some time has told me all of it, has known all of the shit about me. I've heard motherfuckers say, oh, he tried to sleep with the one girl that tried to use that shit against me, my false rape accusation. She was a firearms instructor. She doesn't exist in the space no more. But what she didn't know was every single time I'm out somewhere, every single time I'm out somewhere, I fuck around and go, hey, when the women show up, I'm leaving. Dev just said it. Literally bought me a car. I'm not saying this shit like on some pat on the back shit. I'm saying this shit like I don't even be trying to fight. When people be saying shit about me, I just generally, I be like, oh, all right. I learned another lesson. Dev knows about it. I'll go into that one too. And I will mention this one. I'll mention this person because I handled it wrong. And I've told Dev that too. Dev is Trenchwork Chronicles. Who gonna beat 125? That's before I start getting y'all getting spicy, Maj. I got time today, cuz. I got time today, cuz. That's that internet reference might be before some of you young whippersnappers. Token Jedi says, I would do 200 if it was Tuesday. Then do 25 today, brother. And let's get 10 people to match you. If Token Jedi, matter of fact, do 20. How many people will match Token Jedi if he do $20? Because he probably get paid on Tuesday. That's what I'm thinking. Payday's Tuesday. There we go. Token Jedi, do $20. And how many people will match Token Jedi at $20? That means we need 9 more matches. So Token Jedi, don't wait till then. We're trying to do this fundraising shit today. Go to givesendgo.com/solutionary, give $20, and then 9 people in this chat match him at Gibson, and then that's the $200, and you hold on to that for Tuesday. Economy fucked up. I get it, brother. Okay? No, you can't mail 100 in cash. Man, what are you doing? I'm telling you what to do, bro. Do 20, and then 9 people gonna match you. Trent says, I think time has changed that you actually handling it correctly. What you mean by that? Are you saying since time has changed, then I handled it correctly then, based on what we see in now? Trenchwork also says, throw an assist. Listen, it's been a lot of my homies. Dev, matter of fact, Dev, you want to call in? I'm going to put the call-in joint up, Dev, if you want to call in. I've thrown, so Dev, this is what I could use from you right now. Dev is like a grumpy old man on the inside. That's my homie. Dev has been around from the very beginning, okay? Or early on, I should say. If anybody knows Dev, they know that I ain't paid Dev to say none of this shit he gonna say. So, with that being the case, Dev, I would love for you to call in and give your perspective of what I have been and what I have done. And if I'm saying anything about me trying to stay out the way and this, that, and the third, I want other people to hear it. Because this stream, as I told y'all 3 hours ago, this stream is 1,000% y'all getting a understanding of what the fuck we have done, are doing, and why you guys have supported it and what it went to. So many of these stories just don't get told. Like, people think, like, they don't know that we didn't own the Solutionary Center. This is 5 going on 6 years of us having this building. That shit is rent. What the fuck are you talking about? So, it's going to be a call-in. Bookworm, put it up on the screen real quick. And give me like 5 minutes, and then I'm going to put it on the screen. So, this happens. I believe that a lot of these things were spiritual tests. I don't always want to give the power of good things or magical or great things happening to, oh, that's the Illuminati, that's the devil worshipers. I don't want to do that. Because if you give everything to the devil, what are you giving to God? You know what I'm saying? So I don't really try to do that. However, when some of these dudes show up, I'm like, nah, there's no way that this is the same formula. They show up, they act like they're going to help. We chop it up for a bit. They either fall back or they start throwing shade. And I'll be like, oh, all right. Oh, so we're telling a White House story for sure. Yeah. This is what I'm saying, y'all. This dude shows up. He does this. I tell him, fuck off. After that, we already had a plan. And then he starts doing all of this wild shit. Fast forward some more. We do our first class in Atlanta. We did this class in Atlanta at Stoddard's. Amazing gun range. I love Stoddard's. If you're ever in Atlanta, Stoddard's has a Midtown location. Fuck with Stoddard's. Ken is the owner. Amazing spot. That, matter of fact, let me pull that joint up. GiveSendGo.com/solutionary. Everybody hit the like button, please. We did Stoddard's. 500 people showed up. 500. Not bullshitting me. I'm trying to find a video of that. Bookworm, if you can. It's our very first Atlanta class. Maybe we can't find it. I don't know. I'm not sure. Some of the shit in my joint that's supposed to be Maj Toure is weird. It's not me. Anyway, we do Stoddard's. This is more this hate survivor shit. We do Stoddard's. In the process of doing Stoddard's, this is after the actor. Time goes on. You guys know that we reach out to instructors and people of the like to do the classes. So if they're in Atlanta, we need Atlanta instructors because when I bring the people, I get the people together and then they develop their relationships on their own. The people that was at Stoddard's was like, man, this is an amazing gun range. Amazing gun range. They didn't even know it was there. Yes, this is the Sam Hayes story. There's some more story to that. Now, this is the offshoot of the actor. I get the Sam Hayes story because I go to Atlanta. Some of the people that I had relationships with was like, oh, you got to get this guy. He knows his gun stuff. And that guy does know his gun stuff. We do a class in Atlanta. I'm going to bring you on after I finish telling the story, Dad. We do the class in Atlanta. Great class. 500 people. And I'm not bullshitting you. So much so that we had to go from one event space to another event space to outside. Stoddard's has the outside fans and all of this. This is the first time I met. This is how good things happen too, guys. All of this stream is going to be y'all tying in lessons and how the good and the bad and seeing good men start falling back because of the bullshit. One of the good men that I met from there was Ken Scott at that event in Stoddard's years ago. Good guy. Law enforcement, dialed in, retired, all of this other good shit. And he fell back because he see the bullshit in the Second Amendment community too. Gun community, whatever. Still good, solid people in there too. Anyway, at this event, we do the event. 500 people, great class. Get in contact with that instructor through somebody else, meet him. People are like, I ain't really like that one dude, but I'm used to ignoring certain shit. You ain't like him. Maybe because he too pro-gun for you. Maybe. People don't like me as a gym instructor. Some people don't like working out with me in the gym. They're like, you go too hard. So I leave room for that. I hear a few people say, the dude hits me up. He's like, look, man, I got to get you back down here because we could do this every day. He lives in Atlanta. And I say, well, you know I'm on this tour. The money that we raise is earmarked for these cities as we go. So either once I get through these cities, why you make that Facebook worm? We could either come back, or if it's in between, you just give me the amount that it would cost for me to do this. Again, what this guy wanted me to do, which I don't have a problem doing, but I can't ignore the fundraising that we got on for people emailing me saying, yo, when you coming to this city? And we had an itinerary. Mind you, we had already did Chicago. Mind you, we had did Atlanta. Mind you, we was making, the traction. So he see 500 people show up. He live in Atlanta. I'm not gatekeeping. I said, yo, get every email. We'll give you the email list and you eat. But a lot of the people didn't like him because of his attitude. So he says that, and I say, look, if that's the case, just give me $2,000. We'll do the same exact thing, but we'll come and do a part 2. He says to me, so I got to pay you $2,000 to come run a class? I could do that myself. I said, okay. Heard motherfuckers saying they made Hove. Made Hove say, okay, so make another Hove. Go do it. No bad blood. No bad blood. This is where the next level of hate starts. This guy does a background search on me. I was leaving this here because I could have got it sealed and expunged. Everybody knows that I have a false rape accusation. Everybody knows that. I've been very vocal about it. After this, especially. I was hoping that an anti-gunner would try to use it. That's what I thought. I left it there because I'm like, if this story come up, because her father came to testify on my behalf, ain't nobody gonna know the context. The anti-gunner is gonna try to use it because remember, I'm becoming more and more famous. The pro-gun dude that I invited to teach at my class in Atlanta, in his city, that I gave all of the information with, the fucking actor reached out to him. They worked together and they started splashing that over the shit like I was a fucking convicted rapist. So when I say hate survivor, when I say I be chilling, when I say I get in, help, and disappear, when I say that, it's not, if you don't know all of this context, and I know a lot of y'all in the chat are like, damn, I didn't know that, because I don't talk about it. Most of y'all don't even know that I had fucking massive deaths in my family last year, like back to back. I don't talk about it. Most of y'all before the story today had no idea. I stopped doing a lot of shit outside to do this work. Most of y'all know that don't know that I was riding around in BMW X5s and fucking Lexus trucks and Ranges before I started BGM, and I had those vehicles and got rid of them to keep BGM going. Y'all don't know that. Some people do. It's not about that. It's about utilizing your skill set to help the people. But my man Dev is in the chat. Dev, what's up? You can hear me?
Yo, can you hear me?
What's up? Yeah, I can hear you. You can hear me good?
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Where I'm lying at, Dev?
So far nowhere that I've heard. Yeah, where did you want me to jump in at?
Wherever you feel like starting. You want to start at the White House story?
I mean, that's as close to the beginning as it gets, for real.
Okay.
That's a pretty close one. Yeah, when the chick, her name is Naomi. Are we dropping the names or are we keeping their aliases protected?
Just say her first name was Naomi.
Yeah.
Let's call her Naomi Campbell.
I mean, all right. I was gonna say we can call her Queen of the Sluts because that's what she calls herself. But either way, Shorty just tried to put you in a trap, and we literally caught it on video and had the opportunity to basically, completely deny all of her allegations by way of video evidence of her actually thirst trapping, which she was a decent thirst trap, you know, but that was wild. Yeah,
I'm gonna give some
and she was
backstory
married
to this. This young lady was voluptuous. She had a big old rump. I seen her and was like, She made herself known, positioned herself. It was me, Dev. Who else was there? Rel, a couple of other people.
Well, it first started at the bar at the hotel.
The bar.
Yeah,
Yep.
and you was like, "Yo, like, come over here." So she came over. We walked somewhere. We were walking back to that hotel.
Across the street to the hotel.
Yeah, And I remember she like the reason why we caught it on camera was because she like blew past my shoulder and bumped me. And when she got to you, she just slowed down, like stop, slow down. And I tapped Rel. I was like, Rel, get this shit on camera. And yeah, fast forward, what, like 3 days later, she was sending out text messages talking about you was trying to do whatever, blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, it was basically for sale. Like, had you just obliged by what she wanted, she was gone. But she didn't get that residual, so her fallback was to try the allegations. Which is kind of wild because like all the shit that was going on at the event that weekend that actually happened should have gotten way more like publicity. But yeah.
The event that he's talking about, oddly enough, timing interesting, is a turning point event.
Yeah, we've actually met Charlie Kirk to have our opinions, so everybody knows.
Right. So I want everybody to get this thing. When I was critical of Charlie Kirk on my old X page and went back and forth with him, these are things that I've said to him in person.
Literally. Yeah.
Literally. Saying this to say, this does not mean that I'm saying that he deserved to get fucking killed like that. That's fucked up. Saying that to say that this event, this young lady positioned herself this way. My man Rel found out, yo, Shorty's married.
Yeah.
I fell back off of her, and I was like, see, that's what I get. That's what I get.
But it was like the dude was in on it though.
Yeah, the dude that was like, yo, wait, no, you might be talking about a different time.
Nah, it was her.
Oh,
I know the other time you're talking about, but nah, it was this one too. Because they were like quote unquote separated or whatever. But then when we went to look at the pictures, they was still all together.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this young lady tried to package it like I gave her unwelcome advances as she came over to the bar, as we exchanged numbers. I seen what she was trying to do. It wasn't hitting for nothing. I was off it. 3 days later, I get a hit from the Turning Point people. Yo, Maj, da-da-da-da. I'm like, that's not what happened. They had video of her that I did not know. And people, I was like, yo, I didn't even know she was walking this close to me. Because we was crossing the street, coming back from the bar to the hotel. Boom.
Yep.
There's another time we was in D.C. We went to a fucking cigar bar.
Yeah, this one was wild. She actually kissed you too.
She kissed me.
Yeah.
She was there to, I want to go home with you, this, that, and the third. I got the fuck out of there.
That was that was when the Libertarian Party recruited you. I remember that. They came and had you speak at that little party in Arlington. Yeah.
Sarwark was there.
Yeah.
And Mike Heiss was there. And
yeah,
Mike was
that was when Sarwark was trying to do the
Mike was a Philly dude.
Yeah, that was when Sarwark tried to get you to smoke his little vape pen at the table like it was a cool thing. It was like, nah, nigga, we're not doing that.
Right.
Don't smoke nothing a politician hands you.
Ever.
We seen Training Day.
Right. Terry said, is this why you pose in pictures with females in arms and hands out? Yes.
Literally.
Yes. Dev, what do I say when shit start getting cool and the women start being around? What do I normally do?
Throw alley-oops.
What
me being the beneficiary to most of them.
I'll introduce people to people and then I leave. I'll tell them, yo, I'm gonna dip out.
Yeah. And then either we deem it as someone who we want to deal with, or we talk to them for a few minutes and then we get up out of there. But that's pretty much been the protocol. Even the last time in what was it, Orlando? When Shorty was blocking and when
Orlando's
it was
my
me,
favorite,
you,
by the way. But anyway.
It was me, you, Gary. What? It wasn't the last Solutionary Summit. It was CPAC. Yeah. It was CPAC. I remember that she was a dark-skinned chick too. She was at the restaurant.
They so all over the place.
Oh yeah. I mean, we could. Yeah. I don't know how deep of these like crazy female stories you want to go into.
This is the reason why I bring these up. We got enough. We got female stories for days. The bottom line is,
hey,
I just see him. I'll be like, it happened with me and Rel when we was in Vegas. I don't know if you was in Vegas for this.
I wasn't. I was not.
That
That was when
Rel,
Rel asked the shorty, "How do you stage a house?" And she started talking about
yes,
crazy. Yeah.
yes. This young lady presented herself to us, and we was like, all right, it's Vegas. Maybe she's a hooker. There's a lot of hookers in fucking Vegas. This one was like, no, I'm going with you. Da 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 da. Woo, woo. I said, well, what do you do? But by this time, Rel was already like, when I tell people this, they be like, Maj, get the fuck out of here. Ain't nobody trying to get you, right? And this is where with the actor and this, I'll be like, maybe there's something to this. I don't want to give it to that. I want to go, that's just human nature. But it seems to be two back to back. Rel initially was like, come on, bro. Like, Rel wasn't saying I was lying, but Rel was kind of like, Rel's got a dry sense of humor. We in Vegas, and we're there, and it happens. And I tell him, I go to the bathroom, and I text him, and I say, yo, this one is one of them. And he goes, all right. So I come back. We all chopping it up. She says she want to go with me. First, I said, yo, you working? That means, are you a prostitute? She's like, no. And I'm like, all right, cool. So we chopping it up. Rel asks her, I asked her what she does for a living. She says she's a real estate agent. She sells houses. Mm-hmm. Rel asks her, how do you stage a house? Anybody that has any understanding of real estate knows staging a house means, how do you pick the furniture? How do you make it look like an actual house when you're trying to sell the house? She goes into some shit about it depends on what their financing is, and the fucking answer wasn't the fucking answer.
Right.
At all. And I went, huh? And I looked at Rel, and then I dipped out, and he was like, yo, I'll be goddamn. Now, spiritually, it's my lesson. Men, it's your lesson. Focus on your motherfucking mission, bro. You already gonna have enough negative shit showing up without you further complicating it by being led by the wrong head.
Yeah, I'll say that's one thing that I've taken from you that has transcended into Kids to Kings very, very heavily is the whole dick discipline thing.
Yeah.
And it's just like I tell them now, if you can control your impulse, you'll be the richest, coolest person in the world. Because you'll be good with your finances, and you'll be good with your sex life. So, yeah. And now when we were all moving more as a collective, that was basically protocol. It was like, yo, like we're not doing none of that thirsty dude stuff. Like we're gonna act like we know what it's like to be in a room full of women. And if they decide to chase, then they decide to chase. But we ain't doing that.
I am 1,000% turning the fear of my original false rape accusation into the biggest lesson ever. And being able to, you guys got to remember, Dev is younger than me, so we were all even younger then. So it wasn't me telling the motherfuckers, this is what you got to do. They would see me do certain shit, and I'm like, I'm not fucking with that. Right. And I would say, nah, there's good women, and you know what I mean? If y'all want to do that, then cool, but she seemed cool. She seemed a little off. And if my energy was the one that got all of the people in the room, I'm going to disappear. In this life, sometimes it's good for you to be the point guard. We all love Kobe. We all love Jordan. We all love insert whoever. But somebody, a lot of times, had to get them to rock. Somebody got to pass them the ball sometimes for them to get the winning shot.
I think Derek Fisher has every ring that Kobe has, if I'm not mistaken.
Who?
Derek Fisher. Right. He might be one short, but I'm pretty sure he was with Kobe every single championship.
And we got to take these things, this conversation and this community work, and this activism, and this mindset, and this all of these things. It started as gun stuff.
Yeah.
It's evolved. It's like a whole nother thing. It's like it becomes like almost like I know I have, and you can attest to this a little bit, and then we'll move on. For me, I start to ask questions on a spiritual tip based on things that I've learned and seen through Second Amendment and community work. So, like, for example, I've started to think this has to be evil for people to not work together when we make people work together that the media says these people never work together. There has to be, because it don't be hard for us to get people that shouldn't work together, allegedly, based on media. It's never hard for us to get those people to work together. It's never really difficult. So it becomes like a, damn, there's a constant stream of foolishness to make sure that people are not working together to come together for things that they all both already say that they got in common. So it makes me go, this has to be spiritual. And you can tell me what your perspective on it is.
Always. Yeah. This is, remember, I was the one that was the heavy Christian early on in the day. So I've always been adherent to the whole spiritual aspect of what we're dealing with. But divisiveness, like that only comes from the internal spiritual. Like, what other motive would there be if we say that we, like you just said, if someone says that they're a Second Amendment supporter on both sides, like you said in the post yesterday, like we said, YNs are the most pro 2A people in the world. But what is stopping someone from a different demographic from supporting them? Only has to be something internal. So yeah, I would definitely agree. And there's the positive side of that spectrum as well. Like, I've always told people, like, I can't ever use the excuse of like I didn't grow up with a dad because of this Second Amendment shit. I have been put in under the mentorship of like some of the best and highest integrity men that I could have even thought to be around. So I can't even use that excuse anymore. So that is something that when I got the experience was like, okay, well, if I can create this same environment and ecosystem for kids at a much younger age, what is their ceiling if I just hit the cover of Recoil after you did?
Mm-hmm.
So what are they going to be doing in 10 years? You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
These are critical components. Hey, I appreciate you, brother, always. For those
For
that
sure.
y'all that are not aware, our brother Dev he has an organization called Kids to Kings, directly addressing young people, getting them from kids to kings. So please, guys, when I'm talking about this shit, and I'm saying these are the ripple effects, and I'm not saying it like, yeah, fucking me. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that in the sense of you listening, watching, you need to continue to elevate, because there are people that along your journey, by you continuing to elevate, they're gonna get right and exact. And I don't mean that in a way like to sound like you sunning nobody. There's people that are gonna see the option between somebody being a solutionary, somebody paying it forward into a community, somebody doing X, Y, and Z, and they're gonna see the silly shit, and they're gonna choose to go, I'm riding with the sound. That looks more logical. Like when people sell drugs generally, I'm not in opposition to people doing whatever they want with their body. You drink alcohol, you eat sugar, those are drugs. But when people sell harder drugs, or what we call harder drugs, right? A lot of times they do it because they don't think that they have another option. They do have another option. You just got to be shown the other option. If you show a dude that's from the hood and has been in the thick of it, suburban, rural, urban, whatever, just poor, they in the thick of it. And when they in the thick of it, they show you somebody that makes equal amounts of money with a business, and they live in the suburbs, in a more peaceful area. That hood dude goes, if I got the opportunity to do that, I'm doing that. I'm not rocking with this. Some of it is out of what they deem or think is necessity until they get exposed to new alternatives. So when I'm telling y'all, this work that we've done, and you guys have supported, and that's why we got 8 hours left in the stream. I'm telling y'all, this has further reaching impact than just teaching somebody how to shoot. Some of it was by design. Some of it was accidental. Some of it was, this is my standard. And this is what I mean when I say accidental. This is my standard. This is the standard. I'm going to maintain this standard. And wherever I got that standard from of, you got to be careful with these women, bruh. And it came from trauma of being falsely accused. And then you see multiple people try to use that, the false accusation against you. You got to be right and exact. And the story that Dev just told, I seen something thick. It was like, you getting a little famous. People like you. You hitting the stage. You doing your work. You doing your thing. Yo, come over here at the bar. Wine and spirits. Let's keep it clear on what that shit is and why it's called that. You at the bar may not be making the most, and I drink strong shit. I drink Booker's bourbon. I drink Long Island's with no ice. I do shots. I fuck with a mimosa. I like a mimosa for brunch. I ain't tripping. But when I'm at the bar, nighttime, Booker's. Off top. $30, $40 a shot. Straight out the barrel into the bottle. Proofing between 80 to 120 proof. So you got them spirits and energies up in you. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Now your lower self, it almost could be, I'll tell you in a second, Token Jedi, what Booker's is. It almost could be, some could look at it as demonic possession. Why did they pick that name for it? Oh, it's called spirits. What the fuck? I'm not ignoring that. So we got to be careful of that. And when you're not careful of that, you leave them motherfucking doors open. Windows. Portals. In my opinion. I ain't preaching to nobody. Just bad decisions. You could call it that. So now you say, yo, get her over here. Send her over here. She come over. It's a fucking Jezebel spirit. You let that in, champ. Here's the bigger question that you got to ask yourself. Yo, every time you try to lust or chase a woman that you shouldn't, for all y'all know, I could be fucking married right now. You never know. That's how I play it. My point is, when you think about married men in relationships, right? When that lust show up, the question that you should ask yourself is, do I have $10 million in cash? Because that's a lot of what you need to withstand a lot of stupid shit that happens. That can happen. Because it happens to motherfuckers that's billionaires. Allegedly, Tiger Woods had a sip of that drink on his way back to the golf course and flipped the whole motherfucking car over. They arrested him for the DUI. Now, I don't know the full story, but he about to make his triumphant return back to golf. He looking swole, look like he been in the gym for the last year and a half. He have a sip of that thing. That's what cost you your family however many years back. The women in the drink. And I'm not saying don't appreciate women. And I'm not blaming society's ills on women. I am not a bitch at all. We don't do that. I'm talking about your choice, man, with the type of woman. And the biggest question you should be asking yourself is, should I be doing this? If I don't have $10 million in cash, I got to move differently. If you got $10 million in cash, it's going to give you a little bit room. It's going to give you a little bit of room. If you got 10 million in cash or 5 in Bitcoin, it's going to give you a little bit of room. That lawyer that you send in there going to be a little bit more. The suit is a little more expensive on that lawyer. That lawyer got a different level of connection. And I'm talking more specifically to men here. We have turned this firearms related shit into such an amazing, damn near rites of passage on oops. On the oops. Oh shit, we stumbled into a rites of passage. Dev has spoke at events of mine, at Baltimore, at this, at that. Dev has said, yo, that's my man. Dev is the grumpy motherfucker in the crew. So even if I'm a little too happy, nah, bro, not happy, but y'all get what I'm saying. We have created a space where, and I've even told him at times, because he's very, y'all don't understand it. I'm 87 years old. Okay? I'm 87 years old. I just drink a lot of water. I do the Solutionary now. So when there's brothers that are a little younger than me, and I can show them a way without badgering them, even about my own mistakes. I'll tell y'all another quick story before we move on. One of the relationships that I damaged, because I do agree that how he handled some things was a little distasteful. And I went public with it. And I tell Deb this all of the time. I generally think that this dude is generally a good brother. He was our first $1,000 donor. It was Coleon Noir. If y'all don't know why you haven't seen me with Noir in years, it's because we had a falling out. And I wound up having to apologize to him. I apologized to him because there was context and nuance missing that I did not know. And I was very aggressive because I was coming into the space. I had just been the potential for taking advantage of by the actor, by the other bullshitter, by this, that, and the third. So now I'm gun shy. Anything moving, getting shot type energy. And he, what I did not know, was in a contractual obligation to this PR firm. They had a relationship, Ackerman McQueen, that was their name. They had a relationship with the NRA. That's why NRA TV came to be. That was an Ackerman McQueen thing. Coleon Noir never, to the best of my understanding, never really was paid by the NRA. He was paid by Ackerman McQueen on the NRA TV tip. And when I started gaining traction doing the work that we was doing at BGM, one of them last seasons of that show started to look like Noir was doing the work that I was doing. And I took so offense to that. And I allowed that negative energy. Before I called that man myself, I allowed to speak up because I was being so defensive. Remember, y'all, the story that I told you about that lady in California, that first video that I played, I didn't handle her right. I could have handled that better. Now, this is years later, and I'm more known. And I'm like, oh, he don't do what I do. He supported it, but damn, like you making that shit look like, because it looked like the way that they were changing the storyline of the show was almost like he was going city to city doing the shit that I was doing. Then he had grills, he put grills in, and I was starting to see this with Brandon Tatum too. So I was like, here we go again. That's true. Deb said I called him at the White House and he never answered. That's true. But then I find out other things about that. Why didn't he call? Noir is not a aggressive dude. And I'm not saying that in a rude way. I'm saying his personality type is like Fabulous or Lloyd Banks. I'm at certain points, I could be like 50 Cent. Yeah, he had grills. He had grills because he's from Houston originally, I think, but he lives in Dallas. Yeah, he had grills. Like for a photo and was saying like, yo, I'm really from Houston. And he is, right? And so I just took it the wrong way. Here's what I didn't know. He was under contract to Ackerman McQueen, and he pretty much had to do whatever they told him to do. That's the reality. No different than when, we could do Tatum too. No different than there were people in NRA TV, that whole staff over there that was a part of that. Y'all pick out whoever you want. I'm friendly with most of them still. They were advocating for red flag laws. Those videos exist. I don't think Noir did it. Probably because he was focused on the show. Or he figured out a way to get out of having to say that. But they were advocating for like, if y'all want to make it, don't add more gun laws, just do red flag, like that type of energy. You know what I mean? And so I came through and just was me, was just urban. And people liked it. Then when I seen people emulating it, I looked at it like, on one hand, I looked at it like, okay, I'll give you a perfect example. The first 2 years that I went to SHOT Show, that shit started looking super urban after I got around. Motherfuckers was wearing hoodies, not shaving. Brandon Tatum twisted up his hair, put it in locks, grew a beard. I bullshit you not. Bullshit you not. You know what I mean? These things started happening, but then I was gun shy because of the hate that I got from other areas. And I'm like, this whole game fucking cutthroat. And I thought this was my homie. I would be at SHOT Show with New War. I got introduced to Donald Trump Jr. through New War. At NRA. But I responded to that wrong. Here's another thing that I didn't know. During that time when he was contractually obligated, his dad was dying. And as somebody whose dad died last year, I didn't know that. Because similar to me, he just didn't say nothing about it. I apologize to that man at our brother KD's gun release in Vegas. I pulled him to the side, or I went up to him and I told him, like, yo, and I've tried to, but that's not his, he also a 48 Laws of Power type of dude. He would think that when people read that book, they think shit like, if I made a mistake and I was aggressive towards you, even if I apologize, that book tries to tell you, don't ever engage that person again because they're going to snake you again. But my original thing wasn't a snake, but I don't ever try to convince nobody of that after the fact. Because I know I know all of these motherfuckers what they read from. The only thing that we can do, if you're hearing this and you're getting this lesson from this way, from my failures, these are two of my failures. I gave y'all two. One with the lady, which was smaller, but it's big in my heart. And two, my relationship with New War. I see people attacking him now, and I want to jump in, but I don't want him to feel like I just don't want to impose. Because also, he's a very to himself. I'm to myself too, but I'll fuck you up. I'll laugh. I'm loud at times, right? I'm like, sometimes I could be mean. I could be very aggressive. Let's say it that way. I have no problem saying exactly what the fuck it is. And if I'm quiet, you could probably be in danger because I'm going to do something to you, right? I'm going to avoid at all costs as much as possible. But when it's time for me to say something, I'm going to fucking say something. New War has more of a avoidant personality. And I'm not saying that is a bad thing. I admire that in people. Because sometimes when your natural response is aggression, and I'm not saying grab your gun, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, I got to check this motherfucker. I didn't have to tell that donor when I was running for city council to eat a dick because he said something rude to me. I didn't have to, but I did. New War would never tell nobody to eat a dick. And I'm not saying that like it's a flex. It's not a flex. It's actually less strategic. And there's times when me and Dev have had conversations about whatever, and he'll ask me, I'm like, nah, bro. And I always bring up, Dev, call me out if I'm lying. I'll always bring up, nah, bro, I wish I could have handled that situation with New War different. And I didn't. So maybe let cooler heads prevail on this one. It's not that we are incapable of checking motherfuckers. It's not that. Sometimes you need to wait a second before you check a motherfucker. Not that they don't need to be checked, but the question becomes, why do you got to check them? When you could just dip out or wait or let them check themselves or somebody else check them and they come back and fuck around and apologize to you. Because you was right all along. This thing that we do with personal protection and trying to be better for our families, we talk about generational wealth. We talk about getting better, improving. We talk about getting stronger. This is a skill set in emotional intelligence development. We're watching Maj's Solutionary Evolution. It is. That's what this whole stream is going to be about. Support, guys. GiveSendGo.com/solutionary. You got to survive some of that hate. The hate don't mean it's always external. Some of it's self-imposed based on your lack of understanding, and then you might have hate on your own opportunity inadvertently. Noor was, and I'm going to say this publicly, and I'm going to apologize again to that man publicly. Maybe he'll see it, maybe he won't. He was supportive of our work. He was our first $1,000 donor. It was Coleon Noor. I was in Philly. I was in City Hall. I seen it come through to whatever. You know what I mean? I handled that wrong. And I told him that. The same as I've told Charlie Kirk, God bless the dead, yo, I don't like your fucking rhetoric towards black people. Just because I'm unifying people, I don't want nobody saying, yo, you know, it's all white people that's racist. All white people is white devils. Don't be around me saying that shit. My white homies is solid as fuck. And they'll fuck you up if they hear you say that shit. Because it's fucked up that you saying that shit. We don't do the collectivism shit, bro. It's a harder path, but it's a more valuable path. And when we on this shit that we doing, we got to collectively, individually identify where we was on some collectivist shit and we handled some shit wrong. So this thing that we doing is necessary because we're walking around with fucking firearms. We all, most of us in this chat, if you don't carry a gun on you right now, right? Tell me. If you don't carry a gun, tell me in the chat. Or if you do or don't, tell me in the chat right now. Give me a comment in the chat, whatever platform you're watching. All right? Let me tell y'all this. We got the power of life and death on us. I got a tourniquet, med kit, and a gun. I have to be the adult in the room. I got to be the adult in the room. When it's time for me to fuck you up, I'm 1,000% going to fuck you up. Fast, quick, in a hurry. I'm going to fuck you up. And we're going to laugh about it. Because you was the bad guy. And there's no question about it. We're going to fuck you up smooth. And we're going to laugh. It's such a slam dunk. Because we was right. And you bought that. But most things ain't that. Most things ain't that. And when you start internalizing life that way, and you start looking at getting your health right, which I am, again, y'all, 7-day fast. I just had a burger. It's probably going to be my only meal for the day. I'm going to drink a gang of water. You know what I'm saying? See, look, got that Gen 6 on me right now. East Coast say he don't got one. East Coast, you got to take the class, bro. East Coast, you donated, so you got access to the classes. I mean, East Coast is actually the high man for the day, I think, at 125, if I'm not mistaken. But nonetheless, we need somebody to beat 125 and to donate. We fundraising, guys. I know we all kumbaya right now, but we fundraising. So GiveSendGo.com/solutionary. When we're talking about this holistic program, when we're talking about this spiritual discipline, when we're talking about, yeah, I'm down. Send him the link. Dev, send Mike the link. If he want to jump on, hell yeah. Anybody. Matter of fact, send a link to everybody. Everybody that you think might need to want to be on the joint so they can come on, you know what I mean? So they can get on the stage. I'll say this, y'all. It changes you into something else. It changes you into a person that's evaluating things from damn near a bird's eye view. And you make different decisions. And you hold yourself to like, nah, I fucked up there. I got to do better. My next goal is $3 million. Outside of this, I'm going to go for profit. Right? We already have, because I want to be clear. We're not a nonprofit in that traditional sense. Y'all give us resources and we help do everything, all of the things that I named with the resources that y'all garner. Okay? But my for-profit, I'm going to try to do $3 million off that shit. That's my next goal, which means I got to dial the fucking, keep building what I already got and build on it and so forth and so on. it makes you change things, your view of things differently. The irony of that is the young people that we say need so much guidance, those people then start to benefit from us just being the fucking example. So when I publicly say I handled that situation with less information, with missing context, I didn't call him initially before I responded to what I thought, because everybody else that I responded to that way was clearly in violation. And I was like, I'm gonna nip this shit in the bud right now. It was wrong. I say that and I tell y'all all of these examples of this 10-year time period because I want y'all to genuinely be like, yo, this might be that moment that Maj had with that lady, and he said he could have wished he would have handled that right. This could have been an example of that time Maj had with that actor, and he wished he would have handled it differently. I handled that situation with the actor right. I handled that situation with the Hayes dude right. I said what I said, and I didn't even engage. He made all fake pages and all types of shit. Sidebar. How did this story get out about me having a false rape accusation? Because that dude then gave it to Tariq Nasheed. And then Tariq Nasheed posted it when me and him went back and forth. Hate survivor. But you got to learn the lessons from the hate. And bigger than you just learning the lesson from the hate, you share it with people way ahead of time and tell them, you wag your finger at them in a positive way and say, hey man, this is important. And this is what I'm doing with y'all today. These lessons, these experiences, this conversation, there'll probably be more men that were impacted by our work and all of that, right? Dev's going to send a link to a bunch of guys that's going to be like, oh yeah, I'll tap in, right? These things happen simply because I started doing Second Amendment work that y'all paid for. Every bill, every flight, both of the Solutionary Summits, everything. The growth of other firearms instructors. Don Core from the Don Firearms is a sound firearms instructor that came to our very first BGM event in Boston. It had about 400 people. It was a snow day, and 400 people still showed up. He's serving the community of Boston right now. Do you know why I maintain that relationship? Because you should maintain relationships. But I went into that relationship knowing that I did not want to make the same mistake that I made with a New Orleans. The reason why I maintain a relationship with Dev is because I don't want to destroy a relationship and a friendship with someone that I respect, that has respect for me. All of these things. You got to learn these lessons and package them bitches and hurry up and present them to the people that's next. You have to. This is how we make force multipliers. Yeah, the Talib Kweli beef was the funniest one. Jesus Christ. Talib. No, Talib got a little disrespectful, but the Lupe Fiasco beef. So y'all might not even know this. Y'all know how many people in chat didn't know that I had a beef with Talib Kweli and Lupe Fiasco? Did y'all know that? If you don't know the context, it could look like I'm the problem. It could look like that. It's Lupe. It's definitely Lupe. After I did Lupe's, after I did his podcast with him and Royce, then not long after that, after it looked like Maj was picking on Lupe Fiasco, here's Maj. Hey, well, so you know who Lupe Fiasco is. You just don't know him by name. My man Mike Heist, that's one of his favorite lyricists. Lupe Fiasco got the song, If You Are What You Say You Are, a Superstar, so have no fear, The camera's here. I don't know the verse. The hook is fucking crazy good, though. I never liked Lupe's fucking raps. All of that, a 1 2 1 2, bop-a-doo, bop. Shut the fuck up. I listen to hard gangster shit. Murder, death, kill music. That's what I listen to. Yeah, kick, push. That dude. Anyway, if you don't know the context of these things, how did I get into it with Talib Kweli? Defending Corleone Noir? Because Talib Kweli was fucking with Noir? And I got in between of it? And Talib Kweli started fucking with me then? Then, what happened? Sam Hayes gave Talib Kweli my paperwork for my false rape accusation. Then he started posting that. Then he got my daughter involved. Y'all don't know this story. We are so lucky that Marcus does not sing for a living. Y'all do. I have a great voice. My point in saying all of this, y'all, it almost becomes a waste to a certain extent if we can't accelerate the lessons that come from these lived experiences for you guys to get and implement. And a bigger one than all of these is just not just, us talking about the Second Amendment stuff, but the fitness shit. This is the biggest thing that I'm telling y'all. Y'all know I'm 72 years old, okay? The biggest thing that I'm telling y'all is, as I'm seeing over the last, let's say maybe 4 years, as I'm building and watching, your food supplies, your water supplies, your sunlight exposure, you're limiting yourself to certain rays. Like, obviously, I'm doing a 12-hour fucking stream, but your health and your fitness. I'm watching men that I went to high school with look like they were in the class that built the fucking high school. And I'm watching a lot of our Americans die from treatable shit, preventable shit. They don't drink enough water. They don't get hydrated enough. I'll say it that way. They don't eat. They don't work out. I work out 5 days a week. I'm in great shape. And I'm getting Bruce Lee abs by the end of summer. I lost like 2 inches off my waistline doing this fast last week of no solid food. And I'm probably going to go back to eating 1 meal per day, maybe 2. Maybe. And it's going to be like in the middle of the fucking day. Okay? My point is, all of these things build on each other. All of these things tie into another. So when we're talking about firearms, we got to talk about the Second Amendment. We're talking about the Second Amendment, you got to talk about the Bill of Rights. Talk about the Bill of Rights, you got to talk about the Constitution. Talk about the Constitution, got to talk about civics. Civics and liberty. You talk about firearms, you talk about a shootout. You talk about a shootout, you're talking about people getting shot. You're talking about bleed outs. You're talking about tourniquets. You're talking about stop the bleed. You talk about firearms in the Second Amendment, you're talking about knowing your rights. Talking about knowing your rights, you got to talk about engagement with law enforcement when they try to trample your rights. That's why we got to know your rights class. You talk about guns. You talk about safe carry. You talk about the quickest way to clear a garment. That's why most of us carry appendix. But if you're talking about carrying appendix and your belly's in the motherfucking way, you can't carry appendix because your belly's in the way. So now we got to talk about health and fitness. That's why we blend all of this into the Solutionary 9. These are the things that when you start, you're going to get called all kinds of names. I've already, in so many instances, talked about how I've been attacked over the years. This is before we get into year 5 of BGM. We 9 to 10 years in. All of the things that I told y'all about was all within the first 5 years. The first half of this. The first half. The hate, the allegations, all of that shit. This is before the first 5 years of BGM. The partners leaving. All of that. My point in saying this is you guys can learn lessons from all of these things. We've talked about that hate from those 5, whatever. Then we get to talk about all of the good men and good interactions and good work that we did. The other men that are good guys that are like, nah, I remember doing this and you did this for me and I remember this and da. And these ain't pushover ass dudes. Like I mentioned Don, he's a good guy. He's a married man that was a teacher. And now is a different type of teacher because of our engagements and interactions. It's been times where I couldn't make it to something and I'm like, yo, you want to fuck with that? And he'll fuck with it. He's developed relationships with Buck Doyle because of our relationship. That happened because of him coming to our very first BGM class in Boston that you all paid for. The level of connection is not something to sneeze or scoff at. The level of this thing keeps going in a positive direction. This is why I keep telling y'all, guys, givesendgo.com. Listen, y'all, let me go back to the fundraiser for 1 second. I've been talking to y'all for 4.5 hours. We might have raised, how much did we raise? Somebody do the math. 30, Rob, hold on, let me hit refresh. Let's see. Big Rob, an hour ago, $30. Riggs, 25. That's 55. Then Anonymous at 25. So let's say 105. Sir Johnny, 205. East Coast, 125. So 205 plus 100. So 330. 430. All right, it's 430 and we raised $430. All right, that's cool. I'm not going to be rude about it. But guys, fucking come on, guys. That's $100 an hour. Token said he going to do it when he get paid. Token said I blocked him on Twitter. You had to be doing something. It's so stupid for me to block, or just mean. That's cool. I ain't going to tell you no. Who else? $430, guys. Our goal is $18,000, guys. There's 450 of you watching right now, guys. If there's 450 of you watching, 450, our biggest supporter is $125. Whoever comes in at that gets access to the Solutionary 9. Oh, that might have been my bad then, Token. I might have been having, maybe I ain't eat that day. At me now. At me on something. And I'll make sure I follow you back. I appreciate you, bro. Everybody that beats this $125 donation that East Coast Toasty did, going at $126 if that's what you want to do. A $126 donation gets you access, obviously, to all of the classes, but the Solutionary 9 private community and training. I'm going to train with you for 99 days. That's what the Solutionary 9 is. Shooting drills, workout routines, macros, meal plans. The goal is to transform you into a fucking soldier in 90 days. With these 9 non-negotiables. And me legitimately being like annoying and being on top of you like, yo, what's going on? And making sure we're making that progress. My point is, whoever beats that, the high number is 125. Whoever beats 125 at 126 or up, you're the new high man or high woman. We need 180? Yeah, 180 more $100 donors. And that person gets all of the classes, firearms basics, understanding imminent threat, know your rights, stop the bleed, civics and liberty. These are video modules that come to you. You watch them at your leisure. You get your account. You log in. You take the classes at your leisure. They're videos. You get printouts. They're quizzes at the end. You become sharper. You get to be the person that is smart, that is capable, that knows how to defend life, this is what we're transforming you into. That person that understands the reason for limited government. The reason why you're like, absolutely not. We're not circumnavigating the system of checks and balances. That's civics. That's an understanding of liberty. That's an understanding of the founding documents of America. Not because the papers themselves hold power, but this is the framework and the standard that we're supposed to be all respecting each other's rights to. And you get access to that by being one of these $100 donors. And I talked about all of this shit today. It's the weekend, y'all got paid. Everybody got some money. And if you can't donate the $100 level, donate whatever else level. If there's four, let me do some math real quick. Let me do some math. Let's see. 456 people. Now let's say all of y'all gave $100. That's $46,000 almost. That's more than double what we fucking need. We need 18. 18 and 18 is 36. So there's almost an additional 10,000 more than what we need. It's 450 of y'all watching this shit, man. Let's do some more math. 457 people. Let's say if all of y'all, matter of fact, let's do this. 18,000 divided by 458. If all of y'all watching right now gave $39, we'd get there. There's 457.58 of y'all watching. If everybody watching this went to give, it's right on the screen. It's sliding across the bottom. This is a fundraiser, y'all. So before somebody come in like, oh, you're shilling for money, and they didn't see the last 4.5 hours of me explaining what we did with the money already and what we've done and the impact that we've had, right? Those people will say some shit like that. But before you say that, I got to remind everybody, I don't give a fuck. Call me whatever name you want. We want to keep these classes going and buy the building and keep the bills and lights on and all of that other type of shit. If everybody in the chat right now watching this gave $39, let's roll it up to $40. let me borrow $40. If everybody let me borrow $40, you got $40 till payday. Why do everybody always say, let me get $40? When did that become like the number? But anyway, if everybody in here gives $40, we're done. We're done. Think about that. Like the rent for the building, the this, the that, like these things happen. All of those transformative life stories that I've already told, and we ain't even 5 hours in yet. Yeah, you can, Token. Come on in like 20 minutes. I'm going to play another video too. Y'all tell me if the video gets stupid. I'm going to play this one. This is one of my favorites. I'm going to pause this one. I'm going to stay with y'all and pause this one. I'm going to pause it every so often because I don't want them to say I was whatever. Okay? If every single one of y'all gave $40, we would be done. I'm going to tell y'all one more story. And the reason why I'm doing this Hail Mary today is because if we could get this all done in one day, that would be fucking fabulous. 1,000% fabulous. And we can and will. 180 people just saying, cool, I want to get all of the classes. The Stop the Bleed class is $50 by itself. Why not donate $100, help other people, and get 5 classes? Duh. Anyway, I'm going to tell you all the story before I move forward. This was our first time in Miami. Actually, let's do Boston, because this happened twice. But let's do Boston, since we just mentioned my man, Don Core. The Don Firearms is his Instagram page. Y'all should follow him. Tell him I sent you. The Don Firearms. Let me say this about this story. Very first class in Boston. We fundraised to get the venue to drive there. Fucking drove to Boston. What the fuck? We didn't even think to take a train. We didn't know. Anyway, somebody was supposed, now at this time, we had just got the merch. And we was trying to figure out how we was going to sell the merch. And we were like, man, these Black Guns Matter shirts and hoodies, they're like, for whatever reason, we felt like they wasn't selling enough. That's what we felt like. That's where you guys can get the merch. BlackGunsMatter.shop. It's on the screen. Let me know if y'all can hear me right and okay. So, we in Boston. We already paid for the venue. The money from the shirts seemed slow. And at that time, we weren't on Shopify. We were on Big Cartel. I don't even know if Shopify existed then. It may have, but we weren't hip to it. We on Big Cartel. And we like, yeah, this shirt thing is doing good, but I don't know what's up with the money. It's just, whatever. But we were heavy on focused on the classes. And we had this event, we paid for it. And somebody was supposed to give us some money. And it didn't come through. And it was snowing. So a part of us was like, all right, we already paid for the car rental. We already paid for the venue. It's snowing. Maybe nobody will show up. I mean, it was like a snowstorm. It was like, maybe nobody will show up. But that tinging feeling of, do we drive to Boston? And we say, we got to drive to Boston. So we drive to Boston. It's not as bad as the feeling of Chicago. One, it's not as fucking far as a drive from Philly to Chicago. But I'm still kind of like, eh. And we like, maybe that money will hit the account. Maybe. Maybe this money will hit the account. In the process of us going to to Boston, we pull up to the venue and it's already people there. And there's more and more people coming. And it's like, man. And the class wound up being one of my most memorable classes. And that happened. However, we already paid for the hotel. We already got the car. Whatever. We do the class. After we do the class, we go back to the hotel. We figuring out how we gonna do everything. We don't got much. How we gonna eat? How we going this? How we going that? We trying to figure it out. Something told me, check your PayPal. Check the PayPal. Now remember, y'all see the Black Guns Matter merch on the screen. At the time, it was not Shopify. So Shopify is a very, very simple and nuanced website. They can teach you how to do this. You could do this. You could take payment this way. You could do that. Big Cartel was much more limited and was not as user friendly. Something just told me, check your PayPal. We in the hotel. I checked the PayPal. There's like $2,200 in my PayPal that I had no idea was there. Why was it there? Because some people that was buying the hoodies and the merch was paying for it on PayPal. So that money that we was like, this shit not making us no money yet, but we wasn't super focused in on it. People was paying in PayPal money, and that extra $2,000 that we was like starving for at that moment, it was going there in PayPal situation. This was another moment where I went, you should go out on a limb for these things that you do when you know that these are good things for the community. You should go on a limb for this. Because it seems like every time my back is against the wall, every single time my back is against the wall, something good happens. This happened in Miami. I reflected on that the last time we did a Solutionary Summit in Miami. We was in Miami. Somebody was going to give us a check for $6,000. Again, y'all, this first tour, this first 13 cities, if I could do it again, I would have done it better. But I love the lessons that came from it, because not only was it something very, very, like, it built the tenacity and it built the ability to, like, staying power. It also gives me a lived example that I can share with everybody else to say, yo, man, just stay this course. Boom. That's Boston. When that happened in Boston, we damn near was like, man. Then we went to Cheers from the TV show. That bar in Boston is a real bar there. And it's set up. The upstairs is set up like it's a tourist attraction too, obviously. But downstairs is an actual bar. It's like in their version of downtown. There's an actual bar. And then outside of the actual bar, upstairs is a whole set that looks like Cheers, the TV show. We went there and had a drink and got back on the road. Fast forward, Miami. Miami, we paid for the venue. I told this story on Andy Frisella's show. I'm going to do Andy Frisella's show shortly here again. When we got to Miami, we had already paid for the venue. We was tight. Somebody had promised to give us some money, like $6,000. It didn't come through. We had already paid for the venue. At this time, we flew because we learned a little bit. We flew and we had a car rental. Every single person, this was my first time meeting Reddick from Reddick Training. He trains in Southern Florida. To this day, he was one of our favorite instructors to ever work with, because he told a story about how he became a firearms instructor because his son got access to his firearm and killed himself. And from that point on, he changed his whole situation. Very personable brother, cool guy. Let you know off top, he's a Mason, right? Good man. Still have a relationship with him. If he calls me to do anything in Southern Florida, I'm going down there to do it. And I just like Southern Florida too. Like, you ain't got to twist my arm to go down to fucking tropical weather, right? Still have a relationship with him. Developed a relationship with Lou Tactical, through him. Developed a relationship with a few other firearms instructors in the Southern Florida area, Tallahassee, all of that, through that good brother. In that very first class, and he was the instructor that ran the class. And he was one of the first told me that Sam Hayes was a piece of shit after the fact. He told me once he found out the story. But nonetheless, we get down there. If you've ever kicked it with me at a class, after the class, I usually wrap up, clean up everything, boom, boom, boom. Whoever stays, I usually treat those people to food and drinks. It's just a thing I do. We get to Miami, I had maybe, it was under $100. I want to say maybe $88, $89, something like that. $88, $89. After I stayed and we cleaned up, because it was at a hotel in downtown Miami, small one little room, did the class, taught, it was great. There was a bar downstairs, like an indoor-outdoor seating bar. A few people went with me, and I paid for everybody's drinks. At the end of those drinks, I had about $6 or $7 left. And I remember telling the story on Andy Frisella's show, because I remember saying, if you were at that Miami class, that was all of the money I had left. It's all the money we had left. I ain't had no more outside money. We weren't really killing it with fundraising. Again, those first 13 cities were us just raising the money, paying for the venues and stuff, and then trying to, you know what I mean? That's what we were doing. So we didn't have the money. We slept. This doesn't have the same type of happy ending. We had our round trip tickets. We had our venue. We paid for the people's drinks and a little bit of food or little snacks. And our flight was the next morning. We slept in the car rental, in the front seats. We slid them seats all the way back. We slept in the car rental, and we drove back to the airport the next morning. There was no extra money that showed up. There was none of that. We didn't get the money from the person that said they was going to give us the money. I'll tell you a story about that person. We never got the money. He told us. I had flown out to Cleveland to meet him, gave him the prospectus, told him what we had already did. He had reached out to us. I knew that the person that he worked for had money because they were one of the title sponsors of CPAC. That's how I met him. He said he was going to get us some seed money to go do this next thing. He never fucking sent it to us. That guy's name was Bert. Brandon Struck last year called me and reached out to me and said, Maj, do you know a guy named Bert? I said, from whatever the name of the company was. He said, yeah. I was talking to him. He said he wanted to get behind the walk away. If you guys don't know, Brandon Struck does the walk away movement. He said he wanted to get behind it. He said he had gave you some money. I said, that motherfucker's a motherfucking lie. I flew out on my own dime I met him twice. I flew out on my own dime to his location in Cleveland, a high-rise building that they allegedly were redoing. Had the printout, showed him everything, da-da-da-da. He said, yeah, we get you right. Then, after me trying to link up with him, I was off of him. Then, he was in Philadelphia, and I found out what the fuck happened. I'm telling y'all these stories because the name of today's show and 12-hour live stream, which we are now 5 hours in, it's called This Is Where Most People Fold. We this close, and we cannot fold. I need everybody watching to pitch in. $2, $5, $10, $100 get you all of the classes. GiveSendGo.com/solution. Bert told us that he was going to give us a certain amount of money. The money never came. He was big cat. What I found out he was doing, he was in Philadelphia one time, and he reached out to me. He was like, yo, man, I'm in Philadelphia. We really need to sit down. I know it's been a while, and da-da-da-da. And I'm like, okay, dudes that got this type of money, because mind you, at that time, to be a title sponsor of CPAC, it was $250,000. That wasn't a fake thing. Him and his boss had to have $250,000 to do this. I had dinner with that man with his wife in Cleveland. He drove me to the airport. That man never reached back out. But then we went back and forth. Yeah. He reached back out. He said, man, I'm in Philly. Apologize. We got to really sit down. He said, I'm at the Four Seasons. He was at the Four Seasons. They were at the restaurant in the Four Seasons. Him and some other dude that was excited that I was there, which means he knew who I was, which means Bert wanted this person to see that he knew me and could reach out to me and we would sit down and chop it up. Even after that sit down, after the guy left, Bert bullshitted and never gave us a motherfucking dime. So when Brandon Struck hit me up last summer and asked me, I said, he's a bullshitter. Maybe he's changed, but he didn't give us a motherfucking red cent, brown cent, green cent. And when you up dealing with these types of people that are 100 millionaires, 10 millionaires, and at the time, our goal was maybe $150,000. And You spent your last. And you not exactly where you want to be. And you cannot go back to the street. Do not think that this is an isolated conversation that got something to do with just Black Guns Matter. If you're listening to this shit right now and you just started that fucking company, but you still got to do that 9 to 5, keep fucking going. Do more. It is guaranteed that you're going to get a fucking goose egg if you stop. It's guaranteed. What was not guaranteed, none of it. What was doubly not guaranteed, you might just fuck around and make a quick 6 figures on the oops one day. You might just keep pushing this thing. You might keep making the fucking content. You might keep pushing. You might, and people going to laugh at you. They in the chat talking about, y'all seen it. Motherfucker called me a monkey, the grifter, all of this shit. Because a lot of them don't know the whole story here. That's why I'm so glad to tell y'all this whole story today and tonight. This ain't just about me. This is about you. None of this happened without y'all. Tell me in the chat, how many people in the chat have donated in some way, shape, or form? If you have or if you have not, I want to hear from you. If you have or if you have not. Hey, I haven't. I'm going to get around to it. Today's the perfect day to get around to it, guys. We're doing a fundraising drive. Right? I don't care if it's $10. Everything counts. Okay? Tell me if you have or you have not. If you bought a shirt, if you bought a class, if you donated for somebody else, just tell me in the chat. Guys, if you're watching this on X, please, guys, there's hundreds of y'all watching on X. God damn it, guys. Just repost it. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, how many times I be saying repost, repost, repost? Y'all watching, y'all got it on, and I'm appreciative of that. But repost it. There's other people that need to be exposed to this shit. Forget just the gun thing. These are spiritual conversations, regardless of what your religion is. Okay? Just hit repost. It's not difficult. Anyway, I could have folded. I ain't have shit. But I knew we had something. It's not that I didn't have shit. You ain't have everything that you wanted, but you had everything that you fucking needed. You just got to keep walking. Just got to keep going. It's like the gym. Just keep going. Just keep going. Don't even think. Don't even allow that shit. Some of y'all just started this health and fitness journey. Some of y'all just started this shooting journey. Okay? Nick said, I bought 2 mugs and 4 shirts. Appreciate that, Nick. Wild Selt got shirts in the Solutionary 9, all types of shit. Appreciate you. Terry says, I always get. Terry has been one of our biggest supporters. Terry just found Kelly Green of a hoodie, designed the shit. We're going to put it on the website. We're going to sell it. Terry already got a link to be an affiliate. Terry's been super supportive. Okay. Token says, already did my money for next week. Got 200 for Maj with BGM. Appreciate you. Big Rob supported. This is what I'm saying to y'all. Every single one of y'all that has supported over the years, every single person that has tapped in and said, yo, I learned this, yo, I learned that. My guy Dev that was like, yeah, man, alley-oops to this, to that, blah, 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 blah. You know, helping with this. None of that shit happens without this work. None of it. Most of the people that I have solid relationships with from the Second Amendment community and people that are now we're helping lose weight, get in shape, get stronger, get smarter. That's in the Solutionary 9. Literally, I've helped people lose thousands of pounds. That is good for their health. That does not happen without BGM starting and us growing. It does not happen. The people that are like, yo, I think it was Ken earlier in the chat that said, this shit has been life-changing. He been in for a little bit, maybe a month. All right, I got you, Token. He been in for a little bit. He like, man, this shit is, damn. My man Corey in the Solutionary 9 cut down on beer. I mean, for a whole season, a hunt season. He was saying, yo, I usually put on 15, 20 pounds. Because when you hunting, you just drinking beer and waiting for the, the deer to show up. You pop them joints, get down, grab the deer, take it back to the processing. You know what I mean? But every season, he gained about 10, 15, 20 pounds. Cut it out. That means he conquered a demon. That does not happen because he's introduced to us via BGM first. And none of that happens without that support. Look at what Dev just said. Yale, Rutgers, and Buffalo University want to do a research study on Kids to Kings. Listen, y'all. I'm telling y'all. This thing, man, it becomes very, very spiritual. It becomes very, very, this is what our communities and our country needs. And I'm not just saying it because I want to say it. I'm saying it because this has been, we're not talking about theory at this point. These stories that I'm telling y'all about the last 10 years is not theory. It happened. When I say call me out, none of the people, some of my homies that's in this would love to roast me for saying, like, bro, that ain't what happened. As dudes do, we roast each other a little bit. They would love to be like, bro, that ain't what you said. That ain't what happened. She wasn't that thick. Stop lying. They would say, like, bro, get out of here. Even if it's just on the funny to joke, you know what I mean? But they not, because they like, nah, that's not what happened. They have watched me go, I got to be careful because of blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? And then I'll be like, yo, I got to be mindful of that. And they go, God be damned, if you ain't call that. They've watched women show up and try to kiss me and take me home. And then we spin them so many times when we was doing this much more every day. So much that we have a protocol for it. Oh, he went to the bathroom. Da-da-da-da. He probably going to text. Da-da-da. Blah, blah, blah. This is not theory. So when I tell you, men, in the gym, it's about to be spring. And a lot of y'all going to be in a Solutionary 9. A lot of y'all going to be in gyms. And a lot of y'all are in cities that got a lot of beautiful, thirsty-ass women. Do y'all know what happens to me in the gym when I'm with any woman? Other random fucking women that I've never seen before in my goddamn life try to go out of their way to make sure that I see them. Do you know what my solution for that was in our discussion about self-discipline? What do I wear in the gym generally? Shades. I haven't in a long time. But it's spring. So it's about that time again. That's a discipline component. So when I'm telling y'all these stories about X, Y, and Z, I'm not telling it to y'all to just reminisce. I'm telling y'all these are practical solutions that I've learned and figured out. And now, if you go in the gym, which is the sanctuary to build your temple, don't get distracted. My brother, Token, jump on in. What you guys say, Token?
Yo, what's up? Can you hear me?
Wait, you sound weird.
Oh.
Y'all can hear him?
Sorry, that was probably my fan.
That sounded a little better. Go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, like what you're just talking on right now. I've only been hit on. I'm short. I'm 5'3", 4. I don't know really, but I've only ever had women hit on me. I never pursued them, but it's just a revelation nowadays where I am now. Like I don't have to pursue them. If I'm just me, in a bar, out with my friends or whatever, and we're talking to people, I like to talk to people, and just people come to me, and it's weird to me because I feel like I'm a loner.
Okay.
But after I realized that,
experiences of these women coming up to you in the gym.
Yes. Not a gym. At work.
At work.
Yeah.
What is their reason for doing that, and what are you feeling from it?
Shit. When I feel from it, what I felt from it the first time it happened was like this woman. She's gorgeous to me anyway,
Mm-hmm.
and I had a crush on her, but she started hitting on me first, and I was like, "What is happening right now?"
Was she
I
did she strike you as a good woman?
No, not a good woman, just beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, to me, beautiful to me, but not a good woman because I knew her background. She told me, like I said, we're at work. It was a work coworker, and I knew about her background and shit. But that didn't really matter to me. The fact that she was attracted to me was a life changer.
Yeah. Life changing in what way? Why? That's a
Cause
key statement.
yeah, no, for sure it is. It's because before that I never had well, it was like right after I got in the military. I was like 22.
Okay.
Graduated high school, went in the military after 9/11, and then got out. And she was hitting on me, or flirting with me, and it's like I never had anybody do that, so I don't know how to react at first. But then I got it when she did the splits right in front of my face with her pussy in my face. I don't know, sorry. And I was like, oh, okay, that's what that means.
So tell the truth. Did you get away from her, or did you
Oh
stick
no,
around a little bit?
that was my first.
Okay. Oh, she
Yeah.
locked you in from the gate.
Oh, yes, yeah, she wanted it, but I didn't stick with her because before that I was flirting with another chick at work, same work, same job. I was flirting with her, but she was still in high school, so and I was out of high school, so I didn't really want to deal with it.
Yeah, you
But
gotta
after
stay
that
away from
happened,
that.
huh?
Yeah, you got to stay away from that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I did. But after my first, then that underage chick, she graduated high school. She was like 19 when we actually started I guess dating. But really, I didn't flirt with her. She came up to me and said, "Hey, we're gonna go out." I was like, "All right."
And what do you attribute this to? What do you think is happening?
Just being assertive. Cause I said it's a work environment too, and I was the shift manager, let's say. But I didn't flirt with her. I just treated her as a worker. But for some reason, I don't know. It's just my assertiveness. I don't know. I think that's what women are really attracted to is being assertive as a man. You gotta
I
be.
can agree with that.
Yeah.
So here's another question.
Yeah.
Well, this is a bit of a switch of
Okay.
lanes, right?
Okay.
You said you are a bit of a loner.
Yep.
Why do you consider yourself a bit of a loner? Has that been beneficial or detrimental to you? And I got one more question after this, but I'm interested. I kind of want to unpack that a little bit.
Yep. So being a loner is when I was in high school. Well, so I got to give some backstory. I went to a Catholic schools till I went to high school.
Mm-hmm.
So it's Christian schools or not Christian, Catholic schools, not Christian, Catholic. I had to emphasize that because there's a difference between Catholics and Christians. Christian or Catholic, Mexican, and Irish schools. And so it was very weird on that end. My first crush, I fucking just remember this. My first crush ever when I was going to Catholic school was this Jewish girl that got enrolled into our Catholic school because her parents didn't like the areas around us. This is in San Francisco, California.
Okay.
So they didn't like the other schools around them. So they found our school to be better for her. And that's the first crush I could fucking remember in the school. But anyways, her parents took her out of there because all the other girls were bullying her. It wasn't for anything else. It was just the other girls in Catholic school were bullying her, and they took her out of it.
Yeah.
But from then on, it's like, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'll say after that, when I saw that, when I got to high school, I had girls hitting on me. It wasn't me initiating; they just come up to me. I remember this one specifically. She's a Mexican chick, like I am, but she had her group of friends where I was like, "Nah, they're just trying to play me to make a fool of me." And I found that was true after I had my first girlfriend in high school. But she also played me as not get away from
So
that.
let me thank you for tapping in too, Token. I appreciate you, bro. And I'm gonna hold you to that on Tuesday. I'm gonna bug you. Make sure you
Oh
at
no,
me on
it's already
X
been
real
in my
quick.
budget. Hey, it's in my budget, bro. It's coming.
All right, it's in the
Tuesday,
budget.
2 in the morning.
I got you. I'm gonna what's the name? At me on something on X so I can follow you back too. I appreciate you for tapping in too, bro.
Nah, you don't have to follow me back, dude. I just shit post on X.
All right. Well,
I
either
don't.
way, at me so I know who it is to give the shout out to.
All right.
I appreciate you, bro. Solutionaries, and see, this is another reason why the Solutionary 9 is very important. I want to take that story that the brother's talking about, because a lot of people have had these experiences. He's in essence talking about he got a little bit discombobulated as it relates to women since high school. The reason why the Solutionary 9 is important is because we got to get these young men. When we start seeing young men, again, Dev has a young men organization called Kids to Kings. Okay? You start addressing these young men and getting them tracing and chasing and focused on their purpose from the very beginning. So we're not getting involved in, if we got this young man in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and fighting and this and that and this, he don't have time to be worried about. I can't even see certain things. When I'm in the gym, I pay attention to everything and I can look at everything to just make sure I'm aware of my surroundings, but I'm not dialed in on nobody else in the gym. I'm focused on this set. I'm focused on this workout. I'm focused, you know what I mean? All of those different things. And when you start to focus on that, he said something else that was very key. He said, the women that have been interested in him in the workplace are based on his assertiveness. And that assertiveness ties into your mission, ties into your focus, ties into your purpose. And like you said, he has purpose now, but back then he may have not had. We utilize the Solutionary 9 as a community of men and women, but in this instance, we're talking about men that can push ideas and focus on what has been successful for them. Because the overall goal is for us to be the strongest version of ourselves, capable of defending what we've built. But if you're not becoming stronger and you don't build anything, what reason would you have to even think you need to be defending anything? You have nothing to defend. And you don't even value your life enough to understand the importance of the ability to defend your life. My man KD had this line that I thought was dope. I've used it a few times. He said, a firearm is how you defend the equity that you've built up in your life. And my add-on to that is, if the person does not know, they never built the house, the frame, the structure, let alone they don't have no equity. So they don't even see their own value or worth. They don't. So if they don't see any value or worth, we have to make sure that we are creating things that shows them that. This all culminates in the Solutionary 9. We need more young men in this group. So when I'm telling y'all, everyone, the high man donor, high number for donations is $125. Whoever the 126 or whatever beats that number, you're going to get access to the Solutionary 9, all of the classes, and we're going to work together. The reason why I want y'all to work together, us to work together, is because, again, there's a condensed formula. It's a time-packed in thing, something that took me 10 years to put together. Y'all can implement in 99 days for massive evolution. Massive evolution. That's the key. This massive evolution is the whole reason why you would want to go into the next phase of life, which is start a family, have a wife, be a protector and a provider. And I'm only specifically talking to men right now. My point in saying this is, this thing is us seeing over the years, this person is incapable of defending themselves. This person is weak. This person is out of shape. This person is this. This person is unintelligent. What are the things that we can create in curriculums that we can put them towards this? This BGM thing, this solutionary thing has more to do with real life. It has more to do with real life than just guns. It has so much more to do with real life than just firearms. If you think that's the case, you came to the right spot. Because this will clarify and give you guys a lot of information. I've met earlier, I said that I spoke with actors and hip hop artists and, you know, all of the like that I initially, that showed up and I thought was on some bullshit. And I was like, oh, that's the boule, sending them. And I want to move forward a little bit, but I want to kind of, we're still moving forward, but we're going to take a different lane. We're going to take the, you know, a different ramp, a road to get to the same location. I want to talk about, real briefly, someone that is a hip hop legend that I did his show. And he's been nothing but supportive. Because I don't ever want to give too much energy. We talked about the Talib Kweli beef. We talked about the Tariq Nasheed beef. We talked about the this beef, the that beef, the Lupe Fiasco goofy ass. Right? But I want to play this real quick, guys. This is a 4-minute video. I'm going to play it and pause it because I don't know if it'll do the same thing. Y'all let me know in the chat if it's doing the same silliness that the other video did. It probably won't because that was Vice. But anyway, I'll play this real quick. And I want you guys to see what we can get from it. But I really just kind of wanted to go back a little bit to the gun conversation. Because even though this stream today is obviously going to be about more than just guns, as it already has been. The foundation of this thing that's evolved into something else, or in addition to, though I came through hip hop. I came through hoodie, t-shirt. I mean, there's an interview with me on stage at CPAC with a hoodie and Nike boots. Like, that happened. That might have been my first time at CPAC. But nonetheless, this is someone that I've done his podcast fairly recently. And I want to chop it up with y'all about this little quick 4-minute video. And during that time, I'll stay on. And during that time, I want you guys to make sure you're smashing the like button. Everybody on X, nobody reposted it. Come on, y'all. Y'all killing me. You're killing me, guys. So let's watch this. And if you guys got any questions, we'll jump in there as well. But this is a segment from my sit down with Willie D. No sound? Oh, what the hell? Let me try something else. Maybe it lost the sound. Who knows what's going on here? I don't know. I'm going to try something else, y'all. They trying to get me, guys. We was having a good old time. Having a good old time. Let me see what's going on. I don't know what's happening. And I'm scared to try to stream. Let me try a different one. Y'all tell me real quick if this audio play. Can y'all hear it? All right, somebody said no, no sound. I don't know how to do this thing, guys. I'm going to try something very interesting. I'm going to try to close out all of the joints that got sound in them and try to get sound back. Now, Bookworm might have to help me out on this one. In the meantime, let's take Q&A. Let's take Q&A. If y'all have any questions right now, ask them now while I try to figure this out. In the chat. I'm going to try to figure this out. I don't want to close the chat. I just want to figure out where I can go to. Maybe if I close some of these. I'm going to close these, y'all. No sound on all of these. How can I get the sound right, guys? Yeah, this is a fundraiser. This live is about a fundraiser. Super Weapons, what's up? I'm doing 12 hours straight. It's been 5.5 hours. Shit was going good. And now the sound is acting stupid. We're still at 180 donors left. I don't know what's going on. Super Weapon says, also, Maj, in relation to your live the other night about steaks, the best average steak you can get on the low, come to Florence, Italy. You in Florence? You saying that's like, it's like up the street, Super. Super, like, come to Florence, Italy. Just get on the train and just shoot over this joint. Guys, support the work. GiveSendGo.com/solutionary. There is 517 of y'all in the chat. 517. Right? We need 180 of you to be $100 donors. And we're done. I don't know how I'm going to fix the audio. I have no idea. Bookworm probably looking into it right now. I don't want to touch nothing, but for whatever reason, my audio to the share is off. So this is what I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to remove everybody from the Token. I just removed you out of there. So give me 1 second. I might have to remove the whole thing and then come back. Maybe that's not the stream. Y'all ride with me. Ask me questions in the chat, YouTube. If you're on YouTube right now, type a question. And I'm going to see what's happening here. I'm going to remove this one, and then I'm going to go back in. I actually think I might have solved it. I actually think I might have solved it. That means I'm a tech genius. If I just did this, I'm a tech genius, guys. Y'all tell me real quick if the audio is working.
In Black communities across America, they look like the ops.
If it's a person that asks you all of the time to give you money to get them back to the spot, they in the spot, they tell you they're gonna do something in the spot.
Hold on, y'all. Could y'all hear it? It's back on? Bro, I got a future in tech, bro. I have a future in tech. You see that? That's what happens when you leave high school in the 10th grade and you just read a gang of books. It's really a superpower at this point. In reality. Text me what you did because you will literally not remember this tomorrow. I will not. I will not remember this. Big Rob said, Bookworm told you to leave it alone, bro. I didn't listen. They told me not to start BGM and be in hoods across America. I didn't listen. They told me not to mess with the audio and the video settings on my own stream. I didn't listen. And now we get to listen. Solutionary shit. Yeah. Rob said, yeah, but my TV turned off. Hey, you gotta take one for the team, champ. We got 7 more hours left. 5.5 more hours left. Can't watch TV for the next 5.5 more hours, Rob. Sorry, brother. These are this whole stream has been about the sacrifices that we've made for the community. And that's just what happened. The TV got to go, bro. It's your TV or mine. That's what it is. All right, I'm going to run this back with the legendary Willie D. Let's play it.
Willie D Live.
We can win. We can control our communities. We can exchange with each other. We can highlight our warriors. But we have to be willing to sacrifice and support them. Our opposition does it. And when I say opposition, I mean primarily, this is going to sound messed up, this way it gets political. Our communities have been controlled by Democratic politicians for decades. Nothing has changed. Nothing. Republicans, when they're in office, they have the House, the Senate, and the executive branch. Similarly, they have not been strengthening the Second Amendment. So if you apply that Second Amendment conversation to Democrats and black communities across America, they look like the ops. If it's a person that asks you all of the time to give you money to get them back to the spot, they in the spot, they tell you they're going to do something in the spot. While they in the spot, they don't do the thing that they're going to tell you to do while they in the spot. Then after 4 years, 2 to 4 years, they come back like, yo, man, give me some more money in your vote to get back to the spot. At a certain point, you got to recognize that they a vacuum. And it's not building anything. So when our opposition, we could beat them. They vampires. We could beat them with some self-sufficiency, some knowledge of self, some solutions, and the ability, the acceptance that usually when this happens, and I hope it doesn't happen this way, but world history has shown me, when people start doing that in these communities, the opposition show up and they try to destroy what you've built in that community. That's why, for me, it's always going to come back to firearms and personal protection.
What do you say to people who say that advocating for guns in the black community is only feeding into the violence that we're trying to escape?
Oh, man. When a person...
So I'm going to pause it there for a second, y'all. That's to sit down with me and the legendary Willie D. If y'all didn't know, I've done a lot of media. I've done Candace Owens' show. I've done this show. I've done that show. I've done a bunch of shows. Somebody earlier said Candace Owens took your show down. The guy that I think gave us the bigot bucks, right? What he doesn't know is that show, all of her old shows on PragerU are on PragerU. PragerU is when I did her show a while back. If I do her show again, then it'll be different because it'll be on her current thing. All of the shows when she did sit downs with people from PragerU, that wasn't her network. So my point is, there's a ton of interviews that I've done. One of the more recent ones that I did that I really, really like, and I'm gonna scroll through some of these that you guys can see. I had to sit down with the Danza Project in Miami a year or so ago. That was one of my favorite interviews, but it was around the Drake-Kendrick beef. So the first hour of it is the Drake and Kendrick shit. I think I'm going to go back and like chop that interview up. And, you know, they just sat down with Cameron yesterday or last week sometime. I really enjoyed their podcast. I really enjoyed that sit down. But anyway, I've done a lot of content with a lot of people after gaining notoriety from putting the work in. Somebody just was a $100 donor. Guys, we are now 179 left. Andreas, let me throw that on the screen real quick before we move forward. Is this one up there? Yeah, there we go. Let's see. Andreas. Let me see if I can find it. Let's hit the button. Let's hit the button. Andreas, 8 minutes ago. Please keep up the good fight. Appreciate you, Andreas. Andreas is about to get an email. And in that email, it is going to be access to all of the classes at Solutionary University. So wherever you're watching right now, Andreas, look out for that email. Please check your spam folder too, because spam gets, you know, Gmail gets a little funny sometimes. So make sure you check out your spam folder as well. It's very, very important, guys. Very important. We now need 100. This sounds crazy. And I think we can do it. I know we can do it. We're going to do it before midnight. 179 more donors at the $100 level, and we are done. And we're done. We're done. Hold on, I'm going to send that code. Boom. All right. Let's get back to it. Willie D. Oh, wait. Did I just do that wrong? There we go. This Willie D interview came about because of a good brother that I know by the name of, well, I don't know if you want me to tell y'all his name. He might tap in. Maurice, my man Reese. He might tap in. A lot of the media that I've gotten has been because of him and his networking and his consistency. And this is what happens when people work together and are good people and support each other. Right? That statement that I was making in this video right here, as it relates to Democrats and or Republicans, as we talked about last week, saying they want to help a community and saying you should vote me in and raising campaign dollars, and they have done nothing. You juxtapose that with the funds that we've raised and given away to do this work and all of the people that it has impacted over however long. We ain't do it perfect. We ain't do it by the book every time in the cookie cutter way. We didn't always do it the best way, but we got the work done and we still get the work done. And these are serious conversations that come from that work. And so when Willie D, if you guys are not aware, Willie D is one of the members of the legendary hip hop group, the Ghetto Boys. His podcast has had tremendously talented people on it. And I'm honored to have Bennett and call him a buddy. Shouts to Houston. These sit downs are almost like reflections, and I can see the difference. I can see the difference in the energy and the tone and it is. This is a safe space in this room. Fun fact about this interview. When we got there, the whole block's lights went out. We were starting this interview. If you can tell, the lighting looks a little warmer, like the orange in the background. Got there, did the interview, and in doing the interview, all of the lights in the whole block went. All of them. And when all of the lights in the block went out, right in the middle of us doing a joint, we thought we might not have to do it. And his team that was there did the most ingenuitive, or whatever word that is, and creative and MacGyver shit you ever seen. They pulled extension cords out. They found extra lights, and they lit this with the next door neighbor stuff from the studio. And that's what came of this interview right here. Let's play some more. And the question, I'm going to go back to the question that he asked. Let me know if y'all got the audio.
What do you say to people who say that advocating for guns in the black community is only feeding into the violence that we're trying to escape?
Oh, man. When a person says things like that, I look at them, if they say that, I look at them like a dumb baby. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how babies are dumb?
I never heard somebody call a baby dumb, man. A dumb baby, okay.
You know how babies are like, it's like you just don't know. Like, babies will try to eat things that they shouldn't eat. And you don't yell at the dumb baby. Mm-hmm. The thing that the baby's doing is dumb. But you go, oh, look at this dumb baby.
Right.
People that say things like that to me, I go, oh, you don't, data-wise, history-wise, cultural-wise, state of Texas has the most firearms of any state in America. The state of Texas does not have nearly as many rapes, homicides, as the states that have less guns and more restrictions on people to own guns in a safe and responsible manner. That example of Indiana, Chicago, they bringing the guns from Indiana. Guns is the problem. Okay, why are there not the same level of murders? Because if you bringing the guns from the place where there's the massive amount of guns, the guns are there. Why not the murders over there? That person has been fed a steady diet of the ops telling them guns are bad for you. That's like, all right, Pete, right? Remember how record labels will like get you to just try to focus on the art and not the business? That's the gas. You're such a creative, man. Just create. Don't worry about public.
Oh my God. Pause here real quick, y'all. This interview came out, a year ago? When this came out? 8 months ago. This interview came out 8 months ago, right? Jay-Z just said this line that I said in this interview with GQ last week. Hov stole my whole flow, bar for bar, word for word. Soulja Boy reference. Hope y'all got it. What I just said there was, let me play it back. And somebody find me the link to that Jay-Z video.
That's the gas. You're such a creative. All right, Pete, right?
What the reference that I was making was, and I thought it was an apt reference because I was talking to Willie D, Rap-A-Lot Records, right? Record labels, Southern record labels, engaging with record labels that, I mean, me and Willie D talked in his car for like an hour after this interview. He's got a G-Wagon, by the way, which is another weird sign for me. Anyway, we talked in his G-Wagon for a while. And I won't go into it, but he told me about some of the stories of what some artists had to do to get some of their bread from some of these labels back in the day. I'm not saying he said he did it or did not do it. I'm just saying he told me about some of these things that these artists did because the labels would be robbing them on the paperwork tip. And then when you find out, it's like, yeah, we need that. So the example that I gave here was when them labels be like, yo, you're an artist, and they don't want you to focus on the business. They want to tell you a thing that you should be chasing this because it's beneficial for them and their control for you to be chasing this. That's the play, and that's the gas. Fast forward to that video with Jay-Z. If y'all watched it, it's a really good interview. It's about 30, 35 minutes. And he said, I am an artist and I make the art first. And then I get compensated for my art. When the labels are trying to tell you, No, you just an artist. Don't worry about the money. It's going to make you bad as an artist. That's cap. And I didn't draw that correlation. But Jay-Z literally said this. He said a few things that I be saying. So like, Hove, cut a check, brother. Please. We could use the support, Hove. Okay? Somebody add him on X. Put this on his X's _S_C. Somebody get this to Hove so we can get him to support Black Guns Matter. That would be crazy though, wouldn't it be? Anyway, that I just put that two together. But let's play this a little bit more.
Has been fed a steady diet of the ops telling them guns are bad for you. That's like, all right, Pete, right? Remember how record labels will like get you to just try to focus on the art and not the business? That's the gas. Just you're such a creative, man. Just create. Don't worry about publishing. That's for the dorks.
And take this car.
Right.
Take this house. Put on this piece.
Same concept. Same concept, y'all. I'm telling y'all, it's the same thing. They'll tell if you went into any urban demographic since, let's say, the 1980s, if you went to a high school in any urban demographic, they went out of their way. They'll tell you that, like, this is what's happening more so now. They'll make it seem like in a liberal left-leaning school, they'll say, America is racist. Now, you're not going to get me to say that there has not been race-based shit in America. My whole thing is all gun control is racist. The longest running form of racism in America, I mean, I want to be clear. I'm not saying that slavery is the same as gun control. It's a form of the tool for in doing it, but I don't want to, I'm not going to come off like the person saying like, oh, you work for the NFL and you got to do what they say. You a slave. If you make $20 million, you're not a fucking slave. But so I don't want to be that person that even slips and makes it look like I'm saying it the same thing. With that being the case, the longest running racism in America is gun control. So I'm not going to act like in the founding of America, one of the first things that they said was, except for you blacks. After you had a whole war around the right to keep and bear arms. That is some race-based shit. I'm sorry. If some of my followers are like, well, here you are focusing on race. I was with you until cool. Then you just got to go. If you can't get the nuance of what I'm saying, then, hey, so see you later. That being the case, right? We can't pretend and act as if that isn't in existence. And if you went to an urban-centered school, if you did, right? They did not tell you about gun control as being a race-based control mechanism. They did not. They will not. They're not going to do it. And the other part of it is they're also not going to tell you, they're going to tell you the racial component of things. They're going to say, oh, well, America's kind of racist. They package it that way to make certain groups of people feel inferior to other groups of people. It's mind control. And so that same philosophy is the same as a record label saying to an artist that's all about the art to not focus on the business. Don't audit the company. Don't find out, like, why y'all think it's so, they all want to do streaming now? I don't even have to, I can still give you pennies on each stream. I control the publishing. How you going to audit me on the stream? And then we play in the bot game. Then we can say, we didn't make that much. Some of these are bots. The bots are taking over. We didn't make no money. And you don't even have to produce a physical product like you used to have with a CD or a vinyl or a tape. So they say all of America's racist. They don't tell you which sections and why. They definitely don't say the thing that we as your leftist teacher is following of gun control, that is the oldest racism in America. They leave so much of the story out to make it feel like they're trying to help you with your art or your craft, but they don't want you to be on your business. That's what happens. And it's the same thing with gun control. It's the same thing. It's, well, we don't. When I made that post a few days ago, and I actually got that idea, I actually tweeted that after Dev said it. YNs are the most pro-gun demographic in America, right? Or something to that effect on Instagram. And I was like, I'm about to tweet that. I'm about to tweet that shit right now. Okay? Now, all of a sudden, when we see young people with firearms that need guidance, not talking about dudes shooting at each other, not saying shoot Robin, not talking about that. We were talking initially a video of the young people like dancing and like showing off their guns. To me, I see that no different. I didn't like that they was doing it at what looked like a playground. I didn't like that because of the 4 rules of firearm safety. And even if they showing them off for the camera, it's just a little, it could be, you know what I mean? I'm not going to say they are great, and I'm not going to say lock them up. I've seen too many people going, they need to lock them up because they got switches on. Huh? I thought we was about the Second Amendment. When I see young white kids shooting in like a little swamp or whatever, they don't be having no berm, no backstop. They're just out there shooting, they plinking, right? I don't necessarily like it in the sense of I need to know your backdrop. I need to know your backstop. I need to know. I don't like that. And I don't waste ammo like that shooting at the ground. I'm just not into it. It's just not my thing, right? My point in saying this is when we saw that as a community, as a Second Amendment community, I didn't see everybody rally and go, so what, they got switches? It's the Second Amendment. It's clear. It don't got asterisks to it. A switch does not make the gun actually full auto, like a binary trigger or a bump stock doesn't. Right now, all of those same people, or a lot of those that were in opposition to the bump stock ban, which they were right to do so, they were out there saying, oh, we got these young people, they got to arrest them for these switches. We got to arrest them. They need to get arrested. Why? See, that's the gas. And that's the section of the Second Amendment community that I'm like, you ain't really my tribe. What we're supposed to do is try to reach these young men and get them some damn training. That's the actual answer. What I would have loved to see is instead of us saying, let's turn these guys, they teenagers, they shouldn't have no guns, you the same motherfuckers that said Kyle Rittenhouse was justified. Kyle Rittenhouse was 17 when that shit went down. This is the part of the community we gotta smarten up on. Instead of us going, they need some training, but they're exercising a Second Amendment right. Send them to Maj. Send them to Kids to Kings. That's what's supposed to happen. If you don't have the skill set or the wherewithal or the language or the programming language to communicate with them young people, then say that. But miss me with they need to be locked up because they all criminal shit. Because they said they under 21. You the same people that got mad when the state of Florida went from 18 to 21 for rifles. What are we talking about here? We have to be consistent, but how do we do that? We inform and we educate. There's videos, quite literally, of me giving firearms classes to young people under 21, under 18. I don't care. You got to shed that. And I think a lot of times those Second Amendment folks fall victim to the same media. They fall victim to the same propaganda. They have a belief that somehow a gun in the hand of a young person of urban listening to a certain type of music means the gun's going to turn them into a crazed killer because they got tattoos, because they got drill music playing. Meanwhile, the media propaganda that's told to those urban young men about the rural white boy, oh, they racist. You know, they got guns because they part of the Klan. That's what media packages to them. Until they get with people like us that put those people together in the same room and go, let's engage. And then they be like, what's that? It's called a binary trigger. What's that? It's called a switch. I guarantee you, for plinking and fun shooting, I guarantee you, for fun shooting, the same person that likes a binary trigger in the rural and suburban space would love a switch from the urban demographic. We got to make the standard, and we reach with the education. Those are the actual answers. To do it that way is how we strengthen the situation. We don't just go, well, the ATF will go after me, so the ATF should go after them too. How about you work with them together and the ATF shouldn't exist? See, we want to hit the low-hanging fruit. Fuck that. Like, the ATF shouldn't exist. Why are we trying to, that's the thing all of the time. We don't want to see, let's inform these young people because they got more in common with these young people over here because they got a love for the Second Amendment and firearms. What if somebody would have did that to me? Do you know why nobody studied my growth on guns? Because nobody knew I had them. Nobody knew I was even into guns until I started BGM. Nobody knew. Nobody. I'm just telling y'all what it is. We got to think that way because what happens is we start doing this thing like this. Well, what about me? Well, what about? If I was me, it's a lot of whataboutism instead of the tactics that overthrows the overall thing. Why on earth would I attack Kyle Rittenhouse, who did damn near superhero levels of clarity in shooting who needed to be shot and not shooting who did not need to be shot under high stress, duress, then put his hands up, and then the police let him walk by. Then the legend continues to grow, and I don't quite I'm not a super fan of Kyle Rittenhouse, but in that scenario, right? He did everything right. And then the legend grows because 2 out of the 3 or whatever the number is of the people that he killed or shot were convicted pedophiles. You can't make this. The story sounds too good. I can't wait for the Kyle Rittenhouse Netflix movie. Well, I can't go Netflix because if it's Netflix, he's going to be a black dude. Netflix turn everything a different way. Whatever movie the story comes out on, right? Whatever label it comes out on, the story's dope. So if I got behind that 17-year-old that took a rifle to go protect, took a med kit, took a first aid kit, they talked about why they were there ahead of time to keep the foolishness down. He got attacked, walked away, the person chased him. One dude tried to hit him with a skateboard. Another dude pulled out a gun on him. He shot that dude's arm off. He shot the other dude. If I supported him and these young men that I think, I'm like, they ain't flagging each other. They're not flagging nobody. I don't like that they at this playground, but they showing that, hey, I'm a Second Amendment supporter. Nobody got shot at that. But I'm supposed to go, that one's bad. There were people saying the same thing about fucking Rittenhouse. Oh, that's bad, man. He went out there looking for trouble. Is he a thug? Where were the parents? Did they say that about Kyle Rittenhouse? Didn't his parents drop him off? We got to cut the bullshit in the community. We can only do that by strengthening the community. And I don't just mean adding more numbers. That's a part of it. Another part of it is translation, communication. Saying, well, what about this? To a person or group that is open-minded, because we know we all on the same team. You're open-minded and not defensive and biased. You're open-minded enough to go, damn, I ain't never think about that. Damn, that might be right. When I draw the correlation between binary, and they're not the same thing, because I want to say that because some people are going to say I'm saying binary triggers, switches, and bump stocks are exactly the same. They're not the same. Conceptually, it's a thin or close enough line that y'all can go, oh, okay, I can see that. That makes sense. If we are fighting to push back against the binary trigger band that is trying to advance in Minnesota right now, that's a thing. And we were pushing back against the bump stock ban that Trump did in his first term. Why would we be like, yeah, but it's cool for the switches? It's an accessory. The Second Amendment has no asterisks. Are you willing to be that person that's intellectually consistent? We have to be. Because then when those dots start connecting, you stop saying stupid shit from a demographic that the other demographic is like, ugh, I ain't listening to them. Yeah, I told you they don't like us. They're feeding that story to both sides. I'm going to tell y'all a story about how I learned this lesson. Guys, we're going to go to another video shortly, but givesendgo.com/solutionary. Everybody, yes, I'm telling stories. Yes, I'm communicating with y'all for sure. For sure. However, guys, we are fundraising. There is 540 of you in the chat right now. We need 179 donors at the $100 level. Let's get 10. Let's get 10 in the next 4 minutes. Givesendgo.com, that'd be 6 o'clock. That means we got 6 hours left. I've been talking to y'all for 6 hours straight. 6 hours. Okay? In the next 4 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever, it'll be 6 o'clock. So let's say 4 initially. In the next 4 minutes, let's get 4 people to be donors at the $100 level. Guys, we are fundraising. We are fundraising. We are fundraising. Give whatever you can at givesendgo.com/solutionary. We are trying to get this fundraising done. This type of work is how we were successful in saving so many lives and getting so many people involved in the Second Amendment community and getting some of these young people to be safe and responsible firearms owners. So if they're 17 now, when they're 27 and they running for local office, we got the Second Amendment candidate up on deck. You feel me? All of this is connected. If nothing else that y'all learned from tonight, all of this shit is connected. And that's what all of me talking about a person that's doing this now, that did this, that came to our first class, it's all connected. We need your help. We're trying to end the fundraising goal tonight. Donate $10, $20. Keep it going. Givesendgo.com/solutionary. It's scrolling at the bottom. If you're watching on X, it's my pinned post. Matter of fact, I'm going to post it again. I'm going to post it right now. We need everybody's support. And I'm choosing my words very carefully. Need. Let me see here. Go on to X. I'm going to make it my newest post because I haven't been tweeting. Because ain't none of y'all reposting from Twitter. Ain't none of y'all on Twitter reposting the show, the live. What's going on? I had 4 people repost this joint. 4. That's insane. Let me put it, I'm going to type it again. If you're watching on X, I'm going to put the donor link. I'm going to repost the live. And I'm going to put the donor link up. It's my most recent post. It's my pinned post. And now it's my most recent post. Matter of fact, let me pin this one. Boom. The live is my pinned post. So, and it has the link to the donor link right there. Every single person watching on X right now, every single person, support this work. Support this work. GiveSendGo.com/solutionary. The link is pinned at the very top. It's the first one that you see. There's no way to get around it. There is 550 of y'all watching this. What's math? Let's do the math. If 550 people times 20, it's $11,000, guys. $11,000. Everybody just go. We need 18. Everybody donate $20. Let's go donate. Support the work. This is, how many do we have? Let's get, is it 6? It's now 6 o'clock. So we halfway there, guys. We're vastly behind. We're vastly behind. Everybody, if you're watching on X, hit the repost button. Hit the fucking repost button. What's going on, y'all? Are we in this weird, are y'all like in this weird voyeuristic panopticon surveillance state shit? You just watching and not actually fucking helping and engaging? Come on, y'all. I've been talking to y'all for 6 hours about this work that we've done. Let's get to it. Let's stop bullshitting. How many people is over, man? The most of y'all are watching on X. Everybody on X should be fucking hitting the repost button. Quote post it. Share it. Like, what the fuck, guys? 500 people watching. 550. Everybody pitching $20. And it's not like y'all ain't seeing what we talking about and me going, I've done 6 hours of giving this game. But cool. Questions, put them in the comment section. Repost, put it under the thread as well. Whatever questions y'all got. I want to answer some questions. GiveSendGo.com/solutionaries. I want to ask some questions to everybody that got questions. You ask, I will answer them. Nobody's asked the question under the live. Yo, wow. See, this another part of the reason why I be like, I'm about to just go fucking sell drugs. Ben came through. Ben. We appreciate you, Ben. 178 to go. Let's get 5 people to match Ben. 5. Ben says, it's right here, y'all. Ben following you for years. His name's Ben, and he said, Ben following you for years? That joke. Ben following you for years, Maj. You are a true hero of the 2A cause. Sincere thanks for everything you do. Appreciate you, Ben. If you are a person watching on X that needs a free firearms class, Ben just gave for you to get class for free. That's what Ben just did. Okay? Ben just did that. If you need a firearms class, shoot me a DM on X. If you need a fight for the next 4 people, that have not taken a firearms class, talking to the people watching on X right now. If you're watching on X right now, say something to me in the chat or put it in the thread, comment. If you're watching on X and you have not taken a free firearms course, Ben just paid it forward for 4 of you. Ben just did that. That's what Ben just did. And we thank you for that, Ben. Let's get 5 people to match Ben. It's 6:03. In 7 minutes, 6:10. Matter of fact, let's go to 7:15. Okay? Hold on 1 second, y'all. Ben, thank you. 6:15. Now, for the next hour, let's really focus on fucking fundraising. I'll tell stories briefly, and in between, we're going to do the fundraising. It's 6:04. We got 11 minutes. Let's get 4 people to match Ben in the next 11 minutes. That'll be $500 in 15 minutes. We are fundraising, y'all. We are fundraising. We are fundraising. We are fundraising. That's what's happening. We are fundraising. We want to get this done today. I know y'all tired of hearing my mouth. Let's do the work. Ben, just donated. Boom, a hundo. 178 to go at that level. Ben, you're about to get an email. And that email is going to have access to all of the classes. Sending it to you, to the team, so you can get it now. Let me know when you get that email, Ben, for access to all of the classes. Firearms basics, understanding imminent threat, civics, stop the bleed, very important class. Know your rights, very important class. That's one by Jason Basler of the Free Thought Project. Stop the Bleed is by Jabril Blackwell of the Blackwell Training Group. That's what you get for being a $100 donor as you pay it forward to others. Shoot me a DM. If you want X, matter of fact, we're going to switch it up. If you want X and you need a class, I need to see a repost. I need to see a repost, to be honest. I'm going to keep it a hundo with you. Can't Get Right says a lot of eyes in here. All hands on deck. It's a lot. It's a lot. Ken just reposted it too. We're going on 600 people watching. 600 people watching. 178 needed. 600 people, well, 560. You might as well say close to 600. Let's say 550. Let's go low. 550 people watching. We need 178 in 6 hours. We got 6 hours left to do this, y'all. 6 hours. Redman says, Amaj, where do you get your IFACs? We got that from, I think, North American Rescue or, damn, what is the name of that? Damn, I'll tell you real quick. They on my Instagram. Refuge Medical. Shouts to Refuge Medical. Shouts to Refuge Medical. They've given us some support before. That's where I get mine from. North American Rescue is another one, another good one. But Refuge Medical is right outside of Philadelphia. It's in Pennsylvania. So you know I'm always going to root for the home team if the home team is solid. And they solid. They really are. Guys, we need, it's 6:08. What we said, 6:15? 3 or 4 more people at the $100 level. And the top man of the day is $126. For those of you that are not aware, the 6 more hours left on this, under 6 hours now, the person that is the highest donor gets, obviously, lifetime access to all of the classes. That's every donor over $100. But the high man or high woman of the day gets that and the Solutionary 9. That is a directly working together. Me and you work, excuse me. Don't get me wrong. Directly working together for 99 days. So you can get stronger. So you can get smarter. So you can become a better shooter. So you can become more capable. That's what this whole thing is about. Let's watch this video real quick, y'all. I want y'all to tap into this real quick. I'm gonna drink some water. Let me know if y'all got the audio right.
So many people walking around are so heavily armed.
Too many guns is the problem, say the media and politicians. But Maj Touré wants more guns.
Everybody should be walking around and like, oh man, I left my gun in the house. Let me go back and get it. It should be as normal as a cell phone.
Everybody?
Everybody.
Touré started a group called Black Guns Matter.
What we said was we're going to make this demographic be the new largest gun buying demographic in America.
His group runs firearms training classes.
We went around the country teaching every area. We went to every area that was violent crime and did classes. I said, hey, if you want to come learn about firearms, come on and learn. Come as you are.
I did a short video with Touré a while back, but he has other interesting things to say. And now that I know many of you actually like longer interviews, here's our full conversation, starting with his claim that all gun control is racist.
Why is gun control racist?
It was literally started to literally stop black people from having the means to defend themselves.
The colonies in the 1600s had rules against blacks owning guns,
It's a good
specifically.
Yeah. It's a good thing that America is rebel city. It's a good thing we don't like being told what human rights we have. Even though that contradiction was there, again, I'm American. You're not telling me any human rights that I don't have the right to defend. I'm an American. I go by the Constitution. It's not my rules, baby. Thomas Jefferson and the boys wrote this.
Well, Virginia declared it illegal for free blacks to carry any firelock.
All gun control is racist. That literally proves it.
So when I'm saying it, y'all, y'all understand. When I'm saying it, it ain't me just saying it because it sound cool because we trying to sell the merch to y'all. Absolutely, we want y'all to grab some merch. And I'm going to pause this one. I'm going to be on this. I'm going to let it ride for a little bit. But some certain points I'm going to pause and give y'all, like, this is why this is being said. They showing what I'm talking about and have taught in classes on the screen. Literally, the oldest racism in America is gun control. Virginia, we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on, that's the same shit. So I ain't tripping when I say it. And when I'm saying it, I'm also saying I'm American. If we want to rise to be beyond the false label that some landowners packaged all of us and your ancestors as, meaning racist that didn't want, because that wasn't everybody. So I choose to stand on the thing that makes us great, because we say we want to make America great again. When there was less gun restrictions and the more we push back against them, the greater America will be. Because then you're going into civics, you're going into health and fitness, you're going to limited government. So if I can say that, nobody can go, oh, that's just because Maj is racist. He hates the whites. He hates the whites. No, don't none of my white solutionaries feel that for me in no way, shape, or form. You know why? Because it's about principles and standards. Let's hit play.
There was less lynching where blacks owned guns.
Rapey McNapey, Hangy McNangy ain't doing it to black communities that's armed. All of the facts and the data are in favor of respect for the Second Amendment, especially in the black community.
It's still racist now?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Look at the outcome. Let's take the state of California, right? Big state, big economy, a lot of taxes, but big state, big economy. It's a state-issued license, right? A license to carry. If you live in Oakland, if you live in Compton, if you live in Los Angeles in general county, right? The chances of you getting a license to carry, even though the Second Amendment is clear, right? Is very little. But if you live in Brentwood, if you live in Orange County, if you live in Beverly Hills, the issue rate for that license to carry goes up. Which one of those areas is more predominantly black and brown people, and which one of those areas are predominantly white folks? Now, this is not to disparage our white brothers and sisters at all. It's to showcase that even though we're not still saying you blacks can't have guns,
right? Because some state constitutions literally amended their constitution to say every able-bodied white man can have a firearm. Looking at you, North Carolina, right? So this is just a highlight. There's a contradiction there. Black codes, slave codes. Now that it's a faux pas to say we don't want you blacks to have the gun now, the outcome is still the same. Who's arrested more for firearms possession? Black and brown folks. The outcome is still the same. Even though the Second Amendment, which is the supreme law of the land, is very, very clear. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. But this bigotry of low expectation to somehow think that black people, brown people, all people now at a certain point, don't have the means or shouldn't have the means, or government should be the only people with firearms, is just poppycock. It's false. It's not real. Especially when you factor in the over 30 years of data that shows areas that have more safe and responsible gun owners, you know, over the last 20 some odd years, as more licenses to carry have increased, there's been a decrease in violent crime.
And this is the data that I was talking about earlier in the chat, y'all. Earlier in the stream when I was telling y'all, when I said the data's there, but if these people are dumb babies that we go, oh, look at this dumb baby, they just don't know. Somebody in the chat said they don't know what they don't know. So I don't even attack them the same way. Going back to the earlier first video of me saying the approach and how you approach this to somebody that doesn't know is a key component. I could have approached those things differently. They don't know this data. They like, what? They like, yeah, they hear guns. They hear that lady say guns and guns are bad. And they go, well, and then TV shows all of the movies. It's just murder, death, kill. So if you don't know the game, it's easy for the game to pull the wool over your eyes.
Now that it's a faux pas to say we don't want you blacks to have the gun now, the outcome is still the same. Who's arrested more for firearms possession? Black and brown folks. The outcome is still the same. Even though the Second Amendment, which is the supreme law of the land, is very, very clear. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. But this bigotry of low expectation to somehow think that black people, brown people, all people now at a certain point, don't have the means or shouldn't have the means, or government should be the only people with firearms, is just poppycock. It's false. It's not real. Especially when you factor in the over 30 years of data that shows areas that have more safe and responsible gun owners, you know, over the last 20 some odd years, as more licenses to carry have increased, there's been a decrease in violent crime. So the data's there, but the racism still exists. And I don't use that term racism loosely. You know, just because somebody's wearing a MAGA hat doesn't make them racist. That means you just don't like their hat or their politic. But when you're talking about the outcome being this group of people being disproportionately impacted by the racist practice of gun control, which is contradictory to the supreme law of these lands, the contradiction's clear.
And
how would you argue against that? Now, we didn't get a chance to play the video from, what was that? The Vice interview. I think they had a copyright issue on that one, right? I can imagine they do. Vice is like Showtime now or some shit like that. Anyway, it's almost like impossible at this point for you to argue with them last few sentences that I just said. The data's there. We show the data. Y'all can go search the data yourself. You can go look. You can see all that. Instead of arguing against that, we should, if this was really about saving lives while defending, because all of those anti-gun people say, I'm not anti-gun, I'm a gun owner myself. I'm a gun owner myself. I mean, I have guns. Lupe Fiasco said that stupid shit to me. Then right after he tried to say some more stupid anti-gun shit. Dummy. The dumb baby syndrome. That's what we're going to call it. Dumb baby syndrome. DBS. So he got this dumb baby syndrome saying that I'm a person that owns firearms, multiple collections, which what the fuck does that mean? But nonetheless, he says it. And then he goes on, I don't see why a civilian should have. Motherfucker, you're a civilian. Shut up. Shut up. So when all of the data is there, and I really was taking it easy on Lupe, because I didn't initially have an issue with him. Royce the 5'9" is who invited me to do his show. Look, this is what Super Weapons said. Look at what Super Weapons just said. Watching you smoke Lupe hurt. Once COVID hit, I had to step off everything he said that's not rap. I'm telling y'all, Lupe fiasco. If this comes across your desk again later, you are an absolute bought and paid for clown. Big red shoes, small car, face paint, big old red nose, clown, 1,000%. So I was taking it easy on him because I had respect for for Royce the 5'9". And there's a podcast with who you know, me and Royce and Lupe. So when he was saying all this anti-gun retarded shit, I was like, all right, I'm going to be easy because Royce is who actually invited me off. And then wouldn't you know it, because again, like I was saying about a couple of hours ago, it always looked like Maj starting shit with people. I ain't start shit with him. He wound up getting into it with Royce. And Royce, that's how they podcast ended. Because Lupe was being a dumb baby to him too. Pretending like he the big man on the block. You a dumb baby. Like, then when I showed up, like what Ken just said, been tough pulling all these people down from the shelf. I put them on as a youngin'. I'm telling you. I genuinely thought y'all were going to do a Captain America Iron Man team up on guns. And it was just a beat down and you could tell he started to get emotional. I do that to grown men and I enjoy it. Let me tell y'all a little bit about my dark side. I like breaking somebody's spirit. It's fun. Because if I'm attempting to be informed and informative and share information, and you out this joint just saying stupid shit, and you like giving me pushback, and then you like coming off like aggressive. First of all, I hear y'all in the chat saying y'all like Lupe as a rapper. I never fucking liked Lupe, and maybe that's why it was so easy for me to, you know what I mean, to just go with them. I never liked Talib Kweli as a fucking rapper. Never. The Black Star album with him and Mos, I skip all of your verses, bro. I skip them joints. I want to hear Mos. When I have never bought a Talib Kweli album. I got all of Mos's albums. He be too many words in between. Your flow ain't right. You ain't a cool dude. You a clown. But you get a pass because you from that backpack era. People was giving you passes. You know what I'm saying? He ain't a good. I don't like him. I don't like y'all saying he is. Telling y'all meet these people and they be like, "What fucking clown, bro." Super Weapon says he goofy on the gun stuff, but Lupe's top rapper bar none. We just gotta admit that. I do not have to admit that. It's not admittable. It's inadmissible. I don't believe that. All right, Pete. I'm gonna give you Super Weapons. I'm gonna give you 10 seconds because I don't want you to cheat. All right. I'm gonna give you two. All right, you there? You ready? In 30 seconds, Super Weapons. 30 seconds from when you hear this. Matter of fact, 15. 30 too much. In 30 seconds, name me the second single. Matter of fact, yeah, let's do that. Put up the call line. Bookworm, put up the call line. Because we about to go in on this. Because I'm tired of these people that ain't do nothing for the community, getting the benefit of being a backpack rapper, acting like they for the community, and I don't never see them do shit for the community. And I'm talking to all of y'all. If you talk that pro-black rap, red, black, and green shit, no, I'm going to tell you the question when you on the line. We got a super chat. Kazama's Keyblade. Appreciate that. Kazama's Keyblade says, happy to support your work. Send an email seeing if I could get on your schedule for an interview in April. Would like to catch up. Thank you for the work. All right, we're going to see what's up with that. Myself or somebody else going to get to it. Super Weapons, jump in on the stream. Because I'm going to ask you a question. And I don't even want to give you time to prepare. Because you said you was... Listen, if you a red, black, and green type of rapper, there ain't many of them now, right? Now, mind you, y'all got to understand, I got my first red, black, and green flag with the gangster shit. I got with the actual Bloods and Crips type joint. I got my first one from Stick from Dead Prez. I'm in M1's video years ago. Y'all didn't even know I made music, did y'all? I told y'all I'm 87 years old. But y'all ain't know that. All right, Super Weapons, I'm going to add you now. What's up?
Yo, what's up, brother?
All right, what's going on? How you?
Oh, I'm living. How you living? First
right,
off,
so look.
let me go ahead and say, I'm with you 100%. Lupe on the gun stuff is goofy, and it hurts because it's like, yeah, but his rap is still there.
All
But
right,
go ahead.
So let me ask you this. You got 10 seconds to answer.
Okay.
Name me the lead single on all of the last three or first three Lupe Fiasco albums. Lead singles, not even no deep cuts. Name the 3 singles. And I'm already said one earlier.
On the last 3 albums? On the last 3 albums or any album?
The last 3 or first 3. I don't even know how many albums he got because I never bought his bum ass albums.
So one of them was like Samurai. So I got those albums. So one of them Samurai.
That was the lead single on the album?
Yeah, the album's like Samurai. I can't remember the specific names, but it's like Samurai, like Cake's one of them.
So wait, Super Weapons. You telling me you don't know the name of the album?
No, the album's called Samurai.
All right. On Samurai, what's the lead single for that?
It would have been Cake.
Cake. Okay, what's another one? What's the album and what's the lead single?
On that same album or a different album?
Different album. 3 albums,
Okay.
3 singles.
Okay. The one before that would have been Drogas Wave. And that would have been Drogas. It came out in 2018. And that would have been probably Wave File. See, I don't be listening to singles. People just release stuff. So, like, I could tell you the album. So it's like Drogas Wave.
No. Listen, bro.
No.
You're proving my point. I'm gonna give you another opportunity. What's the third one? Give me another lead single from a third album of his. Any album.
Any album? Tattoo on You, it would have been Mural.
Do you see how you had to struggle for a dude? My favorite MC of all time is Hove. Ask me the same question or any question about any of the albums of Hove.
What's his lead single on 444?
Huh?
On 444.
That's too easy. That's his most recent one. You want to do that to yourself? You're going to help me win.
Well, I'm pretty sure you listen to his old stuff that is new. To me, like I said, what his singles got to do with his music and what the music got to do with his goofy standpoint.
Because I had this debate with my man Mike Heiss from the Libertarian Mises Caucus, right?
Yeah.
He's a super. He was like, damn, same thing. Everybody's like, damn, bro, what happened to Lupe, right? If you really like an artist, you know I could tell you multiple singles off every album. So to your answer, I don't want to look like I'm.
No, sorry, speak your piece, go ahead.
444. Oh, the story of OJ.
Yeah.
444.
Yeah.
Want me to pick another album? You pick the album. You pick the Hove album.
I mean, you probably know him, but again, I don't listen to singles. I listen to the album. So if you ask me anything about the album, I can tell you the singles. I'm like, all right, whatever, because people just put stuff out.
What list have you ever seen Lupe Fiasco in the top 50 of?
Oh, plenty of lists. Now hold up. Let me clarify that. Are we talking like mainstream lists? Because that's the other thing too that people is difficult because people be like, like your billboards, Vice, whatever, like all the popular mainstream stuff. People like those
That's
lists
fair.
or whatever. And then we got like underground lists where we like, we know Common's a dope rapper, but he ain't on no like mainstream lists. So like I feel like that's a difficult question to answer because people's lists are like it's the whole Nas conversation. So it's like I can't. That's
but
bait.
here's the thing.
I can't fall into that because I'm like,
But here's the twist. Do you know why? There's a reason why Hove and Nas are consistently, and Rakim, even across eras, they're consistently in the general public's top 1 to maybe 20, including underground artists. There's a reason why Big Daddy Kane, Big, Tupac, Nas, Jay-Z, Busta Rhymes. Now we can fast forward to these new dudes
I can
too.
tell you why. I can tell you why specifically for Lupe. I can tell you why specifically for Lupe.
Tell me about it.
If Lupe didn't come out in 2011 and say Obama was the biggest terrorist, he'd still be that for him specifically. If you watch, because I follow him, like when his first album came up, that was when I was like a youngin. So like I kind of grew up in the same year, like Kid Cudi, Lupe, obviously, Kanye at that time too. And so Lupe was like trending. And then when he said that Obama stuff and the industry shut him out, that's when you see Drake, Kendrick, and even J. Cole early on, start to get more airplay. So that for me is like why he probably to this day. But again, I think also too, he got beat up so bad. That's why he got these goofy ass dances on, music and hip hop and stuff like that.
So, which means
Sorry
he's
about
giving
guns.
up his principles to try to get back in.
Maybe. Like I said, his rap, sure. Everything else, I'm like, all right, whatever. I can't listen to it. I'll go listen to his old stuff or whatever.
So here's the other part. Let's go with the people that you named. Every single one of the people that you named in that same when he was getting to Bookworm's point, Bookworm just said the black liberals threw him away. That vaccine BS was trying to get back in their good graces. I agree with that.
Yeah.
And like I said to y'all, I believe that certain entertainers, artists, actors try to befriend me for the moment, thinking I'm going to try to get down with the get down. And my first answer is tell your bosses to give me $800 million fucking dollars, or they say, nah, he probably ain't going, so they fall back. But because Lupe was one of them. Lupe and others were one of them. I'm named in all kinds of songs from men before I even physically met him.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, cool. They respect the work. But the people that you named, that's in that same, he was on his way getting attacked, and then they was on their come up.
Yeah.
J. Cole, Kendrick, and Drake are all fucking better than Lupe.
Ooh, no. J. Cole himself just said Lupe's better than him and Black Thought. So that's automatic no.
Black Thought's better than all of them. We can't put a Philadelphian superhero in the conversation. It wouldn't be fair to anybody else.
Between all of them, I'm gonna give like between Lupe and Black Thought for sure. Can rumble. But what I was gonna say,
do you think that Lupe is better than Kendrick?
Oh, for sure. On a number of levels, I'm gonna give my evidence why. If we're talking his level of storytelling, if we're talking his versatility in terms of music, because some people like only like certain artists if they stay in their like musical sort of genre lane, they don't experiment. Lupe's done like punk rock music, he's done alternative stuff, he's done like a jazzy, more jazzy
I
things.
don't care about that.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But I'm saying that to me makes he's better. Mural alone, Kendrick could never do. Lupe could do all the Kendrick music. Kendrick could never do Mural. That alone is enough to be like,
bro.
If we're
all
talking,
right. So go ahead.
I was gonna say on the conscious tip, you know, you can duke it out between which you like better. I think where the dividing line happens is maybe on the production of the beats. I think that's where you could be like, some people may prefer Kendrick's style of production versus Lupe's. And that's where like it gets subjective, and I can't really argue. I'm like, okay, I like one for the other. There's some Lupe songs I'm like, his bars are great, but I don't really like this too jazzy style that's like kind of like it's too abstract for me, and vice versa.
So Kendrick, I'm not a fan of Kendrick beyond his second album.
Okay.
I think when people start, you know, I think you got to be really paid to not cater or just accept a certain level of you're not going to be as, I think the general public a lot of times is dumb and they need to be informed, right? So you either got to make a song that you can figure out a way to get all of your simplified but impactful lyrics said in a commercially relevant package, or you can be super lyrical, and then in the process of being super lyrical, nothing happens for you. I don't even give Lupe that level of super lyrical. I think Lupe is, but I'm also biased. My bias is, I think anybody that comes off too gimmicky, like, I don't think that Black Thought is gimmicky. I think Black Thought is creative as hell, knows how to handle the shit out of cadence, and is lyrical and destroys everybody in that conversation. But I don't think that he's trying to be too commercial. I don't think that he's trying to be accepted. He's like, I'm just gonna make dope lyrics and dope songs that I like, and I'm gonna get everybody's respect. I in no way, shape, or form feel that from Lupe Fiasco. So, okay, Bookworm got a question. What's Lupe's best song to you? Best song.
Best song to me. It's one of those things like it's like naming which Kanye album is the best. It's like, you know, but whatever. Probably, if I not really thinking about it, maybe Hurts Me Soul off his first album. Probably be that one. That one, Stack That Cheese. Yeah, I'll probably say Hurt Me Soul from his first album.
Who in the chat has heard of any of these bullshit ass songs that Super Weapons likes?
But again, you never listen to the song, so how can you know? It's like, bro, you trying to like judge foods you never ate before.
I'm very clear that I'm super biased. That's why I'm leaning to the chat to see if the chat can clear me up. If the chat clean me up, then I just gotta accept it.
No.
Right? But I think he's corny. I think Kick Push or whatever the fuck that song was. Y'all gotta remember, again, I listen to murder, death, kill, aggressive, lyrical, rip your face off music.
Go listen to Chopper.
Chopper?
Yeah, it's called Chopper. You got straight hitters on the album. On that specific on that album, but also that song.
All right, so here's my energy. Wu-Tang. If we're going back to forward.
Okay.
Wu-Tang. Meek.
Meek Mills? Freak Mills?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Meek could out-rap all of these dudes.
Oh.
The Roots.
Yeah.
You don't like the Roots?
No, it was the Meek Mill thing. I'm like, all right, bro. That
Wait a minute. Wait 1 second. I'm gonna do something that's a little risky right here. In your world, in your worldview,
yeah,
you think that Lupe Fiasco is a better hip hop artist? I ain't talking about all of that weird ass
strictly rap? Strictly rap.
Strictly rap.
Okay.
You think that in a battle between Meek Mill and Lupe fucking Fiasco.
Yeah.
You think that
absolutely.
Lupe takes that?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Are you
Absolutely.
high?
No, absolutely. Because again, you just said you're biased and you don't know his discography. So it's just like, and I get that. But if you like did, you'd be like, okay,
All right, look, you got to DM me these songs that you're talking about. I'm gonna listen to them with an open mind and objective view.
Yeah.
One thing I will say, when I'm biased, I'll own my bias. But if new information is presented and I go, oh, I ain't hear that song. I think dude's a clown, but that song outperforms that song. I'll do
and that's
that.
what yeah, for sure. And sorry, one quick, because I also my phone's about to die, so I'm gonna have to hop off. But
Okay.
that's what I'm saying. Like when he got nuked by what Boomer said, like the liberals in 2011, it kind of like just killed him for a while, where like he kind of had this dip. But if you go back to Tattooing You from 2015, his 2018 album, he got bangers on it. Again, you might not like all the sort of abstract alternative songs, kind of experimental stuff.
No,
but he got,
I'm
like,
not.
legit.
Listen, I'm not saying that I wouldn't like it. I'm just saying from a lyrical and rap perspective, right? Like, I think Kanye's most recent bodies of work, everything since My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, has been trash.
Even Yeezus trash.
I fucking hated Yeezus.
Whoa.
Well, let me say it this way. It had each body of work had less and less songs that I liked.
Okay.
So like, what album was it that had Black Skinhead on it?
Yeezus.
I don't even think that one was that Yeezus.
Yeah.
All right, that was the last one that I liked.
Okay.
You know what I mean? The Pablo, I'm like, I like a couple of joints on there.
Yeah.
But it just got, you know what I mean? Now,
let me ask this last quick question. Go ahead, but I'm asking one last question. No, finish your thought. I'm gonna ask you a question once you get done.
No, go ahead.
Okay. What do you define as like lyrical and lyricism? Because I feel like that's another thing like we see differently here. Where I look at lyricism and whatnot, probably different than you do specifically.
Lyricism is
what does it mean to you?
It means the ability to string words together that have layers of meaning, that also rhyme, that have spiritual impact, and that fit within the proper cadence. To me, that's what. So when I say Black Thought as a lyricist, because he's shaping things in visual pictures that you can see damn near with your ear, like with your eyes closed.
Yeah.
You can learn something, and the cadence is so on point, and it rides the beat. To me, that's what a lyricist is. When the reason why I don't say Talib Kweli is a great lyricist, there's no bars that Talib Kweli says that I'm saying like, if Black Thought went on a Hot 97 with Funk Flex every 5 years, everybody would look forward to it.
Yeah.
Because whatever beat comes on, he gonna ride the hell out the beat. He gonna say poignant things. It's gonna be memorable, and it's gonna have layers.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people that can rap just means rhythm and poetry. I think that a lot of the people that can rap, you can, have some bars and some punchlines. But if you got bars, punchlines, double and triple entendres tied into lessons that make sense and I can learn, and it got high rewind value and it rides the beat, those are the collection of things that make it make sense for me.
Okay. See, I feel Lupe would fit that category, but again, it's like I know your personal history of him might color that, and are probably maybe the sound of certain things. Because some artists like A$AP Rocky, you couldn't pay me enough to sit through an A$AP Rocky album, but I think he's skilled and talented, and I like what he says and how he does what he does. But it's just like I found him boring. Contrast that with Tyler the Creator, same thing. I can sit through a Tyler album and digest it, unpack it, and like it. So I feel like that's probably like where you're at as well. And
you know what also it is too, and I'll let you go. I listen to music from people that at this point that inspire me or teach me while entertaining me. Okay. And so you got to be smart to do that. I don't see Talib Kweli and Lupe Fiasco as smart. I don't see them as smart people.
That's fair.
I see Jay-Z as very wise. And I think that you got to be wise to same thing for Drake. I think Drake, I have an appreciation for someone that can manipulate words. I ain't even talking about syllabic manipulation where you're manipulating syllables. I don't mean that. Eminem is the best at manipulating syllables to make that word rhyme with that word.
Oh yeah.
I'm talking about when you can manipulate words to the point where you can make a double and triple entendre about something that's relevant to my life currently. I think those are signs of more intelligent people. And I respect intelligent shit. So even if it's Styx album, The Workout and The Workout 2, I don't think they're super rapidy rap, but they are very, very wise, inspirational albums. So I would place those bodies of work as very important to me. And classic like Let's Get Free, I think Let's Get Free by Dead Prez is one of my all-time favorites and one of the most classic albums of all time.
Okay.
But I think that it taught me a thing. The beats were nice. It had a strong message, and it had a strong hip-hop energy to it.
Yeah.
And so when I listen to Lupe, it's kind of like that jazzmatazz shit. He's soft, and his voice is soft. And
I knew you were gonna say
his you know what I mean? It's like all of those things. And then we get to he's also fucking anti-gun.
It's like his frequency of it don't match the frequency you need for like your personal life. But for me, it's different. It's where it's like that's what I'm saying. It's like for me, he accomplishes all those things in all his albums and even like his early mixtapes where it's just like voice aside because he really can't help that. But it matches the energy of like, you know, outsider culture, but you're really intellectual. You are around violence and gang stuff, but you're not really in that world. Like to me, he hits all those. Same thing with Kid Cudi. People don't like Kid Cudi for various reasons, but like I related to a lot of his stuff, you know. But for me, he kind of fell off after his third minute.
After Diddy blew up his car.
Nah, he's also good bangers. But I'm a DM you on Twitter. I'm never calling it X Twitter. I'm a DM you. I'm story on there. So anytime I think I follow you on. You follow me on Black Guns Matter, but I don't know about personal. But I'm gonna DM you some track to listen to. But also, please, Maj, when are you getting Larry Shop on the podcast, bro? We need to get him in the gut. Like
I do, and he's doing a money bomb shortly too. Matter of fact, I'm gonna text. I messaged him last week, and I can't remember if he hit me back. Matter of fact, I'm gonna hit him tomorrow. I'm glad you reminded me on that.
I feel like if y'all do like an interview that's like Dexter Taylor, like sitting around guns, freedom, Second Man, Dexter Taylor, that'll help amplify both of you all's collective audience like so much. I feel like, and like the synergy from that will be like a nuke. So
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna text him because he did. I just looked. He did hit me back, and I just didn't see it. I'm gonna get on that tomorrow. Hey, I appreciate you, bro, for tapping in. Send me them joints. I promise you I will listen to them in a objective, you know, put my bias down for a second. Okay. If it's trash, I'm immediately picking my bias back up. But if it's legit, I'm gonna legit be like, oh nah. These things, this section is solid.
Okay. That sounds good, bro.
I appreciate you, bro.
All right, man. We'll chop it up.
All right, peace. Since I'm telling y'all, solutionaries, you never know. Conversations could go from one thing to one thing. We only got 5 hours left. Guys, we need 179 more donors at the $100 level. Oh, we got another donor. We got another donor. We got another one, guys. Who is this? We have a $30 donation from Anonymous 17 minutes ago. Thank you, Anonymous, for that. Appreciate you. So I think it's safe to say we good at 170. What did we say? 178? 178, somewhere around there. 178 more $100 donors is what's needed. We got 5 more hours to go, and we need to do that in that time. Guys, we have 660 of you watching now. Everybody is watching. If you're watching on X, make sure that you hit the repost button. If you're watching on X, make sure that you hit the like button. If you're watching on X, bookmark it for later. Because if you're new to the stream on X, you're about 6.5 hours late. So hit that bookmark on X. So later on, you can go watch it when the stream is over with and things like that. I appreciate everybody for tapping in. I appreciate that conversation about music. I'm gonna legitimately listen to this Lupe shit. I just think he's a clown. So, but it's a circus. It's a circus out here. So clowns always have a good position. You know? It's a little harder for knights and kings and bishops and castles, people that got castles and is building shit. It's easy to be the little court jester. You don't got to do shit, but just frolic around and make jokes. So I understand, you know, the appeal. And I'm not just coming at just Lupe. I do think he's a clown. However, I think it's more than that. I think there's a lot of people that are, you know, absolute clowns. And I think it's a clown world right now. I think that now we're in a space where when we telling people, hey, we're at war, you should take a Stop the Bleed class, and they lame out, I think that's clown shit. I think when I say, hey, here's all of the work that we did over however many years, and we this close to getting to the end so we can keep this stuff going, and we can show you exactly what we did and have done and are doing and our plans, and then we lame out as corny. And so I don't want to give too much attention to the corny. I want to pivot and talk about some of you guys that have been super supportive. I want to say this, and then we'll get back to this John Stossel interview for a little bit. And I'm going to, again, pause and stop and all of that in the John Stossel interview, okay? Many of you have been supporters of our work for a very long time. And I mean in the sense of like the reposting. I mean in the sense of taking a moment to take people to the range, taking a moment to, you know, when you're at the range, give a good energy for, you know, a beginner, because you can, they stick out like sore thumbs. That's supportive of our work. So many of you that have bought a piece of merch that said, yeah, I'm gonna go to blackgunsmatter.shop. I'm gonna pull that up actually on the joint. That have went over to blackgunsmatter.shop and said, yo, I'm gonna get a shirt. I'm gonna get, you know, a mug. These are things that are very, very serious to me. I take them very, very seriously. And I want to take a moment to say that I appreciate you all for doing that. This is some of our new merch here. And if you guys support this, I view that as taking a moment to support our work. I view that as all forms of support feed the movement. And I mean that in the sense of, let's say you buy a t-shirt, educate, empower, defend, or dangerous freedom over peaceful slavery, whatever it is, right? You buy that and you walk around with it. Anybody that has any of our merch will tell you, if you get a certain type of our shirt, you get a being a bitches on American shirt, and you wear it, or you buy the mug, and you got the mug at the crib, and family comes over, hey man, where'd you get that mug? Then it starts a conversation about our work. Then they go, oh, and then you go, yeah, it's this guy named Maj, and it's Black Guns Matter, and da-da-da-da. That is tremendous. That is a form of support to me. Because then that person is being informed. And then if they don't know about it, then they Google it. And they go, man, this is great. And then they're exposed to it. There are so many people in the chat right now that were exposed to our work because of some interview that I did. Or some, you know, and then 6 months later, they get a mug. Or they get exposed. The interview came out 6 months later. They come across it 6 months, you know. And then they like, man, this is cool. I want to get a hoodie. I want to get a merch. I want to support that. I want to tell somebody about the Second Amendment and the importance of it. Why is the Second Amendment so important? Because it's the teeth of all of the other amendments. That's why they're so gung-ho on making sure you're not a part of it. It's not, if you don't understand civics and you don't understand liberty and what it takes to defend liberty and defend what's yours, I can pull the wool over you. It's just what it is. And so as much as I, make fun of the guys that, and I wish all of these guys the best. Let me be very clear too, because I don't want this to come off like, sometimes, man, me expressing an opinion over somebody that's been kind of rude to me a bit, I don't take it personal. It's a part of this social media thing. Somebody loves these men. They're family members. They're ladies. Some people are still stupid enough to love these guys. And they're loved. And I want them to experience that love, joy, and fortunate whatever. I do not wish any ill will on anyone. I will be objective. All of these people that were rude to me, if they apologized to me and wanted to take a class, I would give them a class. You know what I'm saying? I would give them a class. There's nothing, you can't even hurt my feelings. Even more so now. Y'all fucked up. Y'all let me get through a whole week with no food. There's nothing that can hurt me. A week worth of no food. And I eat food. There's nothing you could do to me. So there's nothing that they could say about me that was, they ain't take no money from me. The ones that did, they lost their money too. But I'm saying this because I still want to make sure that we're focused on not division, on unity, on unifying. All right, I'm gonna take a few questions. Ken says, Maj, how many un-American bitches ask you about that shirt when you wear it? None of them. They just, generally, y'all get to see me in a very happy and jovial space, right? When I'm in the gym or when I'm generally walking around, people have told me that I look upset. I'm like, and it might be just I'm thinking about stuff or whatever. I got a permanent Ice Cube eyebrow in Ice Cube early albums. Just a scowl. Generally, it's not intentional. I'm probably thinking about $3 million, how many of our new students we can, how many people we can onboard this week. I'm just in thought. But saying that to say, in the gym, this is what happens in the gym. And sometimes I do this on purpose in the gym. Okay? In the gym, if I do not have on shades and I'm working out, I usually wear an oversized hoodie or I pick clothes that makes my physique not look as, like it looks. But then when I get an energy from people in my space in the gym and they kind of doing that ego thing, then I usually peel my hoodie off. And if I've worked out already, I probably have a pump. When my physique compared to their physique, then they fall back. They remove themselves from wherever I'm at. This has been a consistent thing for years of going to the gym. So I'm trying to make sure that I'm focused. However, I don't project aggressive until aggressed upon. If you talk to me or if you've ever met me, anybody that's in the chat that has met me, tell me what your experience with me was. I'm usually the most down-to-earth and nice person. So when I wear a Being a Bitch is Un-American shirt, hoodie, nobody talks to me. Nobody I have to initiate conversations. And the reason why I keep bringing up the gym is because usually that's the place where I go, hey man, y'all know the little face we make when we want to know if somebody's using the equipment. Hey man, you and then they be like, no, all right, thanks, bro. I go all the way light and positive. And that's usually where I have most of the hoodies and stuff on and the merch. But outside of that, when I was in Whole Foods a couple of weeks ago, and I wore a In the War on Femininity shirt. And Whole Foods is liberal. Whole Foods is liberal. It's what it is. It's just what it is. Go to Trader Joe's if you don't want the same liberal experience. Trader Joe's is liberal. But Whole Foods is purple hair liberal. Okay? So when I was in there wearing a In the War on Femininity shirt, which you can get at the site, blackgunsmatter.shop. Matter of fact, let me pull up the femininity shirt. When I was wearing that shirt, this obviously this guy was a little softer. I'll say it that way. He was a little soft guy. And he was like, oh man, that's such a brave shirt. And I was like, thank you. But outside of that, people don't really talk to me. If they know me, if they know me from our work, they be like, yo, man, because they probably watch the show and they know Maj is cool and down to earth and all that other stuff. Yeah, he was a marshmallow. He just generally was. He was. Bookworm says, who's going to beat 126 and get access to a BGM merch bundle and the Solutionary 9 private community and training, which is a $1,300 value? Guys, if you're new tapping into the show, we are fundraising. This is a 12-hour stream. I have been on this stream for now 7 hours. I've been talking to y'all for 7 hours straight. I'm going to go back to this video real quick. Yeah, it is in Washington. I did a class in Seattle. The last time I was in Seattle was the day that, what's his name, died. What's his name? Nipsey Hussle. That was the last time I went to Seattle. I died. The day that Nipsey died, it was reported that he got shot. We heard about the story. I won't say who I was with because I don't like them anymore. I was in Seattle. And man, it was heart-wrenching. But Seattle, I know Seattle people hate this, but Seattle has some of the same type of weird people like Portland. And I know that's like a fashion faux pas to say to Seattle people or Portland people. Don't say that none of them. If they from Portland, don't say they remind you of people from Seattle. If they from Seattle, don't say they remind you of people from Portland. They both are the same person, but they both don't want you to say that they that other person. They're definitely the same fucking person. And that TV show Portlandia, yeah, 1000%. Anyway, guys, when you guys are supporting, I wore that In the War on Femininity shirt. And that grocery store, but people generally don't say stuff to me. They think I'm like mean looking. And it also depends. Did I shave? Y'all have seen me with my hair undone and me in hoodies and, you know, y'all see me grimy. Usually in the wintertime, y'all see me grimy. I'm going to clean up, though, this week. Anyway, getting back to it, guys. GiveSendGo.com/Solutionary. We need the top man of the day, woman of the day, is $126. Whoever beats that gets access. It's saying it right on the screen. You can read that. And I look forward to whoever that person is going to be. Right now, it's, who is it? Let me go look. Right now, the top person at $126 is East Coast Toasty Boy at $125. Whoever beats this at $126 or more dollars, you get a whole bunch of merch in a care bundle, BGM merch. That's on the screen right now. You get access to the Solutionary 9, which is a 99-day intensive. I am working with you directly, not a bot, not my assistant, not nobody, me, working with you towards your shooting, study, and fitness goals, along with all of the other classes. And that's access to that private community forever, along with all of the classes and things of that nature. So whoever does that whoever beats the number to beat, match is $126, and then we'll keep going from there. We need Now 178 more donors at the $100 level, but you guys do not have to give $100. If you like, yo, Maj, I can't give $100, but I want to support what you're doing, especially all of y'all that's watching on X right now. So those of y'all that's watching on X, it is together right now, there's 700 of you watching. 700 people. Let's do the math again. We need 178, I think that's the number, 178 people to be $100 donors, but you do not have to give at the $100 level. There is currently 700 people watching. If 700 people give $20, that's $14,000. 700 people. So when I make these posts and when I talk about shit, and when we talk about the Republicans and how they ain't shit and they not doing what they supposed to do while they in the office and this, that, and the third, y'all all agree with me. Y'all agree with me. And y'all do. The problem is, then when I say, hey guys, if you want this work to continue, we're going to do a 12-hour live and we're going to try to raise the money so I don't have to talk about money anymore. And if 700 of you that are watching right now donate $20, we could be very, very close to being done. You all say you like the show, you like our work, you like what we're doing. This entire last 7 hours has been me talking about what we've done, whose lives we've impacted, how we've cut down on violent crime, what we spent the money on, what we giving clarity, the paper, the pens, the handouts, the flights, the paying for shipping, the this, meaning shipping for the cert pistols for the classes. Think about that. All of our students, beginners, they don't use blue guns. Every single one of them students starts with a next level training cert pistol. Every single one of them. So that's what happens. And then when I say that, and I say, hey guys, we're this close, and if we lame out, I don't want to hear us talking shit about the Republicans. When we say that the GOP is not doing something, and then we could do it ourselves, and then we don't be mad at me when I start saying that later on neither. Don't be mad. If everybody pitches in, we can get this done. If everybody gives $20, we are done. Give, send, go. .com/solutionary. Let me go to the blog real quick. Let's go with this. Let's pick out some of these blogs. Boom. Y'all see this? So let me tell you all this story about this right here. You see all of these students? All of these students have blue guns. This is before we had the cert pistols. It's funny, I just said they don't have blue guns. These are high school students. This is a high school class that I taught basic firearm safety. These students then went on to train other students in their school. I had these students right here. Look at the trigger discipline. Look at the muzzle discipline. This is an actual class of students. This is at City Hall. These young people, every single one of them that I'm still in contact with, the ones that I am, none of them have caught any charges at all. At all. So when we're having this discussion about impact, when we're having this discussion about these young people ain't going to pick up no gun and do nothing stupid. Why? Because they had information and training. This is the type of community impact that we need to see more consistently. Let's see if there's some more stuff to talk about. See this right here? This picture, we had cert pistols at this point. This is one of our St. Louis classes. Now, one of the beautiful things about this class is, look how St. Louis as a city is hood. But St. Louis as a city is also diverse with humans. Look at this room. These are every single one of these. I know that television told you that this dude right here is the evil redneck that must know everything about guns. This guy was a beginner. Every single person in this class got this class, and look on the table. You see these handouts? These are constitutions. This is some other stuff with our QR codes, but under here is the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. This other big piece of paper is actually 4 pieces of paper that are the handouts that we give to everyone. So let's say a class, this was a light class. This one only had like 30 people or something like that, right? Let's say that this class has 30 people, 50 people, whatever. Every single one of these people left with a constitution, the handout, the information, their own link to the merch, and a bunch of other things, the pins, the this, the that. This was in St. Louis at the range. This was a part of the fall tour, and this was coordinated with National Shooting Sports Foundation. Black Guns Matter Fall Tour continued strong with back-to-back stops in St. Louis and Cleveland this past weekend. With the support of NSSF's Gun Vote, we're committed to empowering communities through firearms education, safety, and two-way advocacy. Both events were a testament to the dedication of those who showed up to engage, learn, and take charge of their safety. The classes reflected the rich diversity of America, with attendees of different races, ages, and backgrounds, and all united by a common purpose. Starting off strong in St. Louis, this was the St. Louis class. We kicked things off in St. Louis, hosted by the Range St. Louis West, where the crowd came ready to get involved. People from all backgrounds showed up, from families to more experienced gun owners, each bringing their unique perspectives. Their energy in the room was undeniable as people shared their experiences and learned side by side. St. Louis set a high bar for the weekend, reminding us of the shared values that bring communities together in the name of safety and education. A huge thank you to the Range St. Louis West for providing such a welcoming space for our event. Look at all of these women, y'all. You want to talk about women empowerment. Me teaching a woman how to murder a person that's trying to rape her is the most girl power you could ever do. You want to talk about real feminism, leveling the playing field. That's what this is about. Next stop, Cleveland. This was our Cleveland class, guys. Let me put that picture up there. I can't. This was Cleveland. This young lady is a doctor. She's been a follower of our work for some time now. She brought her sister. Her sister showed up and was left of center. She probably was going to vote for Kamala type vibe. And we had a discussion, and she expressed herself, and I told the rest of the class, I said, y'all see how y'all had a reaction to her expressing her political opinion? Don't get it twisted. Just because I'm right of center, I'm a libertarian. Just because I did not like the Biden administration did not mean that I was not going to be critical of us on the right. And these relationships were forged. And so many people was like, damn, I didn't even mean to do that. And they apologized to her sister. And her sister was like, man, I thought this was going to be different. I thought it was going to be like they was going to be mean. And I was like, nah, especially when you have an instructor such as myself that identifies the things and just highlights it to people. Okay? And that happened. Hold up. I just hit a damn button. So let's read what happened. Next stop, Cleveland. After an impactful start in St. Louis, we headed straight to Cleveland for another powerful session at the Parma Armory Shooting Center. The crowd there was just as passionate, eager to enhance their skills and connect with fellow advocates. As discussion shifted toward politics in the upcoming election, this is all true. What happened? The room became alive with diverse opinions. Despite the varying viewpoints, we maintained respect for one another, united by our shared desire to protect our families. The diversity in attendance reinforced our mission to equip everyone, regardless of experience level, political affiliation, or background, with the knowledge and confidence to protect themselves and others. These back-to-back events highlighted the importance of education and preparation in every community, showing that our commitment to safety transcends state lines. Special thanks to Parma Armory Shooting Center for hosting us and creating a dynamic environment for learning and engagement. There's black folk in here, Asian folk in here, white folk in here, women in here, men in there, children in there. This theory, yes, murder is wrongful killing. I was just being hyperbolic, right? This theory that the gun community in general, there are some wrong people, but this theory that the Second Amendment community is not a diverse community is 1,000% false. It's false. I know that they're working overtime to make you think that it's not false. And it is some bullshit in the game, 1,000%. But it's not fake. The fake, the action, the people that want more of the division from the Second Amendment community, there is less of them. They just loud. And they get what do you call it? They get powerful on social media. They get more like loud and boisterous on social media. That's their power. This is why we have to get louder. This is why these blogs and these things and showing y'all in this entire stream, this is why I keep telling y'all, we now are close to 800 people in the chat. Guys, 750 you might as well say. Everybody go to GiveSendGo. This is a fundraiser. This is a 12-hour live stream. Everybody go to GiveSendGo.com and donate. Matter of fact, let's do this. Who's the last donor? Last donor was $30 by Anonymous. Everybody go match the donor in front of them. If you go to the GiveSendGo.com/solutionary, match the person in front of you. Everybody just go do that right now. Match the person in front of you. GiveSendGo.com/solutionary. Let's look at another blog post real quick. Let's see. This is such a great picture, man. I love this picture. I love it. Let's go to another one. Let's just pick one. Oh, this was in Arizona. This was in Phoenix, Arizona. And this young man was there with his dad. And his dad was like, I want him to take his first class with you. I was honored. His dad is, now don't be clear. His dad shoots. But his dad wanted his son to have that experience. You know? And some of that is because children kind of learn sometimes, you know, they're more attentive in a different setting. And I took that as the honor that it was. This was in Arizona. Phoenix. So beautiful. Sidebar, I love Phoenix. Oh my God. Phoenix is so beautiful. It's hot as shit in the summer though. Jesus. Second stop of the Black Guns Matter Fall Tour took us to Phoenix, Arizona. And it was a powerful experience. Sponsored by NSSF's Gun Vote. This event focused on empowering local communities through firearm education, safety, and two-way advocacy. And the response was truly inspiring. We were honored to have Danny and Cheryl Todd of Gun Freedom Radio join us at our Phoenix stop. Their wealth of knowledge and passion for Second Amendment rights brought a unique energy to the event. As pivotal figures in advancing these rights in Arizona, the Todds were the perfect addition to our lineup. Now, before y'all don't know, some of y'all may not know. Some of y'all understand that I call out blatant racism, especially as it relates to the Second Amendment. Okay, and bigotry, because some stuff ain't racist. It's bias and it's bigotry. And as you guys just heard me when I was just talking with Super, I am biased on certain things. You all are going to have certain biases. Biases don't have to be negative. Okay? Now, you're being stupid if new information is presented that trumps your bias and you make an emotional commitment to staying wrong. Okay? So we just want to be clear on these languages. Saying that to say, y'all know that I'm going to push back against any type of stupid, like, race-based narrative. I don't do collectivism. Collectivism is a cancer. It's a cancer. Okay? So with that being the case, Danny and Cheryl Todd, I'm going to tell this story. At times, very early on in BGM, and even after, Danny and Cheryl Todd have been the most supportive couple that I have ever met in my entire life in the Second Amendment community. From our very first class in Phoenix was at their location. Their location at the time was AZ Firearms. They had a gun store and an auction house. Now they have the auction house. Okay? That's what it is. They happen to be white, by the way. Just in case, because some people need to know that. To the overall point. Some of the most giving, supportive, hardworking people that I've ever met. 1 second, Joe. Alarm going up. Danny and Cheryl Todd. That's who they are. And they came to this event in Phoenix. Our very first Phoenix class had about 300 people. Their store was in Avondale, which is a kind of hood adjacent hood for Phoenix, right? Community there. Hundreds of people. Very first time in Phoenix doing firearm classes. At the end of the event, the people that never knew that this gun store existed, most of them black and brown, but it was still mixed because Phoenix is mostly predominantly white, which is wild to me because it's hot as shit. And I don't know how y'all white folks do it in that sun. I love the sun. I got a gang of melanin though. However, it was predominantly white, meaning that area. So many people came up and linked with each other. Now, here's a story about Danny and Cheryl. Danny and Cheryl have a daughter, Cassie Todd. Cassie Todd married her best friend, Jay. Super dry sense of humor. We both trip. Every time I'm in Phoenix, if I stay at their house, I literally put on Step Brothers and a DVD and we joke and laugh. The last time I was there at this event, they paid for my hotel because they live close to a place that has the most amazing hotel ever. So they were like, no, Pot of Gold Auctions is going to sponsor your hotel. They did that. Didn't have to. They happen to be white. Why am I saying this? Y'all got to understand that the Second Amendment community can be the thing that solves the vast majority of these ills that the media and the propaganda and the people that have a political, financial, dare I say it, spiritual incentive to keep us divided. I do not fall for that. I don't. I just don't. And I'm not going to. I've met so many good people, Asian, Hindu, Muslim, Christian, Black, white, from Papua New Guinea. I don't even know what that is. Just good people, all that want to be about liberty, limiting government, having the means to defend themselves and their lives from potential bad people, or just want to shoot and plink and all of that other good stuff. This happens. These relationships. I 1000% saw every single one of, like, Cass and Jay had a daughter. Cheryl put a picture up of her a few days ago. I couldn't believe it. She had got so big. She's a cheerleader now. These are my friends that I would have never met if we were not doing this work. Do you, like, I'm not saying this because I'm like trying to tell y'all how many friends I have. It's not why I'm saying this. I'm saying this to y'all because when we talk about community, when we're talking about what is your why, what's your why? Why are you doing this? I don't make a lot of money from this. The money that we make, we got to give it away. Okay? But what you invest in, what you strengthen, what you are like, forget my own personal relationships with some of the greatest people that from all backgrounds, that makes it easier for me to articulate, like, this community ain't what y'all trying to package it to be. I met that person, and because y'all thrust me to the forefront because you elected me to do this job. Because y'all thrust me to the forefront, and I go, okay, that's dope. Now I get to be the mouthpiece for something that's very unifying. And I'm telling y'all, as I want more of you to be involved in this community, as more of you are involved in this community, you will have similar experiences. And some of y'all are going to be instructors. It's what's going to happen. Some of y'all won't be firearms instructors. Right? You'll be trainers. You'll be nutritionists. I know that sounds weird. Some of y'all are going to join the Solutionary 9. Some of y'all are already in. In a little bit, you'll be able to onboard people to the Solutionary 9 yourself in commissions and all of that. We're working on it. But what's going to happen is this information as a solutionary is going to change your life. Then you're going to go, man, I would love to help people the way that others have helped me. It is such a life-changing thing. I think Ken was in here earlier, like I said, that said, you know, he's been in the Solutionary now for a little while, but it's been life-changing. I'm not saying it because it's something that I made up. I'm saying it because it's something that I experienced. And I want that same for you all. And I want you guys to help us to keep this continue going so we can get other people in those areas. Most of the people that's listening right now, you're an adult. You're not a youngin'. You're not out here wilding and shit. Most of you. That's a good and a bad. It's good because you're not caught in the silly shit. It's also good because you can distinguish, oh, that young boy, he crazy. But if you get better and improve, and then you have the tools and the skills to reach that young person, it's good because you're older than them. In most instances, usually, if you approach one of these youngins properly, they are OG, right? And you'll have something to inculcate them into, as opposed to it being adversarial. This speaks to a skill set. When I was in this space, and there were people Zoom chatting in, coming in, my man Dev, others, saying, yeah, man, he helped me with this, he helped me with this, he helped me with this, and we helped this person, and we did this, and we did that. Everybody, not just one guy, everybody that's coming and saying these things, all of these are ripple effects. You are force multipliers. You are the solution to America's problem. I want to be very clear about that. This work It starts with one thing and it goes into all of these other different areas. This work is the answer to America's problem, not just because it's the solutionary. No. We're talking about individual empowerment. We're talking about individuals sharing with other individuals voluntarily. Then those individuals seeing the benefit of that help and then going, man, we should help more people. And then others seeing it and going, man, can you teach me that? And then they start going down this positive rabbit hole. Then they become more aware of standards, aware of limited government, aware of free market enterprise, aware of supporting the people and small businesses, aware of personal protection, aware of being aware. All of these things start to happen. And then that person goes, man, they look around to their left and their right, and they've developed a small little community of people that want better for that community. Of people that want better for themselves. And then before you know it, you got a Solutionary 9. You got a Zoom or a stream that has 800 people in it. And I know, some people are like, man, there's streams that have 10, 20,000 people. I don't give a fuck about that. I don't compare what we doing to what other people doing. I don't care. I care about the people that are in this space right now that I can say, yo, here's what we're doing for each other. Here's what we've done for those people. Here's what we can do for the future. Here's what we can do X, Y, Z. Those are the things that I care about. I don't care about all of that like comparison to others. I love when it's intimate. And here's the thing about 800 people. If you go to the gym and there's 800 people in there, you're going to be like, God damn, I'm getting out of this gym. I'm gone. In this instance, it's that. If I got to talk to you, I got 4.5 more hours. Is it? Yeah, 4.5. Hold up. We just got a new top dog. Sorry, who is that? Anonymous Giver says, happy to support BGM. Sent an email requesting an interview by It's Just KJ. Let me know if I can get on your schedule for an interview. Oh, you said that in the chat too. Appreciate you. That is the high man of the day. KJ? That is the high man of the day at 150. Who was the man? Who was the man before that came in at 125? That was East Coast Toasty. We have a new high man at 150. KJ, check your email here shortly. The team is going to email you something over, and you'll have access to all of the classes. And if nobody beats your number, 150 is the new number to beat. If nobody beats your number in the next 4.5 hours, you also will have access to the Solutionary 9 as well. Let's read this a little bit more. They were around for a minute. Who? Oh, y'all having a sidebar conversation. Let me get back to this reading. All right, let me read this real quick, y'all. We were honored to have Danny and Cheryl Todd of Gun Freedom Radio join us at our Phoenix stop. Their wealth of knowledge and passion for Second Amendment rights brought a unique energy to the event. As pivotal figures in advancing these rights in Arizona, the Todds were the perfect addition to our lineup. They not only shared invaluable insights, but also connected with attendees, emphasizing the importance of responsible gun ownership. Our event welcomed families, individuals of all skill levels, and even those who were handling firearms for the first time. The diversity of attendees truly showcased the universal need for firearms education and self-protection skills. We had experienced gun owners refining their skills alongside beginners eager to learn, reinforcing a sense of unity and community as everyone worked towards the same goal: safer and more empowered individuals. Next up, we're heading to Baton Rouge, and we couldn't be more excited to continue spreading the message of gun safety, empowerment, and freedom. The Baton Rouge stop promises to be just as impactful, and we hope to see even more people ready to take charge of their safety and embrace the principles of responsible gun ownership. After that, we'll be making stops in Cleveland, St. Louis, New Jersey. So this is before that, all right? The beauty of this work, man. Sometimes I get frustrated, y'all. And then I go back and look at these pictures. This picture right here is from Oakland. This picture right here is from Chicago. This right here is Rhonda Ezel in one of our Chicago classes. Okay? Y'all, again, this class is Chicago. This is in Chicago. This picture right here. I hope y'all can see my, the thing doing the thing on the screen. This class to the left, this picture is Chicago. One dude, this dude was white. These people was white. Obviously, they black. This dude was white. This old dude was white. There was an Asian lady and couple, but they left a little early. They had to catch a flight. I was so honored that they came to catch before they left. Because they had to catch a flight and they still showed up. Y'all, this is that Baltimore class. This picture right here. This was the Baltimore class at the Black Wax Museum. Guys, this shit is so warming of my heart. So warming of my heart. Because you'll start to think, this was Michigan. This is just the story. If you believe the foolishness, these people will have you believe in anything. They'll have you believing the division story. They'll have you believe in it. I believed it for a while. I did. I was like a dumb baby. Guys, 819 people are watching. If you're on X, hit the repost button. Hit the repost button. Comment, share. We need 100 and what we at now? 172. 172 more donors at the $100 level. We got 4.5 more hours to get it done. 4.5 more hours, guys. This shouldn't be this difficult, but it's a rumble. I know. Y'all throw money at the strip club. I know. I'm asking y'all to put some of y'all strip club and alcohol money towards something productive. That's what I'm asking. I'm asking everybody to do that. Maybe I'll stream live every day from now on, and I won't get off until we hit the goal. Who knows? Who knows? Let's do some more math. And then we're going to go back to this John Stossel interview. Oh, we got another donor at the 100. 171. What did I say? 72. So 171. Let's see who that is. Let's see. Anonymous. 5 minutes ago. At the $100 level. Thank you, Anonymous. Anonymous, I'm about to shoot you an email. That email will have all of the information that you need in it. There you go. There you go. 71. Come on, y'all. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. We have 4.5 hours left. I ain't never talked to nobody this long in my life. I ain't talked to nobody this long in my life about anything. Ever. I ain't gonna hold y'all. I might eat, go to sleep. I might give myself a treat based on this. I might wake up at 4 o'clock instead of 3:30 tomorrow, yo. This might be a treat. 823 people watching. I'm going to play this John Stossel interview. And I want you guys to make sure that you're sharing this space all over the place. And then I'm going to tell y'all a story, because I don't think I ever told y'all the story about. Because I told y'all some of them people started trying to pull my paperwork. I want y'all to see what I found about them. All of that. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Nonetheless, let's do some math real quick again, guys. If you're watching on X, if you guys are not aware, this is a 12-hour live stream. I have officially been on for 7 hours and 40 minutes and 30 seconds. There are now 823 of you watching. I would like for every single one of you, 823 people, to be a $20 donor. And if you guys all do that, we will be very, very close to hitting our fundraising goal. That would be $16,460. I want you guys to ask me questions, because there's a lot of you that's watching. And y'all are watching, but you're not saying nothing. You damn sure ain't reposting. So I want to know what's going on. I'm going to play the rest of this John Stossel interview. I'm going to pause it in between when there's interesting questions that are asked. And I'm going to make sure that you guys are asking questions and I'm answering those questions. Let's play the John Stossel interview. We're going to pick up from right where the data point was. Let's play.
And the contradiction's clear.
And the Supreme Court just ruled that you don't need a special license. So why are people being asked for licenses?
Black Guns Matter is cited in that Supreme Court decision.
But you haven't really won because they're still demanding licenses.
It's continuing to get overturned. And it didn't say that's a step in the right direction. Because I think all of the licenses are the government selling you your rights back to you. That's what licenses are. Now, if someone wants to get a license, absolutely. We'll show you how to get it in your city, your state. You know, our classes, again, are voluntary funded. You can come learn for free.
That's part of your training program.
Part of the training. But I'm also going to tell you that license is an infringement. It is, you know.
In this story, the author of We Will Shoot Back.
Great book.
The history of armed resistance predates armed nonviolence.
What does he mean?
The history of armed resistance predates our nonviolence. This nonviolent thing was a tactic by the great and honorable Dr. Martin Luther King. It was a tactic. Television was becoming a thing. His thought process was, he studied Gandhi, right? The thought process was, if legitimate, good white folks see what's happening to African Americans, like as television would show it on the news, they would go, nah, that's just wrong. This is where I can't all the way fully get with like, oh, every person that's insert whatever group is insert whatever thing. There were good white folks during that time that were like, that's wrong, bro. No different than Thomas Paine was like, nah, Thomas Jefferson, we can't write the Declaration of Independence and then own humans. It's a contradiction, right? When you see the history of the African-American experience and using firearms to defend self, to defend ideals, we fought in every major war for this nation. Even during a time when, and I say we, I wasn't there, right? But, you know, lineage-wise, even when my elders and ancestors were not even looked upon as first-class citizens, we were looked at as denizens, right? we still fought for what we believed. So much so that, Britain and those guys was like, yo, come fight for us, fight against America, and we'll give you your freedom. So our history, we have a rich tradition of firearms ownership and defending our values and our lives since our, inception on these lands.
He says nonviolence would not have been able to operate without black people who were well armed.
100%. The South would have won in the Civil War, if not for black people. Like, let's be clear. The South would have won in the Civil War, if not for black men. That's not a diss. It's just the fact of the matter. It's just what it is. Everybody should read this. There's a magazine called The Black Chronicle, which chronicles newspaper clippings from like the way back, right? All the way up into like the 1980s. It's called The Black Chronicle. And there's actual articles in like a printout. It's about this thick of all of those articles talking about those things from way back in the day. And we were fighting against the transatlantic slave trade, the MAFA, Jim Crow, black codes, slave codes. It wasn't about like, if we lose, we're just gonna get a slap on the wrist. No different than the founding fathers to this place with their contradictions, right? If they would have lost, you're getting hung. The correlation between the desire for freedom in those spaces are very clear. And you wasn't going to get that without physical violence. America was built on money and violence. I'm an American.
In the video, there's a woman.
I do not think that the Second Amendment is interpreted the same for Caucasians as it is for black gun owners.
Yeah, that's unless you really know what you're doing, right? And that's why training is very important. And unless you start to understand and utilize the Second Amendment as is, as opposed to how mainstream narratives may try to package it. And that doesn't just mean black folk. That means some law enforcement officers. We go back to, the story of Philando Castile. And that guy wasn't white. Officer or ex-officer Yanez wasn't a white dude. He was Hispanic. The narrative that anyone with a firearm is a bad guy is a pervasive theme, especially if you are in an urban environment and if you happen to be black. If you don't articulate these things very well, it's very easy for corrupt portions or ignorant portions of law enforcement or other people to just think it's bad. When I'm in a
If you don't articulate it, if you don't say, yeah, I have a gun to protect myself.
Boom. And now the reality is, this is where the double standard lies. And some people may not like that I'm gonna say this. White folks don't gotta articulate their position the same way. Black people in America had to fight for civil rights. You have civil rights when your human rights have been denied, right? The fact that black guns matter, our work exists, speaks to the problem. The job is to make my job obsolete. But the reality is, it's not generally, until we started doing this work and getting people involved, it's becoming more the norm now, and it should be the norm. Everybody should be walking around and like, oh man, I left my gun in the house. Let me go back and get it. It should be as normal as a cell phone.
Everybody?
Everybody. There's at least 100 million gun owners that we are aware of. Those are rookie numbers.
There are a record high number of...
No, we got to keep it real for a second, y'all. We got to keep it real for 1 second. Let me say this real quick before I got to pause on the sister real quick. I got to say this to y'all. Because I had a little sip of water, getting a little energy back up. We're going into 8 o'clock. I've been doing something. I've been sitting here talking to y'all for literally 7 hours and 48 minutes. We're probably going to crack 1,000 viewers. Let me say this to y'all. If you're watching this interview that we're going over right now with John Stossel, this type of interview is some of the most powerful and dangerous to the negative anti-freedom agenda material that you will ever see. And I want to be clear on this. John Stossel interview was in Manhattan. I was strapped. 1000%. Every time I'm in Manhattan, I'm strapped. This was, John does interviews where he'll ask a question that you know he doesn't actually believe, in the sense of like what I said earlier, what I do in its Telegram group. When the gun guys start talking about a whole bunch of letters and numbers and they start nerding out, I know that they nerding out and I know what they talking about, but I know there's other people in the room that don't know what the fuck they talking about. They don't know what them numbers mean. Yeah, my G19, I had a Leopold. Look, you talking about King Leopold? I got my optic, my red dot. To a beginner, that could be intimidating. So I usually go, hey guys, who's this King Leopold that you're talking about? I know that they're talking about an optic, but it's spelled Leopold. And I'll jokingly say that to remind them that there's people that don't know what the fuck you're talking about in this group. And let's break it down for them. And then it'll turn into damn near a class. John Stossel asks questions like that he agrees with me on. He's a libertarian, by the way. He'll ask the questions for the ability for me to expound on. And I think it was one of my better interviews. So he was giving me what could be labeled as like false pushback, just for me to like, kind of like if an anti-gun or a person that didn't believe me would say a little bit. And it wound up being very good. And I remember after doing this interview, it came out initially, it was only like, they put it out as a clip. At the beginning of this video, he said that. Then they put the whole thing out. And I remember thinking for a moment, I cannot handle these interviews as well. Because a big part of why I was initially getting media was because I think some of those people thought they was going to trick me. I really think that. I definitely think Justin Amash thought he was going to trick me, because he wasn't down with the Mises Caucus at the time. And I have respect for Justin Amash. When the Mises Caucus took over the Libertarian Party, essentially, and then they got so much pushback because fucking, whatever. Amash wasn't necessarily, he had respect, but he wasn't and I think he wanted me to be on his podcast. I've done Justin Amash's podcast, by the way. He wanted to interview me potentially because I think he kind of thought he could trick me up. After a while, and y'all will start to notice this too. After a while, when people start to see how sharp the arguments are and they're tied into historically relevant situations, they then start to go, we can't interview if the plan was to attack him. We can't do it. It's not going to work. He's going to make us look stupid. He's going to look better, and he's going to do it on our platform. So I want to be very clear about that. And I remember thinking that after this interview, I went, this went very well. And then sometimes you say, well, maybe it won't take off. This video went all over the place on Facebook, nonetheless. So anyway, guys, our brother Mike just came in. I'm going to add him to the stage. What's up, brother?
What up, dude?
How are you?
Good, man. Blessed, man. Devin hit me up and told me to tune in. I'm driving through Kentucky right now, going to go pick up my little one. How you doing, man?
I ain't talked to you in a minute. I see the family growing. I see the land. I see the truck. I see nothing but positivity and productivity, my brother.
My man. I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it, man. I've been working hard, man. Devin be telling me, he was like, man, you and Maj just alike. Y'all, but both y'all live the same lifestyle. I'm just cracking up. I heard you got your land out in Mississippi, right?
Alabama.
Excuse me, Alabama, man. Congratulations on that, brother. I appreciate you, man. Keep laying that. Keep laying the blueprint for us young. What y'all call young bulls. Keep laying that blueprint for us, man.
Hey, I want to ask you a quick question. I know you on the road, so I won't keep you for too long.
Yes, sir.
This is we on hour 8 of our 12-hour stream. I've been doing the stream for the last 8 hours.
Gotcha.
I want you to give me your honest perspective of how you came across our work, what you think about the work with BGM, and just because the reason why I'm saying this is because for the last 8 hours, you know how sometimes people don't understand what you've actually done, especially if you don't talk about it too much. And
Sure.
so we wanted to kind of give some of the newer followers that may be inspired to get involved in the Second Amendment community, get involved in the shooting sports, and then take their health and fitness to a different level and everything. I'll tell this quick story before I pass you the mic back. I
Okay.
remember we were in SHOT Show, I think, and it
Mhm.
was early in the morning or something, and you was like, nah, I'm gonna hit the gym. And I was like, yeah, Mike squared away. Because when we usually go to SHOT Show, at that time when I was going, if for those of y'all that don't know, SHOT Show is in Vegas. We usually don't go to sleep and we would just drink and hang out the whole time and do our events and then whatever. But Mike was like, yeah, I'm going to the gym or going to jog. It was something like that. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir, man. I have a very good memory, bro. We weren't at SHOT Show. We were at your first event, the Solutionary Summit in Miami. This
Oh,
is
that's
when
what that was.
yes, sir. This is when Akil Bay taught the class on the boat, the medical class on the boat. We got
Yes.
off the boat, docked, we had dinner, great time. I mean, just a wonderful time. And then after we left there, it was late. You had your RV, you drove it down there. You had your
Yeah.
RV parked, and we was going to go. We was all about. Everybody else about to go back out, and I was like, man, nah, because I told myself I got to hit the gym, bro. I can't just go out and drink and hang out, which I would love to, but I hit the gym, bro, and I'll never forget when me and you. That I think that's kind of when you saw that and you was like, bro, yeah, this dude, because everybody else is about to go out and have fun. You know what I mean? I was
Yeah.
single, it's women, all that. I was like, nah, bro, I gotta work on myself. So that's kind of how me and you kind of connected. From the like that's how me and you kind of connected. But yeah, man, yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I couldn't remember the city, but I remember that, and I was like, yeah, I remember
Hmm.
thinking that. So, for those of you that aren't aware, Mike has been a tremendous force and a great representation of what it means to be a solid guy, a Second Amendment advocate and activist, a personal protector, a husband, uh, and a hard worker. And so I'm so glad that you had a quick minute to tap in because I just kind of wanted you to tell folks what you've thought about the work and how you came across it and just your overall vibe. And then again, I know you on the road, so I'll let you go after that because we're trying to show people that you might not be trying to so-called impress people, but if you stick to your script and you stick to your standard, other people will rise to that standard. And I was saying this because, just going to these places, making sure that we talking about the Second Amendment, going to as many places as possible, you can inspire people in different directions. So just, if you could lay it out just as short as you can, and then I'll let you go, bro.
For sure, man. So Black Guns Matter, Maj Toure. I said it earlier, man. The blueprint. You know what I mean? When I got into the gun industry, I was young. I was 31 now. I was 18 or 19 or so, and didn't have a clue, man. I'm from Chicago. You know what I mean? Growing up, when we seen, we didn't have. When I looked at guns and I looked at the gun industry, it was mostly white, man. Like, and I didn't, us as African Americans, we didn't really have a place. And even when I got into the industry, got into gunsmithing and stuff like that, I was watching a lot of your videos and watching a lot of the guys. You really kind of encouraged and helped me. I had a direction. You know what I mean? I felt when I come into the gun industry, I felt like I had a space. You know what I mean? That's what Black Guns Matter did for me. You know what I mean? And I'm just greatly appreciated, man, of it because you do a lot of hard work for not just the people of Philadelphia, but for the people around the country and the world, man. You give the people space. That look like you, black and brown people, which is important. Like you just mentioned a lot about, we fought in every single war in this country. You know what I mean? The Second Amendment is just as much as ours as anyone else who's an American citizen. So Black Guns Matters, man. I mean, it's huge, man, dude. I greatly appreciate you even donated. I became the first African American under the age of 25 to be a firearms dealer in the state of Illinois, and I mean that. I think my license probably cost me around the price about almost $2,500, $3,000. I'll never forget the time you sent that money right to me, man. You just gave it right back, dude. And I just that just, man, that was just insane, dude. Like, it was just insane because, like, and people don't really realize, I couldn't get a big business loan, you know what I mean, from a bank. So I was coming out of my pocket, man, as a single father, dude. And your work, man, is just tremendous. So anybody that's tuned in, that's listening, we had about 830 people before. I don't know where it's at now, but this man right here, Maj Toure, dude, is the truth, man. And when he has these benchmarks or these goals set for a price, money, whatever the case is, just think about me, man. Think about the brothers that's coming up, these young bulls, like we call them, young bulls coming up in this industry. He helps us, man. He gives us a space, and that's what Black Gun Matter it does for me, man. That's what it did for. That's how I look at it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Hey, I appreciate you, Mike, man. I'm gonna let you go. I thank you tremendously for those kind words. If you ever need me for anything or whatever, man, I truly, truly, truly appreciate. And I haven't been as active as much on social media or in the space because I'm doing something really kind of awesome right now. I
Okay.
think it's gonna be awesome after I finish, building it. However,
It will.
yeah, man, I just and watching, your family and you and your lady and your land and your this and that, it brings me so much warmth and so much joy to have played even a minuscule role in that, man, because again, like I said, me going, yeah, the brother's dialed in. And so I just really appreciate you, and I thank you for tapping in on this call too, my brother.
My man. If there's anything you need, I appreciate those kind words. And if there's anything that I can do for you, you got my number, man. Just call me, bro.
For sure, I got you.
My man.
All
Hey,
right,
enjoy, you
peace.
guys. Bye.
All right. I'm telling y'all, I'm trying to tell y'all, because I wasn't telling y'all. I'm just telling y'all. We would see. Now let's go back. That does not happen if we don't do the work. So my memory, as we see, is trash, right? But I do remember that incident somewhat. Okay? Meaning in the sense of we was about to go be stupid. And I mean, like, probably not me, but in seeing everybody about to go, it was Miami. Was it Miami? Yeah, it was Miami. It was Miami, and for the Solutionary Summit in Miami, we taught for all of the people that were VIPs. There was a firearms class and a stop the bleed class on a yacht going up and down Biscayne Bay. It was 3 hours. That was because of the work. We don't get there if we don't do the work. We don't do the work if we don't work together and we don't actually do this. And I remember at that, because we get off the boat, now that he started saying it, it's coming back to me. And we had a great time. Don't get me wrong. That Solutionary Summit in Miami was amazing. 3-day event. All because of y'all. Sometimes when you say it, it could come off arrogant. When other people say it, and they go, man, you helped me. That brother was the youngest FFL, I think maybe in America. I'm saying Illinois, but I think it might have been America. And when you see things like that, you have to add on. And when you add on and you get quiet and you just don't say nothing. These things blossom. Trees growing don't make noise. You understand? Trees growing don't make noise. Just let them trees grow. Support them. You ID them. You go, all right, that's worth it. Yeah, that's good. Then other people will see their example and they'll start doing stuff too. It's almost too many times that this has happened for me to have any question about this. It's almost like when I see somebody not doing and not going, hell yeah, we could do this. We can make this happen. I start to go, A, what insecurities do you have that we can help you work through? Or B, who sent you to crush the plan? Because if too many people is around and they focused on a thing, you're going to start to see forward advancement. And if you're not pitching in to help these types of things that create more unity and create more synergy and create more growth and progression, you might have just not seen it enough and you just need to be around it enough. But if you start seeing it after a while, you see it come back tenfold. Man, that our brother got trucking company, FFL. Listen, we don't want to believe that this thing is only about firearms. It's not. We would be doing it somewhat of a disservice if we thought of it that way. It started and starts with firearms and the responsibility and the standards of something that is very, very powerful, which is a great thing. It starts there. It will have you thinking about everything else. It'll have you thinking about, nah, I'm not going to do that tonight. I had a great time on this yacht. I want to be clear. We were on a yacht in Biscayne Bay, going right behind all the Star Island, Necker Island, all of that. Free mimosas, stop the bleed class. We did all of that. And that brother said, I got to get this gym in. And Dev said, I got to go start this Kids to Kings thing. There will be people, as you become solutionaries, and as you continue on this journey, that just you doing these visions that you have, and we're not saying we doing it to say, yeah, look who I. No. These things are byproducts of the standard that you show people another option. You show people, oh, I could do this too. Oh, all right, I like this anyway, but I didn't know if I could. You showed them an option. Earlier today in the stream, I told y'all, I said, listen, if you show somebody that's selling heroin and he making decent money, and you show him that if he put a little bit of energy into this corporate thing over here that has less risk, all of the freedom, more than likely, that person is going to go with the, if you're making anywhere comparable in the money, I get comparable in the money, less risk, more freedom, still got to work hard. I ain't tripping. I still get to drive what I want to drive. I still get to wear nice shoes, and I ain't got to worry about somebody trying to murder me. Yeah, I'm going with that all day. When you steal those options or steal or present the illusion that those options are not available to people, you hamstring them. And it's fucked up. So what we just started doing was going, all right, all of the stuff that we learned, he said it. He said, me and Maj connected because Maj peep, oh, he ain't going to be reckless and crazy. And again, not saying it like people was outside doing super dumb stuff. However, that brother committed to, all right, he got to work out. What's a part of the Solutionary 9? The daily workout regimen. These are things, and I want y'all to legitimately put these things in your mind. It started with BGM. It created such a lane, and then those gentlemen and gentlewomen start to see, well, shoot, I did this. I can do this. I can do this. I can do that. You all will be force multipliers. You are all a part of this solutionary lifestyle. If you bought a shirt, if you're donating tonight, we got 4 hours left. We under 4 hours. I've been sitting here talking to you for 8 hours straight. This is important. I don't talk like that. I'm good at talking. I'm usually a loner by myself reading some shit. Going to the gym. Bothering the shit out of somebody like, how many reps did you do? How many sets? What was the weight? Did you dry practice? That's what I'm usually doing. because this power that we have as Americans, this power that we have as humans to impose our creation and make so many beautiful things that serve humanity, it's an untapped thing. And I'm telling y'all, based on this experience of this live and the people, y'all notice the page is public. Y'all notice ain't nobody other than the one Bigot Bucks. And I feared that might have been a bot, right? But y'all notice nobody tapped in and was like, nope. Yeah, of course they not. Because that's not what it is. Because then you got to tell the whole story. If somebody was about to try to, nope, because now let's tell the whole story. But there are people tapping in going, nah, the brother helped me with this, the brother did this, and it's about you guys understanding what you have supported. Y'all made this shit. We this close. I don't do it. It's 920 y'all, 21 of y'all in here watching now. This is a fundraiser. I want everybody, if you're watching on X right now, I want you to do me a huge, huge, huge favor. I want you to hit the bookmark it and repost it. Why do I want you to do that? Because if you tapped in the last hour, there's 7 hours ahead of that. I want you to bookmark this so when it saves, you can go back and look at it and see the timeline of what we went through on this. It's 8:10. The last donation that came through was, let me look real quick. It was $20 from my brother Wild Celt. And before that, it was $25 from Anonymous. I appreciate y'all. Wild Celt already a solutionary. So he's just doing even extra. Anonymous was before that. Before that, there was another Anonymous at $100. I think we had 171 donors. Let me just do the math so I don't be killing y'all with the I guess and I think. Guys, this stuff is important, man. People are, our brother Mike was just on the road driving through Kentucky. Like, let me call him real quick. People don't be doing that for stuff that ain't nothing. And when you see, forget, it's not about me. When you see the other impacts that other people have been made off of these things, I remember when I was on the Andy Frisella show. I'm going to go back to Andy's show here shortly too. But I mentioned the podcast earlier. Hold on, y'all. 177, I think. 177. So we under 180. Yeah, 177. More $100 donors. Anyway, when I was on a podcast with Andy Frisella, I remember saying, when we started, we did the first 25 cities. And I mentioned this in the show earlier. After we finished the first 25 cities, people got mad at us. And they sent emails saying, you don't care about small towns. I live in a city right outside of Chicago. You went to Chicago twice. You didn't come here. I remember somebody that said that emailed me from Little Rock, Arkansas. And I was like, damn. I remember when I was younger, seeing like something like during like the Clinton era, talking about how rough Little Rock, Arkansas was. And I had forgot about it. And that person from Little Rock was like, man, I'm from Little Rock, man. It's horrible here. I could use you. And at the time, we didn't have the website. We didn't, online classes. We just was going to classes. And so, and me thinking we did this great job, which we did. There were so many people that was like, we need you to keep fundraising and do more of these classes. I got a lot of the DMs and the emails. Emails, mostly, because some of them was on my old social media and I got kicked off. My point is, I remember those people kind of going like, yo, we need help. And I remember telling that story on the Real AF podcast with Andy and DJ. And I remember thinking like, so many people were like, yes, we would do a tweet and say, should we do another city? Should we do whatever? Should we raise the whatever? Y'all tell me. And overwhelmingly, everybody would be like, Yeah, keep going. And then we got to a point where it was like, you need to do every state in America. Every state. And I was like, yo, this go. And they was like, raise it up to, when we was at 25,000, it was like, raise it up to 50,000. I'll give $50 right now. Fun fact. The last donor that got us over the $25,000 hump was Phil Labonte from the rock group All That Remains. He's also a libertarian. He's on, he does Tim Pool's show often. I need to talk to Tim too. Tim said I didn't know what I was talking about with something. But hindsight, I was right, Tim. Nonetheless, and I say that in jest. Tim said what he said. I gave Tim some critique. We went back and forth. But I liked him. Tim and his whole team have been nothing but nice and supportive to me when I was there with Dave Smith, when I was there by myself, when I was there with King Randall, who's another young man that y'all should look out for, that we've had at events, that we've shared information with, and you know what I mean? Another good young man. I remember talking about this again on Real AF, and I remember those people saying, you have to keep going. You have to keep going. And they will say, we need you to keep going. And they would say, we need this to be the number. And I would be like, all right. And then there will be people, like Mike just said. It's not about sounding like, because I know some people will take what Mike say or others, or some of the stuff that I say. I'll put it on me. When I say gun control is racist, black people have a right to exist here, that's not like a down with whitey. Like, it's not one of those statements. It's a pushback against some of the bigotry that has happened in America. And as Americans, we here. And we stand in solidarity with these limited government, maximum freedom ideals. And so when I say we showed up and we made something that wasn't there the same way, I used to say, or others said it first, and then I liked it, so I kept it. I used to say I'm the Allen Iverson of the gun community, because I just came through being myself, crossing motherfuckers over. In all of these giants, I'm still going to get the work done, right? And then other people started to feel comfortable being themselves. And then they were like, yo, I'm into that. And then I never hated on nobody. I was just like, yeah, come on. Point guard shit. And so you sometimes may not know how important it is to have a certain level of representation, a representation of what you resonate with, and a representation of somebody also going, hell yeah, you could do this. And they don't even have to tell you per se. They just be like, all right, come on. You want to go? Come on. Or they just doing it themselves and you're like, oh shit, all right, cool. Right? These are how we break invisible ceilings and barriers. And I don't care who puts them there. I just care that they're gone. So when we start seeing more and more things, when we start seeing, if it starts with the gun thing about, the level of violence in our communities, the level of ignorance in our communities, the level of, and when I say our communities, I mean American cities. And I have a solution to that. I apply it. And then we keep learning more and we keep adding on. And this thing keeps growing. You're going to start to see more holistic men, young men that are legit going, like that young man said, nah, I'm not going to go do that. I got to go to the gym. There are people in the Solutionary 9 that are a part of our before 4 a.m. crew. If you would have told them 6 months ago or before they started the Solutionary 9, yeah, I'm going to be looking forward to getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning, they would have looked at you like you was out of your damn mind. Ain't nobody getting up at no damn 4 o'clock. Why? But then when you start to see, if you get up at 4, you get that hard workout out the way, You shower and you got your cup of coffee and it's peaceful. My man Corey was in the group too. He's still in the Solutionary 9. I remember him distinctively saying, it is so peaceful before everybody else in his house wake up. He get his coffee, he get his workout in, he get his reading in. Shit, he got 2 or 3 of the Solutionary 9 right there before the rest of the house even up. It's so quiet. It's an absolute game changer. Look what Ken said. Ken doing it right now. Ken, if I'm lying, call me out. If I'm lying, call me out, bro. Is that my phone? Hold on, y'all. If I'm lying, I'm flying, y'all. Bookworm said I'm never going to the gym on vacation. Sorry, Maj. You say that now. So you have a bunch of Mai Tais the night before and you 2 days in a row, right? And then you see in that Mai Tai belly, then you're gonna be like, oh, it's been 2-3 days. Ken is a solutionary now. Ken, tell me if I'm right. You started, matter of fact, tell me in the chat or tell me in the whatever. Tell me what you're getting. He's fairly new to the Solutionary 9. I'll say fairly. What do you think that you are getting so far from the Solutionary 9? And don't mention a gun. I want to show y'all something. It's not about guns. And I'm going to let Ken say what he want to say, type it, whatever. Okay? This is about, in my opinion, being a solutionary, paying it forward for others, getting something while paying it forward for others, and all of that, it turns you into, your head is somewhere else. He says, I want to say 2 months in since the first meeting, everything thus far has been pure self-improvement. East Coast Toasty says, just go to bed at 7 to 8. Nah, I don't. I don't. It's 8:30 now. I'm going to be up. I'm going to sleep until 4. I'm going to get 4 hours of sleep. Can't get right. Call in if you can. Put the call-in John up there. Now, I'm telling y'all this. I'm saying this to y'all because we're talking about the holistic thing. I told y'all some stories, the good, the bad, the ugly. Again, if you're watching this on X, make sure that you bookmark this. Bookmark it because if you just started however long ago, an hour, there's so much to this story. I done talked about beef with rappers. I done talked about just everything. Everything. That's the link. Ken, hit that link and there you go. I'm gonna tell y'all what it is. Here's the reality. This thing has the power to reshape young men, more specifically, not being rude to the ladies, young people, humans, adults. This thing will reshape the way that you view everything. If you start at the gym component and then go into the civics and liberty component, it's just going to be a deeper rabbit hole. You started the gun thing, you started the gym thing, you're going to go, it's just, this has the power to just reshape. But I don't want to say too much because y'all going to think I'm trying to sell y'all. I'm going to let Ken say it. What's up, bro?
What it is, y'all?
How you? All right,
Chilling,
bro.
dog, chilling.
So let folks know when you tapped in, what maybe your nervousness or concerns were that you had, whatever you feel comfortable talking about. And then in this short period of time, what your progress has been and what's happened in your mindset and shift and all of that, and whatever lane that you want to talk about with this thing.
Got you. So for the most part, I think I think I donated a few months back, actually the end of last year. Um, just from seeing the interviews that you've done and everything like that, and getting familiar with the work, I just was impressed and more interested in really supporting somebody that's really doing the work and really about what they say. I think this year, more or less, I got really, really tapped in and tuned into what you were really getting into, and looked to really start actually accessing all the information and the classes, the curriculum that you were offering from what I donated to. So,
Mhm.
and then what last month when you had that first call, I jumped on, and for me that was it. Like after that, I hit the ground running, and I set the first goal to get up early enough. 3:45 was the goal for me. Then this month I'm at 3 a.m. I get my meditation in, I get my workout in. I'm doing the macros, my meal planning, trying to double up and really, really get active with it. And I really haven't even tapped in really on the firearms aspect of it just yet. I'm really just getting the self building improvement. Like that's really been my goal thus far. Because at some point I want to get into the more into the firearms, but really it's just knowing the rights and really understanding Constitution, civics. The Stop the Bleed course was really, really awesome to me, honestly. And the way you structured that and got that going. So thus far, it's just been really that self improvement aspect and that really that solutionary mindset of holding yourself accountable and really setting those goals and meeting them every day.
Yeah. What if somebody was on the fence, right? Because again, we fundraising guys. Everybody that's tapping in right now, we fundraising. This is a fundraiser. This is my eight
But
and a half hour of I've sat at this table and
yeah,
talked to just going back over the last 8, 9, 10 years of this work. So guys, givesendgo.com/solutionary. Ken is a member of the Solutionary Nine. I want to the person that may be thinking, hey man, I kind of want to donate to the gun thing, but you know what? I don't know about all of this health and these classes and all of this other stuff. So if they hesitant, because guys, we now need 177 more donors at the $100 level. We got 4 hours to do it.
yeah,
There is 940 of you watching right now.
yeah,
There
word.
is 940 of you watching right now. And I'm going to say this and then I'm going to ask this question, but I got to say this. There's 177 $100 donors needed. 177, and we're done. The high man for today is anonymous at $150. The person that gets 150 more, 151, 152, whatever, they get access to all of the Solutionary Nine, all of the classes, curriculums, all of that. Now, with that being said, 941 people, close to 1,000 people are watching. Don't be talking about the system and how anti-gunners is killing us and kicking our butts and this, that, and the third. And y'all got all of these people jumping on here and saying, for the last this year, up until as recent as now, Ken has been in the Solutionary Nine for 2 months, and he like, man, I donated to this, and I got all of this other stuff that ain't even gun related.
Yeah,
So I'm saying this to y'all because I don't want to hear the complaining later on about the anti-gun shit. If 1,000 people are watching, peep this. If
yeah,
1,000 people give $20, we've surpassed it. So everybody under the sound of my voice, givesendgo.com/solutionary, pitch in $20. The highest donor gets access to all of the stuff with the swag bag and all of that, BGM bundle, and the Solutionary Nine. And I'll land there. And I want to ask you this real quick, kid.
yes, sir.
To somebody that is thinking about, yeah, I got the hundo and I kind of want to donate it, but I don't know about all of that. Is that shit, that mindset shit real? Is that like, is it a grift? Is it he really going like help me? Or is it just how I know he ain't paid them to say, like if they got whatever their concerns and nervousness is, what would you say to that
Hmm.
person based on your experience?
I can understand the skepticism because, like anybody with a mind, and the thinking for themselves is gonna be skeptical about something. But um, that I'm telling you that one Zoom call, man, that introduction for real was is you gave it to us straight. You I got your money already. Like that shit for me. That was it. Like I don't need you to say no more than that, man. Like I got your contact, you got my bread. So if I really am interested in it, if I'm serious about it, and I mean what I'm saying, you already mean what you saying. You telling me that. So you know what I'm saying? I reached out just like I'm sure anybody and everybody else did, and I got feedback that I needed. And the most important thing I think is just holding yourself accountable. Like you can't expect somebody else to do the work for you because at the end of the day, you got to do the work. But somebody who's going to offer you the information, the insight, and a place to get that information, a place to build on yourself. For me, that was it. Like once I sent that donation, you sent over the access, and for me, I'm just like, okay, I'm with it. Like I was really sold, and really is and I'm telling you, the interviews as well, dog. Like the way you spoke about it, it wasn't no BS, and it's not like it's the victimhood mentality that you didn't ever go near. It's just the facts straight to it like it is, and that's what I respect the most.
So I want y'all to understand this. Our brother donated. I'm gonna tell y'all what I said to the brother, and I'm not gonna tell y'all all of it, but what I said was, I'm gonna present all of the information. Everybody that's in the Solutionary 9 can literally text me at any time of day. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, rock, it doesn't matter. If you text me in the Telegram or directly to me, maybe not the group, in Telegram, I'm going to get back to you and figure out whatever the issue is. Now, saying that to say, when we got on a Zoom call, I was like to everybody, I have your money. I have your money. You can treat this shit like the Planet Fitness business model, which is we just want you to keep giving us money every month and we don't care if you get in shape.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's Planet Fitness's business model. They don't give a fuck. And I like Planet Fitness. I got the lunk alarm dropped on me a couple of times. However, I could get a workout in Planet Fitness. With that being the case, you could choose to do the Planet Fitness model where you just, you was a part of it and you could say it, or you could really max out. And if you really max out and if you push yourself, I'm going to break my neck to get you the information. If there's a question about something, when you're going down this thing, when you're going down this road, right? Like, let's go shooting, for example, right? When you say to somebody, find your dot, find your sights, find your dot, what does that practically mean? My skill set is to explain what the dot is, but how do you find your red dot? How do you find your sights? I'm going to break down a conversation about what your eyes do as things are showing up in the space. We're going to have a conversation about aperture. We're going to give you an example of look at your front finger, then look at the thing behind it. We're going to go into target focused shooting. We're going to go into sight focused shooting. And we're going to talk about which one makes more sense to you and how you go through that process. That way, there is a well-rounded response and answer that gives nuance, context, and layers to the phrase, find your dot, find your sight. That is my skill set. So if somebody, find your hold, where am I holding? I know I'm holding right here for that, right? My point in saying that is, if you pay it forward for others, you are a part of our community. If you've given us your money, because that's different from the Solutionary 9. If you've given us your money for the Solutionary 9, I work for you now. You can either use me properly, or you could just be fucking Planet Fitness. It's completely up to you.
That was the other thing. That was the other thing for sure, bro. That ass, man. I gotta give it to you, dog. Like that's the one thing for me as a young black man. Like I I naturally look up to older black men. It's just what it is. Like I look for that because I was raised by respectable black men. So when I go out into the world, I'm looking for that.
Right.
And it'd be hard to find sometimes. I'll be honest. It'd be hard to find sometimes. So when I do come across it, I have a different reverence for it and just a different respect for it. And just to see the way you carry yourself, to see the work you've been doing, to see the people that galvanize behind you and that support the work as well. Like I'm like, it's a no brainer for me. It's a no brainer.
For sure. I appreciate you, my brother.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna bug you in a telegram after this joint too. Well, maybe tomorrow because I'm gonna get 4 hours of sleep and I'm gonna enjoy that damn 4 hours.
Hey, try
All
to
right, I
get that
appreciate you,
3
brother.
a.m. time. You already know,
All right.
God.
Peace. Solutionaries. I didn't know how this stream was going to turn out. And we got 3.5 hours left. Let's listen to an interview. Let's listen to this for a second. Let me play this.
Gun sales right now among Black Americans. According to the National Shooting Sports Foundation, in the first quarter of last year, 90% of gun retailers reported an increase in Black customers.
If you don't want a firearm, you should not be forced to buy one. But if you're curious and you think that maybe I need a firearm to hunt, maybe I want to learn about the safety components, maybe I want to shoot for fun, maybe I want to buy guns for investment, because, since fully auto, there's an extra set of regulations on that. Even though it's legal, you can buy fully auto and sell them later on for a lot more money. My point in saying this is, yes, every American should be exercising their human right to self-defense, whichever way where they land on that. If the trend, which is true, continues, that more firearms owners, safe and responsible firearms owners means less crime, I absolutely want more people to have firearms. These phrases, these catchphrases like an armed society is a polite society. Absolutely. If I'm the rapey McNapey guy, I'm just a weirdo running around looking to rape people, right? Well, let's say it's you, John. You're rapey McNapey. And I'm super handsome. And I am super handsome. And you say, you know what? Maj, I'm going to get some of that. And I go, oh man, John, don't do it to me. And if I don't have the means to stop you, well, it's just going to happen to me, right? But if there's a 70% chance that you're like, nah, that handsome guy Maj is probably armed, you're going to think twice about that. Now, I'm making light of it. Obviously, you're not rapey McNapey, and I absolutely am not that handsome. However, if we take that same thought process and we look at young women, college campuses, and there are rapey McNapey guys out here, why do we want that woman of any ethnic background in America to not have the means to defend herself from that guy? We want that guy to think that woman, that rapey McNapey, wants to get is probably armed, and he's going to think twice. And we need to give women that empowerment. We need to give all Americans that level of empowerment. And with that,
there is no way in the world that anyone should argue against that point. It's no way. It's no way. If you are arguing against that point at this point, and this is, again, I told y'all after this interview, I remember sitting down with John and was like, I love his style of interview. Because he let me go, he challenged, pushed back, but I know he wasn't being like adversarial. And even if he was, it would have still been a great interview because of how it was done. And I remember thinking at that interview, I was like, man, they're going to have to contend with me. And then all of the black media wouldn't have me. The Breakfast Club for years has been afraid. Shouts to Queen's Flip. He had me on the platform. There's supposed to be maybe some shit with the Joe Budden podcast. Who knows? Who knows? When you're talking about guns and self-improvement and solving these actual problems that our communities, American cities, suffer from, you got to look at this from the perspective of a financial position. Yeah, I own the record label or I own the podcast, whatever. Yeah, Maj will probably be a great interview. But if Maj talks too much and starts saying shit like this, do you know how many men respect me of all different age backgrounds. People don't like, I'm 102 years old. I'm gonna just keep it real with you. I'm 102 years old. Okay? I've seen it all. I just look young. And the young people go, I like this guy. There is and it's not because they like me per se, it's because there's a standard based on information, consistency, application, objectivity, nuance, context, and fact finding, and then having some heart behind it. And then not getting caught up in the cuteness of it all. Y'all don't see me doing too much cute shit. Y'all see me lifting weights and shooting guns and reading books and fucking getting in shape and helping our communities. It ain't too much cute shit with me. I'll go a whole 3 days wearing the same fucking hoodie to get a job accomplished. I don't care. So when you have these things, and then when I do decide to clean up and like look like an actual human and like shave and like get my hair done and put clothes on, then I can get on the stage differently. I remember at this interview, right after it, I was like, man, I got to make sure that we can fund outside of these interviews, because a lot of these people, the places that I need to go to get this last bit of funding to make it faster and bigger, they're going to play gatekeeper with me. And they have. You can't argue against my narrative. And I'm telling y'all this, the way that I was able to do this, you see what I'm saying? Bookworm trying to get me to do cute shit. If y'all don't know, Bookworm is management. Bookworm is like, it's low-key gay telling me to do more cute shit, bro. No. Nonetheless, I do have cute shit. When I'm in suits and tailored suits, y'all see that pink suit in Vegas? I look like motherfucking Sam Rothstein in Casino. You know what I mean? My point in saying this is you can be a problem for the system while being the solution for yourself and the people that want to remove negative portions of the system. I represent that shit 1,000%, and I'm aware of it. Okay? When you're strong, when you can articulate exactly what's in your mind, when you're about freedom, when you're learning so much that financial freedom starts to become a byproduct of it, you are a threat to enslavers. And I mean mental enslavers. You are a threat to those people because we can't use you for a battery. You put your own battery in your own back. Your own battery. If they can't trick you into foolishness, if they can't shame you into slowing down, if they can't convince you that firearms ownership is only for bad people or the police, you are ungovernable. You cannot be controlled. You control self. You are your own Lord and master. So how are we going to take advantage of you? And if you got somebody like me, they could isolate me to a certain extent. They could go, just don't have them on the platforms. That's what they'll do. So I'll go, okay, cool. I'm going to make 1,000 of me this year. That's what the goal is for the Solutionary 9. And at the minimum, I'm going to get y'all learning and being informed and all that other good stuff. I'm going to get y'all supporting this thing that we're doing that's going to help other people. That's what's going to happen. I'm going to make more force multipliers. That's all. You're not going to stop me. You're not going to stop this movement. You can't. It's too late. The fact that these leftist media people run so afraid of me after acting like they want to have me on Ebro, Charlemagne, Abalabane, Shabakatane, all of y'all. And I want to be very clear. I'm talking to all of y'all. All of you. If you're in the media space and I don't know you and you haven't helped me or we haven't talked and you think I'm talking about you, I am. I'm talking about you. Ain't nothing you can do about it. You just got to walk it off. I'm too strong, and I'm making more strong people. We don't want followers. We want more leaders. What you gonna do with me? I could fight. I'm strong as shit. I'll shoot you and then patch you up and send you home. What you gonna do with me? And the young people love me. What you gonna do with me? You can't do nothing with me. The best that you can do is what you're doing. And this is the smart play. This is their smart play. The smart play is don't give him media. Because for a while, I was like, I ain't no internet dude. Do y'all know another reason why I'm doing this stream for 12 hours? It's been 8 hours and 45 minutes. Right? I'm doing this stream because I'm getting better at streaming. I'm setting up an actual studio system so I can actually, like, this stuff can get clipped up and it looks better. I'm doing this from a very old MacBook. It's not even a Pro. I'm doing this to get better because in the beginning, you suck at everything. So as I build the studio and I say a lot of these things that I'll do on an everyday show, they'll get clipped up and they'll go all over the internet and the audio and the video looks better and the background looks better. That's all I'm doing. I'm practicing. I'm practicing. That's all. And while we practicing, we're helping others. That's all. That's all. I'm cool with the 1,000 people that's listening to me right now. It's always quality over quantity. There's another Hove line. It says, it's not too many of us. I told him less is more. It's plenty of us. We are creating a movement of people that want to course correct the nation and are in alignment with the things that the politicians say they about. We are a movement of solutionaries that are developing skills or sharing skills, trades, getting stronger, getting smarter. Do y'all know what I got the solutionaries reading this month? You know what I got young men and my age men? Again, I'm 118 years old. Okay? But men younger than me and going up to 50, 60 years old in the solutionary. 9. Y'all know this month I got men reading The Way of the Superior Man. Do y'all know that? That's our book for this month. Do y'all know that I got people running around reading all types of self-improvement shit? Do you know I got people hitting me up talking about, yo, I'm going to fast for 3 days and 2, dog. I seen you do that joint for 7 days. I'm going to try it for 2 or 3. I'm telling them about burning visceral fat and circadian rhythm sleep in their spiritual journey and watching out for evils and being capable of shooting the shit out of bad people, and they could patch people up and they could get their... Do you understand what type of people I'm creating? You think this shit an accident? It's not. The guns was the beginning. That's base level. Hey man, don't die. All right. Now we getting them not only not dying, the next step was don't kill other people. Build with them. Then the step after that was make your life better. Then the step after that was be smarter. Then the step after that was get in shape so you can live longer, so you can get more money, get stronger, take care of more people, and be better and have a better life for longer. It ain't nobody in the Solutionary 9 talking about no. We entertain each other in there. We joke, we laugh. We talk about guns, all of that. We rag on each other. We supportive of each other. We ain't in there talking about fucking love and hip hop. We in there talking about, hey guys, you guys make sure you got heirloom seeds because we need to make sure that such and such, we in there talk about that type of shit. We ain't in there talking about no trivial bullshit while being entertaining. A lot of y'all have tuned in to the show for 9 hours. It's 8 hours and 48 minutes of this. We are creating a movement of people that might well be the thing that saves America if this shit go left. I am very clear on what my position is. I'm very fucking clear. I'm not tripping about this shit. It might take me a little bit longer because I'm not being Brandon Tatum. Meat gobbler. I'm not being, I'm just not. I'm not. I wanted to keep going to Mar-a-Lago. I wanted to keep going to CPAC. I can get in CPAC whenever I feel like it. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. If you are not interested as an organization, if I can't see, maybe you're interested, maybe not. I don't know. I'm not saying this. Matt Schlapp has always been respectful to me. I want to be clear about that. This ain't about dissing nobody that has not been disrespectful to me. However, if a lot of the people that are there are in the GOP and they not even doing outreach to communities that need it the most, I got to go, all right, that's cool. I did it. I kicked it. I know what happened. As aggressive and as crass as this may say, if the shorties back in the day that I was slam dunking was not adding value to the life, I can't slam dunk her no more. I already had her. I don't want her again. So let's treat that the same way as a stage that I touched. I love going to Freedom Fest. You know why? Because it's a bunch of people from different disciplines doing things in different spaces about freedom and limiting government. Now, maybe it'll change if they rise to power and they're in a political position like many people in the GOP. Maybe. That guy Bert that I told y'all about in the stream that lied like he was going to help us with some resources years ago, I met him at CPAC. So if I see too much of that energy in there, and that may not be the owner or founder's intention, but if I see too much of that in there, I already went in that stage. I already slam dunked that. I don't need it no more. I already had it. I don't want it no more. I throw it away. I already touched the stage before Donald Trump. Maj Touré, then it was Donald Trump. You know how I view that? Trump come after me. That's how I view it in my mind. And that's the responsibility that come along with that. You got big stages. You got big shoes. Everybody else got to fill them. You got to help them fill them shoes. Trump ain't fill my shoes right. Looking at it in hindsight, he turned into something else. He had an alley-oop. I thought he was going to be a solutionary. Come to find out, he just happened to be a regular old Republican. He ain't do right following in my footsteps on that stage. I got to make solutionaries. We got to be solutionaries. I got to get better. I got to get $3 to $10 million. I got to finish this goal. I got to build that. That's the way that we supposed to think about that. I don't got time for none of the stupid shit. So if that means I got to make a consistent 12-hour dedication to talking to y'all, giving y'all up to speed about what we already did and what we continue to do and how much we got left, and that's what I got to do. And y'all are going to see that and go, y'all are going to run into a moment. I'm just telling y'all what happens. You're going to run into a moment where you're going to want to give up. And I volunteer as a tribute for you. I didn't eat food for 7 days by my decision. It wasn't no health issue. It wasn't the doctor said I got a backiotomy. It wasn't none of that. I said, the longest I ever went without solid food was last summer. It was 4 days. Let me do 7 now. Around cheesesteaks. Discipline yourself. I do that and then say, I had a steak, I had a sweet potato, cool. Then I say, the very next day, I'm going to do a 12-hour fundraising. Guys, we still fundraising too. GiveSendGo.com/solutionary. It's on the screen. It's 977 of y'all watching. We need 177 $100 donors. If 977 of y'all give $20, everybody that's in the stream give $20. I don't even want to talk about the $100 thing no more. Y'all know how many we need. Everybody give $10, $20. Support the work. That's it. GiveSendGo.com/Solutionary. It's the pinned post on X. It's going across the screen right here. Anyway, if somebody in the future, in the next few days, you're going to feel like that thing that you said you wanted to do that you can't do, I want you guys to use me as the memory and go, I seen Maj. I synced him. He did 7 days, still went to the gym, lift the same exact amount, still went to the gym, cut back on coffee, drank water, did a fast for 7 days, had one meal, then did a 12-hour stream, and he got up like once or twice. So that thing that you said you wanted to do that you just like tomorrow when you wake up and that alarm go off, solutionaries in the chat. What's the first question we ask ourselves? I'm not going to say the answer. Some solutionaries in the chat, say it in the chat. Type it. What's the first question we ask ourselves when the alarm goes off? Somebody type it in the chat. So tomorrow, when you got whatever your issue is, your tummy ache, or you don't feel like finishing the set, or you don't want to work on your company this passionate project that you have because you just got off of work and it was a hard day. Kaimer Shadow got it halfway, kind of like that. Somebody else say it. I got to get this paper. That's not it. Wild Self got it. Are you a solutionary or a sucker? Bookworm got it. Am I going to be a solutionary or a sucker today? That's what I got a whole nation of men saying, and women. That alarm go off. You told yourself. It's there. You told yourself, I'm going to handle this right today. I'm going to really, da-da-da-da. That alarm go off. First thing, first question, I'm going to be a solutionary or a sucker today. Which one? You hit snooze, you want some sucker shit. Just own it though. I'm like the ladies in this regard. Don't be down low. If you gay, just be gay. Don't be trying to sleep with the women and you gay. Down low talking about you ain't gay. Own what you is. I'm like the ladies in that regard. If you want some sucker shit today, I need you to own it. I need you to say it. I'm a sucker today. Own your sucker shit. Because when you know you want sucker vibes, keep that sucker shit away from solutionary. Don't come in the solutionary 9. This does not mean we in here saying, don't say, hey guys, I'm having an issue with this. And then we help you. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you decided to be a sucker, you don't got an issue. You got a choice. You chose to be that today. Don't come in here fucking spilling that sucker juice in the fucking room. We don't want none of that shit on us. We don't want it. Y'all see how quick they was able to tell you exactly what the fuck it is when they wake up? Because we got a fucking program. That's a new phrase that I'm hearing a lot. Oh, they run a tight, my man run a tight program. No, we don't. Your man don't run no fucking tight program. Your man a bitch. I ain't never seen your man in the gym or reading a book or meditating or drinking water. You know, there's people out here that don't drink water. They said stupid shit like water tastes nasty. Water don't gotta taste, you dumb baby. Terry says my alarm is 6, not 3 a.m. You'll get there, baby. You're going to get there, watch. Because this was going to happen. I'm going to go to Terry's statement, then I'm going to come back. Then we're going to go into the video again. This was going to happen. People going to start in your house going to start waking up, or people around you, people that you know, that you tell that you wake up at 6, and you got this workout thing or whatever. This was going to happen. They're going to start waking up at 6. Like children. You know how children start sensing? That's why you got to try to like sneak out the room when they sleep. Like you be like, Don't move the blanket too hard type shit, right? You're going to start waking up. They're going to start waking up earlier at 6. Then that peace that you had from 6 to 7 is going to be destroyed. The peace is going to be destroyed. And then you're going to be like, I need to wake up a little earlier. I could probably get some more done. And then you're going to like your coffee and your tea around that 5:30, 6 o'clock before they wake up. Then they're going to start waking up. You got to go more extreme. I wake up at 3:30. You don't have to do that. I'm not telling y'all have to. I'm saying I do. Because I am subjecting myself to a certain level of pain and discipline to get to my next goal. I need 3 million. I get up, I write, I journal, I read. A lot of times, and this will be kicking up a lot more again, a lot of times I type something in the Solutionary 9 group. My man Eric in there, he getting up at like 2:30, 3 o'clock. Eric be in the Solutionary 9 group first. Most times. But he got, he doing some other shit right now. But nonetheless, Wild Selt got his down to 5 a.m. We making warriors, baby. Here's the other thing about waking up early and getting a lot of shit done during the day. Right? TR says, nah, my son is 20. He up at 4 a.m. in the gym. He a solutionary. He's a solutionary. Tell him I said what's up. This is what I'm telling you. When you wake up early and you get a bunch of stuff done, when 9 o'clock and the trouble hours come, my nana used to say something to the effect of, ain't nothing out that late but the devil. It usually will be prowl hours time, demon energy, demon time. That's like what the rap motherfuckers saying now. When that energy is out there, you in the house. You know why? Because you got a routine and things to do. You have a routine and things to do. And if I got to be up at 3:30, the later I stay up, I am sacrificing more of that sleep. I don't want to sacrifice that sleep. And if you do, you know how some people ask, when they find out I get up at 3:30, they say, well, what time you go to sleep? It doesn't matter. I get up at 3:30. Even if I'm doing stretching in the bed, it doesn't matter. I got up at 3:30. Today, I'm going to talk to y'all for the next 3 hours. Some of y'all are going to fade off. We got 3 hours and we need 177 donors at the $100 level. Or it's a L. There's 1,000 people. Everybody pitching $10, $20. Nonetheless, I wake up at 3:30. This stream is going to go until 12. You better go to bed right after the stream. Or maybe I just stay up. Maybe I challenge myself that way. Self-imposed difficulty to improve. See if you can do it. They're going out of their way to make you feel like you can't do things. You can't exercise things. You can't get stronger. You can't discipline self. You can't just try these things sometimes, y'all. You'd be surprised the type of resilience that you develop in self. Wild Selt just said he got his wake up time down to 5 a.m. So peaceful outside. And it's about to be warm out too. So it ain't nothing like a nice morning dew on a spring, late spring, early summer, and you got a nice cup of coffee and you can hear the crickets or this, so you can walk barefoot in the grass if you got that around your way. And you can sit and reflect and read and control your day. And I know some of y'all like, what the fuck do this got to do with guns, Maj? It is all connected. It's all connected. You're not in a shootout every day. It's about preparation. It's about discipline. It's about focus. It's about patience. It's about this ain't the time. It's about avoiding the dumb shit. These things are skills. The only reason that you're on the planet, y'all, now I'm going somewhere else. I hope I don't scare y'all. The only reason why you're on the planet is to improve yourself. You're on the planet to improve yourself. Everything else is a byproduct or a deflection from that reality. Why should you eat? To stay alive, to be healthy, to improve. Why should you work on your diet? To stay alive, to improve, to be healthy. Why should you get stronger? To stay alive, just in case something happens. Why should you think about your cardiovascular health? To stay alive, to self-improve. Why should you cut back on alcohol and white sugar? To stay alive, to stay fucking self-improve. Why do you read? Why do you learn skills? Why do you build buildings? Why do you learn math? Why do you learn geometry? To self-improve. The discipline is sticking with it to self-improve to make this thing better for us all. The lessons, restrictions, paradigm shifts, and things that come from this. Now let's take it back to a gun. If we're dealing in the physical plane, the gun says, I get to defend my life to stay here longer in an event that somebody's trying to get me off of this planet. I'm here having this spiritual experience. Somebody's trying to stop my spiritual experience in this fucking meat bag, this flesh. I get the gun to defend myself so I can stay here and self-improve longer. So it'll start at a gun. But even if we don't talk about the self-improvement component, let's say we don't talk about that. Even having the conversations about the gun makes you talk about how tempered I have to be. When we're talking about these young men that's out here with no purpose and just no stoicism, no passion, no real life. We're talking about these young men in a manner where we have to give them this. And we say this tool makes you reevaluate things differently. It's here to help you protect yourself, for sure. But don't go getting into no dumb shit. Well, then you got to determine to them what's dumb shit. You got to have communication about this. I'm not going over there. Why would you go over there, bro? Well, I'm strapped. If you need to go over there, okay. But if you don't need to go over there, and if you do go over there, it's safe to say that you're going to need your gun. Maybe you shouldn't go. Evolution and personal protection damn near go hand in hand. And if we're talking about young people that need this type of information, what the fuck? It's a no-brainer. So when I say, help out with this so you can share the classes that you get from this to all of these young people in your family and put them on a correct path, I'm not saying this because I want to sound cool. I'm saying it because I've done it thousands of times. And there's so many young men, some that I'll never meet again, that took those gems and they've become better humans because of it. So imagine when we start making them smarter, stronger, and more capable. Oh, they become statesmen. They become the representation of the type of public servant or politician that we would actually like to see. They become men and women of the people for the people. To limit government, to respect individual rights, and let that person's life blossom as much as possible without interference from negative energies, i.e. the state. That is what you are doing. Let's play some more of the video.
Empowerment comes responsibilities. That's why we present these classes for everyone for free.
Should there be any rules? Should untrained people have to take a class like yours?
No, they should be safe and responsible. I don't rely on the state to determine what's safe and what's not. Most law enforcement officers don't train. They qualify 1 to whatever amount of times per year. They're not the pinnacle of training. And it shouldn't be. Again, these are rights. The Bill of Rights are rights granted by your creator, not granted by government. Our job as gun owners is to make sure that the general public is, hey man, a part of this culture is being safe and responsible and getting training. We can do that, like we did at Black Guns Matter with less than $300,000 raised in some classes. So no, the state is not in control of that. We are. We, the people.
Talk about this shirt. Make criminals afraid again.
Absolutely. Criminals should be deathly afraid. The concern should be, what are we calling a crime? I'm a libertarian. Crimes have to produce victims. So most of the things that we're calling crime doesn't really produce a victim. It's the state's kind of like saying, we don't want you to do this, so we'll call it a crime. We'll charge you money for it.
Like?
If it doesn't fall in the category of robbery, rape, unjustified homicide, or property crimes, right? So if it's, hey, I want to buy some cannabis, and you, John, have the cannabis, and I have the money, and you have the cannabis. Oh, in some states still, that's a crime, even though that's nothing but commerce. So when I say make criminals afraid again, if you're the people that are in my community, and if you're robbing people and carjacking, I want you to know that we're going to arm our community to deal with you very, very properly. And you should be, if you're thinking about robbing, raping, or unjustified killing, you should be very afraid of our work at Black Guns Matter.
People say, you want to put more guns in the very neighborhoods where there are the most shootings.
Okay. So how's that work? The areas where there's less guns, there's more violent crime. The areas where there's more guns, there's less violent crime.
What are you saying? There are fewer guns in Detroit, Philadelphia, Chicago?
There's fewer guns. There's less education around firearms. There's a far less respect for the Second Amendment and education that comes along with it. Absolutely. Those areas.
I think of those areas as filled with guns.
Why do you think so?
Because there are all those shootings.
We live in Chicago, but we're in a war zone.
The spike in gun violence in the city nationwide. Crime up 38% overall in New York City.
So if there's 1,000 bad guys, let's just take a number, 1,000, in the city of Philadelphia, which is 1.5, 1.6 million people, right? On average, right? 5th or 6th largest city in America. And those 1,000 bad guys are doing the vast majority of the crime. And that's in any community. Most Americans in any community aren't the bad guys. It's a small percentage of those guys. And if the district attorney gives them a revolving door, they're back out to do more of the bad stuff. Now,
which is happening in Philadelphia.
It's happening in Philly. Now, the report isn't this one bad guy did this 10 times. It's just 10 times this was done. So the context is missing a bit. So for someone like me, I'm not an advocate for being soft on actual crime. I'm saying we should have those 1,000 guys pay their debt to society and the estate of the people that they harmed. They should be rehabilitated in prison, not just we there to make stuff for companies. But when you look at it from that perspective, you see that it's a small percentage of bad guys doing this terrorism in a community, but it's getting reported as if it's all of these guns. Most gun owners, because the good guys with guns outnumber the bad guys with guns. The good guys with guns just aren't doing the crime, though. So where these data folks tend to use the stats to make it look as if more guns mean more crime, the great work by Dr. John Lott in his book, More Guns, Less Crime, exists. And so if they take the context out, they don't tell you it's, and again, I'm paraphrasing, they don't tell you it's the same 1,000 bad guys. It's way more gun owners, that's good guys that have it. They can paint that narrative for you. No different than when they don't tell you that 60% of the thing that they're calling gun violence is suicides. So they don't say that. 60%
though. Solutionaries, we have cracked 1,000 people watching. There's 1,000 of you watching right now. Here's the crazy part. With 1,000 people watching, I want to call y'all out on X, actually. Let me see. Thousand people. This is very interesting. I actually don't know how this. It says that there's 1,000 people watching across the platforms. Most of them of y'all are watching on X. Let me ask people that's watching on X real quick. If you're watching this on X right now, right? Why haven't you reposted it? Why haven't you reposted it? If you're watching this on X, why haven't you reposted it? I want to ask y'all that question. I want to ask y'all that question, and I want to remind you all that we are fundraising. And I started the show 9 hours ago. And I said, I read this update, but it was an older update. So I want to read it again because I had to update it. All right? I want to read this to you guys so you guys can know exactly what you're supporting. I want everybody to know what they're supporting, what you have supported, and all that other good stuff. Okay? Hold on 1 second. Let me repost. Boom. Got a $30 donation from Brescia. Says, I'm here for everything you're doing, Maj. Keep it up. Appreciate you, Brescia. Oh, that's Bree. So listen, guys. I'm going to read this to y'all real quick. Because I feel like I went philosophical. I just told y'all a bunch of stuff today. All right? However, you guys can ask me any questions that you have in the chat, especially if you're on X. If you're on X right now, comment, ask a question. Don't just be a fucking creep, just voyeuristic type of person, all right? Now, I'm going to read this because I want to go back to what we started this conversation today about. Our work at BGM, how it's evolved over the years. If some of y'all have tapped in this whole day today, started this at noon, it's 9 o'clock. The origin of our work was BGM. It was doing this work in our communities that our communities needed as it related to firearms. It meant being safe and responsible. A lot of it was education. A ton of it was classes. All of it's classes, obviously. And then over time, it evolved a bit. And I thought it would be very important to start off spring, obviously the first week of spring, or now we into spring, and remind some of the new followers or people that are just coming across the stuff. You know, you didn't see our work for however long. So all day today, we went through a bunch of videos. We have one. I'm going to watch it. We're going to finish it up throughout this. But I wanted to go back to the thing that we talked about, which is the Solutionary Center and our work and all of that. So I'm going to read this for y'all real quick. Educator and Second Amendment activist Maj Toure has spent years traveling the country teaching gun safety, civics, and self-defense. Since 2016, Black Guns Matter has traveled across America providing free firearms safety and rights education made possible entirely through voluntary support. These classes highlight the Constitution and the Second Amendment as powerful starting points for real solutions in urban communities. And the impact is real. The work has helped increase safe, responsible gun ownership while challenging the narratives that often leave communities misinformed and unprepared. As our work has even been recognized at the highest level, being cited in the historic Supreme Court Bruin decision. Since 2021, that mission has expanded even further. I think that was 2020. That's just me, though, but whatever. At the Solutionary Center, we've hosted free classes, again made possible by voluntary support. From conflict resolution and civics to stop the bleed, firearms basics, and other real-world skills, we are focused on building capable, aware, and prepared individuals. All while advancing our educational mission, funds also support operations, staff, marketing, and the Philadelphia location so we can continue to grow and reach more people. The goal has always been simple: provide training, education, and practical skills at no cost to participants. Now we're at the final stretch. We're asking everyone who believes in this work to step in and help us push this across the finish line. This is about promoting positive culture, real skills and values rooted in freedom, responsibility, and growth. Our communities benefit from work done by the people for the people. Step in, share this, help us finish strong. I say this because I want to remind everybody we are in a fundraiser. I know it's Sunday. Y'all got me on in the background, watching me on X, watching me on YouTube. Yeah. Look at what I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. Look. I don't know. Look, y'all asking the same questions I'm asking. Look, jokes aside, what's actually good? Is this just streaming in people's background? That's the part where I'm telling y'all, I'll be like, what's really the thing? Are y'all just like, this is weird? Only 18 on YouTube. I didn't realize X streaming was that big. What happened? YouTube is tripping. Legitimately, X viewership has increased throughout the stream and has grown to 1,000, but literally no engagement. TRS said YouTube kicked me off. Are we struggling over there on YouTube? Who else is watching on YouTube? Did anybody else get kicked off of YouTube? I'm not sure. Let me go. Let me make sure we ain't getting. What do you mean? You did earlier, still streaming? Okay. I'm here. Chimer Shadow's here, not kicked off. Okay. People in X. Ken said YouTube been pretty solid on my end, maybe the one time earlier, but since then it's been smooth. People on X, I gotta ask y'all. I gotta ask, guys. I gotta ask. Who in here is watching on X? Comment something, say something, whatever, because I'm starting to go, this dead internet theory is a thing. Because what would be the reason for y'all to just look and not say nothing? Currently, we're over 1,000 viewers. Let me see. It was 11 reposts, 7 likes, 1 bookmark. If you're watching on X right now, say anything in the chat. Everybody type in the chat if you're on YouTube or X, but especially if you're in X. Respond to the live real quick. Say something in a comment section. If it's a thumbs up, if it's something. Just want to try something out real quick. It's very strange. Not a bot. It is. It's a decent amount of numbers, but it's low. It's a decent amount of views, but it's low in engagement. It's nobody said nothing. Wild to me. Should we end it? Should we? What should we do, guys? I work with y'all. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. I don't understand that. Either way, X is bots. Maybe. But why would the bots grow? What would be the bots' reason to tune into a live stream? All right, Mike has bad knees is watching an X. I see you, Mike. Mike has bad knees. Is watching in X. Anybody else? That's strange. Currently, Earth, I see you giving a thumbs up, but I think you're doing it from YouTube. I'm pretty sure you're on YouTube. I appreciate the comment, though, 100%. I don't understand why that would be the reason for X to do it that way. That doesn't make sense. It just seems weird. Like, what do they gain from it? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's bots either, because it did slowly grow. Paul. Sometimes people just want to hear me. So that's what it is. All right, so the over 1,000 of you watching, I don't know what's going on. I'm not going to try to figure it out. I'm just going to forge ahead. We can control what we can control. The shit that we can't control, we can't control it. Ain't no point in beating yourself over the head about it. It don't make sense. It's not going to solve the problem. So we move forward. Let's hit play.
%60 of what in America.
Another reason for gun control, say the advocates.
How could you stop that?
You take away the guns, fewer people kill themselves with guns.
How? Okay, so let's roll out how that looks. Let's go with, and we live in America, so I'm gonna be careful on how I go with other countries and how they do stuff. I live in America, bro. Wi-Fi here is plentiful. Can't say the same for every other country. With that being the case, let's look at Britain, London. Let's look at London. They take away guns. General public doesn't really have guns. What happens to their violent crime? Goes up. Now they're saying we need to end knife violence. Now there's a push to stop people from having knives. Oh, the knife violence is at an all-time high. Listen, evil will persist. The only thing that's going to stop evil are good, solid people strong enough to stop them or even deter them. So this theory, that violence will stop, I'll make a bet. I'll give away all of my firearms and I will be pro no more guns. As soon as the law enforcement say, you know what, we think guns are bad and guns are going to create more crime. So we as law enforcement we're just not going to use firearms for a week.
Well, law enforcement is different. They're trained and they're
No, they're not.
Officers of the state meant to protect us.
The state has killed more humans than anything in world history, the government. We don't even got to get out of like Mao, Hitler, and like communism to even look at how many millions of humans, hundreds of millions of humans were murdered by the state. And the state is the people that should be the only ones that have guns. Kenny, our mayor in Philadelphia, said some goofiness like that a few months ago.
I was in Canada 2 weeks ago, never thought about a gun. The only people I knew had guns up in Canada were police officers. And that's the way it should be here.
He is the mayor of the birthplace of America saying that. And if people feel that way, this is going to sound really racist, right? But it's okay because I'm black, so I get to say it, right?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. If you don't like gun ownership, if you don't like that we as Americans have the ability to say, we want to defend ourselves from all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that includes government, as the founders wrote. If you don't like that, Canada's right up the street, bro. I hear their bacon is delicious. I hear Drake makes great albums. There's a plethora of other countries that you can go to, and you can leave the...
Drake makes great music. It's better than Lupe Fiasco. Just wanted to throw that in there.
Americans to have to deal with this firearm thing. You can literally not deal with it. If you want to go, if you think that things are so horrible, If you want to go to China and deal with the CCP, you are welcome to do that. The beauty of America, right? And again, this is not an attack on the people of these other nations. We are all humans. But those governments are not there to serve the people. And if you think that socialism and you want to shoot over to Venezuela or wherever, you are free to do so. The Americans are going to deal with the American problems. And we are consistently going to push back against these narratives that are like easily proven to be incorrect. 60% of gun-related deaths are suicides. What we address is what's making those people, that 60% of so-called gun violence.
Look at this chart, y'all, real quick. 60% suicides. Homicides are 37%. Who made this chart? The CDC. And these slithers in here are even smaller numbers. So when they say there's 30,000 deaths annually, 50% of 30,000 is 15,000. So this plus some is the 60%. That's a big thing to not tell in the story. That's almost like you go over somebody's house and they like, we're going to watch a movie. And you get there and they say, okay, cool, we're going to watch the movie. And you sit down to watch the movie and they started at scene 7. You don't have enough information to watch the movie. You don't even know, why is this guy shooting this guy? Why is this guy running? Who is this guy? What is the, what? There's 6 scenes of context that you have no idea about. That's what this is. When they say there's 30,000 gun-related deaths, and they don't tell you that somebody got access to a firearm and killed himself 60% of that time. Then, out of that 30,000 deaths, because that's the number that they throw out a lot, they also don't tell you that's the 30,000. 300,000 times somebody presents a gun in a DGU, a defensive gun usage. Most of those are non-lethal. So somebody uses a gun to scare a bad guy and save life 10 times more than the 30,000 deaths that they're telling you about, and that they're not telling you 60% of them are suicides. It's big cat. Just stop. Stop with the lies. There should be no argument after this. And this is a government source. This ain't like Maj just chat GPT this. Every single person watching this can go look at this and go, oh, really? Y'all can go look this up. 60%. So when they say stat numbers and play the game, oh, the leading cause of death of children now is shooting. Again, they don't tell you. They added 18 and 19-year-olds. And they lying. And they leaving out suicides. And they leaving out so-called accidental deaths, which aren't accidents. The child got access to a firearm that a parent was irresponsibly with their storage. So they don't tell you all of that nuance. What the fuck? Do y'all guys actually want to solve this problem, or you just don't want us to be armed? Sometimes I just want to ask them people like, yo, let's just keep it real. Let's keep it real. Do you want to save life because you think that guns are causing these deaths? Or do you just like, we don't want you to have the guns? They just started warming up to the idea of saying, we just don't want you to have the guns. They're warming up to it. Like Whoopi Goldberg. Remember she was on The View and she was like, I don't want all of your guns, but that AR-15, I want it. Whoopi, shut the fuck up, Jumpin' Jack Flash. Shut the fuck up. Why do you want my AR-15? It's something that you took. You don't want my AR-15. Because most of the deaths, even suicides or homicides, are not with fucking AR-15s. Shut up. Dumb babies. Dumb babies. Like, what? Like, it's too laid out. The answers are too laid out already. You got to be stupid to like be falling, like not even falling for it, because the propaganda is great. The lie is great. But once you get the information and it's laid out, the lie just doesn't work anymore. You got to be stupid or evil to still be trying to trick people into the trick when all of this data is laid out.
It's making them feel so stressed out and depressed that they don't want to be here anymore. Maybe it's all of the meds that we're sponsored by Pfizer. Maybe it's the psychotropic meds that they're shoveling down children's throats. And as the time that they're teenagers, now they just want the pain to stop. But we can't have that conversation because now we impacting the money. It's easy to just blame the firearm while making Americans unarmed, so the state, being the only entities with the firearms, can have complete control. No, it will not happen, not on my watch.
You're saying that those people would have killed themselves some other way.
Absolutely.
If they didn't have a gun.
Yeah, they picked the firearm because the firearm actually works. And I say this with empathy, not a diss to anyone that's lost a loved one. They want the pain to stop fast. Firearms are fast. They want it to stop. Whatever pain and turmoil that they are experiencing, they want it to stop. So they use something that works. Firearms work. We need to approach that community, these young people, right, and make them be a part of this American experience. Get outside, get some sunlight, things of that nature. You know what I mean?
More guns may lead to less crime, but they'll also lead to more accidental shootings.
What makes you think?
I'm gonna pause that right there for a second. I want to go back to what he said, and this is kind of going back to our point of the fundraiser. Guys, givesendgo.com/solutionary. Every amount, 5, 10, 20, whatever, give. This is a fundraiser. This is a fundraiser. We're raising funds to do the classes, to keep these things going, all right? I'm saying this because I don't know what's going on with the engagement. I have no idea. I just know that we got 1,055 people watching the show right now. 56. I don't know what's going on here, but we got 177 more donors at the $100 level. And if 1,057 people give $20, then you guys do the math. We just talked about briefly on this particular show, we just talked about those young people not feeling whole. 60% of those things being the deaths associated with firearms being suicides. Young people not feeling made whole is a conversation that we were having all day today about purpose, about focus, about the importance of all of these little seemingly unrelated things that are related, okay? When you have young people that have not figured out their life matters, ironically, a lot of liberals will, Black Lives Matter, this life matter, all life matter, whatever. You haven't given them a thing that says, this is what my vocation, calling, and purpose is. And when those people don't have those things, those people start to go drift. Then you got drugs. Then you got psych meds. Then you got this. Then you got a school telling them, you're not a girl, you're a boy. Insert whatever thing. Now this person becomes chemically imbalanced. Now this person has a diet that's horrible. Now this person's listening to music. They under fluorescent lights. They under all of these things that are like automatically, like we should all know at this point. All of the things that I'm mentioning have been proven to have diabolical and disastrous effects on the psyche of a lot of people. Side effects. So now you got a chemically imbalanced person that has not chasing their focus, that has or purpose. They don't even know what it is. They in no way, shape, or form are dialed into their calling. Then we say give them more drugs. No one's asking this set of questions. You're not allowed to ask that question. if you said, maybe I don't want to take an experimental gene-changing vaccine. Maybe they don't want to, they just don't, they want to ask questions about it. They want to say, I don't know. I don't know if I want to take that COVID-19 thing. I don't know if I want to do that. Then the media and the government work together to say, you better not say that. You're not allowed to ask the question. So if you say, hey, I don't know if I want to give my child these drugs. And maybe we'll work on a holistic health and diet plan for my young person. Maybe we'll get them involved in sports, or we'll let them run around and we'll let them find out the thing that they're passionate about and then order some structure and discipline around that and give them something to chase and then this and then apply that information over here. Maybe we'll do those things. You're the enemy of the people if you're doing a state if you're doing it. It's too much. It's a lot of money involved in that. So we don't ask those questions. And then that person that is mentally going through it then says, cool, I'm going to get a gun and kill myself or shoot up a school. Then we blame the firearm. None of the other laundry list of shit that I just said. None of that. None of that. But if I start asking them questions, that's fucking with the money bags. It's rigged. Play some more.
Because there are a lot of gun accidents. Kids get to their parents' guns.
Mm-hmm.
Thousands of people are accidentally killed by guns.
Do you know what I want those people, the parents in those spaces, to do? If this is where I, as a gun owner, I keep no quarter for negligence. There's no such thing as an accident when it comes to firearms ownership. There's 4 fundamental basic rules of firearm safety. Even if you don't want to purchase a gun, you should be aware and you should be teaching your children about firearm safety.
But if there are more guns, there will be more accidents.
You can't definitively say that. That's only under the assumption that those more gun owners, if we're failing, which we are not, at getting people to train and be safe and responsible gun owners, that's under the assumption that those gun owners aren't getting training. And the trend for the last 38, 39 months going on is not that. They're getting firearms and they're becoming trained without government intervention, without the state saying, you got to do this. The culture, as Andrew Breitbart said, politics are downstream from culture. Black Guns Matter is changing the culture. If you don't get informed, don't get knowledge about firearms ownership, and there is a negligent discharge, which means you have to break 2 of the 4 firearms rules for that to happen, right? And one of your children hurts themselves, I want you as the adult to be held accountable. I am not soft on that type of stuff at all. I am for accountability. No different than in my community. If you use a firearm not for personal protection and defense, if you're not defending yourself from the bad guy, and you are the bad guy with a firearm, I want you to have your day in court. I want you to have a jury of your peers, and we're going to get you locked up. I am not soft on actual crime.
Why'd you start Black Guns Matter?
The Black Lives Matter.
Yo, does that mean that I want to hear y'all take on that. All right, Bobby. Are we soft on crime because we don't want the government to implement training? They slick with it. They're very slick. I want to hear y'all done tapped out. Ain't nobody in this joint. Y'all go on. I'm a rumble. It's 9:42. I've been talking for 10 hours. Let me let this play and get some. I'm gonna use a bathroom break, guys. And some coffee. I'm gonna hit play. Comment givesendgo.com/solutionary. I'm gonna play this and use the restroom, guys.
Matter movement. Everybody's Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. except when it's time for black people to defend their lives. Seeing the highly organized phenomenon that gun control is, and seeing its concentration primarily in black neighborhoods. Not because black people got a genetic predisposition to kill people. No, crime is proximity. We saw that you guys are lying to the people. You're telling this group of people, no, that's not for you. And nowhere in the Second Amendment does it say, or the Constitution, or the Bill of Rights, does it say anything about race. It's not in there. And even if it was, you guys also said in the Bill of Rights, government does not grant or take away these rights. So for me, it was more about informing. Black Guns Matter is about education and informing people. So when you see that your people been lied to, you a sucker if you don't inform them. And so for me, it was that.
You have a gun on you now?
Absolutely.
Where is it? Ankle?
Wait, hold on, John. Nobody wears, the ankle thing is like television. That's like the most, well, maybe a secondary gun. Maybe a secondary gun. Usually, I have if I'm doing something on my ankle, it's a wraparound med kit, because I usually carry a first aid kit with me too. And if I'm doing outside work and I don't have a book bag, I'll put that on my ankle.
So you have the gun on your hip, so you can get to it.
No, I usually carry appendix. Let me tell you why. When you're carrying concealed, to clear the garment, get to the firearm, and line up your sights to put it on, to get your sight picture, to put it on the bad guy, the guy absolutely determined to do carnage, it's easier to line those sights up when it's appendix. Carrying on your hip, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, it's just an extra step.
So you start Black Guns Matter.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about it.
I literally said, let's go make classes available to every hood across America. Every state that has a hood, we're gonna go there. We're gonna make the classes available. We're gonna teach people the basics. We're gonna tell them this, and it could turn into a civics conversation, a safety conversation, and it continues to grow. But we just said, we're gonna educate the people. We're gonna do what the public school system failed to do. And we're gonna make the backdrop of that being a safe and responsible firearms owner. We crowdfunded, we literally raised hundreds of thousands of dollars and gave it away to make sure that everybody could have this information. And what happened? What we said was, we're gonna make this demographic be the new largest gun buying demographic in America, and that's what happened. It's just a little bit of elbow grease, a couple dollars, that's it. And the beautiful thing is, we've removed the financial barrier to entry. All of the classes are free to all, and it's such a wonderful thing. In the classes, we go over grip, stance, sight alignment, sight picture, general nomenclature, basically the basics. Even before we get to that, the actual firearms, we deal with safety. We deal with the basic 4 rules of firearm safety. We deal with how we can avoid conflict. We deal with, if you're in some sort of conflict, how can we de-escalate? It's irresponsible to have one part of the conversation about firearms without that part of the conversation. I carry a firearm everywhere. If I'm in a sticky situation, unless there's an immediate threat to life, I am leaving. I am out with my gun. I'm gone. And we recommend that every single person do that. I win 100% of the fights that I'm not a part of. And that's a basic staple of our classes.
You expected 30 people? How many showed up?
300. And we had to.
This was Boston. This was Boston, guys. Earlier in the stream, I talked about all right, we here. All right, we're going to keep pushing. I see y'all in the chat. Appreciate y'all. This video here, this section of the video, remember I told you all about that first class in Boston? This was that first Boston class. I don't see Don in here, but he's in here. This was our very first class in Boston. Yep.
Feed them all. And it was beautiful. Based on my outreach, community outreach, the things that I was already known for, they knew it was going to be empowering because I never judged them. I said, hey, if you want to come learn about firearms, come on and learn. Come as you are. We went around the country teaching every area. We went to every area that was violent crime and did classes. Some of the classes in Atlanta, 400 or 500 people. We created a culture of, if you are Black in America, you absolutely have a human right to defend yourself with a firearm. We've been doing this since 2015 and 16. 2016, we only did it in Philadelphia. 2016 was the year that Philadelphia had the lowest violent crime that it had since 1979. All we did was gun-related stuff and conflict resolution.
It's just a habit, but it's cool. That's how you're gonna break the habit. At that point,
This class was years later, and that event was me doing a class in Boston with Don Core at his facility. So the person that came to our very first Boston class years prior, that was not a firearms instructor yet, years later, I came back to Boston and did a class with him at his space in Boston. So when I'm talking about this thing, it's a serious thing. You start creating these force multipliers. And this is a perfect example.
let me show you how this runs. That comes here. When you pull that trigger, that comes back out. You know what I'm saying? So put those thumbs forward. Get that finger out of there.
When you pull the trigger, those thumbs forward, what are you doing there?
In that particular video, I was explaining to her the actual grip of a handgun, right? She had her finger not indexed on the frame of the actual pistol. She had her finger in the trigger guard on the trigger. One of the basic safety rules that we go over at our classes is you don't put your finger in that trigger guard on the trigger until you're absolutely ready to shoot. Firearms are ergonomically designed for your finger to go in the trigger. So it's a discipline. And when I told her about it, she was like, oh no. And obviously we were training with SIRT pistols, but it's just a habit. And when you get a better habit, you know, as people will tell you, when they start carrying firearms, when you go to the gas pump, your finger's not on the trigger until you're ready to actually pump the trigger. When you spray in your windows with Windex, your finger's off of the trigger. We want to develop good habits. We want firearms beginners to firearms, to have a solid, sound foundation of safety, conflict resolution, and de-escalation. I carry a firearm everywhere. I'm also keen on avoiding situations where I would even think about potentially using my firearm or use my firearm. And so those are all of the good habits that we want to instill. And in that video, that's kind of what I was going over with.
Why do you use replica guns?
Because I don't want to give a beginner that knows absolutely nothing about a firearm.
I'm good. Good.
This class, see that place right back there? That store back there that says like foods? That's where George Floyd was killed. That was the day after it happened, maybe 2 days. We flew there and the tensions were high. So we led in with firearms. You guys' support did this. We knew the tensions were high. We led in with firearms. Well, most of the classes that we did there outside were about were about conflict resolution. That happened. Literally behind us, like at that store right there, that's where George Floyd was killed.
Good.
What are you doing there?
When you're presenting, right? When you clear your garment and you present that firearm, right? It has to be firm. Your wrists need to be tight. No loosey-goosey. You need to be firm. So when I'm hitting that firearm or that handgun going up, down, sideways, I'm making sure that person has a firm grip. Because when you press the trigger, an explosion's gonna happen. You need to, quite literally, dad joke, get a grip.
The fastest growing group of gun buyers is now blacks?
Prophetic. I said it. I made it so.
What, you made it so?
Absolutely.
This other group?
National Association of Gun, African.
Their membership almost doubled during COVID.
Yeah.
What did COVID have to do with it?
People was in the house. Crime was, all of the leftist cities, and I say that again, not as a slight, they were saying, we're gonna let the criminals out, actual criminals. We're gonna tell the police to not respond. This happened. They showed you exactly what it meant. You are on your own. The police have absolutely no legal obligation to protect you. That has been proven and upheld by the Supreme Court numerous times. And I love it. I love that more people are saying, no one's coming to save me. I have to save and protect myself and my family myself.
Gun opponents point out correctly that the Second Amendment never says individuals have the right. A well-regulated militia being necessary to a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
The first half of that is always the anti-gunners playfield, because they'll try to conflate militia meaning military, and it doesn't. It means the people. That's why they ended it with the people. We are the militia, right? So anti-gunners paradise is the first half of the Second Amendment. They'll go, oh, it needs to be well-regulated. Well-regulated means in working order. If your house is well-regulated, you guys have a schedule, you eat at a certain time. That does not mean that the government shows up and goes, hey, now you guys got to watch the House of Dragons at 9 o'clock. That's not what that means. It means in working order. What they ignore if you're anti-gunner is the second half of that. The right of the people, the Constitution starts with we, the people, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, keep, hold them, and bear, carry, mean walk around with them, shall not be infringed. That's very clear. People will attempt to convolute that to like strengthen their argument, but it can't be.
The LA City Council unanimously approved a ban of so-called ghost guns, which are virtually untraceable.
Comes in this package.
This one.
You can see the picture down here maybe. This is the gun. It's not hard to put together. Little drill, hand drill at home. Doesn't take very long. Anyone can order it.
Great. Doesn't take long. Anyone can order it. Sign me the fuck up.
Joe Biden being upset about what the Supreme Court has just ruled, that unserialized firearms do not violate the Constitution. Him being upset about that speaks to his disrespect for the American people having the means to defend themselves. If everyone has access to a butter knife, I could get a butter knife and stab somebody's eyes out with it. Butter knives are everywhere. They're at the cafeteria, they're at that fancy restaurant, they're in Chick-fil-A. To say, well, these type of butter knives are assault knives. These type of butter knives need different regulation. Simply because someone could do the wrong thing with the right tool, it would sound silly. To everyone that's listening to it, it sounds silly. It's the same thing with a firearm. People go, oh, it's 22, it's 40 calibers, this, that. It's a bullet. If we are not respectful of this tool and use it improperly, we could harm ourselves or others. Adding all of this fear-mongering on top of a fundamental human right, right? We're actually keeping Joe Biden and this current administration, meaning gun owners, we're keeping them safe. They're playing around with nuclear war. One of the reasons why America has not...
Y'all hear that? They playing around with nuclear war. What that sound like? When this was filmed, the Biden administration was in.
Not been invaded is because they know we about that action. Our respect for firearms and freedom and not wanting to be bothered or bother other people is why we haven't invaded Canada and Mexico. They're weaker than us. We have more guns than them. We've respected their space. If gun owners, over 100 million in America, were the problem, you'd know it, because our opposition would not exist. They wouldn't be here. Gun owners aren't the problem. Biden being afraid about unserialized, no, that's not the problem. Ghost guns aren't the problem. There's not a massive amount of mass shootings or any type of shooting done with ghost guns, so-called ghost guns. The reason why they're afraid of them is because they can't track them. You guys worried about what us as gun owners are doing and where our guns are is because I would contend that you plan on doing things or have already been doing things that you know we probably should shoot you for.
Banning concealed carry guns in so-called sensitive places.
I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. I be just saying the real shit. We gonna keep it real. We got a couple of hours. We got 2 hours left in the stream, y'all. GiveSendGo.com/solutionary. The top man is 151. We need somebody to beat $151. That's the top man. 150 is the top. I think it was anonymous, if I'm not mistaken. But anonymous got the email, but I don't want to say his name. But nonetheless, I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. Do y'all hear the shit that I'm saying on this interview? This is why, remember I said to y'all earlier, I said, I remember after doing this interview, I was like, if they're smart and they're trying to oppose me, they will just try to ignore me. And that's a smart move. Why is it a smart move? I'll say this. It's a smart move to ignore me because they know what most of y'all are going to do. And this is going to sound a little fucked up, guys. If you ignore Maj, he has to work harder. Yep, that's exactly what happened. What Terry said. He was cooking, and now they don't invite you back. Not John Stossel. John Stossel loves our interview. Libertarian platforms and stuff like that, yeah. But the GOP platforms like Newsmax, Fox, I was cooking on there, but then I started being very critical because we have a standard. The smart thing that left-leaning media and the GOP did, or right-leaning media, a lot of it, not all of it. The smart thing that they did was just don't have him on. You're not going to be able to, he knows his shit, and he's too smart, and and I'm not saying it's like on an arrogant tip. I know how they talk in those rooms. I've been in all of those rooms, watching them talk about other people. I did cuss on Newsmax. I told them fuck around and find out. But that's why Newsmax didn't have me back. I was ahead of my time. However, the smart play is not the only way. One of the ways that if we have him on and he kind of makes a fool of himself or we play him, I actually think somebody's trying to set me up for that here shortly. I'm going to tell y'all about it afterwards. I'm going to film something about it first, and I'm going to go to the event, and I'm going to see if they do it, but whatever. Anyway, y'all hold me to that on tomorrow's show. I'll tell you a little bit more about it. If we can't have him on for him to play himself, and if we have him on and we have somebody that we think can beat him and he absolutely trounces these people, which is what I have been doing for years, they go, just don't have him on. Just act like he doesn't exist. Because in their mind, I won't do nothing foolish or like tap dancing enough. Some of the people that do, they become spectacles. They say outlandish things. I don't say outlandish things. I say serious things. And I say aggressive things. And I say true things. And I say things that are freedom-based. Right. It becomes easier to ignore me than to debate me. And if you debate me, like the gun violence prevention Vice interview, and he wins, which I did, handsomely, you give him power. Don't have him on. It was the smartest move that they made. Then, when your standards, because you go in certain rooms and you see they own bullshit too, and you don't play the game, it's like, listen, the National Shooting Sports Foundation has been very supportive of our work, and I fuck with them. I disagreed with the 2020 conversation about asking people, freedom and gun people, to wear masks at SHOT Show. I think they should have said nothing about it. and I was critical, and I just never went back. I've done things with the NSSF, but I haven't been at SHOT Show, and I really enjoy SHOT Show. No. So, Wild Cell, fun story. Weren't they trying to get David Hogg to debate you? Spike Cohen had to step in when he wouldn't debate you. They didn't want him to debate somebody like me. It absolutely destroys them. And I know Spike, and Spike is a good dude. However, I don't even think that debate should have happened. When you go, I want to crush anti-gun agendas completely. When you go debate Spike Cohen, I think at the time Spike was like more in the political space. He was the VP for the Libertarian Party. You want to look like you're not trying to. You can't debate me. I get to say gun control is racist. Here is why. You are asking for more of it. Why? Aren't you supposed to be an ally of black people like me? Spike Cohen can't say it the same way. It doesn't. So it's safer for the anti-gunners to do it. It's a smart play for them to go, he doesn't exist. He doesn't exist. And another reason why it's a smart play for them to do it is because the people probably won't do what they need to do to highlight somebody like me or put me in a different position to genuinely succeed. On one hand, they know he's principled. Here's the flaw in the wheel. Me at $3 to $10 million. And then now media goes, oh, look at him, Andrew Tate, right? People want to do an interview with Andrew Tate because he made himself a spectacle and then he has a lot of money. I don't have 3 to 10 million. Even that's not a lot of money, but it's a nice start, right? If you're rich and outlandish and make a spectacle of yourself and say stupid shit, you'll get more attention and you'll get more whatever. I am not here to do that shit. The truth is strange enough. The facts are solid enough. My approach in saying those facts are solid enough. I am not a representation of what it means to be. I'm not presenting myself as a fucking spectacle. I'm not a goddamn circus. I am entertaining and I am a show. And when I start getting more regaled and shaving and fucking being da-da-da-da and having a studio, then you'll start to see that. Because we won't need to be on their platforms. You have the internet. And the internet will start to spread these clips all over the place. 1000%. No doubt about it in my mind. But what usually happens is the person that is principled like me doesn't get rich. And they don't figure out how to clip shit up to make a solid position. That's why you can't name too many Second Amendment people that have been on so many different platforms like I have. Because they don't have the charisma. They don't have that je ne sais quoi. They don't have that fucking sauce. All right? They got the juice. And I use this, example all of the time. They got a lot of Second Amendment people got the juice. Like if they're like a company or whatever, they got the juice. Or like even the personalities. They might have a lot of followers. They might have this. That's juice. That's not sauce. Okay? Juice is like in your refrigerator. Juice, that lemonade that you got in there in the summertime, that shit going in like a day or two. It's juice. Everybody in the house drink the juice. It's gone. It's fast. It's in and out. It's not long staying. And it's always being consumed. It's always being like somebody wants to, it goes fast. But the sauce, That barbecue sauce that you got in your motherfucking refrigerator, it been there for a long ass time, don't it? That barbecue sauce been in there for a minute. That barbecue sauce, the sauce been in there. You got a barbecue sauce packet. Sauce is so important that you get an extra barbecue sauce pack in your bag. You put that in the refrigerator in the butter joint and you let it sit there. I might need some sauce. Might need some barbecue sauce. Sauce is long term. Juice is fast. So I get it. That's why them Second Amendment people don't. But then it becomes, they'll know me and they'll be associated with me. They won't stand too close to me because they can't compare to me. And it's not, I'm not attempting to compare to them. I am just holistic. I'm smart. I'm charismatic. I work out. I'm in shape. I shoot and I engage. And I actually go outside and engage. They want to be like a lot of the gun dudes that I know, they kind of want to be like, they like want to be famous. They want to be like celebrities. That's a better word of saying. They want to be like celebrities. They want to do the like be known and be around celebrities. I see some of them hang out with some of them and the rap celebrities or whatever, be like treating them kind of like sunning them. You know what I mean? And it's like, I ain't really into that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like that. I don't like that fake shit. I don't like that Hollywood shit. I don't like it. I hate it, actually. I've been in rooms and people are cool and some people are not cool. I hate this fake bravado shit. I don't like it and I don't want to play that game. But I've noticed a lot of I'll say more conservative leaning people want to be like famous, but they don't have a skill. They don't serve anybody but themselves. They just talk on the internet. And this is why I'm starting to come into this space, because now, okay, I've done a decade worth of work. Now I'm going to come talk about what we did and actual solutions. Because I'm going to come in this space, because I'm tired of seeing a lot of these motherfuckers that don't do shit for none of the people, talk this conservative shit. So that's another part. So those people kind of don't want to stand too close to me. And I get it. It's the same thing that happens in the gym. I think I said this to y'all earlier in the chat. What happens in the gym is I usually wear a baggy hoodie like this. Like this one is it's a baggier hoodie. So I'll wear something like this. And I usually have a tank top on under it. Right now I have a tank top on under this. I'm probably going to wear this to the gym in 4 hours, 5 hours, whatever. 6. When I go in there, and then I start working out, but people can't tell that I have muscles. And if there's guys in there, sometimes, especially if I'm working with a female, I'll go in there and the guys will try to do this thing. Like they want to work out next to us now or whatever. Girls do it differently. Girls are like overtly sexual to me in the gym. Like, that's why I wear shades. Again, I was saying this to y'all earlier in the chat. I do the shade thing because I want nobody to watch what my eyes are watching. Right? And so guys will do this like, now I got to come right next to you and do the same workout you're doing with heavier weight or whatever. And that changes when I take my shirt off. I take my hoodie off. We call it peeling. I peel this fucking sweaty ass hoodie off. And then my shoulders is out. My shit is glistening. I got a pump. I'm sweating. I'm oily. And I fucking look great. And then what happens is the dudes will leave. They won't be in the same circle. They'll start floating away. They gravitate towards, now again, this is more specifically when I'm in there working with a woman. Pause. Right? No diddy. Oily like sweaty, not oily like, you know what I mean? Like coke. I didn't grease up with fucking coconut oil, olive oil. Right? So they'll show up when I got the hoodie on to kind of show off for the lady, whatever woman that I'm with. Like it's a thing. Then I'll peel the shirt off, or we'll hit the pendulum, and they'll start to see that I'm doing 5 sets of 20 on a pendulum. I do 5 sets of 20 when I'm in the gym, by the way. Medium to heavy weight. And if it gets too heavy, keep your form and then drop the weight, but still finish the 20. That's a nice middle ground for me. If it works for you, try it. If not, don't. Now, I understand the logic there. There's a psychological thing of everybody's in competition. They don't have to be, but a lot of people are. So they're in competition until they recognize that they don't compete. You don't compete where you don't compare. So you don't, your body, your strength, you think because I had this big ass hoodie on and whatever, you thought that until I peeled and I look like a fucking, like, I'm kind of, you know what I mean? I'm in okay shape. You might not be. Because I compare in the sense of a positive way. I compare myself to people in the gym or business or study that are way further ahead of them, right? I compare myself to people that I've done podcasts with that I've respected. And I go, they're further ahead of me, way ahead of me. And I got to chase that in a respectful way. I'm not going to the gym with these people like, yeah, I'm just not doing it. And so they don't know that. And then I peel my hoodie off and then they scatter. It's the same thing with a lot of people in the gun community. And I mean in that conservative space. And the gun community is a part of it, right? Because I don't want anybody in the Second Amendment community to feel like I'm attacking them. In this instance, I'm not. When I was talking about everybody else, like I said, I'm talking to you. I'm not talking about anybody in the pro-gun Second Amendment community in that regard, right? But if they're people that just kind of look like they want to be celebrities, it's very difficult for them, because I've stood next to them and I've had conversations with them. We're not doing the same thing, too. That's the other part. They are playing with guns. I'm not. I am creating fucking soldiers. That's what I'm doing. The women around me start fucking working out and changing their diet and drinking black coffee and fucking doing 5x20. Bookworm said, would you still prefer 5x20 if you were working out with a good spotter? Yeah. Antoine's my guy. My guy, Antoine, is who for years I worked out with. He's a power lifter. I do 5x20 with him. I do heavy weight. And when the weight is heavy, he spots me. And then when I go to failure, let's say if we doing whatever exercise we doing, and I go, he's stronger than me because he's a power lifter. He has a belly and like he weighs more than me. He's more compact. So if he's lifting more than me, I'll lift what he lift. He might do 8. I'ma still get 20, but I might only get to 7 out of he got to do 8. Then I'll drop the weight some and then finish the 13. I still want 20. I want 500 working reps of every body part. If I go unless I go stupid dumb heavy, I want to add that caveat. Unless I go dumb heavy. If we on a stupid dumb heavy day, like a power lifter, like 1 to 3 reps because it's fucking heavy, it's stupid dumb, retarded dumb heavy, I'm not doing a drop set. That's a different workout. But if any other time, my general workout is 5x20. Go heavy, drop the weight, because I want muscle strength and I want endurance. That's my reason for being in there. And so saying that to say, even that, right? Like, okay, all right, I'll give you guys a perfect example. Here's what I compare myself to. I'm going to cover this up. I'm going to screen grab this name, and because I don't, it's the internet. I don't want to put nobody's information out there. Okay. Can y'all read that? I don't know if y'all can read that. Tell me if y'all can read that. If you can't, whoever answers first, and then I'll just say who it is. And I'm saying this to make a point. I'm chasing people, correct. That's C.T. Fletcher. That's the C.T. Fletcher. That's the C.T. Fletcher. That's the voice in my head as far as weightlifting. Lift heavy, lift a lot. That's the C.T. Fletcher. So when I'm talking about dudes in the Second Amendment community, I get it. You got guns. We all got guns. I ain't tripping about no guns, bro. I'm talking about, what are you as a holistic person? Like, Mike O'Hearn follows me, the Titan. Like, you understand? So when I can go from activist Second Amendment room to chop it up with C.T. Fletcher or the homie Mike Rashid or whatever, this y'all put your whole life into this, but it's just about playing with guns and wanting to be a celebrity. I want to learn from extremely high level people in all of the different disciplines. I don't want to just be the gun guy, because if that's your passion, then cool, because I don't think that a lot of people, these guys are gun guys. I consider historians, old dudes that know what a fucking Browning used his favorite meal was. I equate that with gun guy. I'm a freedom guy, which means you got to be smart, you got to be strong, you got to be in shape, you got to be capable, and you need to be learning from the legendary people in all disciplines. C.T. Fletcher has told me that he respects me and my work. I can't like just be tripping about like the gun dudes room, especially when I know a lot of them. I've had conversations with them, and they're gun guys. Like, I enjoy shooting and plinking fun guns. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not what I am. I am can we freedom max? I'm a freedom maxing guy. The gun is just a tool that we hope we don't gotta use to get maximum freedom. But we ready to get maximum freedom. Like, I'm really enjoying the content that Robert Breedlove, who I've done his podcast to, What is Money? I'm enjoying watching his journey with money and Bitcoin and his fitness. He's going in a direction of like getting more sculpted. And I'm like, all right, I could use some Bruce Lee abs, right? So I'm chasing something a bit different. And when I see these dudes that are maybe not doing the same thing, or they're segmented into one lane and they found their thing in that lane, I understand why it's a little bit more difficult to stand next to you. I understand. I'm a hate survivor. I'm not saying that they're all hating. I'm saying I understand when someone's like, ugh, I can't. If you are the expert on something and I get on a space with you, again, we couldn't watch it because of copyright issues is what I'm thinking on YouTube earlier. But when I did that debate with Vice with that executive vice president of Gun Violence Prevention of America lady, I beat the shit out of that lady. I beat the shit out of that lady. Obviously not in and physically. I mean in the sense of like that debate. The question would get asked, they would let the audience vote, then both of us would talk about it, and then the audience would vote again. 3 out of 5 times it was like this. They would ask like, should guns be regulated like cars? And then everybody would be like, yes, they should. And then we would talk. She would give her perspective. I would give my perspective. And then they would vote again and we'd be like, never mind, we agree with mine. She's like, overwhelmingly. Y'all should definitely watch that. Right? So it will be overwhelming. So in doing that, I understand why the media was like, we can't ridicule him. And if we keep trying to get him, he's going to keep converting more people. It doesn't help us. Ignore him. Because his people won't support him. And that's where they are smart. I'll give you an example of that tonight. I want to first say this. There's an hour and a half left. I've given you guys my entire day today. I've given you guys 12 to 12. So far it's 10:30. I've given y'all 10 and a half hours straight. There's currently 1,100 people watching, if that's accurate or whatever the fuck it is. I don't even know if we've raised $1,000 today. Is it not because we didn't prove what we've done? Is it not because, no, it's because people watch and this is not a spectacle. And I'm not trying to scare you into buying things. And I'm presenting things that you need to do. And I'm presenting things that are going to develop you. And you don't see me in a Bentley and you don't see me in a Lambo and you don't see me doing the things that the rest of society is doing to extract resources from you. I'm telling you the truth. I'm showing you what we did. I'm showing you what our goals are. I'm treating you like an absolute human. It's not sexy. It's not salesy. It's not gimmicky enough. It's not gimmicky enough. You guys, the vast majority of you, and I'm not saying this to be mean. If you disagree, then prove me wrong. The vast majority of you watching the stream tonight will not, you agree with me, and I'm not saying it like y'all are, y'all, it's not a diss. The smartest thing that they did is not, they didn't make me a martyr for y'all. Y'all would galvanize if it was martyrdom or something extreme. When I'm telling you, your everyday life is fucking extreme right now. I don't want to scare you, but I want to tell you, if you're not where the fuck you need to be, and you don't have all of this information, and I'm telling you, hey, we can condense it, and we can do X, Y, and Z, and all of this other shit, it's what it is. I'm not knocking. In no way, shape, or form am I knocking. I'm not. I am telling you something that's very serious. And I don't want to use the same propaganda and media tactics that, what you mean by that, Bookworm? Bookworm said, you see Charlie Kirk is basically a meme now. What you mean by that? What you mean? Oh, I get what you're saying. Like, well, no, I don't really understand it. Expound on what you mean. And that Charlie Kirk statement is in reference to what? And I do think Americans are comfortable as fuck. I do. It takes fear to mobilize them. We didn't see real action until COVID. Maybe. I agree. I sometimes struggle with that, though. I struggle with scaring y'all into mobility. I can tell y'all the truth, and you should be scared by it. Here's some scary shit for y'all. Here's some scary shit. Most of you work a job that you hate. Most of you are not exactly where you want to be in life. Most of you are not in great shape. Most of you don't even know your blood panels, haven't gotten any blood work done. Most of you men have prostate issues because you've been eating greasy food for however long. Most of you men do not do personal protection in the sense of hand-to-hand combat, all of that other shit. You don't. Right. Solutions over fear. I choose that because I also think spiritually there are entities and energies that feed off of fear. I told y'all a story on one of the shows where I said, I remember being young and going to bed thinking we was going to get blown up because we was at war with Iraq. And that was a fear that I grew out of it, but I just didn't want to, I don't want to subject nobody to that shit. I watch with, I consume in any way. I would prefer sending y'all solutions. But you guys is most of our reality is very scary. You know, the average American does not have $1,000 saved, has never saved $1,000, ever. Your dollar has lost 96% of its spending power in a little over 100 years. So every year that your dollar damn near has been in existence, it's losing about 1% of value. The home ownership dream is damn near almost a fucking pipe dream. Your entire economy is propped up overwhelmingly by 8 fucking companies. You have no idea how to grow, secure, preserve your own food. If a supply chain breaks down, like may be happening with the oil situation, there will be global shortages and pretty much in everything, and global rises in prices. But because you refuse to build locally and think on community, your supply chains are dependent. There are 3 companies that control all of the meat in your freezer. Most of the people in your family will be dead in less than 2 weeks if there is any major power outages for an extended period of time. Is this fear mongering? When I put together a package and say, we're going to teach you this, we're going to teach you this is important because of these reasons. I want to treat you like an adult. I want to refrain from doing the Edward Bernays propaganda shit to y'all. It's the same way that I have conversations about women. I don't want to, if a woman is like yelling at me and she's like, oh, I'm on my period, that's why I'm yelling at you. And you're an adult. I'm not going to act like you have zero emotional control. I'm not going to do this TV shit where, well, you know how women is. No, I know women, adult women, are fucking adults that can think a thought and communicate the thought. I don't believe this thing that women can't figure out what they want to fucking eat. Because then that gives people an out to not be, even if you struggle with making decisions, cool, I understand. Say, I struggle with making decisions, cool. As an adult and as your partner, as your whatever. I'm going to treat you like an adult, as a woman, and say, let's work on your decision-making process. Or do you not want to work on it? Because if you don't want to work on that, that's fine too. That's fine too. But I'm not going to treat you like a child. So I don't do that to women. I know we have different roles for sure. But I treat women equal as a human with different roles. No, I'm not letting a woman change the oil or change a tire or fucking, but I'll teach you how, or you'll know how. But I'm not in the car. I'm like, you a woman? You could fucking open my door. I'm not doing that unless it's like a joke. Like I'm like, ha ha ha, open my door for me, or pay for my lunch, or a punishment. You lost the bet, then you got to pay for my fucking lemon pepper wings, whatever, right? But because that's not how I treat women, I don't treat you all as humans this way. And yes, Americans are fucking complacent. And could I use all of this the scare, fear mongering shit to get y'all to buy shit? Probably. I don't want to become what I hate. I remember the fear that I had when I was young and people scared me into believing that. Like I went to sleep sometimes scared because I'm like, what does this mean? We're at war and they got bombs and that shit was the worst. I remember that. I remember that. I don't want to do that. I've watched people that have done very little for the Second Amendment community. And I get it. We all need resources to keep this thing going. Right? I've watched people use scare tactics, or gun organizations use scare tactics to scare people and to donate it. And then they pushed red flag laws. Huh? There's no morals, principles, or fucking integrity. I don't want to be that. And I'm not going to treat y'all like children. Unless, maybe. Maybe after giving y'all 12 fucking hours. You know what I mean? Maybe. Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I'm tired. Maybe I need more coffee. Who knows? But when the media outlets started going, we making him stronger by trying to get him. And we can't get him because he first of all, he's right. Then he's good at explaining how he's right. I don't want to do influencer culture. I don't want to do that shit. I don't want to do the Ty Lopez. Here's my yacht. Hey guys. Rihanna just happens to be over here, and then do that and make the organic social look organic, and like I don't want to do that. Don't y'all respect? Yes, and I mean as a collective, y'all, us, we should respect ourselves enough to not want to be treated like that. Or maybe y'all don't see the cat that they doing. Or maybe it does take a war and some more death. Maybe. But when there's 1,000 people watching, and we need 170 something to donate to end it on a pay weekend, then I see tomorrow I'm gonna see pictures of the brunch and all of that shit. And again, nobody owes. Let me be very clear. Nobody owes us shit. Let me start there too. Nobody owes us shit. And we thankful for every fucking penny. And I love, appreciate, and have so much gratitude for y'all to decide to give whatever y'all decide to give. Let me be clear on that. Because I don't want this to get misconstrued into taking my ball and going home because I'm mad. No. I ain't even gonna do that to the people that sacrifice. Some people have given us their last $11. You know what I mean? So we ain't doing that. However, we are talking about the general public, and I agree with Bookworm that, you know, complacency. When I tell somebody, hey, bro, some of my best homies are overweight. Overweight. And I tell them, like, bro, you gonna die. You understand this, bro? I'm not wishing it on you, but I'm just telling you, like, hey, champ, heart disease is a thing. And you got it. Heart disease is a thing. And when I say, hey, they're coming after our firearms, and I say, hey, look at this, and hey, here's this reaction video, and here's this, that. I don't want to treat y'all like children. If I start doing some of this, know that I've switched to treating y'all like children. Collectively. Maybe not individually. This is how I believe the contempt and the disrespect for the general public starts to kick in from people like me. People that know and are activists and want to bring everybody and like, or the ones that can, because it ain't everybody. But like, when y'all start being like childlike and then we start treating you like children and then we start seeing results, financial, y'all buying the stuff and all of this. When you start seeing that, when you start buying into, there's influencers and people that I can see them doing the 48 laws of power on. I can see. I'm like, y'all falling for that? I can see it. They do the heroes pose, they do the shot, they always manicured, they don't never show themselves grimy. That's not really who the fuck they is. That's not who they is. But y'all love it. We, as a society, yeah. I just don't want to do that currently. But maybe this will change. Maybe I'll wash my hair and retwist my locks and get a shape up and start showing up in suits and just selling y'all shit all day. Just selling y'all shit all day. Fear and fucking luxury. And fucking Ty Lopez. And fucking Andrew Tate minus the super like gay energy. Maybe I'll start selling y'all the Bentley and the this and the that and the travel, and then y'all be like, oh shit, Ma's doing it. We know we should have listened to him. And then Mama raised my price to $10,000. Maybe. I don't know. Y'all tell me. I'm just telling y'all from this last 12 hours that I gave y'all of my life, 11 going on, that it's important. This shit is important. Let's play some more of this show. Let's do some Q&A too.
That includes Times Square, the city posting temporary signs. There you see them putting it up. The crossroads of the world, a gun-free zone.
They're banning in so sensitive areas.
In 1990, now President Joe Biden crafted the legislation that became what's known as gun-free zones. It became a law, a federal situation, in 1991 under the Clinton administration. Since then, 1991, 90% of mass shootings are in gun-free zones.
Machine guns should be legal too?
Machine guns are legal.
And they should be?
Yes.
What, you don't need a machine gun for self-defense?
Well, how many people are there? Where are you? And why is it about the owning of the machine gun? What if you just want to do it because you want to have a good time shooting? Having fun on a safe and controlled environment.
What about a bazooka?
They're illegal.
Should they be?
Absolutely. What's
the difference?
Why does the government get to have something that the people don't? What would the government be trying to do that they think they should have something that the people shouldn't?
How about a nuclear weapon?
I'm not interested in them. I personally don't believe the state or the government is made up of humans, right? They're made up of humans. I personally don't believe that one set of humans is more deserving or worthy or special than another set of humans. So until you start showing me the government guys that are perfect in their judgment and completely non-biased and super safe and perfect and got an extra set of brain that makes them smarter, more intelligent, and they can see the future. Until you start seeing that, no, anything that the state should have, so will I.
Why are you a libertarian?
I think most Americans actually are.
I don't think so. I get a lot of pushback.
Okay, what's the pushback? In theory,
we don't care about other people, that we won't take care of the needy, that we won't defend America.
I disagree. I think that most Americans, when you explain it to them thoroughly that way, if you ask most Americans, hey, do you think that the needy should get some assistance here and there? Maybe even if you say individually or from the private sector or voluntarily. Most Americans will be like, yeah, you will have some people that say, we're here to give you a hand up short term if you need it, but
I want to stop it right here, guys. I want to pause it. And I want to show you guys something. Check this out, Solutionaries. New high man. Anonymous at $500. That's the high man. We got an hour and 15 minutes. So that means we now need 172 more $100 donors and we are done. Anonymous, you're getting the email here shortly. Shouts to Sully, who just gave $10 4 minutes ago, said God bless. Appreciate you, Sully. It's 1,000% love. And before that, we had Anonymous with a $5 donation. And before that, it was Brescia at $30. Wild Celt, 20 before that. Anonymous, 25. And y'all, we did all of those, right? Anonymous is the high man on board. I told y'all what comes with this. Whoever the high man was is going to get the Solutionary 9, all of the classes, and we're doing a 99-day intensive. Looking forward to chopping it up with you on that one. Guys, 100, let me do the math. Let's do the math, because I'll be acting like math ain't a math thing. So we were last at 177. And now we're at 172. 172 more $100 donor solutionaries, and we are done. There's some people out here that still give a fuck. There's some people out here that are really like, yeah, man, this is important. Anonymous, I'm not sure who you are. I mean, I have your email that you gave. So well, technically, it's your name, I'm assuming. It could be fake though, but nonetheless, appreciate that, M. There are some people, and this is a part of the reason why, yeah, we might get 501. Maybe it'll be somebody that says, I'm not going out like that. Maybe at the last minute, somebody be like 501. Maybe. We'll see. Let's get back. Let's hit play.
But we're not here to give you a handout just because you're being lazy. But I think that most Americans fall in that section. They won't say, hell no, we don't want to help. I think that mainstream narratives and a horrible public school education will make you not understand that what liberty actually is. You know, when we start telling people in my community about Patrick Henry or George Mason or Thomas Paine or Malcolm X or Benjamin Franklin or Harriet Tubman, very few people, when they have an understanding of what those great men and women did and do, you know, even current, you know, alive people, most people are in alignment with that. If you ask most Americans and say, hey, do you want more limited government? Do you want to keep more of your money? And should the general theme be don't hurt people, don't take their stuff? you're going to be hard pressed to get most Americans to say, nah, give me more government. So they just don't understand the concept because mainstream media doesn't push that narrative.
Harry.
That statement. Oh, is that playing? Okay, yeah. That statement. Fun Tucky Life said, just hit give, send, go for you. I'm assuming that was the dime. I'm assuming that was the dime. I appreciate you, Fun Tucky. That statement in that right there in the video, it's kind of like what I was just saying. When we sit down with the American people and say, this is where we are. This is what you say you want to get to. Here are the steps that are in alignment with that. Do you really want this? I think that when you show people a blueprint and say, I don't want to be a spectacle, and you don't have to be a spectacle, but we can choose to go this way. I think we lose some of ourselves. If I turn into a spectacle, right? Let me ask y'all this. I'm going to ask y'all this in the chat. I want to hear y'all honest opinion. If I start showing up saying outlandish shit for fundraising and doing all kinds of crazy shit to get to the goal, and y'all know, like, well, you know, he did get to the goal and he did do the thing that he wanted. It was just a means to an end. And I compromise some of these principles and who I am as a human for liberty. Because I could do that in the GOP, or I could do that in the Democrats. I could pick a side and play a role. And as long as all of my talking points were in alignment with that side's views, I could extract resources from that and teach people quietly. But I would be presented as that thing. So if I just went Trump Mar-a-Lago, everybody that's questioning this government right now and questions around the Butler shooting and fucking just everything. If I just said anyone that's asking questions about that is a panicking and they not trusting the process, and I went with the official party line of the right or the left, if I said everything, because I would blow out the frame. I would blow out the frame if it was just like America's racist and black people need to stand up and fuck that, fuck this, I hate this country. Like, saying all the leftist shit. I would blow out the frame. That with guns? Oh, man. Maybe. But would you respect it? Even at this point, if y'all knew me and y'all know me and y'all like, nah, Maj running the play. Maj running the play. You still, I don't think that y'all would still, outside of just even if y'all knew, because that would give it some room. But outside of that, all of those young men that called up to the show today, I said, this is why I was initially da-da-da-da-da. We can't quantify how many of those young men that didn't call into the show. We do have some that called in and said, I knew I could rock with you because of this. And they started their journey and they're going in a great direction, creating force multipliers, right? We have no way of quantifying how many young men that would have never started stepping up to what their passion was and their purpose was because of an example. My example would have been entertainment and laughter. And I think that's a sign of a man that has given up, to me. And I'll say this part, and I don't want to sound rude. However, this part is kind of true in certain circles in Philly. The Gilly and Wallow thing, the guys that are, they've made a name for themselves in Philly and running around wearing this big ass hat and smoking and like joking and shucking and jiving, kind of. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it a buck. Have they made a way for themselves? And mind you, Gilly was absolutely, like so-called blackballed. He didn't want to do a deal. He didn't want, they was major figures. Jay-Z wanted to sign him and they didn't want to get signed, and so he got the blackballing and all of that. Make a name for yourself on the social media and podcast circuit. Now it's all entertainment. Wearing the big Eagles hat and y'all joking and laughing. I'm not like, my community doesn't need all of that fucking playing. That's me though. I'm not into that. I'm into saving lives and creating solid people. Doesn't mean that you can't have joy, but it does mean that everything ain't fucking funny. And everything's not a joke and it's not playing. So I want to ask y'all, if my content started going in that direction, would you respect it? Because that's kind of how I feel when I see people fear-mongering people or 48 laws of power in people and I'm royal and you should listen to me and fuck out of here, bro. You try to act like you, come on, bro. Tap dances, 100%. Tap dancing, I ain't with it. This does not mean that we can't enjoy a nice, don't nobody, y'all know I laugh, we joke all the time. But there's a certain level of, it's like Terrence the comedian we follow each other on X. And he's the Republican short guy that, we've had dinner. Last time I physically saw him, it was me, him, Brandon Tatum, his, what's the light-skinned dude's name? With the light eyes, I forget it. Anyway, him and somebody else. We all had dinner in Atlanta. After I did a Blexit thing in Atlanta. And at that dinner table, I was just like, these people are fake as shit. They're not interested. They're not interested in actually, and Brandon Tatum will lie and act like I'm lying about this. It's not a lie. Brandon Tatum is the same person to say I don't know who that dude is. I don't know who that. And I got video of him bringing me out on stage like, this is one of the realest dudes. Man, this dude is honest. This dude is real. Fuck out of here. Meat gobbler. Anyway, I remember being at that table like, none of you people give a fuck about the American people. You like saying you give a fuck about America. It's the wave. I don't give a fuck about the American people in general. I don't give a fuck about limiting government. You don't have the same set of principles. You motherfuckers, first of all, you motherfuckers, come on, bro. You don't serve nothing but yourself. And I remember at that dinner, because we were talking about drugs, because, I'm a libertarian. And him, he's an ex-cop. And his argument was, yeah, man, drugs is bad because it make people do stuff, and that's why we gotta lock them up. And no, you're locking them up for the thing that they did to impact somebody's body or property. Or they take the drugs and they do that. Or they could take the drugs and not do that. Like the millions of functioning drug addicts that are around the country. You solve these problems with education, not giving government more power over what humans can do with their body. That's why it's limited government. But as I was having a conversation, I recognized you're a fucking idiot. You don't get it. You think that like you've been indoctrinated in this cop shit. And I'm like, oh. The dinner was at, it was the W. It was the W Hotel in Atlanta. It was after I did the Blexit event on stage. I had on a, what the fuck did I have? I had a flannel on with Tim's and a hat. It was a great event. I'm not going front. Candace had invited me. And I just remember thinking like, y'all don't give a fuck Y'all don't give a fuck about the people. Y'all don't give a fuck. I just remember thinking that distinctively. Like, and it wasn't like I had animosity towards them or nothing like that. I just was like, nah. I remember thinking that. And I just didn't want to be that person. Nope. Didn't want to do it. And then I walked over to, what hotel was I staying at? I wasn't staying at the W. I was staying somewhere else. I walked over to there, and then I wound up going to the Bluff. I got the car, and I wound up going over to the Bluff. If you're in Atlanta, you might not know what the Bluff is. At that time, it was still a little bit more. That's where Rollo and them be at. But anyway, I just remember thinking like, y'all don't really give a fuck. Sometimes you're not really trying to create solutions. So it's like people that say we're trying to end white supremacy. We're trying to end white supremacy. And you've identified a system of racism that exists. I think that there are structurally racist things in America. They have been. Gun control is one of them. So you got to miss me with the like, oh, ain't nothing racist in America. Stop it. Everything in America not racist, and nothing in America is not racist. Like, come on. There's some racist shit, some shit ain't. If you've identified the things that have systemically been identified with race-based shit, racism, and you can quantify that, you're not interested in dismantling that system a lot of these times. You're just interested in your position in it. You're just interested in your system in it. You know what I mean? I'm not mad at free market enterprise. I am mad at cronyism that's being presented as capitalism, that we can't even get to free market enterprise. And a lot of people don't know the difference between those three, or the gradient nature of how one could go to the other and look like it's the same thing. And so me making resources in there does not mean like I'm good with free market enterprise. I am not good with cronyism. So I want to destroy all of the things that get in the way of fucking like a free market enterprise. That's why limited government is there. That's why the founders of America did not want central banking supplies. Because you get what you got now. And so if my position is I could eradicate that completely, absolutely I will. Not, oh, let me become a banker so I can exploit the fucking polishing brass on the fucking Titanic going down. No, thank you. But a lot of these people are like that. And I question the morality of a lot of people, and because it's what this place does. If you're not careful, it starts to make you think these things and ask these, like not asking these questions means you never ponder the potential. And if you're not pondering the potential of how these things can affect you when you present it with them, you can't handle your principles because you never had none of your shit was tested to self first to go, oh, if they do this, I'm gonna do this. Like I always give the example of saying, my sellout number is $800 million. If you motherfuckers is silly enough to give me 800 or 400 to 300 in Bitcoin to be quiet, okay. And then I'll usually follow that up with, I ain't doing no gay shit though. Sorry guys, can't do that. Sorry, not sorry, actually. I say that because I want to be very clear on what your lines are. Everybody should be clear on what their lines are. I think a lot of these people in these spaces don't have lines. Like, and it's obvious, like Tatum with the fucking like everybody that's over the top about any other country outside of America, while then you just said America first. I think that shit is stupid. I think that does that muddies the water, so we can't get to a conversation about what real freedom and liberty looks like and why this Second Amendment is so important. You know what I mean? And why civics is so important and why. But because they're not focused on educating and training and all of those different things. We got less than an hour, guys. In 1 hour, I will have been on this stream for 12 hours straight. So I've done 11. Guys, 171 more donors at the $100 level. We want everybody to give at givesendgo.com/solutionary. I'm going to say this point, then we're going to go back to the video and move on. The questions about what your morals and principles are and those being tested and you having an answer for the things that you do and you won't do are very, very serious. Very serious. And if you never ask yourself that question, you can't fucking... I don't really want to go... You know what I mean? If somebody don't even know what the parameters are, I don't want to get in the car with them for the ride. I don't want to... Because if you get in this car, we might catch a case. And you don't understand what that will come with that, you're a potential liability. You're looking like a fucking witness. So, we start to go, let's ask each other and be clear on what this is. That's one of the best scenes from Boys in the Hood. He was going to go ride on somebody. And he was like, let me out. Let me out. Let me out the car. I respect it. Before we get down there. And I think none of these people have, whether they've asked themselves that question or if they have asked themselves that question and they have no fucking, they just don't have they don't have it. Their morals is flexible. Bendy. Nah. I don't want to sell y'all fear. I want to tell y'all the truth. I don't want to sell y'all flash. I just want to show y'all some substance. I don't want to lie to y'all. I just want to fucking say, this is what it is. And let's make the decisions. Let's talk about this as adults, as principled, standard-having adults. I thought that those standards were limited government, freedom, the right to keep and bear arms, those things not being infringed. But now you're telling me it should be about banning bump stocks. Now it should be about, don't question any of these narratives. And now I got to overcompensate by selling fear to y'all to buy into a program because I didn't want to do the GOP shit or do the extreme leftist shit like the people on the right are doing and the people on the left. Jamel Hill and inserting a chick on the right, one of the lesser knowns. They the same person. It's like love and hate. They on the same spectrum. It's attachment. It's energy. I don't want to. If I don't like you, I just don't like. It's indifferent. I don't care. I won't cry if you die. I won't laugh if you die. I just don't give a fuck. My morning cup of coffee means more to me than some people, right? And so that's what indifference is. And so I don't want to be the people that are on both ends, that the same people on different ends of the spectrum. The people that nothing in America's racist, America's perfect, don't question the right narrative, and the same people that everything in America's racist, there's no room for improvement, everything's fucked up, as both of these people make 6-figure salaries, 7-figure salaries, right? And they both spew the party line. The left says, we got to support our allies in Ukraine against the evil Russia. And they ran with that. And money was printed. And the military-industrial complex was fed. And the GOP said stuff and the pundits said stuff as if they were in opposition to it. Then Trump's in office. Now we're saying we got to support our allies in the Israeli government in a war from a president that was supposed to be the war of no new wars during his first term. And you say, hey, I got to say this, you got to trust the process. Don't be a panicking. Don't be this. You got to da-da-da-da-da. You guys don't want to make America great. Da-da-da-da. All of that shit. More money printing than the fucking Biden administration. That happened. That's a reality. And if I pick one of those sides and just stick to the fucking talking points, two things will happen. I'll probably get more attention and like fame and wealth, definitely beyond $3 to $10 million, more than likely. But the question that you got to ask yourself in that is, how's that going to sit with your soul? You know too much about freedom, Maj. Then what's your number now? Well, shit, for all of that, if you turned your back, you did the exact opposite. You did a 180 on that. Well, maybe this conversation about you not doing no gay shit might be a little malleable too. Guys, don't let them trick you, man. Don't let them trick you into thinking that principles are bad. I'm hearing that from the people on the right now. Oh, here you libertarians go with your fucking principles. You gonna give the thing back to the Democrats? Well, shit, based on spending, it looks like we should give it back to the Democrats. They're fucking weirdos, but they spent less. They were part of the fucked up weird ass culture war, but you should be fucking informing your babies on your own, not relying on the state to do it. I mean, we was in a fucking war on each one. We're in a more dangerous war with this side. In no way, shape, or form does anybody think that Ukraine is as dangerous as Iran. Nobody thinks that. And Iran attacks you when you attack them. So you want the Democrats to win? No. I want y'all to stop being fucking morons. And I also don't want to play in this game that way. And to me, selling y'all fear, as opposed to just telling y'all the truth. The truth is fucking Monica, right? I think that was Monica. I don't know. Anyway, the truth is, shit is fucked up. The truth is, I voted for that dude thinking that, oh, this is going to be like, they was that bad? Absolutely. And it was a play. It's to the point now where I'm side-eyeing Fantasia. That's who it was. Who I said? Mary J. It's to the point now, it's so much bullshit in the game that Thomas Massey looks perfect now. And I'm like, you look too perfect, bro. And that's my homie. I fuck with Thomas. Massey. I said Monica. Okay. He looked perfect right now. The timing is perfect. It makes me question how his wife died. Not like he had, let me be clear. I'm not being rude. I don't be rude to people's dead family. I'm saying in the sense of like, did y'all do something to his wife and then make him compromise? And now he's so right and he's so perfect that I'm now going to rush from, because he's still a Republican. He got libertarian back. But is that a part of the play? Like, you start to do this thing. It's like spiral. And what if you wrong? And he's like, hey, Maj. And I'm like, fuck out of here, motherfucker. The Illuminati got you. You know what I'm saying? Because I remember the last time I seen him, I was in Freedom Fest. And I was walking up. He's like, Maj. I was like, oh, what's up? And we got a quick little interview. I interviewed him, right? So now I'm like, what if he, and I ain't gonna hold you. No homo. No diddy. He grew the beard in and shit. He pushing back against the system. He telling Trump and them, fuck out of here. He doing it in a very professional way, and it's so funny. He hitting them with, Trump made a whole post about him. He's like, I ain't reading all that. I'm sorry that happened. Or happy it happened for you. Whatever fits. And that was perfect. And I'm like, this motherfucker a little too perfect now. Because I thought the Trump situation was perfect with the Democrats and all of that timing and going like, yo, fuck that. And there was the defected Democrats and Ramaswamy, and fucking RFK Jr. That shit turned into a nothing burger. So now I'm like, Thomas Massey looking like, yeah, these motherfuckers dropped the ball. Massey would never drop the ball. Then he looking perfect. Then I start going, how deep is the CIA and the deep state's playbook? I'm not saying this to be rude. I'm telling y'all how I be thinking. So I don't want to play the game. I don't want to scare y'all. I don't want to fear monger y'all. I just want to tell y'all the truth. Regular life is scary to fuck enough right now. I don't want to be the person that fed somebody's child. They run across me on social media, and I fed them some scary shit about a war. I was fed scary propaganda about the war when I was young. And I remember that shit. I remember thinking like, damn, well, what does that mean? Like, and it was my nana. She ain't mean to do it that way. But I remember her like being like, she was in essence, in hindsight, I think she was talking more like, just be prepared for like what life could throw your way. Because even in a war, this, that, and the third. But I was like, the news, Channel 6 was like, fucking Iraq. Fucking weapons. Death, motherfucker. You know what I mean? And that sat with me. I don't want to do that to nobody. And I just, is it effective? Fuck yeah. It's actually the most effective devil in America. But you dance with the devil change you. You don't change the devil. I just prefer not to dance with that devil. I just want to do God shit. We got 45 minutes left, y'all. I'm going to ask everybody watching to do an amazing solid. There's 1,129 of y'all watching right now. 1129. Since there's 1,129 of you watching, allegedly, because I don't think nobody knows. Since there's 1,129 of you watching, I'm going to ask everybody to do something. Two things. One, repost and all of that, bookmark and all of that, and donate to the work. GiveSendGo.com/solutionary. This is 45 minutes away from a 12-hour live stream. 12 hours. I might smoke a cigar after this. Maybe we'll do something magical. Maybe something magical will happen. And somebody will like donate the whole remainder of how much is it? It was 17.2. Maybe somebody will donate $17,200. That could be awesome. And that would really end it. That would end it on a super shebang. Like whoever you are, please, like, that would be dope. Now, if not, everybody that's watching, 1,100 of y'all, donate $10. Y'all can do the math. It helps out. $20, whatever. And also bookmark it. I want y'all to bookmark. Appreciate you, Funtucky. Funtucky said, I shared the live in my Discord, over 120 members, to try to get more people in there. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah. It's no big deal. I think I'm gonna close it. I'm gonna on purpose end it before midnight. Just to get close and just not do it. Let me play some more of this because I actually really enjoyed this interview with John Stosser.
Harriet Tubman was packing most of the time.
Yeah, she needed to be. Like, so let's go back to why she needed to be, though, right? The state involved itself and said, slavery is okay. That's the biggest stain on our flag, right? The state was responsible for sanctioning that. If it wasn't for strong women like Harriet Tubman, liberty-minded, saying, nah, this is not cool, it's not okay, it's a contradiction of the founding fathers, what they wrote down, not what they all did, but what they wrote down, she wouldn't have had the bravery to oppose that during a time when, you know, an opposition meant death. And more people should think about that right now. We tend to think, because this was the past, that there's still not an assault on our liberties and or freedoms. And it is.
I don't think that the activists promoting her to be on the $20 bill would be happy to hear that she was packing.
Well, it depends on what activist you're asking. If you asking me, I have a whole like jacket with $20 bills with Harriet Tubman on them, right? Harriet Tubman is the essential story of liberty. You know, it's Rocky, way before Rocky.
He says he wants more. He wants more.
It's the underdog fighting against actual oppression, right? Actual whatever. So most of the people that are being presented as activists aren't even active in the community. They just say stuff on Twitter, right? But if you ask people doing community work, if you ask the guys down in Miami, Green Haven Farms that are growing food and giving it away to the people of Miami in the, not South Beach, the rough part of Miami, they'll absolutely, because that's activism, health, right? They'll absolutely understand and be happy that Harriet Tubman had, carried a firearm everywhere she went.
Conservatives say libertarians don't want to spend enough in the military, that we don't want to defend America.
That's false. And those people aren't conservatives, they're bootlickers. Generally. Most conservatives, and I want to be clear on how I say this, right? Because a lot of my friends and family, left or right, are liberals or conservatives. We're all Americans, we're all humans, right? I am critiquing some of the actions of far fewer so-called conservatives, right? You'll say you're a conservative and then ask for more police presence, i.e., more government. That is not a conservative value. It's just not. You'll say you're conservative, but be in alignment with reckless government spending. That is not conservative.
Do you know why some of these things sound so smooth when I say them? Because I actually believe it. Because I actually know what the fuck I'm talking about. And again, I remember when I told y'all, when I finished wrapping this interview up, I was like, yep. This will be a fucking rap on certain media for a while. It's too offensive because it's too true about both sides.
And it never has been. So the definition of these things is something that we have to reevaluate. Most people don't even know what an etymological dictionary is. They don't study the etymology of words. Even the co-opting of terms. Classic liberals were freedom dudes, right? So those conservatives don't know what that would say don't know what conservatism actually is yet.
They say it's having a strong defense and a strong military.
So do libertarians. Libertarians believe in firearms. Libertarians believe we should have strong defense to defend ourselves from enemies, foreign and domestic.
But libertarians said we should have gotten out of Afghanistan a long time ago.
We should have never been there in the first place. Where were the weapons of mass destruction? Bush lied. Listen, people I love the job that public servants have to do. Some of them are dishonest about it. There were no weapons of mass destruction. That's not even like a conspiracy theory at this point,
So they made a mistake, but it's better
to be strong and not lie. They didn't make a mistake. They lied. They
didn't know. I don't think they knew.
You got to be trolling me right now. You're absolutely They absolutely knew. Dick Cheney and the boys, they knew. They knew.
Why do you call the media the most effective devil in America?
They are. If you guys don't like this interview right now, You could edit me and make me the music that you'll choose, the color schemes. You can edit me to look any type of way.
And we're doing bad things these days, the media?
Generally, absolutely.
Don't trust the media or colleges, says Touré. He proudly says he's self-educated.
I'm absolutely a high school dropout. The greatest men and women, like when you think about it, right? There's a difference between well-read, well-studied, and like well so-called educated, right? When you talk about the founders to this place, these dudes were like bakers and like blacksmiths. Benjamin Franklin was a multi-level genius. He didn't have a degree. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not saying that like they can't have a degree. I'm just saying like the things that build empires aren't generally like your liberal arts degree. I'm not knocking it. Like, you know, somebody's got to be the barista. Like, I'm not tripping. I'm just saying that like this industry is built by strength. And like, do you know how to weld? Do you know how to grow food? Do you know how to sew? Do you know how to like make bullets? You know, so that type of information comes without necessarily a collegiate background, right? Then you take it out of the founders, because I'm always critical of the founders. These are not men that I deify, because a lot of them owned humans, right? They're just men. Like I do, man. I've been at the strip club, and some people would feel like that's like, oh, you're so righteous. Why were you like throwing money at women, right? They could, and I understand that. So no need to deify anyone. Just be objective, right? So when we take it out of the founders, we go to guys like one of my favorite heroes, Malcolm X. What high school he was out, but he kept evolving and being honest right in front of our face, right? When he was incarcerated, Malcolm X famously read and studied the entire dictionary. And then went, okay, these words mean this. This is the contract that you said were for all Americans. We, as African Americans, are owed that contract. And if you're trying to trick my people, I'm going to call you on it. And he kept evolving, to the point where he was attempting to take the United States government, the state, not the people, attempting to take the United States government to court, in international court, for their unfair and racist practices towards African Americans. No, high school dropout. So, yeah, I'm a high school dropout. I love the fact that I was not indoctrinated that way. What college did Bill Gates graduate from? None. He left. He made so much money by not being cemented into one way of thinking, being an actual free thinker. He made so much money and changed the world so rapidly that this school was like, dude, just come back and get an honorary degree. Outside of the box. We have to stop, like, American is not boxing. Like, it's not this boxed way of thinking. We're allowing it to make us this way because we just go, oh, Department of Education says I have to get in debt for $200,000. Now I'm in debt again. And you've made no significant addition to this place. When I say that, I'm not saying that disrespectfully, you know, but getting in debt, we see people asking for like student loan forgiveness. Those young people are absolutely being lied to. They're getting hustled into debt. Then as they become more intelligent, then it's like, bruh, why didn't y'all tell me that this was a lie? So for me, famously highlighting, yeah, I'm an absolute high school dropout. I wasn't cemented. But you know what else? I read everything. Left, right, Communist Manifesto, Rules for Radicals, Autobiography of Malcolm X, Nutricide, everything by Walter E. Williams, Thomas Sowell, whatever. I'm going to read everything. And I'm going to make the decision for myself. I'm actually an independent free thinker.
Thank you. This was really interesting.
Thank you for having me, John. Appreciate it.
Got me the fuck up out of there after that interview. Motherfucker said, we can't. Man. Absolutely not. Nobody in New York That shit was so funny, bro. I remember right after leaving. No, John. No. So Funtucky Life. Let me tell you this. The way that Stossel does his interviews is kind of like a antagonistic, but he agrees with everything that I'm saying. But he's doing it to get like the banter, right? And we discuss, you know what I mean? That's just, if you watch his interviews and if you know of him as a libertarian and his work for however long, you know that that's the case, right? Anyway, the interview came off great. And I was like, bet. But then I immediately knew. I went downstairs. This was in Manhattan. I went downstairs. I think I was going to try to go to the Empire State Building. But they got metal detectors. I didn't know that. Because I've never been on the top of the Empire State Building. So I was going to go, and they charged like $80 or some shit. And I was going to go, but then they had metal detectors, so I didn't fucking go. Anyway, I remember walking thinking that this was a really, really good interview. And I then thought, if there are people looking at my media and going, how can we get them? This is a perfect interview. It was perfect. Every answer was perfect. It was from a media perspective, from a charismatic, from a let's listen to what he's saying. Is it being entertaining? Is it educating? Is it giving people things and talking about things that if they heard of it before, they didn't hear it this way? And did they even hear any of this before? And that interview nailed that on several levels. And I remember thinking, leaving out of there, he set me up for that in a good way because of the way that he asked the questions, the way that he let me rock out. And then I was like, they could edit me to all the be damned. And when it actually came out, they didn't. And I remember thinking that. I remember saying, man, I have not been back to New York for media of any kind since this interview went. And a lot of, when they know you in Philly, or when they know you like you the gun guy, you this or that, the platforms will keep you in a rotation. That's why you see Dave Smith and Scott Horton on Piers Morgan a whole lot. Somebody, I won't say their name, said that they would like to get me on Piers Morgan. It never fucking happened. Now, maybe there needs to be a shooting. There needs to be something, let's say relevant, because their brain is still accepting me as the gun dude. So that could be the case. 30 minutes left, guys. GiveSendGo.com/solutionary. 30 minutes left. We're fundraising, guys. Top dog right now is anonymous at 500. You mean, I would go on Piers Morgan. Somebody else actually, let me add that another name too. Mark Lamont Hill actually was like, he could, you should go on Piers Morgan. And I think that would be dope. But I don't know what the conversation would have to be related to, the situation. Maybe like they go gun with me. They don't go politics with me. And I don't talk enough publicly about the Iran war. I actually don't want to talk about that shit, to be honest. I think I can tell y'all. I will talk to y'all about that shit. I don't want to go on Piers Morgan and talk about that shit. Because it's just in my position, it's a back-to-back like waste of time. In the sense of, if I tell the truth about the Israeli government and clarify, I mean the government actors, right? Somebody will package that as I'm anti-Semitic. And then now, here we go again on this side. It's just, ugh. Unless I was absurd. over the top if I decided to play that game. Ike's Life says the first thing peers would say to try to shame you is, so you actually think that criminals should have guns. If anybody ever opened on me like that in a media atmosphere, I absolutely know that I would torture them the whole entire interview. Torture. Because I would start reversing it. Because this is a phantom attribute. That's one of my favorite things that they do. They attribute something to someone or you that is not what the fuck was said. It's a phantom. It's a ghost. They say, so you think that the criminals should have guns? I don't even answer it. I say, where did you hear that, Piers? Where'd you hear that? That's kind of silly. Where'd you hear that? And then make them say where they heard it from. The reason why that works is because they can't say where they heard it from because you didn't say it. If you try to fight against it and say anything outside of making them say where they said it from, you're feeding the actual phantom. So I wouldn't feed the phantom. I would make a face and go, where did you hear that silly shit from? Who told you that? Or after that, if he started stumbling, because he wouldn't say, I saw it on this interview, because it's not an interview that says it, I would go, whoever told you that is really, really silly, because I actually have shirts that say, make criminals afraid again. So whoever got make criminals afraid again and turned it into criminals should have guns, that person's stupid. Who'd you hear it from? And now they're on defense. I mean, some of the things that you say, and they'll try to slick out that way, and you go, what did I say that meant that? My shirt says, this is one of our top shirts at blackgunsmatter.shop. It's one of our top shirts. Why would you, who, where? Then make them quantify it. But again, this is the reason why is don't mess with him. Just let his people fail him because he's such a community person that he gave 12 hours of his day to the people. He gave 12 hours. There were thousands of people that watched. But, you know, I get it. Maybe y'all want me to be a spectacle. I'm not, but personal feelings about Nick Fuentes removed. That's where Nick destroyed Piers. He didn't let him shame into anything. Yeah, Fuentes is good on politics, but he's a dork. But he's good at hostile media. He's good at hostile media. He can't fuck with me. I think he's a dork, and I think there's a lot of dorks, so he has a big following. Anybody that makes a spectacle of himself gets a big following fast. Make a big spectacle of yourself. And we, hey, no, it's like when you see as a guy, when you see a girl with like them big fake boobs that's like out here like Z cups or whatever. When you see them, it becomes a spectacle. It's not like, oh my God, she's got great boobs. It's like, oh, look at them fun bags. It's like a joke. You make a spectacle of yourself. And then more people want to look at these boobs. Like Tammy the realtor follows me. We follow each other. She has those boobs. Sweet person, but that's a part of her character, right? You just make a spectacle of yourself. Dr. Umar is super smart and knows the history, but he's made a spectacle of himself. And that's why they always get media, because it's a circus. It's a circus. It's a spectacle. It's just all of the Kanye could go from You made a song called Heil Hitler. The shit wasn't even that dope. The shit was trash. Then you had other dorks in the party going, it's like, this is retarded. And I get the criticisms of the Israeli government, for sure. I get it. But you think that the answer to that is, let me make a song called, it's a spectacle. It's just everybody's being a spectacle of themselves. And as we're speculating, right? As we doing this, nobody's going, can we sow? Can we grow food? Can I kill a cow, split it, skin it, drain it? You know what I mean? Get busy. Can we learn to live a little more locally? Can we connect through the internet, but we can stay local? We chasing all of this other shit as all of this spectacular shit is happening. Just spectacle. And then the next person got to be more spectacular. And not in a good way. And then the other person sells you fear. And the other person says, well, maybe, and this, and then. And tomorrow when you wake up, the first thing you're going to do is reach for your phone. Not to turn off the alarm, to see what, tap back in. Download all of that fucking trauma and the day's bullshit right back into it. You didn't set your day starting up with this is what my day is going to be. I'm gonna do 12 hours and talk to the people and tell them this story and save it and da-da-da-da. We don't do that. We don't do that. Gotta be a part of the spectacle. Clown show. The only way, not the only way, but one of the ways that you can avoid the spectacle is get rich. Because your freedom of time and your understanding of it allows you to not be the spectacle. Because people respect the money. They go, damn, how do you get that? Well, I want to learn. So they pay attention. But while you're generating the resources, you almost can't talk to the media because you're building something. Then once you get the money, they'll let all types of stupid shit fly. You could be one of the arguably richest men in the world. You can be reposting all types of bigoted white victimhood shit after saying don't be a victim and all of that. And you could literally do this. And they'll say, oh, it was just an accident. He's got weird tics. It's fucking like, come on, bro. Spectacle. And then you like the attention because you didn't get no attention the whole time he was building the empire. Spectacle. It's the road to whatever is known. The question is, do you want to walk that shit? And that's not what I want to do to y'all or with y'all or for y'all. I want us all to improve, to be smarter, to be more capable, to work together, to work locally, to network, to share, to grow. That's what I would prefer. And I'll put my work into that. And I'm tired right now. I'm 12 hours in. I did it. 7-day fast last week. No food. 12-hour conversation today. Maybe I'll take tomorrow off. Maybe I'll take tomorrow. Maybe. This is a form of spectacle. The form of it. A respectable form of it. No. A respectable form. This is why this is a respectable form of spectacle. It's spectacular that it was 12 hours. It was extreme, but it was information. I'm so glad for 19 minutes left. Let's see how much can we raise in 19 minutes? Everybody go to givesendgo.com/solutionary. Here's the link. I'm going to put it on the screen. It's on the page and all that other stuff, right? I wonder how much we can raise in 19 minutes. Let's see. Everybody go. Our top number. To that rich person, the person that wants to give $17,200, you got 17 minutes to do so. The high number for the show tonight is $500. Anyone that beats 500 and goes 501 or more, they are the high man for tonight. And they get access to a BGM merch bundle, the Solutionary private community and training. And obviously that comes with all of the classes and stuff. givesendgo.com/solution. Whoever does that comes in at 501 or more dollars. They beat the high man anonymous today. If you don't want to compete with the high man anonymous, because you're like, fuck that. Whatever. Pitch in whatever you want. givesendgo.com/solutionary. Let's see if we can get, I don't know. Let's see how much we can get in the next 15 minutes. If somebody wants to donate 17 grand, that would be awesome. If we could be done with this fundraising. Yo, y'all have no idea. Y'all have no idea. Yes, it's a piano. Behind me? Yeah. Bookworms that I need to raise. 12-hour chat. It is classy, ain't it? Wait, Funtucky, you do know that that's not. Wait, let me ask this question. Silly question, guys. My fault, though. What do y'all think about this background behind me? What do y'all think? What do you? I mean, I'm not saying like, do you like the way it looks? I'm saying, what do y'all think that is? Because I thought it was obvious, but I want to hear y'all perspective. What do you guys think about this background with the piano? Y'all, I'll say it. Y'all do know that that's not real, right? Everybody knows that. Kentucky. Oh, all right. It's small. Okay. Yeah. It's not real. It's a background. Yeah. I think it was very, very nice. The first person that I saw with it was my guy, Adrian. And he was like, same thing. I was like, damn, bro, you play the piano? I appreciate y'all all. I really, really do. Everybody that rode out today. Everybody that donated. It looks like 500 is going to be the number. That's what it looks like. That would be cool if it is. It would be cooler if we beat that number. That would be dope. It would be really dope if, like, the last 2 minutes, some generous donor was like, "We got the whole 17." Y'all, you listen, y'all. I love doing media and teaching the classes. I love that component of this job. The fundraising, being engaged with the dealings with the money and all of that, it's not my thing. That's the most taxing part of it. That's the most taxing part. But what makes it all worth it is those stories that we had today, the reflection, telling y'all the stories about fucking miracles happening in fucking Boston, and the connection of people in Baltimore, the lessons learned from Compton, seeing so many people show up in Atlanta, reflecting on it. And then outside of that, so for those of y'all that called in and told me, like, those were very, very kind words. Mike calling in, Shadow up, who was it? Superpowers calling in, chopping it up about the weakness of Lupe Fiasco. My guy Dev, Ken. I just appreciate y'all, man. These are the things that I can feel myself getting tired. But these are the things that genuinely, just when you reflect on and reminisce on the good that you've done and how other people were impacted positively by that good, no better way, no better feeling. Now the question is, do I bang a cup of coffee? Just stay up. Just stay up till 3. Just stay up. Maybe. Maybe. GiveSendGo.com/solutionary. 9 minutes left. I don't think nobody is on the internet right now. I think the internet is off. I think nobody's in the chat. I think all these numbers are fake. I think a lot of shit right now. I think part of me wants to stay up because if I go to sleep, it's going to be very difficult to get up. I've never had a conversation with them. And now knowing that streamers do like 4 or 5 hours a day, another 12, yeah, and they get to move around. Their stream is like camera following them and they doing all this type of shit. I could do that. I could do that. We're coming for the internet money. We're coming for infiltrating this space to talk about real shit for long periods of time and mush and smash anybody that's not fucking saying something of absolute fucking importance. That's what we do. We're here to take the spot that the one dude, what's his name, that he's not him no more. What's that dude name? Kai Sanat. Because he's not. That dude looks like a whole nother person. I don't know what the fuck. This is where that whole like clones and shit, that shit starts to sound real to me because that dude is like somebody else. but maybe I'm tripping. GiveSendGo.com/solutionary. Ask some questions, y'all, because I'm running out of energy. Ask whatever questions you got. I'll deal with those now. Any Q&As, I'm with it. What question? Oh. Favorite memorable student story. Okay. Favorite. We had a student when we were still using the gun range in Philadelphia. They had a camera crew with them, and the mom and the brother, the son, her son, were anti-gun because her other son, his brother, was killed, and this was like in a different country, but they came here, and they came to our class, and I told them they didn't have to go into the range. I just started talking to the son and talking about, what happened and all this other good stuff, whatever